Hey everybody, thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we got Ryan Weimer with Offer Now Idaho, and he flew in from San Diego, California to talk about how he's closed 61 deals in the last 12 months for over $1 million in fees. If this is your first time tuning in, I'm Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. Question I get all the time is how to become one of the 100 millionaires. The information on this podcast alone is enough to help you become a millionaire in the next 5 to 7 years. Just take consistent action and you will become one then. If you want to get there faster, send me a DM on Instagram. We'll see if we can help you. If you get value out of the show, please tag a friend below. Share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And this is a live show, so don't forget to ask your questions for Ryan to answer. You ready?
Yes.
All right. First question is, what got you into real estate?
So really, I think it was a culmination of events, but most notably, I just wasn't meant for the corporate world. And it just took me a long time to discover that. So,
how did you discover it?
So I'm an engineer. I went to college for engineering, and my first job was in oil and gas. Things were awesome. You know, oil was $100 a barrel.
In San Diego?
No, in Denver.
Okay.
In Denver. And the market was slipping, and it went all the way down to like $30 a barrel in a matter of months. And I got let go ultimately, but the way that they did it was super shady. So they gave me like these instruction manuals on compressor engines, and my job was to translate that into, thank you, thanks. My job was to translate that into like notable work instructions. So take a manual that's 400 pages and consolidate it into like a 3-page document.
Yeah.
So not something that an engineer should be doing, right? They were just pigeonholing me on purpose. Mm-hmm. They gave them to me like 10 days before Christmas and said, hey, we need all these done by Christmas. I didn't get all of them done because I hated it.
Right.
And so they let me go without...
In 10 days before Christmas, consolidate 400 pages into 3.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
And then they let me go with no severance, no bonus for the prior year, didn't get paid out on vacation. This was like 2 years out of school, right? And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I just spent all this time in college. I worked really hard and I'm let go already. So it was a real kick in the you know what.
Right.
So,
when was this?
This was 2016.
Okay, so not too long ago.
Yeah.
And you get treated like this in Denver.
Yes.
You kind of mentioned like you just spent all those years in school studying to get here.
Yeah.
So what did you do?
Well, it was a big shock. When I got into the corporate world, it was difficult to relate. So what I noticed early on is, hey, I'm training the guy across from me how to use Excel to model compressor engines. He's been with a company 30 years. I'm training him and he's making triple what I'm making. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Right? Like my engineering mind, it didn't compute. I didn't know that there was another avenue or a sales direction or anywhere where you actually get compensated equal to the value that you bring. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that.
So prior to that point, you were meant for the corporate world. Like in your mind,
totally.
Get a job, get good grades, get a good job, and then just enjoy it for the next 20, 30 years and then retire at some point.
Yep. I had like zero exposure to real estate, zero exposure to entrepreneurship. The W-2 path in engineering was for me.
All right. So Christmas 2016.
Yep.
You get laid off.
Yep.
What happened after that?
So then it took me a couple months to kind of pick myself up, and then I cold turkey moved to San Diego just because I needed a life reset. I didn't even have a job yet.
Got it. And what'd you do in San Diego?
So I stayed with my aunt and uncle for a couple months and just started applying to like 30 jobs a day. Finally got a sweet job with a semiconductor company, still as an engineer. So that was still in 2016 in the summer.
Okay, but your mind's been reset.
Right.
So, I mean, did you kind of like half-hearted, or did you go work harder and then start looking at other options? How did you approach that?
You know, I didn't, because I thought everything that happened to me was industry related. I thought it was market related. And plus this gig was traveling 70% of the time all over the world, which as a young single guy, it was awesome.
Pretty dope.
Yeah, I was going to Asia, Europe, spent a lot of time in Hillsboro working with Intel. So, you know, there was a lot of benefits of the job, but after 2 years of that kind of faded away, right? And then it was, okay, I'm flying. I would literally get calls, hey, we need you to fly to South Korea for a month tomorrow. Can you go?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
So then when did you start doing real estate?
So real estate came as a result of me just trying to find a way to supplement income. Mm-hmm. One of my college buddies, my best friends, he was born and raised in the Boise area.
Got it.
And we were just we had just recently.
Hey, everybody. Hey everybody, thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we got Ryan Weimer with Offer Now, Idaho, and he flew from San Diego, California to talk about he's closed 61 deals in the last 12 months for over $1 million in fees. If this is your first time tuning in, I'm Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. Question I get all the time is how to become one of the 100 millionaires. The information on this podcast alone is enough to help you become a millionaire in the next 5 to 7 years. Just take consistent action and you will become one then. If you want to get there faster, send me a DM on Instagram. We'll see if we can help you. If you get value out of the show, please tag a friend below. Share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And this is a live show, so don't forget to ask your questions for Ryan to answer. You ready?
Yes.
All right. First question is, what got you into real estate?
So really, I think it was a culmination of events, but most notably, I just wasn't meant for the corporate world. And it just took me a long time to discover that. So,
how did you discover it?
So I'm an engineer. I went to college for engineering, and my first job was in oil and gas. Things were awesome. You know, oil was $100 a barrel.
In San Diego?
No, in Denver.
Okay.
In Denver. And the market was slipping, and it went all the way down to like $30 a barrel in a matter of months. And I got let go ultimately, but the way that they did it was super shady. So they gave me like these instruction manuals on compressor engines, and my job was to translate that into. Oh, thank you. Thanks. My job was to translate that into like notable work instructions. So take a manual that's 400 pages and consolidate it into like a 3-page document.
Yeah.
So not something that an engineer should be doing, right? They were just pigeonholing me on purpose. Mm-hmm. They gave them to me like 10 days before Christmas and said, hey, we need all these done by Christmas. I didn't get all of them done because I hated it.
Right.
And so they let me go without...
In 10 days before Christmas, consolidate 400 pages into 3.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
And then they let me go with no severance, no bonus for the prior year, didn't get paid out on vacation. This was like 2 years out of school, right? And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I just spent all this time in college. I worked really hard and I'm let go already. So it was a real kick in the you know what.
Right. So, when was this?
This was 2016.
Okay, so not too long ago.
Yeah.
And you get treated like this in Denver.
Yes.
You kind of mentioned like you just spent all those years in school studying to get here.
Yeah.
So what did you do?
Well, it was a big shock. When I got into the corporate world, it was difficult to relate. So what I noticed early on is, hey, I'm training the guy across from me how to use Excel to model compressor engines. He's been with a company 30 years. I'm training him and he's making triple what I'm making. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Right? Like my engineering mind, it didn't compute. I didn't know that there was another avenue or a sales direction or anywhere where you actually get compensated equal to the value that you bring. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that.
So prior to that point, you were meant for the corporate world. Like in your mind,
totally.
Get a job, get good grades, get a good job, and then just enjoy it for the next 20, 30 years and then retire at some point.
Yep. I had like zero exposure to real estate, zero exposure to entrepreneurship. The W-2 path in engineering was for me.
All right. So Christmas 2016.
Yep.
You get laid off.
Yep.
What happened after that?
So then it took me a couple months to kind of pick myself up, and then I cold turkey moved to San Diego just because I needed a life reset. I didn't even have a job yet.
Got it. And what'd you do in San Diego?
So I stayed with my aunt and uncle for a couple months and just started applying to like 30 jobs a day. finally got a sweet job with a semiconductor company, still as an engineer. So that was still in 2016 in the summer.
Okay, but your mind's been reset.
Right.
So, I mean, did you kind of like half-heart it, or did you go work harder and then start looking at other options? How did you approach that?
You know, I didn't, because I thought everything that happened to me was industry related. I thought it was market related. And plus, this gig was traveling 70% of the time all over the world, which as a young single guy, it was awesome.
Pretty dope.
Yeah, I was going to Asia, Europe, spent a lot of time in Hillsborough working with Intel. So, you know, there was a lot of benefits of the job, but after 2 years of that kind of faded away, right? Yeah. And then it was, okay, I'm flying. I would literally get calls, hey, we need you to fly to South Korea for a month tomorrow. Can you go?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
So then when did you start doing real estate?
So real estate came as a result of me just trying to find a way to supplement income. Mm-hmm. One of my college buddies, my best friends, he was born and raised in the Boise area.
Got it.
And we were just we had just recently discovered Bigger Pockets, and it all became a math equation to me. It was like, okay, if I get $100 cash flow from one single family property, then I can get 40 and quit my job, right? Or whatever mm-hmm. the number was. So it was simple for me to understand.
And then what was your first action, right? Because there's being aware of it, and then there's actually taking action to start the real estate. So what was your first real estate transaction, or how'd you find your first deal?
So my first deal, I contacted a realtor out of Boise. His name's Corby Goad. He's an awesome dude. He really helped educate me on just the market basics, and that first rental property, with his help, we just bought off the MLS.
Got it. In what market?
In Boise.
In Boise.
Yeah.
So you started in Boise, and it's just everything's, at this point, is Boise.
Yep.
Okay. So you get your first deal, cash flowing.
Yes.
Easy.
Yep.
So it wasn't challenging. You just got your first one, and then you just kept repeating it, or?
Yeah, and then about 6 months went by, and we bought another, because we were going in 50-50. So, you know, it was a real easy, not fearful way of getting involved, right? Mm-hmm. You're splitting the costs, you're splitting the risk, you're splitting everything else, right? So 6 months went by. We bought another one off the MLS 50-50, but then I started to get more sophisticated. I mean, the market was hot. Things were really competitive. It was multiple offers. And so I started trying to figure out how to find different ways of getting off-market deals.
And what did you find?
I started with Craigslist. So I got a deal off Craigslist. And I started calling Zillow for rents.
Oh, hang on. So the deal on Craigslist, talk about that deal.
Yeah. It was a wholesaler, actually. I didn't know it. But it was like a half-gutted house, like a $30,000 rehab. It was not scary enough to deter me. Mm-hmm. And I called him right away. You know, in hot markets, people have this perception that there's not deals, but if you can be fast, if you know the market well enough, you can be fast. You can be the first offer within 24 offers. You're coming in right there. Hey, what if we could do this? What mm-hmm. would be the next step? It really puts pressure on people. And so that, I mean, if you have speed, you can use it to your advantage. So that's how we got.
So you bought your first deal, needed $30K in rehab.
Yep.
So what'd you do once you closed on it? Like, what did you do with it?
Just rented it.
Okay, so you did the $30K in rehab then.
Yep.
All right. So you bought it regular financing.
Regular financing, conventional finance, which is what the W-2 job was awesome for, right? So mm-hmm. I'm still traveling around the world at this point, and I use a 0% credit card to fund a lot of that rehab, like an 18-month introduction period, right? Yeah. It's a long time. I mean, for that amount of money and the money that I was making as a W-2 employee, it was super beneficial to keep the job and just keep doing this. But it slowly started becoming an addiction, because I could see like, okay, I see a path here. I see something proven. So I was flying to Taiwan on like 13-hour flights, writing 250 yellow letters. The people next to me must have thought I was insane. Like, you know.
Yeah, this guy's got massive OCD or something.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. Okay, so Craigslist, and then you say you start calling FSBOs on Zillow.
Yep.
All this time, though, you're still acquiring rentals.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So you hadn't started flipping yet, wholesaling yet, or nothing?
Nope.
So when did that happen?
So that happened fall of 2018, and then I started doing more aggressive, like yellow letters. I heard Tom Kroll's episode on Bigger Pockets, and I didn't know what to make of it because he has so much energy. It sounds like he just had 4 espressos.
Energy.
Yeah. I couldn't believe if he was just compensating for being just overly dramatic or what the deal was. But I had to find out the truth, right? Because I had a lot of mental objections like, okay, this can't be possible. You can't really do this. You can't make meaningful money doing this.
Right.
But I had to find out on my own. And so that's when I started really cold calling, and I got my first wholesale deal then in January of 2020.
So not terribly long ago.
No.
So let's talk about that deal. How did you find that deal? Like, what lists?
Yeah.
What was the approach?
So it was cold calling a code violations list.
Okay.
Really skinny infill parcel of vacant land. No home, no nothing.
Your first deal was land?
It was.
All right. That's brave. All right.
I know. But so that's the funny thing, right? So I saw it and I contacted the owner, and she was kind of motivated. I was still new on the phone. I didn't really know the right questions to ask. I was still learning, right? But that's what I knew. Most people would probably stop here. This thing was so skinny, it can't fit a regular home. It'd have to have like a tiny home or some modular home angled just right to meet the setback requirements. So I said, all right, I bet most other people that have called this have probably stopped here. Let me call up the neighbors and see if any of them want it. So I skip traced all the neighbors, and sure enough, one of them was like, yeah, I've been trying to buy it from her, but she's never wanted to sell before. So I said, okay, well, I'm in the process of buying it. Well, I mean, what do you think you'd pay for it? And my first deal ended up being $10,900 just because of that negotiation.
That's what he paid you for, or that's what you made on it?
That's what I made on it.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you went and found a neighbor, figure out what he'd be willing to pay for it, and then backed your way into it.
Yep.
Which is a smart way to do it. For a lot of newer guys that are trying to, contract the property first and then sell it, you already got your buyer.
Yeah.
You already knew what you're going to make on it,
Yeah.
and you back your way into it. So was this like an exact next door neighbor?
No, it was someone across the street, actually.
What were they doing with it?
So I think they were just putting like a double stack tiny home arrangement. I don't know. It was crazy. That's why I thought I'm sure everyone else that called that before thought, you can't do anything here.
Yeah.
If the neighbor to the left or right doesn't want it, it's useless.
That's what I would have thought.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what were some of your early struggles? I mean, you're still working your job at this point.
Yep.
And then how much were you making at this job in 2020?
So I was making in the W-2 job, I was making about $170 a year.
Okay. So almost $15,000 a month.
Yes.
And you were thinking, man, I'm making $170,000 a year. I can replace my income.
Yes.
With real estate.
Yeah.
So that's tough. Not a lot of people making over 6 figures have that mindset. What compelled you to want to replace $170,000 a year?
So a few months before, I had been up for promotion, and I was flying around the world. I was sacrificing holidays, weekends, all that stuff. I was a yes man. I was doing everything I needed to do. I was totally all in. I had even found out what the job rec was, and I started doing some of that job because I wanted to prove them like, hey, I'm already doing the job. I'm the right person for the job. I was doing that, and then I didn't get hired for the promotion because I wasn't the desired nationality that they wanted. So our company was headquartered in Europe, and my manager literally told me we picked someone else of that nationality because we think that they'll get along with them better. So for me, it's like, oh, hell no. Hell no.
Yeah.
So not a good reason, right?
Right.
Not what you want to hear. And it was a second time from a company that I had kind of been jerked around.
Right. Okay. So a little bit of a lot of the underappreciation.
Yeah.
Being looked over, being passed over for something that you couldn't do anything about. And from then you're like, all right, F it, I'm going all in on real estate.
Yeah.
So how many deals did you do until you get to a point where you're like, okay, I am ready to quit this job?
Well, I just quit a month ago. So not very long because COVID hit.
Yeah.
So all the business travel and all my obligations went away. I could do both I could do my job in about 3 or 4 hours of the workday, honestly. So the other hours that I had, I was at home, and that was my sign. I need to double down. So I was calling only about 10 or 15 hours a week up to that point. But then when that happened, it was game on.
So you're working 3-4 hours a day from home.
Yep.
And then the rest of the time devoted to real estate.
Yes.
All right, cool. So not even quit until last month. So what were some of your early struggles then in real estate? I mean, it could not have been smooth from when you did your first deal off of the neighbor lot until you got to this point.
No. So first and foremost, making sure the home life is okay. So my wife, Julia, is such a rock star. She is the most supportive spouse, just an incredible support system. And I really think it's a reflection of what gave me the confidence to take that leap, because I had golden handcuffs. Because even though I didn't like the job, I was still making way more than most people make.
Right.
So it was a humbling moment, but I realized it wasn't all about the money for me. I knew that there was more. I wanted to do something that I could control my own destiny. And that was something that I don't think I ever would have done without the support of my wife, which, and still through all the ups and downs, right? You know how it works when you're getting started, those valleys, you don't have enough leads yet, right? So you don't feel confident pulling away because you feel like you're going to throw away the deal, even though that's not true.
Right. You can't afford to lose this deal.
Exactly. So that happens. And then, 1 month you'll have 2 or 3, and then the next month I wouldn't have any. And I would second guess my whole process, and am I doing what I need to do? So just the regular struggles, that a lot of mindset stuff.
So what did you do then to overcome some of those mindset challenges?
I really think just cramming your brain with as much positivity as possible is. So your podcast, honestly, Brent Daniels' YouTube channel, Wholesale Inc. I mean, being virtual is lonely. Being virtual is hard. You're not surrounded by anyone else doing it. So you feel like you're on an island. You can't feed off of other people's energy, and it can be defeating. The highs are really high and the lows are really low because you're just by yourself. And that's why I think having such a strong family life at home is so important to get you through that kind of stuff.
What was the lowest point for you in this getting from, starting it from their first deal till now? What was the lowest point?
I think just a lack of confidence that I could go start something myself and be on a path where I'm in control of my own destiny, because my mind was so tuned at an early age to be in the W-2 job because that's safety and security. So it was really, really difficult for me to completely undo that. It took multiple years of this.
Yeah. Did you have, I can't speak for you, right? But I know for myself, and I wasn't making 170. I was making half of that, exactly half, when I went to go quit. And everyone basically looked at me like I had another hole in my head, right? Like, are you crazy? Like, that's such a good job, and you're not even working that many hours. Like, at that time, I was working 25 hours a week. They're like, what is the matter with you? Why would you ever give this up? So when you were seeking counsel from friends and family about like, look, I need to go do this, how were those conversations?
They could have been better, right? But I can't blame them for that because it's all they know. At the same time, they knew that I was being smart about it. So that's why I was double dipping for so long. That's why I just quit a month ago, because it got to the point where we were going back to the office and now all of a sudden all my time was going to be sucked up again.
Right.
So they knew that I was being smart about it. And then once they knew that, I mean, they were all in supporting me. So my parents and the close people around me, they've been awesome. They've been a blessing for sure.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So one thing we're talking about here is in the last year, you've done 61 deals.
Yep.
And for $1 million in fees.
Yep.
All the while doing this virtually.
Yes.
How did you do that?
So 3 things. So last year I did about a little over 400 revenue and about a little less than 300 net, like 297 net. But this year we're on pace to triple that or quadruple that. I think it's 3 things. I think it's number one, the market's insane.
That helps.
That helps a lot. So we switched our model from doing less wholesales to more wholetails and more flips, more rentals, more funding partners, that kind of thing. So we're really sucking the juice out of every single deal.
Right.
Another third of it is just finding the right people, finding the right virtual assistants, spending time on the people part, spending time on the virtual assistants part. Our whole business is texting and cold calling right now. We do very little direct mail. So there is a lot of hand holding, a lot of training, a lot of things that people don't want to do, right? That suck time. And I think the other third of it too is investing in yourself, mentorship, coaching. Your sales program has, not to, pump you up or whatever, but in all seriousness, your sales program has made a huge difference for us.
Oh, appreciate that.
Because before, when we found ourselves in multiple offer situations, it was, okay, if they won't do a creative deal, if they won't do a cash deal, how do we get involved here? And so we did the sub 2 membership, which now we're doing sub 2 deals, we're doing creative deals, we're doing cash deals, we're doing rentals, we're doing developments. But I think your sales training in particular, scorching the earth, has just made a huge difference. Now we get to the point where sellers will tell us what their other offers are because we've gotten to that point.
Yeah.
Because now we're removing ourselves as a potential buyer and we're saying, well, I'm not sure if we're the right buyer for you, but let me now become an advisor for you. Let me tell you what you should look out for. Write these things down, what you should and shouldn't take. Here's what you need to watch for. Do you know what wholesaling is, right? Those kind of, and I'm telling you, it's so funny because the people that we pitch to for terms or cash or whatever that don't want to do a deal with us, or they don't show their pain, right? But then we do that and all of a sudden the wall comes down.
Right.
And then we get to the truth. And then even the offer or the conversation we were having with them before, then they're vulnerable. Now they actually want to do business with us.
Yeah, the dynamic totally changes.
Totally.
Yeah. All right. So the first thing was taking more deals down. And so when you were wholesaling, what was your average fee?
In 2020, it was 16.
Okay.
Yep.
And then your average fee now, or average profit now that you're taking properties down.
Yep. Is 46.
So from 16 to 46.
Yeah.
So incredible.
Yeah.
Right. So you can make 3 times as much with the same amount of marketing.
Yes.
And then you mentioned the people component. You've got to have a massive operation. What does the people component look like today?
So we have 5 virtual assistants. One of them is a lead manager. So the lead manager is a virtual assistant herself, and she manages the other 4 VAs. So 2 of them are doing texting, 2 of them are doing cold calling, and she's managing all that.
Oh, she's managing all that.
She's managing all
That's
that now.
awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a huge step.
Right.
Still a work in progress, but so she keeps all their timesheets. She keeps when they're clocking in and out. She does all their coaching calls. So all the stuff that I used to do.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So one question I get from a lot of people is how to find a VA. So how did you find your VA that is capable of managing 4 other VAs?
I took my struggles, right? I took my licks. So the thing about virtual assistants, because we can dive deep on this topic, but I started with, one of the big contingents where they provide you a virtual assistant and they're supposed to be qualified and know what real estate is.
Trained and so on.
Right.
The promises.
Right. But they're not.
Okay.
They have a baseline level of English. Maybe they've done a little bit of calling before, but they're not. They're totally raw, right? So what I learned is I have to spend just as much time on one of those and pay double or I can just source them myself and spend the same amount of time. And then I learned, so then after a couple, and what would happen is they would leave too. So they would leave and I would have no control, and they would come back to me and say, hey, I'm sorry I left because I didn't get paid on time by them.
Which has nothing to do with you.
Right. So it was totally out of my control. And I was like, well, I just spent 8 months of my time training this person.
Yeah.
Right. And so.
And I think just to highlight there, right? Like you made $1 million in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
it's not about the dollars, right, that you're paying this person, but it's also you have to devote time to it.
Exactly.
And that's a cost,
Exactly.
right? So if you're going to have to put that cost, which is more than their hourly rate, what's the point in trying to go with the big one when you can just train one yourself?
Totally. Yeah. You got to have the control then, right?
Right.
So
then now you're sourcing the VAs. So how are you sourcing the VAs?
So the best way to do that is to go on product Facebook groups. So how we found ours, how I found the best one was on Lead Sherpa's Facebook group. So that's a good tip for everyone out there. Join the Mojos, join the Batch, join the Lead Sherpas, join the Launch Control, join the Call Tools, all these Facebook groups. There are virtual assistants that hang out there that look for people that post, hey, I need a virtual assistant who has these kind of skills.
So you're swimming in a pool or a pond that you get experienced people in there.
Yep.
That's brilliant. I love that.
Yeah. Upwork too. So I've used a couple one-offs on Upwork, but they're all connected. So they know once you get one, they know 2 or 3 others.
Right.
And then you can hire 2 or 3 at a time, knowing, okay, probably 1 or 2 of them isn't going to work out, but now I can train in mass or have my VA now train them in mass.
Yeah.
And that way it's not train one person, train one person, train one person. It's train 3 or 4 at a time, knowing that you'll probably be left with 1 or 2.
Now you got this one VA, the lead VA that's managing 4 other VAs.
Yep.
Who's managing her?
Me.
So you're still managing her.
I do.
So what is your role, right? Because obviously, there's you, there's Brandon, what is your role in the organization?
So right now I'm acting as COO and owner. And so that's the next piece of where our org needs to evolve to. It's a COO, it's 2 or 3 more acquisitions guys, it's doubling our VA team. We have 11 right now, so 5 virtual assistants, 2 acquisitions, transaction coordinator, a realtor, and myself.
Got it.
So
cool.
Yeah.
And then something I saw here earlier was that one thing that's important to you is that everyone that works with you achieves financial freedom.
Yes.
Are you seeing that play a part in your building the team with the right people?
100%. And that's why our growth right now, and this is our biggest challenge right now. Our growth right now is hindered by finding the right people.
Right.
It's not really a marketing issue. It's not finding leads, finding deals. It's not closing deals. We can do all of that. Great. It's finding the right people to grow this the right way. And I think the problem that a lot of people get into when they're hiring is they think, well, if we hire a bad egg, we can just wash our hands of that and be done with it and turn the page and move on to the next person and all will be good. Well, that didn't work out, but no. It's a net negative to the rest of the team, big time. Because now they're spending hours training them. That's infecting your culture. It's bringing everyone down. So it's been a challenge for me to have to sit back and say, I don't think that person is the right fit. They check every box, but there's something about what they said or
doesn't quite mesh.
Exactly.
Yeah. So hiring is one of the biggest hurdles for a lot of people in this industry.
Yeah.
How did you get good at hiring? Especially, I mean, no offense, right? Former engineer, not necessarily people oriented.
No.
So how did you get good at hiring?
So Brandon found me on social media. So that's one avenue. But to be honest, when I found my other virtual assistant, she had all the people skills.
Got it.
And so I think virtual assistants are capable of a lot more than people think. You can really train. So one thing we do, we have a call every single morning, and this is where people go wrong with VAs. They give them a task and then they say, just give me this by the end of the day and let me know if there's any problems, right? They're not an actual team member.
Right.
They're a real person. They want to be involved. They're working a lot of times during the night hours, in the Philippines or wherever. And so it's lonely. They're looking for something to latch onto. So we have a call every single day. We have a different theme for our call every single day. So Monday we do affirmations with the team. Tuesday we do a call calibration where we listen to a live call and all review it together. we just pick a random one and someone gets put on the spot. It's great.
Yeah.
It's really uncomfortable, but it's really good. We learn a lot of stuff. Wednesday, we do gratitude. Thursday, we do seller objections. So we do a lot of role playing with all the VAs, with all my acquisitions. Everyone's in there. We're all doing it together.
Wow.
Yeah. So the VAs are soaking stuff up like a sponge, and they're slowly elevating their level. And then Friday, we do a deal review. So Friday, we look at a lead that one of the VAs produced, that handed off to acquisitions, and that got closed. And we walk through the entire life cycle of the deal. And then the VAs can see, hey, these 1,000 calls I'm making a day, they actually tie into something. They actually do something. They actually provided value to this person. They helped this person.
Mm-hmm.
I helped this person. Because when you're calling 6 to 8 hours a day, it is terrible, right?
Yeah.
And so you need the moral, you need the inclusion, you need to, holy cow, look what I did. I contributed something awesome. Not only did I make the company money, I made myself money. I also was able to help someone.
Right.
And how many other industries or jobs could you do that? Not very many, I don't think.
Yeah. And what I love about this is that they're like a lot of people treat their VAs like mercenaries, right?
Yes.
Like you're a mercenary for hire. You've got a job, do your job, and that's it, right? Don't bother me, just go do your job.
Yep.
But you're creating patriots.
Yep.
People that are loyal to you, loyal to the cause. And one thing that we've learned is that if people can see the results of their success, right? Like how I contributed to this, they're more bought in, and you're literally helping them do that.
Yeah.
Every single Friday.
Absolutely.
Another thing too is, you've invested in your team.
Yeah.
So what was really cool was I got to meet your team a couple of months ago because you flew them out to our all-day sales training event, and I got to meet Brandon and I think Ryan.
Yep.
Right. There's not a lot of people that do that. It's really interesting. Is that I don't know, maybe because sales is kind of hard to measure, but there's not a lot of people that are investing in their team. So like you didn't come, right? But you sent your team and they came.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really cool and admirable.
Yeah.
That you're able to do that.
Well, and that's how I know the value. I want to keep people around.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people say that they're invested in and want financial freedom for their team, but are they actually showing it? So another thing we do is every second or third creative deal, so this is either a seller finance, a sub to, a low money down, they get to keep for themselves. No fee, no nothing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something that I learned from Matthew Simmons.
Yeah.
Right, and we're incorporating that same exact thing as well. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So then for 2021, how much wholesaling are you doing? How much flipping are you doing? Or is it just everything's a flip now?
So we're still wholesaling about 40%.
Okay.
So, and then we flip the other 30 and then keep the other 30.
Yeah, and that's a great point. So you're keeping 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
This kind of, it's hard to maintain that discipline, right? Because we just talked about your average profit's 46,000.
Yep.
How do you maintain the discipline to keep it as a rental, knowing there's 46,000 in the line?
I think this it goes into a discussion about money not having total power or influence over you, which I think is a really phenomenal thing. But also, I don't want to see, when I see that amount of money in my bank account, it makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I don't like it. It's not doing anything. It's making me feel like I don't really need to work as hard. So I don't like to see huge amounts of money in my account because it's more motivating to not have it there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just as simple as that, psychologically.
I think that's a great point because there's another agent in my office, right? The top producing, just killing it. And for him, he's just like, he wakes up every day like he's broke. Like, how do you wake up with that mindset? He's like, I program that in my mindset to be broke every day because that's what compels him.
Totally.
To work hard.
Totally. And I just hate paying taxes as
really?
well.
Why?
So, and that's the thing too. Whenever I do a wholesale or a flip, I'm losing 40% right away,
Yeah.
right?
Uncle Sam gets to eat.
Exactly. So if I keep it as a rental and I'm cash out refining, we just did a deal this year where I bought it at 265, put nothing in, and it just appraised for 504. So I got paid 60 grand. I got all my money back, got paid 60 grand to own an asset. And there's nothing more powerful than that. It's all tax free.
Right.
So I think being able to see the long game is where that comes into play. Like I'm not really into fancy cars and a ton of stuff. I want the time freedom. And I know if I build up enough assets that I can have that time freedom and do what I want. So
this is really fascinating because I was looking to expand in a few different markets, right?
Yeah.
And I've had this conversation with you, right? Like Toledo, Ohio, Oklahoma City, or Boise,
yeah,
right? And I ended up at Oklahoma City because you can buy there and burr there and so on. But one of the reasons why I was opposed to Boise is because there's no way you can buy properties for rentals there. You were telling me my calculation was wrong.
Well, we buy a lot of them creative now too.
Got it.
Or we do Airbnbs. So not all of them are traditional rentals. There's different ways to do that. And if we can't cash flow positive or get close, right? Because for me, I don't plan on holding a lot of these properties longer than 3 to 5 years. So really what they're meant for is 1031 vehicles into bigger, more cash flow friendly.
Really playing the long game here.
Yes, exactly.
Raylan White wants to know, how much are you paying your VAs?
So they make anywhere from $5 to $7.50 an hour. So I usually start them off around $5, and my lead manager makes near the top end of that range because she's been promoted to that role. But we have twice a year performance reviews with them. Very interactive. We go through the org chart. Here's future roles. Could they be trained up to a level where they're actually closing deals themselves? That's the goal. Mm-hmm. Or do they want to go into admin? Should we have them start doing some social media? So those are all, we have career discussions with our VAs like that.
There's upside.
Yes.
This is not an end of the road. This is, because I think that's one of the other things that's smart that you're doing that, is that people want to know that there's room for growth.
Absolutely.
And so you're having regular conversations as if they were an actual employee in your office.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and then we give them like a $200 to $300 bonus per deal closed that was a lead that they created.
Which goes really far.
So the minimum wage in the Philippines is $1.50 an hour.
Is it?
And they've been hit hard with COVID. So to be able to give someone 3 or 4 times the minimum wage plus bonus incentive, they're super motivated. And the fact that they feel a part of the team, it creates a really cool culture. And Slack has really helped us. We were talking about that pre-show, but Slack has really helped us, with the GIFs and the fun and the interaction. Like, it just makes it less boring than just a text message or an email.
Yeah,
so.
For sure. So then Peter Ramirez is asking about bonusing your VA. So that's pretty much just per transaction.
Yes.
Do you do an annual, like December for the full month? Because that's something that other people do with their VAs.
Like?
So it's common in Asian countries to just bonus someone in December a full month's salary. Like, your VAs might not have told you that, but it's like totally normal, right? I'm not saying that we do that, right? I'm just saying it's not uncommon for an employer to say, hey, for the month of December, we're going to give you like a 13th month in wages.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't do that currently, but I'm all for new ideas. So that's something I tell them in their performance review. Hey, would you like a raise? Would you like a week's paid vacation? Mm-hmm. Like, you pick your benefit, right? This is an open discussion. They feel so included that way. They feel like because I really genuinely do care about them. I mean, one of my VAs, they were living on dirt floors, and with his second or third check, he was able to buy his mom a washing machine for the first time that they've never had before.
That's awesome.
And he sent us a picture of the look on her face, like hugging the washing machine, on how happy she was. And it's just, it's the coolest feeling ever, right?
Yeah, and totally rewarding.
Yeah.
Raylan White also wants to know on Facebook, do your VAs have heavy accents?
They do not. But even the ones that do, I haven't noticed a ton of... If you train your team the right way on how to deal with assertive people, you can cut down the impact that has. I'm not saying that it doesn't have an impact for them to have an accent, but the fact that in our script, they're telling people, we're in Boise, my team just drove by your house last week, because Boise's not a big place, right? That usually takes care of that. And so all those seller objections, like, are you guys actually here? Are you in? are you even in Idaho? Have you even seen my property?
Yeah.
Right. We can say, yeah, we have, because our team is here.
Right. And I think it was Brandon O'Ryan on your team was asking about one of the objections you guys are getting. I think it's kind of funny is, are you guys in California?
All the time.
Yeah.
It's funny. They pick California, not Oregon or Washington. It's always
they're really anti-California.
Oh yeah.
That's great. I mean, I've been a very big proponent of building a wall between California and Arizona for a very long time, but
yeah,
I don't think it's going to happen. So Kirk Hortel on YouTube wants to know if you've defined success for your life, or were you still searching?
Oh wow, that's a good question. So this is where I think mentorship comes into play. Mm-hmm. And I've had the biggest blessing in my life, Casey Ames, who's a CG member. He's in my market in Boise, and he is the top dog in Boise. He sets the bar. So he does wholesaling, he does luxury flips, he does seemingly multifamily development, he does everything. And the guy is just the biggest go-giver that I have ever met. He's a wonderful person. I can't say enough good things about him. Truly, he's exceptional. So when I was getting started in 2019 or 2020, this is where I think people go wrong, or they don't understand, is they're so eager to get that first or second deal, they can't see anything past that. Mm-hmm. And where I think I was able to see that is I just wanted to be plugged into Casey's world. I was like, what do I have to do to just be able to talk to that guy, to ask him questions without respecting his time, right? Because his time is worth who knows how much, right? And so the question that you have to ask yourself about mentorship is, and this is a difficult question to answer. If I were to say, Steve, what value do you place on a year of your life? What dollar amount? So tonight you're going to go to sleep. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow you're going to wake up and you're going to have a dollar value in your bank account. What would that number be? And I think it's going to be astronomical compared to what mentorship costs. And that's exactly what mentorship does. It saves you years of learning the hard way and struggling. And I'm not saying get a mentor right away. You don't want to be asking a mentor. You don't want to be paying your marketing dollars when you're just starting out on a mentor to, what list should I pull?
Right.
How should I skip trace? How should I organize the Excel columns? You don't want to be asking a mentor that. You want to be asking a mentor, I got a deal under contract and it's got 7 liens and 5 heirs, and they're all spread out, and they need to close by next week. What do I do? Is this even a deal, right? Or the high-level discussions. Here are my numbers. What are your numbers looking like? What's your conversion rate? How do I make better strategic decisions? Those are what you really want to mentor for. Right. So you get to a point where you do a couple deals, and now it's time to invest in yourself. And I can honestly say a year of my life is worth a lot. It's worth way more than any compensation that I could give a mentor. And so where I'm going with this is mentors just help you get to places faster. And you have to always, something I'm always thinking about with Casey, he probably doesn't know this, but the amount of value that he's given me, I'm always thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead, like, how am I going to pay that back?
Yeah.
How am I going to match that value? I'm going to match the value. I'm going to do it. But how do I do it?
Right.
I'm always thinking about how to provide more value to someone, because you have to do that to be able to plug into their world. And someone at their level, it's not a dollars and cents thing. Like mentorship and Collective Genius and other masterminds, it's not the dollar amount. The dollar amount is just almost like a sign of commitment, right?
Skin in the game.
Exactly. It's a sign of commitment. And then all the benefits follow after that. But I think when you're dealing with someone or a mastermind or someone way higher than you, where money, it's not really a thing to them anymore because they have a lot of it, you really have to start going into, I need to find ways that I can add them value, and just starting that conversation.
And that's a very powerful point. I need to definitely make a point to see Casey when I see him next. Alex Esapito wants to know, where did you get your sub-2/creative finance education or training?
Pace.
Pace Morby, sub2.com, guys.
Yeah, he's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, the level of depth and the commitment of him. I don't think I've ever seen someone go to the lengths that he does for his students. Honestly, I can honestly say that. I've never met him. I want to soon, but my experience with his mentorship, we've probably 20 or 30x'd whatever the membership fee is just in a few short months from doing it. So
He's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I've told him that multiple times. He's crazy. He's gonna burn himself out. And his response always is, "I haven't burned myself out yet." It's like, I guess that's true. So Martin Mayfield wants to know, what markets are you in?
So just Boise right now, or really just Idaho. We're branching out a little bit outside of Boise right now. It's on my roadmap to add a second market. The thing is, that's always a difficult discussion and difficult question to answer, because I see in Boise, we're not even close to what our ceiling could be. Again, it comes back to a hiring. We're hitting the hiring ceiling more than we are like a number of deals available in Boise issue, right?
And I think that's such a great reminder, because there have been times where, should we go other markets? And we did, right? I mean, we got, let's go to Oklahoma. Like Phoenix, Phoenix sucks. Like it's just too competitive. Like this place sucks, right? Let's go to another market. And I was sharing with you, now we've got almost $1 million in escrow. We just had to go deeper in Phoenix.
Right.
And so I think that's like a very mature business owner answer, is that should you expand, should you not? It's because you got so much more opportunity in Boise.
Yeah. Well, I think that's where your refinement of tools comes in. So that's where, like, what I was saying before, your sales training really made a big difference for us. And then me actually devoting, and our team devoting the time into our virtual assistants. No, we're not hitting a ceiling. We just need to sharpen our tools.
Yep.
And it's made a huge difference. Totally
Absolutely.
agree.
And I think just in the next few months, I mean, a lot of our growth was a result of just copying and pasting everyone else in the collective genius. So
nice. No, that's exactly what a mastermind is for, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're adding value and you're getting value. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah. So Martin Mayfield wants to know, what type of lists are you calling and texting to find these deals?
Oh, gosh. We get about 45% of our deals from our Driving for Dollars list, so almost half. Of the remaining 55%, it's vacant, tax delinquent. There's not really any pre-foreclosures in Boise right now, but code violations.
Can't imagine anyone in Boise going to foreclosure. That market is so unbelievably hot.
Well, and so we're actually seeing a little bit of a pullback now.
Yeah.
And what I keep reminding our team, and what I keep hearing from others that are wiser than me, because I don't know everything. And I think as a leader, it's our responsibility to be humble and be equally humble as we are confident. So if we don't know something, we just need to say it. We need to own up. We need to have extreme ownership with things.
Yep.
But, this is the hardest market in history to find deals in. So when things do pull back eventually, when things do correct, right? I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be 10 years from now. Who do you think is going to be most well-positioned to capitalize on that? It's not going to be the people that were waiting on the sidelines the whole time, right?
No.
It's going to be, and so that's what I tell my team is, guys, just wait until there's deals aplenty, way deep, and then it's a money issue. Then it's a private funds issue. Then how are we going to fund all these deals? And then that's where you get all the creative deals too, right? You can get the sub-twos, you can get the seller finance. So I know we're not getting as many deals as maybe we would like or what we're capable of, but just think, when that moment happens, it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Tim Serpy wants to know, with all the success you've had, what are your 3 to 5 year goals for your business?
Oh, gosh. So Traction is an awesome book. They actually make you do this in your VTO. I think in 3 to 5 years, we want to have a $10 million company net. So that's an ambitious goal. Some might say that's an insane goal. But what I've noticed about goal setting And really the power of clarity. I can't emphasize enough the power of clarity, because when I was a W-2 employee, I didn't have any clarity at all. But then you find an avenue to where you can be successful and you can really control your own destiny. Then you have that clarity, and it's just the most empowering feeling, because then you're living life on your terms, and it's not just about business.
No, it's not.
Then it's like, now I'm going to go be an awesome husband. Now I'm going to go call that friend that I haven't talked to in a really long time. Now I'm going to go travel to this location, and yeah, I'll work and I'll just make it work, right? I want to live life on my terms. I don't want my job to dictate my life. Right?
Yeah. Especially those jobs that they basically just let you go at a moment's whim.
Exactly. Yeah, totally.
So Francisco Jasso on YouTube wanted to know, when you're scorching the earth, are you always taking down the house?
As in, we get the deal?
As in, are you purchasing the house?
No. I mean, scorching the earth is just a sales method that we use to test people's pain, find out their true colors, right? If we're scorching the earth, we're asking, hey, make sure that they have a $10,000 non-refundable earnest money. Make sure that if you're signing another contract, they waive their inspection period. Make sure you look out for these things in the contract. And then they feel like, oh my gosh, this guy's looking out for me. And then guess what? They pick up the phone, they call those other wholesalers, those poor other wholesalers. And then they ask those questions, and then they call us back and they say, guess what? You were right.
Yeah.
You were right. They didn't have that stuff and they couldn't do it. And so it's just a method to get the contract. And then what we do with the contract, wholesale it, flip it, or keep it, that is still the same.
Yeah.
So,
that's awesome.
yeah.
So with your flipping as many houses that you're flipping, one thing that happens, we've had, I think Chris Craddock talked about it, Javier Hinojos. I mean, these are people that recently been on the show have experienced this, where they had too many flips going on at the same time.
Yep.
When is too many flips? When is it too many flips?
We have that problem right now. We're constrained by having one awesome general contractor, and the rest is a crapshoot, right? So I actually have 2 or 3 properties sitting vacant that need to be worked on. But
they're just in the queue doing nothing.
They're doing nothing. But we bought them deep enough. This is where it comes to buying the deal. So like 90% of our deals are in that median price point and below. And for those that are sitting vacant, it's because we got them as a team so deep. Brandon and Ryan got them so deep because they're incredible guys, right? Yeah. They got them so deep. They're incredible negotiators that we can afford to just let them sit there until my main GC can get to them, or I can find a reliable second contractor. And you know how contractors are. It's like a roll of the dice. So we're getting there, but it's a work in progress for sure.
It's tough. Having a good GC is tough.
Yeah.
What is your why?
My why. I think I touched on it earlier, but it's about living life on your terms and not letting your job or your occupation or your need for money to live dictate your life.
Yeah.
And that isn't an easy thing to unravel. It's painful. It's scary. I think failure is an interesting word. It's like an absolute term. It's like a pass fail. You either did it or you didn't, right? Instead, when really failure in my life, every time I've had a failure, it's just catapulted me into the next thing. The first time I got a second job that I loved, and I was traveling the world. And then the next time when I felt like I had failure, it launched me into this. And so I think treating those as adversity or challenges, right? Those are words that you can overcome. There's hope, right? You don't necessarily, it's weird. I think it holds a lot of people back, the failure word, because it sounds so...
It's terminal.
There's no coming back, right? Yeah, totally. And it scares a lot of people from taking simple action steps,
right?
Instead of using adversity or challenge. So I really think if we just viewed, don't use that word as much, or at least use it in a different context to where it's positive, because now one of our one of our company core values is seek failure.
Yeah.
Because we know it's gonna allow us to personally grow, right? We're gonna get better at what we do. So.
I think that's awesome. So your why, right? More or less being able to live life on your terms. I look at that with the other two challenges you had with your corporate world, where your biggest source of frustration was that decisions were made for you.
Right.
So do you think this is something that's been with you your whole life, or this is something that happened after you graduated college?
After, for sure. I didn't even know that you could do that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I had no idea that you could even do that.
Yeah.
So I thought it was just a saving game. I thought it was as long as you can be as frugal as possible and save enough money that you can retire early. I didn't know that there was another route to do it in.
What is your biggest struggle right now?
I would say the hiring. I think one thing with the virtual assistants, it's you have to hire 3 or 4 for every 1 or 2 that stick. So that's a time commitment for my lead manager now. And the constant reinforcement, positivity that is needed, we try to eliminate the word try from anything we do. So just like Master Yoda says, there's no try.
Did you just say we try to eliminate the word try?
Did I?
I think that's what I heard.
See, I even have to catch myself doing it. That's ironic.
Yeah.
But in the words of Master Yoda, there is no try, only do or do not.
Yeah.
Right? So we eliminate that word, and we want to and are committed to, when we say that, what do we actually mean? No, we're actually going to do it. And that's where the affirmations come into play too. So I think hiring, finding the right people for the roles, like not getting crazy in love with scaling. I think scaling is sexy. It's something that everyone wants to do. Yeah, let me go live on a beach and everyone else can just do the job for me. And, right? That's not how it is. So,
and I think that's a very fascinating point, because a lot of people, the biggest thing they talk about is wanting to scale. And before you can scale, you got to master the systems and processes. And there's a whole bunch of work involved prior to scaling, but we all want to jump straight into scaling.
Absolutely.
What is your superpower?
So I think what I've noticed about myself, this has always been one of the hardest. Everyone always says hire your weaknesses and fire your strengths, right? Did I say that right?
Hire for your weaknesses.
Hire for your weaknesses and double down on your strengths.
Yeah.
There we go. And I couldn't really figure out what my strength was, because I was doing a little bit of everything, just like everyone starting out. You're just wearing every hat. So you think you just have to do it. So,
you have to do it all.
So I think what I've asked others about is I think a little bit has to do with the engineering background, but I have the ability to consolidate a lot of complex information and a large volume of it and condense it into actionable steps and create a vision and a do this, and it'll eventually lead to that instead of, and that was developed over time, because in the beginning it's, oh my gosh, how do I even get there? It's so overwhelming. What do I do? But just condensing it down into that and just making actionable steps in my mind and then writing it down especially is big.
So it sounds like you could have done that 400-page thing and simplified it to 3 if you really wanted to.
See, there you go. Exactly. Exactly. Those skills that you learn, right? They translate.
On IG, we got Investing with Calling wants to know, what was the hardest deal you've ever dealt with?
Probably some of the lawsuits, the ones that go the legal route. We had a male and female. If Brandon's listening, he'll get a kick out of this. He probably invested 30 to 40 hours worth of phone calls, 4 or 5 hours worth of visits. They were dog lovers, and one of them had wrote a book about a dog. He read that book. He's went
committed.
All in. And this is who he is, right?
Okay.
So this is why he's successful and he kicks butt, right? Mm-hmm. And this couple, it was a package deal. So they were selling her house and his house. They were selling his house on cash and her house on terms. And her house, the cash deal was a marginal deal, but the terms deal was sweet. Mm-hmm. So they were going to buy a place together. One was going to sell first, and then the other one was on a longer closing. And they were going to go buy a house together. Well, somewhere along the way, I think something went south in their relationship.
Life happens.
Exactly. And they just started making up stories after we were under contract. So Brandon went over there, explained to the nth degree, because we're always, okay, well, if you want to go the terms route, tell me about this. If you want to go the cash route, tell me about this. And explained everything to them. They signed the contract. And then later they said, Brandon, when he was over here and he was showing us the contract on his iPad, he was lying to us about, and Brandon's like, I don't even own an iPad. So they were just making all this stuff up to get out of the contract because something happened in their relationship. So going through that emotional roller coaster just because of the amount of time invested into it was a lot of drama. It ended up settling for like way less than what could have been, right? But I think sometimes when it goes the legal route, it's just so hard to not get emotionally invested to something you've put so much time and effort into. So.
And it definitely sucks going the legal route. If in an ideal world, we wouldn't have to.
Right. And it's almost always because I think this situation was different, but it's, who knows, but it's almost always because someone else just came in with a higher offer after you. Mm-hmm. That's all it is. Or promised, someone else promised them they could get a higher price.
Promised the world.
Exactly.
But I do love that Brandon was reading a book about dogs.
You'll have to ask him about that.
I would draw the line at reading a book about dogs. I mean, you love dogs, that's cool, but you're going to ask me to read a book about dogs. I'm drawing a line here.
We might have to put it in the show notes.
Yeah. Alizette wants to know, when you were new to wholesaling, what would you say to sellers who had problems you had not learned yet how to solve?
So for me and our team, it's not necessarily about solving the problem right away. It's getting a plan together for them and micro commitments to follow. Mm-hmm. So I don't necessarily have to have the Z answer, but if I have the A, B, and C steps to get there, then that's what we go around. So I don't think that there's many problems that I've heard of that can't be solved. I did just have an interesting deal a couple weeks ago. A property that's been in foreclosure for 14 years. The bank got dissolved, and then the owners just never made a payment for 14 years, and it never got foreclosed on. So every once in a while, there's a really weird thing that pops up that you can't control, but 99% of the time, there's always a solution. So you either use a mentor in those kind of situations, or better qualify them to say, okay, what action steps have you done? Have you talked to the title company? Have you talked to a probate attorney? What are you going to do if this happens or that happens? A lot of times it's just because they haven't taken the action themselves. So they're projecting a problem on you that they think is unsolvable because it allows them to not have to take any action. Right. And so, yeah.
So what are you doing with that deal?
Which one?
The bank dissolved deal, 14 years in foreclosure.
Well, they're not accepting any offers. So they were supposed to have an auction date last Monday, but they keep pushing the auction date back. So they just won't sign a contract because they never actually lose the property.
Yeah. So I got a guy I can introduce you to.
Okay.
Those are basically we call those zombie loans.
Okay.
All right. So Peter Ramirez wants to know, how did you find your general contractor?
Let's see. The first couple rental properties with the realtor that helped me, Corby, he had a guy. We've used a few different contractors, but that's how I found him, is he was doing some work on some of the rental properties. So what I like to do is I like to call property management companies. I like to call lawn care companies, plumbers, junk haulers, and I say, hey, who do you guys like to work with? Who's a good GC? So if you call 20 or 30 of those, I guarantee you'll find 4 or 5 GCs. And then it's just a vetting process.
Yeah.
So
you're just getting referrals.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's the greatest lesson that you have learned? The
greatest lesson, I think optimism and positivity is incredibly powerful. I think it's really easy, especially being virtual, like I was saying before, to get lonely and not have deals coming in. And I think I can't understate if you look at the most successful people in the world, they're always optimistic. There's no problem that they can't solve. And so doing daily affirmations has been really big for me. So I'll literally I'll take 5 to 10 minutes in silence every morning, and I'll write down affirmations and goals for the day. And it really just helps me stay in the moment and ignore the stress and everything else going around.
Yeah.
Super helpful.
Well, I think you're absolutely spot on as far as the most successful people are optimistic, because they feel like they're super lucky.
Right.
We all have the same good and bad things happen to us, but the ones that always feel they're lucky tend to have more luck.
Yeah.
And the ones that tend to feel they're unlucky tend to experience more bad luck.
100%. Yep.
Is there a book you've gifted more than any other?
The One Thing, definitely, by Gary Keller. So I struggled a lot with shiny object syndrome. I still do every day, right?
Yeah.
And so I think it's good to read that book like once a year to really, and I have to force myself to write stuff down because I cleanse my mind that way. If I'm thinking about 10 different things at any one given time, I can't focus on anything, right? Then nothing gets done. So
yeah, The One Thing is an amazing book. I actually had a chance to watch Gary Keller when he was touring. And so he was presenting the lessons in the book too. So I got to read it and I get to watch him present on it. So it's pretty cool.
Oh, right on.
So I want you to think about a message you want to leave the listeners with.
Sure.
Hey guys, if you guys got value today, please like, subscribe, share, comment. And it sounds selfish, but it helps us in the algorithms, right? We can reach more people. We're trying to create 100 millionaires. So if you guys can do that, that'd be much appreciated. We do have our all-day sales training coming up on September 24th or 25th. Disruptors.com/sales training. Your team got to experience that. It's helped.
It's badass. Sign up. Yeah.
So totally worthwhile. Next week, tune in. We got Blake Selby coming in. So last thoughts to leave the listeners with.
So just going back to clarity, one thing that when I was getting involved with Casey and his mentorship, I'd start asking him a bunch of questions like, what do I do on this deal? What do I do on that deal? And he always, hold on, take a step back. What do you want? And I would say, well, I want financial freedom and I want to do this deal. And no. What do you want? Like in life? Take some time, stop what you're doing, take some time this weekend or tonight or whatever, 2 hours of silence, write down what you want. Because I think we get asked that occasionally, but we kind of brush it off like, well, yeah, I want this, so I'm just going to keep doing this, right? No. We don't actually take the time to really understand the magnitude of that question, because the outcome of that question gives you total clarity, and it gives you, what do I need to focus on? And it gets rid of all the noise and everything else out. So that's something that has really changed our trajectory from even what I was doing in 2020 to what we're doing now in 2021, is that question, getting super clear on that question, and then everything else becomes an afterthought. So,
is there a certain frequency that you're doing this?
I like to do it quarterly.
Quarterly?
Yeah.
Quarterly, just 2 hours in silence.
Yep.
What does Ryan want?
Yep. And it's so powerful to reflect on that, because in this business, when you have successes, they're great, but are you really accomplishing what you want to do? Are you spending more time than you want to be working, or less time? Are you spending time on the things that really matter? I think it can be really easy to get caught up in the success and, social media and being a guru and, just conquering the world and domination, right? And it doesn't matter. It's all about what is important to you and how do you implement that. So.
Yeah, no, that's huge. If somebody wants to get a hold of you, how would they do that?
So the best way is to shoot me a message at Weimer Investments on Instagram.
There you go. Simple enough. All right. Thank you.
Right on.
So much.
Thanks, Steve. It's a pleasure.
Thank you guys for watching.
Facebook.
5, 4, 3, 2, and...
Hey everybody, thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we have Melissa Johnson. She flew in from San Antonio, Texas to talk about how she's flipped over 1,000 homes while raising 5 kids. If this is your first time tuning in, I'm Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. Question I get all the time is, how do I become one of the 100 millionaires? And the information on this podcast alone is enough to help you become a millionaire in the next 5 to 7 years. Take consistent action and you will become one. When you hear a nugget, type in the comments section, and after the show, identify your single biggest takeaway and focus on just that for the next 7 days. If you get value out of the show, please tag it from below, share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. This is a live show, so please ask your questions for Melissa to answer. You ready?
Ready.
All right, cool. First question is, what got you into real estate?
Well, let's see. I was working just, a corporate job like we talked about. I was working for a government contractor, kind of the cubicle situation. Real estate was not on my radar at all. I didn't know anything about it, especially real estate investing. All I knew about was real estate agents. And I was dating he became my husband later, but we were dating at the time. And his father was actually an investor. He had been a contractor, and then he got mentored and eventually became an investor too. And really what attracted me to the whole thing was his lifestyle. Like, it was just so, he had this big old RV and he was driving around the country, and it seemed like he was just really enjoying life. Mm-hmm. And I was not enjoying life in the cubicle. So it was kind of it was just like another side that I've never seen before. I wasn't raised that way. It was always work hard, go to school, get a good job with good benefits, and work until you die in that job.
Right.
That's how I was raised. And so seeing this other side was just like magic, and it's like, how can we do this? How can we have this life? So it was really about the lifestyle. It wasn't the money or the fact that he had all these properties. That was pretty cool, I thought. But seeing that really was inspiring and really made us want to figure out, a little bit more how to do that. So started doing that part-time for several years before going full-time finally. Mm-hmm. But, man, I couldn't go back after that.
Not employable today.
No.
So you were working in the government. What were you doing at the government?
I was working for a government contractor to the Air Force. Mm-hmm. So we had big contracts for like software development. And so I was doing a lot of security, processing of clearances, things like that, admin work, accounting management of the contract. So not really anything very exciting. And there was nowhere to go in that job either. It was a complete dead end.
So cubicle life was not for you.
It was not for me.
All right. So you got to see your future husband's dad, mm-hmm. and you saw the lifestyle that he had. And then what did you do? Like, how did you go from there, seeing it, to doing your first deal?
It was a lot of education up front, but a lot of action taking too. Sometimes I think we hesitate too much. We spend too much time in the education space and mm-hmm. not taking action. So there comes a time where you've got to implement some of that education. So spent a lot of time. At first I thought I might want to be a realtor. So I started studying, just like, I didn't know anything, like nothing. I didn't know what a title policy was. I didn't know anything. So I started educating myself, started learning about contractors and, how to make repairs and things like that. Just a little bit of everything, mm-hmm. and got a mentor. So that was a huge thing. And I always encourage people to get a mentor if you don't have one when you're getting started.
How did you connect with the mentor?
So that mentor was actually my father-in-law's mentor as well. And it was a good relationship because he was a private money lender too. Mm. And so we had to give up a lot initially, but that's how we paid for our education, was, doing deals, like trading deals tit for tat with him, splitting the deals 50-50, and we would be reimbursed for like our expenses if we did marketing and stuff like that. We'd get that back. But for the most part, it was really just, we didn't lean on the mentor so much for like, how do you do everything? It was like, we'll figure it out. Mm-hmm. And then when we run up on something that we don't know how to handle it, then we would go to him and seek help that way.
And so he was funding your deals,
mm-hmm.
and he was doing everything 50-50.
Yes.
You were sourcing the deals?
Say that again?
You were sourcing the deals?
Yes.
So this is kind of like, kind of see, like, kind of similar to like a bird dog model, where you were sourcing the deals, Well, I guess you were taking them down.
Yeah,
and
we
he
were
was
taking him
funding it.
down. Yeah, he
Got
was
it.
funding it. So we were actually in charge of the rehab, the process, everything.
Okay.
We did all of that. He would just take half of the money. So obviously that partnership didn't last for too long.
Right. But it is a way that we recommend for people that are brand new
Oh, for sure.
that don't have the resources to make private or hard money payments. Right. So the first deal is
Absolutely.
not so bad. How many of those did you do with him at a 50-50?
So this was kind of a unique thing. So the 50-50 splits were like for the actual like rehab flip, just retail flipping sort of thing. So we did that with him for years, probably like the first 4 years, maybe 3 years
For
actually.
quite some time.
It was a while. It was quite a while. But we
Yeah.
were also, we had a really cool deal with him too, because we would do long-term properties. So we would buy houses and we would owner finance them. And so we would take them down the same way we would a normal one, except we would keep the notes. So we would create the notes and we would keep a note. The next property that we did that was like that, he would take the notes. So we were just, he would take the whole note, but we would get to keep, the next one. So
Gotcha.
it was kind of a cool way to build up a portfolio of notes too at the same time.
Gotcha. So it was also convenient you got to learn about notes, not
Yes.
just flipping.
Yes.
So how many flips did you guys do together?
I don't know how many, but it was probably maybe about the first 50 or so, something like that.
That's quite a lot
It was.
for 50-50 deals.
Yeah. That's a guess. It might be less than that.
Okay. And then what'd you do? Well, what year did you start working with him approximately?
2003.
Okay. So you worked with him pretty much right up until the bust.
Yeah, it really was.
And then you decided to pivot around then.
Yeah, I think it actually, that relationship kind of, something happened. I don't even remember what happened now, but basically, we had to go out and find other sources of private money. And once you use the private money, like there was no going back after that. We were kind of vested in finding private money, so we had to find other lenders to do those deals with.
Okay. And so you had to go find additional money. So what was the transition after that?
It really transitioned more. It kind of stayed the same, honestly.
Okay.
It wasn't
So-
too much of a
So
transition.
but now you're flipping with other people's money.
Oh yeah, always.
Okay. So how did it affect your business as far as like, were you getting more flips, more opportunities, more margins, or because a lot of people have not experienced a downward shift yet, right? You got to experience that. As a plus or minus, I don't know, but you got to experience it. So how was that experience for you?
It wasn't really, I don't know. I don't feel like there was a lot of issues with it.
Okay.
It wasn't, I mean, we were able to obviously keep more money in our pocket after that relationship ended, but
But
was,
as far as the recession, like, how did that affect your business?
oh gosh, that, well, that was a scary time, right? Because we had lost the private money lender and this recession's here now. And luckily we were able to find some other people to finance deals, but we had to change our exit strategy at that time too, because before we could just, buy houses, fix them up, sell them, or buy houses, fix them up, create a note, and either hold the note or sell the note. It was a great time to sell notes prior, like right up to that point.
Right.
Did a lot of that. But then after that, it really just moved to more of just a flipping model for quite a few years. So a big portion of flipping was done during those years after 2008. But I was glad that we went through what we did at the time we did, because in 2008, the only way we could get rid of properties was to sell them with owner financing, because banks weren't making loans. And we were lucky enough to know how to deploy that exit strategy. So I think that really is what got us through that point where a lot of other people, fell down and got out of the business at that time.
Can you elaborate on that exit strategy?
Yeah, so we were just doing the same thing we were doing before, except before we would create the note and we would hold it or sell it. But these we would just strictly hold. We weren't selling those notes anymore because you couldn't sell them. But it was a great way to, we had to get rid of these properties somehow. We had all these properties in the pipeline and no way of getting rid of them. Banks weren't making loans, so
you're buying properties with other people's money, and then you resell those same properties with that same existing financing in place, but you create your own note that the new buyer pays.
right. So it's
Gotcha.
it's a wrap. So we were doing wraps.
Yeah. And I don't know what it is. It seems like of all the markets We see the South, it happens a lot. And it seems like San Antonio, everyone loves wraps.
I love wraps.
Yeah. Can you elaborate why is it, what do you love about it, and why is it so prevalent in San Antonio?
I can't speak to why it's prevalent in San Antonio. I'm not sure. I don't dig into other people's strategies too much. But for us, at least, I know that I love doing the wraps because I love, like, I don't like rentals so much. I don't like having to deal with repairs and you got to pay insurance and you got to pay taxes and all that stuff. So when we're selling properties and we're wrapping them, you know, it's being sold to an end buyer. So one, there's a win-win relationship there, right? Somebody gets to own a home that might not have got to own a home before. So that's good. It's a win for us. We're making money. We're collecting interest. We're building up passive income that way. And I love this strategy. It works really well. And the way I like to structure it is having a short-term wrap on my end. So I might not cash flow a lot at the front end, but I'm more interested in the back end of the deal. So I might take out a loan for, say, just $60,000 or something, you know, buy a house for $60,000, whatever, fix it up, sell it, you know, for $100,000. And my note is maybe 5 years because I don't like to go anymore. I go usually 5 to 8 years because I want to pay it off quick. But I also want to make sure I'm breaking even at least. So I might not cash flow a ton up front, but once that note is paid off, it's pure mailbox money after that. It's fantastic. So you're getting
the full thing, the full mortgage payment from them.
Right. With the interest obviously at a higher rate than what I'm paying too. So that's the other thing too. You're making money on the interest, you know, above what I'm even having to pay out to my lender. So that's nice.
For everyone that's listening, I mean, what is an interest rate that you're borrowing at, and what was the interest rate that you were collecting?
I hate talking about this because people are like, how do you sleep at night? But I will say, I think at the time we were at like 10%. That I was paying 10% to my long-term private money lender. And then I was selling on, I think, like 12%.
Got it.
And, you know, when people say, you know, how do you sleep at night? Because I've had people ask me that before.
Really?
And I always tell them I sleep fine. And the reason why I sleep fine is because we're giving an opportunity for home ownership that these people otherwise would not have had.
Yeah.
And I am very careful about who I put into these situations. I'm vetting them. I'm not just... It's not one of these like lipstick on a pig and, you know, you're going to take over the house and it's going to be, you know, falling apart in a year or something. You know, we do a full rehab. I vet people. We check their credit. You know, we go through all the processes because we want to set them up for success. You know, I don't want people getting foreclosed on. You know, I want 30 years of payments from people.
Well, and also if they're not paying you, then you have a hard time making payments.
Exactly.
Right. And so, yeah, we get people that I hear people complain about it, but these are the same people that complain about the fact that we buy houses for 70% of market value.
Right. Well,
but they never see it from the homeowner's perspective.
Exactly. And I always encourage them. Yeah, I encourage them. Like, yeah, your payment is, you know, first of all, these people only care about what their payment amount is every month. That's what I have found. They don't care about what the interest rate is or anything like that. If they can afford that $800 a month or whatever, like they're fine with it. And
it's a better product than renting in an apartment.
It is. It is. And, you know, and I want to encourage them, like, if you can get your credit better, by all means, refinance. You know, it's fine. I'll get cashed out.
All right. You
know, obviously I want to keep the payments coming in, but if it's better for them to refinance and cash out, then I want them to do that. So we want them to be successful in home ownership.
So that's how you guys survived the recession. Were there any other lessons during the recession?
Yes. You need to have reserves. And that came up again just last year with COVID and everything. You know, I had a lot of people not paying, and I had built up reserves, and I was...
A lot of people not paying as in tenants?
Yeah, because I do have rentals too. So my mortgage people, most of them were still paying. I don't think I had any issue. One out of all of them was an issue, but everybody else paid. But I did have some issues with tenants, and I was just glad that I had taken the time and had the forethought to plan for having the resources to get through that tough time, because a lot of people didn't.
Yeah. All right. So reserves, key for everyone.
Yes.
That's listening.
Yes.
All right. So you survived the recession. Things turned around. What was your business like after that?
Oh, it was full speed ahead after that. because so many people fell out of the market at that point. So
Got it. So you got to gobble up more market share.
There was less competition. Money was available. We were selling properties just left and right. The deals were easier to get. So it was great.
Yeah.
It was a great time for many, many years.
Yeah, and I think that's one question we get a lot is like, what are you going to do when the economy changes? And I'm like, that's freaking great, right? When the market changes, that's great, right? That's when things can easier. It seems hard, but if you're resourceful.
Right, and that's why having those resources in place for, you're ready when the market does change. Like,
right.
Like right now, I'm not really buying anything right now. I'm kind of sitting back and just waiting, but if you don't have resources, you can't really afford to do that, right?
No, you can't be as patient.
Right.
All right. And so along the way, there were other businesses that started, which are kind of like your own babies. And then you had babies. So let's talk about what that challenge was. You're flipping business, you're adding other businesses, and you're growing a family. Like, what was that all like?
It was like chaos. It was, but it was good. It was good. I really feel like that's where I learned a lot about delegation. Between that and building up the companies, before it was really a two-man show for many, many years. And so when I look back, it's like, how did, people ask me, how did you do that with all those kids? And I'm thinking, I don't know. I just did. There wasn't any secret formula to it, but you have to get help. I do know that either in the form, like at home and at the office,
Right.
So I ended up, I hired a nanny. That was really helpful. As the kids were older, they all were going to school and stuff like that. So it got a little bit easier over time. So moms out there, like it does get easier, but it does have a unique set of challenges, I think, sometimes being a mom and then balancing all that stuff out too, because I never truly believe in the whole work-life balance thing. So you're pulling away from something else all the time. And so I really made a commitment to the family of, I want to take my kids to school every day. I want to pick them up every day. I don't want to miss anything. They were all involved in stuff, and I didn't have to miss anything because I built the business to make it to where I could do that.
You were able to take all 5 kids to school, pick them up?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, they drive now, the older ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the time, and my kids are kind of spaced out too, so I should probably disclaimer with that, that when we started the business, I only had 3 kids. And by the end of everything, or up to now there's 5.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of change and growth within all that. They
Right.
get more independent, so that helps.
Got it. So what were some of those businesses that you started along the way?
Ooh, let's see. Well, we started, we had the house flipping business. We created an arm of that business. It was just wholesaling in 2014. So it was still the same business, but like we moved more to that model and had a situation for that. Then we started a software company. We started the business for the websites. We're doing that. And then I started a coaching business last year. And yeah, actually, we have a plan to open a synthetic ice facility soon too. So that's
synthetic
something.
ice.
Yeah.
What is synthetic ice?
Get that question a lot. So my son plays ice hockey, except there's one sheet of ice in San Antonio. So it's frustrating because they don't get, you've got different leagues and figure skating and public skating, all this stuff with one sheet of ice. So there's opportunity there. That's what I see it as, at least. And, it's like my son can't get enough time on the ice. So the synthetic ice we've discovered is some kind of like newer product. It's a special plastic. You can actually skate on it. So that's cool. And you don't have to keep it cold. So you don't need a Zamboni or any of that kind of thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
So you can have it in hot places like Phoenix or Texas.
Kind of like you picture those guys that are always like skiing or snowboarding in the sand.
Yeah.
Right. So it's fascinating. All right. So you started your software company. Is that company still around?
It is, but I'm not a part of that one anymore.
Gotcha. Okay. And so along the way, up until now, what would you say was your biggest struggle?
I think the biggest struggle along the way was just it was a lot of personal growth and development, honestly. Like it wasn't, when you go from a 2-person team and you're wearing all the hats to actually building a team, there was a lot I had to learn. So there was a lot of struggle in that of just like, I was never in a management position. I never had people under me. I was never like a supervisor or anything like that. And never really a leader in the workplace. And so I had a lot to learn about that. I had a lot to learn about how to lead people, learn a lot about myself. And as I was doing, I mentioned that because as I was learning more about myself, I was learning more about where are my strengths, where are my weaknesses, and then what am I enjoying about what I'm doing, and what do I not, and trying to build the business to fit around that instead of the other way around.
So what were your biggest strengths and what were your biggest weaknesses?
Weaknesses, I am terrible at managing people, terrible at it, because I just have the mentality of like, here's all your stuff, now be free and go do your thing. I don't really want to, I can't micromanage people. I just want to give people what they need to do the job successfully and turn them loose. And that doesn't work all the time.
No, it does not.
And so that was something I really had to learn how to do. It's a weakness that I have, but I feel like I've gotten better with that.
How did you get better at it?
Working at it, learning about it, educating myself, and then implementing what I learned. So learning from like the great leaders. Who are people that I look up to that are leaders like John Maxwell and people like that, and just like what can I take away from them that it resonates with me as a leader. And,
got it.
Yeah.
So did you read books? You go to seminars, sign up for coaching? What was the key for the leadership and managing people to get better at it? Or
I read a lot of books, and I did hire a coach. I'm a big believer in coaching. I have had coaches I've been doing this 18 years, and I still utilize coaching. I think there's never a point where you don't need help.
Right.
We always can improve somewhere. And so I hired a coach at one point that really helped me just learning about leading the team a little bit better and digging into my numbers better. That was something that I hadn't done before. We were just doing stuff and we were making money, but we never took the time to deep dive into any of that. And so once I hired that coach and took the deep dive, I was like, whoa. It was so fascinating to me. And I learned a ton from that and like changed the whole business after working with him.
What was it that you learned?
I learned a ton about our marketing, because everything starts with that, right? Like we have no business if we don't do marketing.
People don't know about us.
Yeah. So it all starts there. So if your marketing is not dialed in 100%, there is so much missed opportunity and so much waste. And I hate waste. Like there's nothing more that I hate than having my time wasted or my money wasted. It drives me nuts. So when I deep dived into the marketing, I realized like, my God, we're spending all this money, and like what's coming out of this? Like, how are we performing? And started really digging into like, how many leads are we getting? How are we converting those leads? What is our cost per lead, our cost per deal, our conversion rates, like our average profits, and all separated out by different marketing channels and campaigns too. Like I nerded out hardcore on that stuff. It was fascinating though.
So you nerded out on it. Were you the one doing it, or did you have someone else doing it?
I actually did that myself.
That's very impressive for a business owner to do themselves.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that anymore. But it's one of those, it's like when there's a problem in your business and you want to get to the bottom of it. And it was just something, it's like, I know there's opportunity here and I know there's room for improvement here. And at that time I was really focused on transitioning the business into running very lean. And I think that was kind of outside of the box at the time, because everyone at that time was pushing like, you got to grow and you got to scale and you got to do like hundreds of deals a year. And, and I was kind of
trapped in that.
Yeah. And I was following that model for a while because I thought, well, that's the next thing. That's what I'm supposed to do. And then I was like, I don't like this. And I had this moment. I was in a mastermind and we were there and everyone's like putting their numbers up and stuff. And I'm looking at all these numbers, and these are people with like teams of like big teams of people, and I'm looking at my little team, like we have like 7 people, and I thought I was growing and scaling at that point. But I looked at the numbers and I realized that my numbers were actually better than these people that had these huge teams of people and doing like tons of deals. And,
Right.
I mean, we were doing decent, but when you get down to the bottom line of it, like, what do your percentages look like? What is your gross profit? What is your net profit? Who cares about gross? Sounds good. It always looks good. But what is your net profit? What does your profit margins look like? And when I saw that, I realized we're actually doing really well. How can we do even better with what we have? And that was really eye-opening.
So if someone wanted right now to get better, get that dialed in, what would you recommend as far as, tracking those KPIs and so on?
I recommend like starting with your marketing. That's where it started for me. Just really digging into that. What's working, what's not working, what's you've got to know your numbers in this business. You can't fix anything until you know what the numbers are. So I really feel like it starts with that. Mm-hmm. It starts with you got to have your baseline, right? And then you figure out, okay, well, if I'm at this point, so now I know I'm getting this many leads that are coming in. I know we're converting at this rate. I know we're averaging this much per deal. Now you can reverse engineer that to figure out, okay, well, if I want to do this much in revenue, reverse engineer that. How many leads do I need to bring in? How well do we need to convert? Once we figured all that stuff out, things just started, we were just getting more and more efficient and doing better deals, better quality deals too.
Yeah.
We don't have to do as many when you're doing high profit deals. Yeah.
So, going back to what we were talking about earlier, the kids component, because I think that's one of the things that you've spoken on before about empowering women. And I think there's maybe some guilt or some challenges, like, how can you be a mom and run a business? So what is your perspective on that?
You can. We all can. Mm-hmm. I don't think it matters if you're a man or a woman. Does anyone ever ask you how you run your business?
They do.
With all the kids?
They do, but not in that way.
Right? It's a different conversation.
Yeah.
But, there is some differences there. Mm-hmm. I understand that. I'm not blind to that. But if you want something bad enough and you want to make it happen, then it doesn't matter if you have kids or not. Mm-hmm. You just figure out how to do it. So how do you do that? You hire help. You find, you get more efficient. Maybe, there are ways to do that in a way that doesn't stress you out as much, I guess.
Yeah.
And, delegating was key for me. And especially as the years went by, I started, at first I was like, I can't afford to hire a nanny. What are people going to think? Mm-hmm. It felt weird. And I think that's just a woman problem. We have mom guilt and stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's like, and what are people going to think? I'm not taking care of my kids. We're supposed to manage everything, right? We're supposed to be able to keep all the balls in the air and not drop anything. And it's so unrealistic. It's a harsh expectation that we put on ourselves, I feel like.
Right. And that's kind of what I want to dive deeper into. So how did you overcome that mindset of the guilt and so on, right? Because society applies pressure on you. Mm-hmm. What did you do to was it free the shackles of the expectations of society?
It's so simple. I just let it go.
Yeah.
I just let it go, and I wish that there was some kind of secret formula that I could share with people, but I think it's rooted in a self-awareness. Once you realize that's what's happening, once you stop yourself and say, you know what, I'm feeling really guilty about this, and asking yourself, well, why do I feel guilty about that? Is that within my control or not? Mm-hmm. If it is, then what can you do about it? If it's not, then you just got to let it go. You can't hold on to that guilt. You have to understand that, what you're doing for your family. Maybe that's part of your why. Mm-hmm. 'Cause I think that's really important too. And just, I think it's just a self-awareness and then a letting go of those things. If you can't control it, you've got to let it go.
So it sounds like there might be a little bit of an introspection.
Yes.
Taking a step back and looking at things.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. And then we talked about it a moment ago, starting multiple businesses. So did you have to remove yourself from the flipping business to do the companies? How did that whole situation work out?
Yeah. Once you've got it, you don't want to walk away from something that's not fully functioning. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah.
Once, once the house flipping business was going really well, then that was an opportunity to step over to the software business, and work in that environment, because I knew that things were being handled on my end. And, you never completely walk away from it. Like, I would never build something and just completely turn my back on it.
Right.
Because that's one of my babies too. You built that, you created that.
Yeah.
And we care like no one else will. No matter who you bring on, no matter who you hire, nobody's ever going to care as much as we do, because we built that, right?
Right.
And so, yeah.
So then you have someone that runs that side of the business, and you're like partially involved, or how many hours a week are you spending still in the flipping business?
Like 5.
Okay, 5. So there's someone else whose responsibility of managing that on a day-to-day.
Right.
And then how many other businesses are you running right now concurrently?
I am in 3 different businesses right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then what tips or tricks do you have for someone that's trying to manage multiple businesses?
Hire the right people.
Got it.
Sounds so simple, right?
It is really simple. But how would you go about doing that?
There's a lot of things about that. First of all, you need to know what people you need, like who are the key people that you need, and sometimes the people you think you need, you really don't need. So what I always encourage people to do, what I have my coaching clients do is like write down everything you're doing and then figure out, can you group those tasks together? And I tell them everything. Like, I don't care if you're buying postage stamps, like I want to know about it, because you shouldn't be, right? And like get it all out there, and then can you group those into some kind of a role? And then once you do that, figure out, okay, now out of all this, like what is my biggest pain point? What's the most painful thing that I'm doing that I shouldn't be doing? And also, what is the hire that's going to make the most sense to move the business forward? And I think that's something that people really need to focus on too. And then you bring the right people in the right seats. So understanding, like, there's a profile, for different seats in your business. So make sure that you're hiring the right person for the seat, and that you're giving them all the tools they need to set them up for success. You're not leaving them behind, and that you're constantly, mentoring them and coach. You can't just set it and forget it with people, No,
you can't. So who right now is doing the hiring?
Well, I have a COO, and they're responsible for managing the team. So we're not really hiring anybody right now. That's kind of been, since I am in so many other businesses, I'm sort of in a transition period with the house flipping company. So I'm looking to change that model up a little bit. Yeah. So it's not going to look the same as it was. Let's face it, I'm getting old and tired. It's like, do I want to keep flipping houses forever? Do I want to keep dealing with contractors? And, even when you have people doing the stuff for you, you're still part of it.
Right.
And so, I think that's an important thing to think about too, is reevaluating even your business and what you're doing in your business, what your role is in your business. Because, maybe there are things that you want to retain that you are good at and that play to your strengths that you like. And I think it's okay for people to do that. I don't think you have to fully remove yourself from your business if you don't want to. I think that, some people are like, well, you should be able to walk away and everything, But if there's something you want to do, like I love project management, and I project managed, like I still do project management, and I only do it because I like it. It's not because I have to do it, but it's something I enjoy doing, and I'm okay with that.
Project manage, as in you'll go to the properties and you'll deal with the contractors.
Yeah, but I'm getting tired of that now. It's been, but I have a good contractor, and that makes a difference too. And that's part of that, the right people. I have a contractor I've been working with for almost 10 years now. And that's so rare in this business. You don't find that.
Incredibly rare. Yeah.
But, that relationship's important, and that has been nurtured over all the years too. And I think makes a big difference.
And so you were saying, you're maybe shifting with what the business might look like. So what does it look like, and what do you want it to look like?
So right now I'm more of, because I am so involved in the other businesses now, I really want to take it back to a point of not so much active flipping, but more of the passive side of things. So I'm looking at maybe doing some commercial projects, and then adding more notes and rentals, more long-term sort of things. So stuff that I can do and then pass that off to management company to deal with, and still, be active in that area, but not have to be so focused and have a team built around that and everything anymore.
So flippings are going to go down, or flippings are going to go to zero?
I would like it to go to zero eventually.
Okay. How long out is eventually?
This is where I get stuck. This is what I'm still trying to think through, because, we still have leads and stuff coming in. We're still doing marketing and stuff like that. But, I've been cherry picking rehabs for a while now and just wholesaling everything else.
Yeah.
But, we have this system for like when leads come in, I have buckets that they go in. I have criteria for all of these. So everyone knows what the criteria is. So when a lead comes in, they know which bucket it goes in. Is that, a flip criteria? Is that a wholesale deal? Is that an owner finance deal? Is that a rental? And so when you know all that, then you can kind of build your plan out that way, I guess.
Right. So then if the flips go down to zero, how many wholesales is that?
Everything else.
Right.
Everything else that I don't want to keep long term would be a wholesale.
And how much volume do you think that would be?
Right now it wouldn't be too high because we're not doing too much marketing. So I don't know, a couple of deals a month.
Okay.
And I'd be fine with that.
And then keeping, how many properties are you still acquiring?
Those have been harder to come by lately, actually.
Yeah.
The ones that meet my criteria for notes. So I'm not really doing those. I'm keeping that on the radar. I still want to do that, but it's got to be the right property.
Has to fit the box.
Yeah.
So then you got a big rental portfolio?
It's decent.
Decent. But enough. I guess let me ask you this, because you feel like, you're kind of at a point where like, how much longer you want to do this? Could you today, if you wanted to just turn the lights off and just rest in your laurels?
Yes.
Okay. So that's awesome. I think that's aspiring, right? For a lot of people, like, you said you've been doing this for 18 years. There are a lot of people that are watching this that are just getting started or just heard about wholesaling. They've been doing it for a year. And that's the end goal, but not everyone knows how to get there necessarily. So let's say you were talking to a version of you, 18 years ago. What words of wisdom would you give to much younger Melissa on like how to build a retirement or build a portfolio so that you can retire one day?
Well, I guess to that, like I would have built a team a lot sooner so that I could actually do that. It was weird. Like our mentor never encouraged us to hire anybody. So I think that's why we wore so many hats for so long. So that was
He was also old school.
He's very old school. Very smart, very like nothing against him. That's just how he always operated.
But I think there are a lot of people that are from an older generation where it's like you just do it yourself, right? Like
Right.
So there's a lot of pride in not needing help.
Right.
Today, there's a lot of pride in having help.
I know. Like I couldn't do what I do without help.
Yeah.
And so I think that was the key, and that would be something I would tell my younger self. And then also to, buy and hold more of those too. Like I kind of regret selling so many notes in the beginning, but we were so focused on just like cash, like it was all about that at first and just doing deals and getting more comfortable. And then as time went by, those kind of slowed down a little bit and we were more focused on just the flipping and like doing those retail type deals instead of holding on to those. So yeah, I wish we would have held more notes.
Yeah.
Instead of bought so many rentals. I would have created and held a lot more notes.
All right. So the two biggest thing is building a team earlier.
Yes.
And then keeping more rental properties.
Yes.
Or keeping more properties, rental or notes or whatever, just more cash flow.
Yes. I should say this though, because I know I just said like you don't need to grow a big and scale a team and stuff like that. My team at its largest was only 7 people.
Okay. So,
and that felt good for me.
Yeah.
Because of the whole, like, I don't like to manage people, but I had really good people in each of the critical seats. And so I think that makes a huge difference too. You don't need a huge team, but if you have the right people on the team, that can move your business far.
Well, and I think the point you mentioned earlier, the profitability component, right? Mm-hmm. Like so many people are chasing gross because that's what's sexy on social media.
Right.
Right. But net is how you retire and build wealth.
Exactly.
So, okay. So a couple deals a month wholesaling, still flipping, not entirely in love with flipping. Is there a specific marketing technique that works best for you right now?
I love probates. I always liked probates, but honestly, the best thing that's working for me right now is referrals.
Got it. And how are you encouraging those referrals?
So this has been actually kind of cool because we went back into our CRM system, which is why you need a good CRM system so that you have all this information and take really detailed notes about everything. But we went back like 3 years and just pulled everybody that we sold a house to or bought a house from and launched this whole referral campaign, where it's like, hey, remember us? We bought your house on 123 Main Street. If you know anybody that wants to sell, if you have a friend, a neighbor, a coworker, a teammate, anybody, have them reach out to us and we'll pay you a referral fee.
Yeah.
And I tell you, like we have bought a lot of stuff off of referrals and follow up. And those two lead sources are awesome.
So one question I get a whole bunch is as far as the follow-up goes, right? Like that right balance of following up where you're harassing them, right? What do you guys encourage and what does it sound like when you call?
So for us, we come in kind of hot, at first because they've reached out, so they've raised their hand, they're interested. And so we are pretty persistent for like the first 2 weeks, and then it starts to taper off after that. So then that moves to like a monthly, and then like every 3 months to where eventually like it's just once a year for, older stuff. And we never take anyone out of our system. And that's something else I think it's important for people to hear. Like nothing is ever dead in our system unless it's sold and we can prove that it's been sold. Otherwise, it stays in there. It lives in there forever.
Yeah.
And it's important because like there was a house that we bought, I think it was maybe like 2 years ago. We had been following up with that guy for 5 years. 5 years. It's a long follow-up.
Yeah.
But, we stayed in front of him. And so even though it was, it was a no, because it's a no now doesn't mean it's not a yes down the road.
Right.
And so, we just reach out and it's like, do you need anything? Let them know you're still there. Hey, has anything changed for you? Is there anything we can help you with? Have you reconsidered selling? And those are the kind of questions that we ask when we're following up with them.
Gotcha. And then there was a question here. So Carlton wants to know, you do seller finance at 12%. How long do you carry the note, or do you help them get in position to refi out of it? So in the very beginning, we were talking about that.
Yeah. So I typically like to set up the notes on a 30-year for the end buyer. So again, with the wraps, I'm doing a short term, but I want to sell that on a 25 or 30-year. I always start with 30, and I really kind of adjust it to make the numbers work for who the end buyer is. So that's how we handle that. And then what was the other part of the question?
Are you helping them get to position where they can refinance you out?
Yes. I mean, not in a way where I'm constantly nagging them about it, but we do let them know, if you are interested in refinancing, anytime you're welcome to, and here are some resources for that. So I do have a mortgage broker that I work with that I send him people when they're ready, and then he will nurture them through and refinance.
All right, cool. So this is kind of hard to read. You guys have to make that a little bit bigger. All right, so Kai, trying to bring deals to my buyers and was wondering what percentage ARV are flippers looking for in the Dallas area?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not in Dallas.
Okay.
I'm in San Antonio.
All right, so then what percentage ARV are you guys selling at in San Antonio?
I'm still chasing the 70%.
You are?
Honestly, yeah.
Okay.
For my flips. I'm willing to budge a little bit on wholesale deals if I know I've got an end buyer, which that's part of our process too. We've got a pretty good dispo process, so I can push a little bit on that. But here's the thing, like this is where people get in trouble. You cannot force a deal. You can't make something be a deal. If the numbers don't work, the numbers don't work. Like maybe you can find some creative, ways to structure it, but the numbers have to be right, because you do a couple of deals, and I saw this. you do too many deals and your numbers aren't right, and then you're stuck holding the bag on properties that, you're basically upside down on. You owe more than what they're worth, and then you can't sell them for what you initially thought you could.
So this is something that I'm in your same school of thought, right? I don't want to buy bad deals. But you see so many people being rewarded with buying bad deals right now, right? I mean, like literally, we're 30% year over year appreciation in the Phoenix market, which is just crazy, which means it's over 2% month in, month out. That's a lot of appreciation in a very short period of time. Like, what would you say to someone that were to argue that?
Well, I think one thing you can do is this is where having a good buyers and knowing your buyers list is important, because if a deal comes up and maybe it doesn't meet that, and this is something I wouldn't do all the time, but this is where knowing your market's really important. If I know that's a hot area and I know somebody's, I've already talked to so-and-so and they're interested in that area, they have cash, they're ready to go, they're ready to buy in that area, then I can make that deal a go. Mm-hmm. And it might not be at 70%, but, we can still turn it into a deal. So right. I think there's so many other pieces to that. Like I said, knowing your market is huge. Knowing your buyers list and having a solid buyers list where you know what they want and that's a done deal if you get it under contract. Those kind of things I'm okay with. Yeah. What I'm not okay with is randomly, okay, we'll just, we need a deal, so we're just going to offer a higher amount. We're going to go over Mayo, whatever, and then over it doesn't work out.
What's Mayo? Oh, MAO. Got it. All right, cool. So you're gonna love this question.
Oh yeah.
So what CRM is Melissa using?
Melissa is using Left Main.
Yeah.
And it's awesome.
Right. What's awesome about it?
I really like it. I love. I have used many CRMs, and I've actually been involved in creating CRM, so I know quite a bit about this. And I think for me, I love the usability of it. I love that it's pretty intuitive to use. I don't have a lot of issues navigating around through it. The reporting is awesome, mm-hmm. and I think you can't get that with a lot of other systems. And I think it's because it is based on Salesforce, but just having those great dashboards with all your KPIs. I remember having to dig through, even when I was using other CRMs, having to go other places to get my numbers from my KPIs.
Right.
I don't have to do that anymore. So that's been really nice.
So one thing that we're in a process of, we expanded our office over here. So we got our wholesale team on that side. And we're getting a TV set up with a little computer on it so we can just have the dashboard up at all times. And everyone in the team knows how everyone else on the team is doing. Mm-hmm. At all times in the rooms on the screen. You can't hide from it.
Yeah.
Right.
That accountability.
Power of reporting. Accountability
is awesome.
Yep. All right. So let's see what else we got here. So 15% of ARV or after model. I'm not sure I understand that question. So you might want to get that question reposted. So you're constantly monitoring the reporting in there. Is there a certain stat KPI report that you love to look at the most?
Well, I like the marketing reports. Mm-hmm. I think those are really good. I just, again, I said it before, but everything starts with marketing. And so having a handle on those numbers, how are our efforts being rewarded? How are we performing? Because that says a lot just as an overview is very important. But then just knowing the individual KPIs too, how is the acquisitions? How are they converting? Mm-hmm. Do we have a lot of leads falling out? And, then we can dig into why that's happening, or why is our profit down, for these deals? So I think just all of it's really good, but marketing is just always my first go-to. But that's just me.
Gotcha. All right. And then, so how do you find ARV in today's market when some houses were last sold in the 80s, therefore reducing your max purchase price in today's market? I guess, all in all, how are you finding ARV on properties right now? What are you using? Because I think Texas is a non-disclosure state.
It is.
So how are you finding ARVs when you're buying properties?
So We are using PropStream. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite tools. It's like a must-have in our company. And actually, they've made a lot of changes to their data because initially, like a couple of years ago when it first came out, we were having issues with that because Texas is a non-disclosure state. So the numbers were not as accurate, I felt like. So we were still having to go to MLS to verify the ARVs. But now we're it's much more dialed in, it seems like. But again, this is another like know your market thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know what houses are selling for in certain areas just because, now we had a lot of changes lately. So I'm having to revisit some of that thinking because stuff is selling for crazy amounts. So, but I don't want to consider that the standard just yet.
Right.
Because what's happening now is not a sustainable thing. I don't think this is something that's going to, like, property values have increased, but what people are paying for properties is like so far above what they're valued at and what they're actually worth.
Yeah.
So I think making it an ARV determination right now is a little bit more difficult because of that situation.
Yeah.
Because when things change, those ARVs aren't going to be good in a couple of months,
They won't.
whatever, when it changes. So,
And going back to your point about knowing your market, it was actually a call we had, I think last week. It was a coaching student, and basically he was like, there's a house where it's not a good house, but it's on the best street in the best neighborhood and the best city. Like, should I stretch a little bit? And my answer to him was like, hell yeah, you should stretch a little bit, right? And this market, with such little supply, it's an ugly house, but best street in the best neighborhood in the best city. Like, let's go all out on this one, right? You can overpay, I think, even quite a bit more because of the crazy demand, right? So
I'm a big fan of knowing your market because there's so many things that play into that too, right? Like if you really know your market, those like opportunity zones, the boundaries of stuff. I talk about this a lot of just knowing, like in San Antonio, like we have Alamo Heights. So it's a very desirable school district and people will pay to be in that school district. But within that zip code, there is another school that feeds into that. And so I laugh when I see comps that come in and they're like, you can sell it for this much. Like, yeah, if it was in Alamo Heights School District, but it's not. There's a line there.
Just a few houses over.
Yeah, and you've crossed that line. Or like major roads, there can be some major roads where if you cross that major road or highway, the values are different.
Highway is definitely a big one.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that play into that. And when you know that, to me, I see it as a competitive advantage.
Right. It absolutely is. All right. So the next question, Priscilla wants to know, what position was your first hire and how did you find them?
So my first hire was acquisitions. That is, how did I find? He was, it was one of those situations where it was, I know a guy kind of a thing. So it was somebody that my father-in-law knew, I think. And he was interested in getting into the business. And so brought him onto the team and mentored him. And he did acquisitions for me. And eventually he grew into a COO role within the company too. And he helped me with marketing and stuff like that. But my biggest pain point was acquisitions. So that was my first hire.
Gotcha. And then Raylan wants to know, do you have a personal chef cooking for you and your family?
I love that. That's what I keep saying. That's going to be the next person I delegate because I hate cooking.
Yeah?
Yeah, I hate it a lot.
So we have, we just signed up for, there's a service, there's Nature's Purpose. And it's not a personal chef, but if you order ahead of time, they have all these pre-cooked meals. You just have to microwave them. And not bad. Not, a 5-star restaurant. But totally serviceable. And man, like, I eat better, still thinking about it, right? Like, my wife works hard. I come home, we're both exhausted. You can have a healthy meal that you just microwave. Total game changer.
A win-win.
Yeah. So we're not ready for a personal chef yet, but maybe.
I know. I keep saying, like, because I've got, I have someone who cuts the grass. I have somebody that comes to clean every other week, deep clean.
Yeah.
I'm okay with picking up, but I don't like scrubbing because it takes all day.
All right. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
My time's not worth it.
And there's other things you could be doing that you could be recharging. So the next question is, how did you and I meet?
Oh,
So that's an interesting question. So
I guess. Well, how did we meet?
I think it was through Don Costa.
I think it was through Don.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Don was someone that's been on the show, and then you guys had worked together with Ryan
Yeah.
Kalaba.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then you were at Wholesaling.
I was at
And then
Wholesaling.
we're both in Family Mastermind now. So
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
So there you go. And
we
then
know a lot
actually
of the same people.
run in similar circles, and we actually got the chance to do a call about a month ago.
hmm
All right. So yeah, that was pretty cool. So then we've talked about your why a little bit. You kind of touched on it, but can you care to elaborate? What is it that keeps you going?
Definitely my family.
Yeah.
And, I feel like a lot of people say that, but it's true,
Mhm.
and for me, it's not even like providing the, like being able to buy them cars or send them to college and stuff, which I've had to do. But yeah, that's fun.
It's a privilege.
It's a privilege. It's a privilege I get to do.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love there's just something about being able to provide for your family in that way and knowing that. But more so for me, it's really been about the lifestyle, and it's been about the freedom that it's afforded me. Not just financial freedom, but time freedom. Like I can spend time with my kids. I can provide for them. I can take them and give them experiences that I never got to have as a kid. We never took vacations or anything like that. My parents couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
We did okay, but there was no extras. There was no family vacations. There was no like designer clothes or anything like that. I had a crappy car,
Right.
for my first couple of vehicles. But I was lucky my parents gave me the car, but still, it wasn't like my kids have it way better than I did. But
Yeah, mine too.
I'm happy to do that for them. And I want to show them that there is another way of life, kind of how I got to see, like you don't have to go to college and get this job and like do this one thing your whole life. I want them to see there's other possibilities that.
So you have how many kids that
I have 5.
have gone to college?
3 in college.
3 in college.
Yeah.
So you're an entrepreneur. They've seen this side. Are you requiring them to go to college?
No, I
Okay.
am not.
So,
Shocking, right?
Well, because this is something that my wife and I have talked about, right? Like, do we force them to go to college? Do we let them do what they want? So, and I think this is a question that a lot of business owners kind of run into, right? Like, there was a great book, The Millionaire Next Door, and they talk about all the millionaires were created because they were business owners, and then they would send their kids to college, and that's not how they became wealthy. Why are we sending them to college?
Exactly. Well, what's funny about that? I'll tell you. My kids wanted to go to college, and it makes sense for the things that they wanted to do. Like my oldest daughter, she went to Texas A&M. She graduated from college.
Your daughter's graduated college already?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. Well, she's 29, so
Yeah.
she's my oldest baby. She just got married a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I guess now. But she went to college, but she wanted to be a vet. So
Yeah.
obviously you have to go to college to be a vet. But then she ended up not going to vet school. She did get her degree and she worked in a vet clinic. But the funny thing is now she's leaving that career for entrepreneurship. So don't lose hope if you do want your kids to be an entrepreneur. It might just take them a little longer to get there. I mean, I didn't become an entrepreneur till I was like 27.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was in me until I did it.
Right.
And now I know like that's who I was made to be. I feel like I'm living in my purpose being an entrepreneur because I love building things. I love starting things. And I try to show my kids that and teach them that. And it's like, if you want to go to college, I'm fine with that. But if you don't want to go, I'm okay with that too. But, obviously you're not going to lay up in the house and play
Right.
video games all day. You're going to do something. But
Yeah.
all 3 of the ones that are in college, my oldest is going entrepreneurship. I have twins that are in college right now. So one of them's going to graduate in December, and she'll probably use her degree. The other one is going to graduate in December also. from community college. She didn't go to a big university, but now she's going entrepreneur also. So she wants to start her own gym and be a personal trainer. And so she actually took it upon herself to go find a personal training course she signed up for, paid for herself.
That's awesome.
And yeah, it's cool watching them go down that journey and hearing my other kids, now the two younger ones that are still at home are 13 and 9.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem pretty open to entrepreneurship. So I think it's just living it and seeing it.
I think there's something that's interesting. I can't speak for the 9-year-old. I don't know what generation that is, but I think they're saying like the next generation, right? We've got the millennials, and then Gen X is after millennials, and then the Gen Z is the one after that, I think. And Gen Z is very entrepreneurial and very capitalistic. So like Gen X the millennials got to witness their parents lose everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
After the recession, watch their parents lose the house. They're very anti-capitalism. But the next wave, very capitalistic. So it's just kind of interesting to see how that all plays.
Yeah, it'll be interesting with the 9-year-old because, well, he's the only boy and he's the baby.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very much, that's a different culture. He plays his video games and I hear him talking, and so he's like, I want to be a YouTuber. Like that's what that generation wants to be. They want to be YouTube famous. That's all they care about. You don't need to go to college for that.
I understand that. What is your biggest struggle right now?
Oh boy, my biggest struggle right now. I think it's just making that transition. I don't know that I mentioned this, but I did go through a divorce a couple of years ago, almost 2 years ago now. And that really caused me to rethink a lot of things. And, that's kind of where I started thinking about like, do I want to flip houses anymore? So really thinking through, I'm kind of struggling, just like, what do I want all this to look like now?
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't have to stay the same. And that's the cool thing about being an entrepreneur. It can be whatever we want it to be. We can change our minds whenever we want to, and it's okay.
We don't need to submit it for approval.
Yeah. Because I always tell people, I'm like, I hate being in a box. Like I really hate it. And I didn't realize how much I hated it until I put myself into a box with the business.
Yeah.
But now I feel so much more freedom, and I feel like I can do really what I want to do. But what is that, and what does that look like? And so that's really kind of a struggle right now, is just figuring that out.
What are you doing to figure that out or resolve that?
A lot of thinking and a lot of trying, just trying new things. I'm going to try this, and how does that feel? Am I enjoying this or not? Right now I'm working actually with Stephanie Betters at Left Main, and I'm working on partner relationship with her. So bringing in people that want to, promote and use the software and have integrations with the software and stuff like that. And I'm loving it. I really, really am enjoying it. It's, I'm still in my same space. I still get to be connected with all the people I've been connected with, all this time. But it's been a nice kind of brain break too, just to focus on something else that I really enjoy.
Right.
And, that other stuff will be figured out. But in the meantime, I'm doing something that I like.
Gotcha. What would you say is your superpower?
Ooh, delegating.
What do you attribute that to?
Being bossy. I think it's really just, I have really come to understand that I can't do everything myself, and I lived with that for a long time. And I think that's what leads to a lot of that guilt and stuff too, is like thinking that we have to do it all and not asking for help. And once I realized it was okay to ask for help and seek that help out and find the right person for that, then it just made a difference. So once I started delegating, I couldn't stop. I was like, what else can I get off my plate? I just started handing off everything. I mean, I handed off my bookkeeping, my note servicing, cleaning the house, doing the yard, the pool,
everything but cooking,
the nanny, everything but the cooking.
So are you in your, growing up, oldest sibling, youngest sibling, where do you sit on that?
That is a very interesting story that I'll probably give you the background later on. But I was the oldest, so I always grew up as the oldest. And actually, about a year and a half ago, I found out I have an older sister. So now I'm struggling with being the middle child.
Well, I only asked that question because I am also a huge delegator, right? And I think that came down to, because I'm the oldest sibling, right? So I got 5 younger brothers. So I just say, hey, mom wanted this done. And I just delegated it, right? Mom says, hey, when I get back, I want this done. So, no problem. And I'm just supervising. Hey, this is what mom said. And it got done. And I think, I got a lot of practice delegating. The younger brothers might not appreciate that, but
I find myself doing it a lot. It was funny. A couple of months ago, my daughter came to get a bunch of stuff out of the garage. I cleaned out the whole house. And I said, I got all this stuff out here. Do you want any of this? She's like, yeah, I'll come by and take a look and pick out what I want. So she comes over, we're like picking out what she wants, and we're all loading it, in the back of their car. And after a while, she started laughing, and I said, what? And she goes, you're just standing there telling us all what to do. And I said, I didn't even realize I was doing it.
Yeah.
Like, hey, get that, and can you put that over there? And
a lot of ingrained leadership, a lot of practice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a book you've gifted more than any other?
There's 2, actually. One of them is The Advantage by Patrick Lencioni. I love that book. I think everyone should read it, and everyone that's in a leadership position should read that book. And more recently, Everything is Figure Outable.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Who's that by?
The book is awesome. Marie Forleo. I can't ever say her name, something Italian, but it's a great book. And it came to me at the perfect time, because I am trying to figure a lot of stuff out. So it was good.
What is The Advantage about?
The Advantage? You haven't read The Advantage?
I read it, but it's been a long time.
Okay. I call it the softer side of traction. Mm-hmm. So it's really about building your company's culture, the core values, your mission. It's more related to organizational health.
Gotcha. Versus
just like, these are your rocks and this is your meeting structure. And like, I love traction, but I love those 2 combined together because there is that human element that's in that book that I think is missing in traction.
Yeah. And I think Patrick Lencioni has written many, many great books.
Oh, yeah. I love all his books.
Yeah. All right. So I want you to think about something you want to leave the listeners with. A couple of quick announcements. Hey, guys, if you got value today, please like, subscribe, share, comment. Really helps us, helps the algorithm, helps us reach our goal of creating 100 millionaires. And we do have our all-day sales training in 9 days. So if you guys are interested, please shoot me a DM and we'll get you situated. What are some last thoughts you want to leave the listeners with?
Last thoughts. Let's see. I think the biggest thing I would like to share with people is kind of a little bit personal, but I think it's important because I think we get stuck in this it's like we got to hustle and grind 24/7 thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm not a fan of that. Like, I think there's a time for that. And I think there is a building time where maybe you are working, but I want to caution people to be careful about how much time you spend with that, and don't do it at the expense of your relationships. Don't do it at the expense of your family, your friends, the people that are important to you. Because it's real easy for that to happen. Mm-hmm. And you think, like, I'm building this thing for my family, and once we get to this point that we're gonna have this great life, and you're missing out on your life right now. Mm-hmm. And I just see that so much, and I lived it too. And I just want to caution people, don't miss the day to day. Don't wait until you make $1 million or you flip 100 houses or something. Like, be in those moments, be present in those moments now. And you can still enjoy the fruits of your labor later, but just don't build at the expense of everything else in your life that might be important to you.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great reminder. Enjoy the journey.
Yes.
Right. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
It is. And it's hard to remember that when you're in it, but
yeah. It's hard if you're not taking a step back, which we talked about earlier, is the introspection.
Yes.
Right. You got to have some quiet time for yourself.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. How can someone get a hold of you?
I have a website. Mm-hmm. It's themelissajohnson.com. Pretty much everything is on there. All my social links are on the bottom of the first page. My podcast is on there. The coaching stuff I offer is on there, and just a little blurb about me. So if anybody wants to know about me, they can go there.
Awesome. Very cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys in a couple of weeks. Awesome.
Yay.
Very cool.
And so this young kid pulls up at my house, the gentleman I was doing the mortgage with, and he was a few years younger than I was. And he pulls up in a black 911, black on black convertible Carrera Turbo, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so at that age, cars were still important to me, and they're not necessarily now. But of course, I wanted to know how did you're 20? I was 29. I think he was probably 26. Like, how'd you get that? And he's like, doing this, mortgages, right? And I was like, really? And I said, do you guys have an extra spot on the team? And he said, let me check. And he called me back, and he said yes. And so it was at that point that I broke away from corporate America. And at that time, you had to have a year's worth of experience before you could start your own mortgage brokerage in Florida. That was kind of the legal proceeding, if you will. And so I went to work for the shop he worked at, and then a year later I was up and running and had my own brokerage. Yeah.
So you went from corporate America to starting your own mortgage brokerage.
Yes.
In a year.
Yeah.
All right. So before we jump into that, okay, what were you doing exactly in corporate America?
I'd had a couple jobs. I was prior to taking that first leap, I worked for Johnson & Johnson in pharmaceuticals.
A sales rep?
A sales rep, yeah. Which, the funny thing is I thought that was my dream job, and once I got it, I despised it.
What did you despise about it?
It's not so much, I think, what I despised about it as much as what it showed me about me. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it showed me, you'll get a kick out of this, but it showed me that if I got a steady paycheck, that I'm going to go to work at 10 and come home at 3.
That sounds very familiar.
It wasn't until I had to, for lack of a better term, eat what you kill, when I began to really perform at a much, much higher level.
So not really the model employee.
No, not at all. But I knew I was better than that, but it was because of I was a kid working for J&J, 24, 25 years old, making a big salary, company car, all the good stuff, and it was kind of like a race to the bottom because I was like, man, I'm good,
What were you making when you quit? I mean, this is a while ago, but for perspective.
Yeah, when I was 29 years old, I would say I was probably making at that point maybe close to $100,000.
Okay.
That was a long time ago too.
Yeah,
that's a crazy thing, right? That was almost 20 years ago.
But it's just because one of the things that we talk about is good is the enemy of great, which is you have a good salary, it's even harder to quit. So how were you still able to make the leap? Because that's a question I get. Like, when's the right time to quit? But you were making good money. So how did you figure out it was still the right thing to do to quit?
I don't know that you ever know it's the right ththing to do, right? It's a scary process to shift from a steady paycheck to not having a steady paycheck, right? It is a leap of faith in yourself. But I think for me, the way that I did it was, it's not that I had a bunch of money at that time. It's just that I went and got a home equity line of credit. And
really familiar story.
Yeah. I got a home equity line of credit for $40,000, and I used that to start the business. And part of it too, I kind of transitioned again. Out for a year, I worked for someone else, right? So I was able to learn the business and get a certain level of confidence before I technically started on my own, which was a year after leaving corporate America.
What did you do in your first year in mortgages?
I mean, like, what do you mean? What did I do?
Volume, commissions.
Oh gosh, I don't even remember. Yeah.
Did you come out of the gate flying, or was it a struggle?
I came out of the gate doing pretty good, but I can't take credit for it, which is funny because it relates to what we talked about at our event this week. How we were talking about how, listen, everybody thinks they're a rock star right now, and I told everyone it's 50% you and 50% the market. I was in a similar situation when during the early 2000s there was a boom going on. Not only was there a construction boom from a housing perspective, but rates were dropping, which also created a refinance boom, right? So I was killing two barrels of fish at that time, right? So I did well. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I can tell you I did well, and then not necessarily because was a rock star at that time, more so, but because
the market, time to be a loan officer.
Yeah, the market was fantastic.
So you go from loan officer to starting a brokerage after 1 year, which is kind of aggressive. So how was that journey?
I'm aggressive, Steve.
You are aggressive. So how was that journey?
Yeah, I think that's always scary, but I had felt like for the majority of my life that I was going to have my own business, right? So, but you take a loan out on your house, you have even though even though I was in sales, I didn't have any real corporate experience as far as how to grow a team, how to manage a team, how to do any of that stuff, right? And you just kind of, you walk into it blindly, and that's the part that's scary. And I think when you're young, even when you're old, a lot of entrepreneurs struggle with building a team, right? It's kind of like, hey, sit down there, do what I need you to do, make me some money, and if you can try not to bother me in the process, that would be great, right? And we all know that model is very limited in scope.
Yeah,
so
it might have worked in the 1970s,
right.
not so much today.
Right. So it was, it was a fun ride. Again, things were explosive at that time. I think when we kind of peaked out before the market crashed, the store started in 2008. We had about 14 loan officers, three processors, and we were in there banging. You didn't have to do.
You started the brokerage? No,
Yeah.
The mortgage brokerage. You started in 2008.
Mm-hmm. No. I started in probably 2001.
Right.
And I'm saying in 2008 is when everything started.
Took a slight turn.
I think more so like the wheels began to fall off.
Yeah. So, we saw a lot of people that did really well, and they lost everything. And in some ways, okay, so you're included in that category.
Yeah.
So what was how high did you get? Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
Yeah, I think when the wheels started to fall off at that time, and we were probably cranking out anywhere on a month-to-month basis, 75 to 100 loans a month. Yeah, we were banging. But again, I can't say enough about the fact that it was so much about the market. It's like it's not that you really needed a sophisticated mortgage, but you need somebody to answer the phone, right? It wasn't really salespeople; it was order takers.
Yeah, well, at that time.
Yeah. Things, that's when the financial crisis kind of hit, started to everything to unfold in 2008.
But did you have like big house, bunch of houses, fancy cars?
Relative to that phase of my life? Yeah. I was spending everything. I had gotten my first house that was always a dream of mine, a house on the water. I got my first house on the water, had beautiful cars, was, spending all my money.
Weren't really saving a whole lot.
No. I've got a lot of wisdom at this phase of my life, and it comes from getting your teeth kicked in during those time frames.
It's interesting. See, it didn't matter how successful you were. A lot of people all got reset to zero.
Well, you've been in CG, I guess, for 11 or 12 months now, and I would almost think that you've probably heard me say this multiple times: making money is a skill set. Mm-hmm. Keeping money is a discipline.
Right.
And at that time, I had no discipline. But after you get a little, ass whipping, for lack of a better term, you start to appreciate that they're two different,
completely
arenas.
Different skills.
Yeah.
So what were your lessons?
That's one of them, right? Making money is a skill set. Keeping is a discipline. I have a whole different financial philosophy now than I did then. But I, number one was to live below my means, which I do very much to this day. Live below my means, making money is a skill set, keeping it's a discipline, having a plan of what to do with what you keep. I think, and again, I don't know that these were my lessons now, but I think for the folks listening, there's probably a bigger value from sharing the wisdom I've learned over time between then and the 14, 15 years since then. Would be I follow what's called the Profit First model, right? There's a gentleman named Mike Michalowicz, and he wrote a book called Profit First, and it's really about, he kind of turns the traditional model of sales minus expenses equals profit on its head, right? He says profit is more than a line item on the bottom right-hand corner of your P&L. It must be extracted. It must be taken from the business on purpose. And so, following his model, really, the goal, first of all, I think it's critically important. I think a lot of real estate investors make a mistake of trying to create passive income too soon.
Really?
I think the best way to create a lot of passive income is to have a just radical active income, right? Then
sure, that helps.
Oh, yeah, right? Yeah. And then the passive side becomes easy. But that model is really, there's like 5 different bank accounts. There's your cash flow account for your business. There's your retained earnings for your business, so that like when something like last March breaks out, that if you've got retained earnings, you're like, okay, this is not going to be fun, but we're going to make it through because we've been smart. We have retained earnings in the business. And then there's effectively the retained earnings for your family, if you will, right? To make sure that regardless of what happens in your business, that your family is going to be okay, right? And then there's your money that you're going to invest. And then there's obviously the tax man, Uncle Sam, your business partner.
Uncle Sam always he always has a seat at the dinner table.
He does. I found him to be a pig, quite honestly. He's always gobbling. It's like, come on, man. But
I want to touch on something here because we're talking about profit first. Because we've had other people come on the show. They're talking about the importance of paying yourself, and there's always afterwards I see comments like, no, as a grinder you got to put it all back in the business, which I used to have that mindset, and I was always broke. So what would you say?
Yeah, well, I think there's danger unless you have visions of creating a quote unquote unicorn like an Uber or the $1 billion company. I mean, unless you have a dream like that, the reality of it is that 99% of entrepreneurs following that model can be, quite honestly, can be dangerous, because if you put all your money back into your business, you can scale yourself out of profitability, and then if you hit a bump, you're not prepared for that bump or have any money, like I said, retained earnings or what have you, to make it through the bump, you can come off the rails completely, and so I think it's important. Now, granted, you do have to get to a spot where I call it, you got to get to a spot where your business has got CPR, right? You do need to get to a spot where your business is profitable consistently, predictably, and reliably, right? And then at that point, I think you need to be disciplined in taking money and putting it into some of the different facets that we just talked about, right? But everybody has their own journey. That's one of the things we talked about this week at CG, right? For 1 in a million folks that is putting every penny back into the business, it works out. For most, it doesn't, because you scale yourself out of your profitability. All your money, get more people, more deals, more, and then you hit a bump and you got no oxygen.
Well, and that's what I was telling my wife, like when COVID first struck, was that I felt bad for all the entrepreneurs that have been sacrificing all these years waiting to extract, and then you get this massive speed bump, and now like those 7 years, 15 years of sacrifice, and that's all gone. Right.
Well, now, we've obviously been very fortunate the way
blessed.
COVID turned out. Our industry relative to some has
Our
been,
industry has.
Oh, yeah. Right. We
but
were
not the restaurant industry.
Right. Very fortunate. Right. So I'll never forget when that broke out. We were in CG last March, and I did a little video saying, if you got any questions about whether or not you're going to make it through this, the answer doesn't lie on your P&L. It lies on your balance sheet.
Exactly.
Right. And some people focus merely on building a business, when in fact you should also be focusing on building a balance sheet.
Right.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of wisdom there that might be missed, but it's
sometimes
important.
You got to get popped in the mouth first before you listen, to somebody.
Right.
Which is what...
When a student is ready, the master will appear.
Exactly.
So, all right, so things kind of fell off the rails a little bit.
All of it. Business, marriage, whole, all of it. Yeah.
So that's 08. So then what was your next step in your journey?
So I just kind of looked up and said, I got a skill set that I've developed doing mortgages. What can I do with that skill set? And that was at the time when everything was being short sold. And so I was like, well, I will begin processing short sale loans, or not short sale loans, but short sale packages for real estate agents, right?
Oh, I didn't know you were doing that.
Yeah. Oh, well, it was miserable.
Doesn't sound fun at all.
I'm a people pleaser, And no matter how good you were at doing that, because of the length of time that it took to get it done, nobody was ever happy, even if you did a great job, right? And I couldn't stomach that, right?
You're like a host at a busy restaurant. It doesn't matter. Like
exactly, right? You walk in, you want to be, you don't care. I don't care you're busy. I want to sit down now,
right?
And that's not how it works. So at that time, that's really, I was like, I can't stand this. I want to make people happy, right? And so then I transitioned to actually flipping short sales. And during that, I was just getting the hang of it, right? Just getting the hang of it. And you could do dry closings, which means you could use the end buyer's money that you were flipping it to close your deal. Just as I was and I needed that because I didn't have any money. Right? I was broke. I needed that. And just about the time I was getting the hang of it, they changed the rules across the country where you had to do wet funding, which means, listen, you got to bring your own funds up front to close the deal, then you can turn around and sell it. Well, I remember that conversation with my title agent. She called and she said, listen, we got a problem. You got to bring your own money to this closing today because the rules have changed. And I was like, Barb, what are we going to do? We got a big problem here. She's like, no, baby, we don't have a big problem. You got a big problem, right? And it was a $402,000 problem. That was the closing on that deal. And then we were selling it for $495 the same day. And I called a friend of mine, a guy named Stephen Dahlhair, and I was like, man, I'm in a jam. You know, he's big money. Mm-hmm. I was like, I'm in a jam. I need $402,000 for a couple of hours. And he's like, well, you know, what are you going to kick back when it comes back in a couple of hours? And I was like, 2 points, right? Like $8,400. And he's like, wait a minute, I want to send you this, and like today you're going to send it back with $8,400. And I was like, yes. And so that's exactly what happened. And you can imagine his question the moment we finished that transaction.
How many of these can we do?
Yeah. Can we do this again?
Yeah.
Right. And I said, well, if this is a problem for me, it's obviously a problem for everyone.
Well, it's an industry problem now.
Yeah. And so we set out at that point to form what was called iVisionary Financial. And we knew that would have a limited lifespan, either for a variety of reasons. Either the banks wouldn't want you to do it, or the short sales would come to an end, or whatever. But we had a fantastic run, which is that's really where I kind of, for lack of a better term, began to recover and get back on top, if you will, from that drubbing I had taken. We started iVisionary Financial Solutions, and for about 4 years, we got to the point where we were lending about $75 to $100 million a year off of only a $5 million credit facility, because it was you didn't need
transactional funding.
Yeah, you didn't need a ton of money because it was always coming in and out, right? And so.
Pretty good ROI for your buddy there.
Well, I used to pull it up on my calculator and plug it in, and it would just come up and say good enough. Yeah, it was great for both of us. There was actually another partner, a guy named Dan Rose, and we had the business split evenly, and we all three of us just did fantastic. I would go get the business. Dan would do the docs and vet the title companies, and Steven was the money man, you know. And so,
wow.
Yeah.
But that's not around anymore.
No. That was, again, that kind of got, transactional funding was hot at that time, and because of all the short sales, and as the industry began to, get back on its feet, it kind of phased out, and then lenders started putting what you call deed restrictions on there.
Well, that was my next question, because short sales, that was something that came, 90-day deed restrictions, 120-day deed restrictions.
Yeah, and so that slowly began to suffocate that business.
Right.
But the cool part is that right at when that was starting to happen, I had started CG, and so I took my foot off the gas of one and put my foot on the gas.
And when was that?
I started CG about it's actually 11 years ago this month.
Okay.
Yeah. So whatever. That's
so COVID was your 10-year anniversary present.
Yeah. March of last year. Yeah. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Right?
That's awesome. All right. So what compelled you to start CG?
I'd love to give you this fabulous story and tell you it was a calculated decision, but the reality of it was, I came to be like super candid today, it was kind of an accident. I was in a mastermind that wasn't necessarily real estate specific, and I saw the model, and at the time I had built a list. We used to lend people money at iVisionary by doing webinars about showing how people were flipping the houses, and then we'd say, hey, you go out and find the flip and we'll fund it. And I built up a respectful following at that time, and also knew who were doing a lot of deals, because there are hey, this person,
right.
we lent money to this person 8 times this month, we lent to that person 11 times this month, right? And so I saw the model and was like, hey, there's really nobody doing this in our space. And I started it as just honestly a side project. Another way to make
side hustle is what the kids are calling it.
Yeah, the side hustle.
Yeah.
Another way to make a few bucks. And then once it got rolling into it, realized that this model tapped into something that I didn't know was one of my, like, a God-given talent, and that's connecting people.
You are a connector.
Yeah. I love it, man.
Yeah.
I love putting two people together, and then like their call or shoot me a text and like, hey man, you introduced me to this person and this person, like this just happened this week. I walk into CG, and a gentleman named Jim Shields called me, I don't know, it was maybe six or 8 months ago, and said, hey, I've got this project It's about a $26 million ground up construction on an RV resort. I put them together with Brian Yarnell, another CG member. And here we are. We show up at CG, and I walk in, and Brian and Jim's like, "Hey man, Brian funded that $26 million deal, you know." And I'm like, "No, you know, that's cool stuff, man. I dig that."
Really
and that'll
cool.
change. That'll probably change both of their lives.
Yeah.
You know, that's for relative in size to what they've been doing. That's a pretty big deal, right? So
26 million is a pretty good size.
yeah, that's a pretty good size. That's not necessarily even commonplace on a daily basis with what I'm doing, right? But I love connecting. You know, when Mark Delatour says, "Hey, we're going to scale into different markets," and he starts using the connections in CG, those wholesalers, to provide him product that he can turnkey. And when you know, it's just like, man, that's
Well, Jason Lewis and I
cool.
were talking
Yeah.
2 days ago. I was like, dude, I've got this product. I think that it would be good for your clients. It would be good for my clients. And it's basically just having a computer listen to the calls and say, this is what's working or this is what your guy's screwing up.
yeah,
Like, just more collaboration,
yeah,
right? Just because we're hanging out.
Yeah, that's, I mean, to me, that's the best part of CG.
Yeah.
That's what I dig doing. That's the best part of CG. Just, you know, guys and gals getting together and complimenting one another and making things easier.
Yeah.
You know, that's, I mean,
So well, I guess when you started it, your database was Florida or is it nationwide?
it was nationwide. Yeah.
So you're doing transactional funding nationwide.
Mhm.
Okay, so you had a pretty good database. You had a pretty good book of business to
Yeah,
get started.
yeah, decent. I had a decent start. I think there
Yeah.
were 9 or 10 folks at that first collective genius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. So
Mm-hmm.
what does it look like today in there?
So today we have 2 different levels. We just launched one. I'll get into that in a minute. But right now we have about 160, I guess you'd say businesses, memberships, if you will. And a lot of those folks have business partners. So the amount of people that are in what we call CG Premier is probably in the 250 range. But it's comprised of about 160 businesses, and some of those people have business partners, which gets us to 250. But it's some of the top players, and the majority of it is in the single family space. We've got some other disciplines, multifamily, self storage, etc. But majority of the top players in the country, almost everybody in there is doing 100+ transactions a year and just killing it, you know. And not. The key thing for me too is not just their volume or how much money they're making or keeping or all that stuff, but also that excellence in the business side needs to be combined with excellence on the human beings, right? And the reason you're talking to Jason Lewis or other people you're doing business with is because they're decent human beings, you know. Not everybody's perfect, right?
Oh, no, we're not perfect.
Yeah, no, I'm not claiming that. But and we get together once a quarter, like we just did here in Scottsdale last week, and we go through what we call hot seats, and it's basically you get rock star individuals getting up, and in my room, for example, you had Dan Lane, who will probably do close to 250 deals this year and has a portfolio of 130 units. You had Doug Hopkins and Damon Lyons, who will do close to 400 deals, and it's just a stacked,
bonkers numbers.
Yeah, bonkers. Or guys like Jay, you just brought up Jason Lewis. I mean, the kid's 33 years old, and I don't want to throw him under the table, but he does his net doesn't start with a 1. His combined business is at 32, 33 years old. It's in the I mean, that's the caliber of investors that are in CG. When you get everybody together, it's just the magic happens,
Right.
And, it's you get a guy like a Ryan Pineda saying, "Hey, I've got this amazing following on social media. I'm looking to possibly start a fund. Can you connect me with some guys who can do that?" And I'm like, "Well, why don't you consider you raising the money instead of getting involved in running and managing the fund? Let me introduce you to Ken Majmadar, right? Like, he's a guy has a fund, he's got like $400 million of assets under management. Let me introduce you to Ken. Maybe you can do what you do best, right? Raise the capital, and he can handle the management, right? Because that's what he's good at. Because I don't think you're gonna like that, right?
Right. And you would know that because you talk to the guys
Yeah.
that run funds.
Yeah. So that's really what it is. I really say there's 2 components, right? There's the information side of it. Everybody gets up and shares what they're doing well. And it's at a fairly detailed level. It's people are sharing their org charts and their mind maps and their processes with each other.
They're actually vulnerable and transparent.
Yeah.
Which is not expected. Like, usually, you think of a mastermind. We all know that there's a lot of value in masterminds, but sometimes you go to these organizations, there's a lot of flexing.
Yeah.
Maybe a little, the numbers might be buffed up a little bit, right?
We start every event and have for 11 years. Everybody's got to check it at the door. Everybody.
Yep.
Right. The only thing that makes it function, the only thing that greases the wheels, is for you to put your I don't know if you're listening right now. You can't see me. I was acting like a gorilla pounding on. It's like you got to put that down, and that, because that's what makes it spin.
Right.
But yeah, it's the information everybody's sharing, and then when they share what they need help with, that's where the connections really start to kick in, and we start to say, hey, you need. If you need help, with this, well, I'm going to put you with this person. The Mark Delatour saying, hey, we're going into those multiple markets, and we've got the connections in CG from the wholesale perspective, but now we need connections on the buyer perspective. Can you introduce me to some funds? Right? Yes, I got it handled. I may introduce you to some funds who can buy some of that product. And so that's the information and the connections. And then between meetings, we have, like 7 different calls with. We have a COO mastermind to really help groom your second in command and give your second in command a spot to feel at home, and to implement all the stuff that we're talking about at CG after a meeting, right?
And also therapy for one another.
Yes. If you're an integrator for a visionary, you clearly need some therapy, right? There's a sales call, conversion call every month. There's a marketing call every month. There's a ops call every month. There's a financial call every month. And these calls are being led by some of our top members, Eric Brewers of the world. You got, once a month you get on a call with a guy like Eric Brewer doing 250 turnkeys, and who's got playing big to teach you about sales.
Right.
Like, here's how we get an extra deal every month. We do this post-survey call, right?
Yeah.
Here's the flow chart for how it works, blah, 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 right? It's more how to get more deals and how they're utilizing different strategies, where you're like a sales trainer, right? Once you get them to the kitchen table.
How to close.
How to close, So it's just, that's...
Oh, and then we got Ren Bartlett, right?
Yeah.
Talking about marketing effectively, what's working. And I think that one of the things that a lot of people see, like the texting and all these other tools that we use.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this until I got in. These were what you guys are talking about behind the doors. This is what you get in the mastermind.
Yeah.
Someone finds something cool, you guys work on it, eventually it gets leaked out.
Yeah.
But the power is you're a leading edge. Well, you get to hear about things and tools and processes that work.
It's not just that you're leading edge, right? Because if something gets leaked out, you become aware of what you should be doing, right? What CG does, what a mastermind does, is give you the how you should be doing it. Like, this is the new thing, texting, or this is the new, using AI to listen to sales calls, or what, right? But the thing about a mastermind, the thing about something like the Collective Genius, is you can go sit with someone like a Casey Ryan, who's just a texting maestro, right? Or get on a call, or go to his office, and he just, he opens the kimono of everything that he's learned doing it, the processes, the mind maps, just like here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're buying speed.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's what you're buying, right? You're buying speed, and something that every entrepreneur struggles with every day, at least I do, right? Is closing the gap between what is your current reality and what your vision for the future is, right?
Right.
That distance, that gap, when you join a mastermind, that's what you're compressing, that distance, that speed.
Well, we all know time is our most valuable asset, but not everyone acts like it is, and that's where the value in that mastermind comes in. So I was told, there was someone that came on the show, and I was informed that Phoenix is now the guru capital of the world. I think we can, take that mantle. But before that, it was Tampa.
Yeah, probably number 1 and number 2 still, I would say. Yeah, maybe close to it.
I mean, who is over there in Tampa? Because like they said that to me, it's like, who's over there? I don't even know who's over there.
I mean, you got guys like Lee Kearney. He's a guru now. You've got Domar Cross. You've got
wasn't Ron?
Back in the day, you had Kenny Rushing. Who else?
I think I heard like Ron LeGrand was out there.
No, Ron's
not Ron.
No, Ron's not out of Tampa. I'm trying to think of who else would be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up much with that too much.
I've got my own education programs. Actually, I used to have a mastermind, right?
Yeah.
I don't anymore because after I joined yours, I don't really give up very quickly. most things, right? For me, I'm like, I'm going to do this. And someone says you can't do it. It's like, watch me, right?
Yeah.
You know, and so Ryan Pineda, you know, we were talking about, you know, I have my mastermind. He's like, dude, you should join CG. I was like, I'm good. I'm good, right? And then he's like, look, just go check it out. It's like, and I still ignored him. But Gary Harper said, you know, go check it out. I was like, all right, I'll check it out. And I joined. I was like, all right, well, I don't know how hard I would have to work to catch that guy, but it's just not worth the effort. Like, I don't think I can catch these guys, so we just put that aside. So I just want to put that out there for the listeners. Like, I think there's tremendous value. But one thing, and I've had this because I sell my own education program. What do you say to people that say, you know, well, it costs money? Like, why would I buy it?
Yeah.
And I know we kind of touched on it, but what would you say to someone that doesn't believe in paying for education?
Yeah, well, I would first of all tell you that I probably wouldn't say a whole lot, just because, like, if you're at a point in your life where you don't believe in paying education, we're probably not a good fit or going to find value each other in the first place, right? I don't mean that probably that's not meant to come across as arrogance, but like
just different phases in our journey.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm almost 50 years old. I'm looking to learn every single day.
Yeah.
Right. So I probably wouldn't say a whole lot, right? But if I was forced to answer that question, I would say what you're paying for is not only knowledge, right? But it's really more about what we just talked about a minute ago. You're paying for speed, right? Paying for speed. That's what you're buying, in effect, is speed. You can go out and beat your brains out yourself, knock it out, right? But if you want to do it and do it faster, if you want to close that gap, like I said, between what your today is and your vision for tomorrow is faster. That's what you're paying for. And it's not always necessarily, I find in most cases in masterminds, it's not that something is being shared with you that is like some big revelation, right? It's how to do what you're doing better. People join masterminds because they have a relentless pursuit of excellence. Right. And for me, it's not just like, oh, why would I pay for it? I want to come pay to learn. First of all, you pay for everything. When you're going to college or you're going to a seminar or whatever, right? You're going to pay, you know? And the reality of it is, the better question, I think, is it an expense? Does it become an expense for you, or does it become an investment, right? And that's where the reality of it hits the road. Well, I mean, we might as well talk about somebody we've already talked about, like a guy like a Mark De La Tour. He invests $25,000 a year to be in CG, right? He'll sell over 150 properties this year. Over 150 properties this year to another member in CG.
Wow.
Right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
wow.
David Phelps.
Oh.
Right? That we're not to David, but through his organization.
Wow.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
Over 150 properties, right? Let's take, I don't want to pull your skirt down.
That's
right?
fine. You do whatever you got to do.
Right, but how long have you been in CG?
Coming up on a year. I just got my renewal.
Right. I won't get out the calculator, but how many people from Collective Genius, as of today, do you have as you're training their sales teams?
As of today, I want to say it's about 33, 34. I think by the end of tomorrow, it'll be over 40.
Okay, so I'll let you guys calculate this at home, but Steve charges for Collective Genius members $1,000 a month, right? So he said by tomorrow he thinks he'll have 40. So I'm gonna let you take 40 times 1,000. I'm gonna let you multiply it by times 12, and that should absolutely answer the question as to why you would spend money to join a mastermind. Fair?
I think that's a pretty good ROI. Right. I think that's a pretty good return on investment.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll trade $400,000 for 25. Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah. Hit me up, right?
Yeah. Well, that goes back to that transactional funding. Your partner. How many of these can I do?
Yeah. Right. And that's why, if you got a question, I mean, whether it's to Collective Genius or it's another mastermind or whatever, like, that's the answer.
Yeah.
You know, that's the answer.
So guys, please ask your questions. I mean, Jason, I can't say he's an expert in all those things, but he knows. He's had intimate conversations with the top flippers, wholesalers, self-storage guys, talking with guys with funds, whatever it is. Please, guys, ask your questions, because even if Jason can answer the question right now, he'd get pretty darn close to it.
Well, you know, the funny thing is most of the time my answer involves saying, let me put you with somebody who, right? That's
That's your superpower.
Yeah, I know who's good at what. And so a lot of times someone may ask me a clinical question about real estate. The reality of it is I don't know the answer, right? I'm a very active investor, but mostly in syndications, et cetera, right? I lend a lot of money. I don't really flip houses per se. And so anything that you do around house flipping most of the time is like, let me introduce you to so-and-so.
Yeah.
Or let me introduce you to so-and-so, right? And I don't know from there, that's where the magic happens. But I'll field any questions, see if we can make some sense of it. One other thing I wanted to say, though, is because, we just talked a lot about business when you asked me about, like, what is CG today? And the thing that I want to stress is it is so much more than everything we just talked about, right? Like, I was rushing to get over here because almost 30 of us were out riding razors together,
Yeah.
A whole nother group got up to high Camelback Mountain this morning, right? Like, it's a bunch of folks doing life together. Above and beyond just a business, whether it's having fun like that or, we do mission trips to Mexico and build homes together.
Or South America even, right?
Yeah, we've got a group going to Guatemala. There's a massive landfill down there, and the community literally is built around the landfill. And the way they make their livelihood is picking recyclables out of the landfill, right? It's crazy. And we back an organization that feeds those people, right? A meal for them is a big deal. And so we have an arm called the Generous Genius. I'm just getting a vision right now of you in your costume in December, right?
Oh, yeah.
We do some crazy stuff to raise some money and help some people. But my point is, it's just so much more than just making money.
It's not just about money.
Yeah.
It's not just about business.
No.
It's community and impact.
Yeah, that's really what we are. It started out, we would label it a mastermind, but now it's become, and that's what I like to call it, is a community. And, the entrepreneurial journey, man, it's hard. And a lot of times you don't feel understood, and you want to spend time around people that you feel like understand you.
Well, especially, who was I talking to about this? I don't particularly care for traveling, which is ironic, and I know we're going to talk about you and your traveling and how you get a little snobbish with your travel. But I don't particularly care for traveling. My wife loves traveling. But what's ended up happening is we're traveling across the country to go to these events because you can't find the best people in your own backyard. I wish you could, right? Even here, where we're the guru capital of the world.
Yeah, you got a pretty good backyard.
Yeah, we got a pretty good backyard.
Yeah.
But if you want to meet the best operators, you've got to travel across the country. And so, anyway, I don't know where I was going with that. I just want to throw that out there, that the traveling component is important as well. Alexis Adams wants to know, what is the best way, if you're the approach a lender to fund a deal, what would be your approach?
Of course, I'd want to dig into that and get details about where she's at in her career, but I'm going to assume she's fairly new.
Earlier, I would imagine.
Okay. The thing that I would say, if I was pretty new, I would approach it with a plan more so than, a lot of times the biggest mistakes that people make is they're like, well, what are your rate and terms, right? Well, immediately you've relinquished control the moment you ask that question, or the ability to negotiate in most cases, right? And at the same time, we're trying to negotiate with the fact that you're new, right? So I think the thing that makes a lot of real estate investors great, the biggest transition I see when people get really good at raising money is that they offer a program or a set of rate and terms instead of just walking in, and what are your rate and terms? And our best of the best say, hey, here's what we offer, right? Like we offer 12-month loans at a 7% interest rate. We're going to, whether your money is active or not, if we flip the house and it's a month before we buy another one where we deploy your money, we're going to pay you regardless if the money's in use or not, 7% annualized. Here, that's what it looks like if you're in, so I would encourage you to come with a offering. Otherwise, you're going to end up paying 4 and 12 or something like that, right? But I think the reality of it is you've also got to, if you're new, you've got to appreciate the fact that you are new. And this is a risky business. And your first time or two, you're probably going to get schooled.
Popped in the mouth. I think that's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, you might get popped in the mouth. And so you've got to understand the risk associated with that. Everybody always says, right? All they did was send a wire, that's it. Well, that's how it goes sometimes, and then sometimes it doesn't go like that. And so I would just approach it from, being honest about where you're at, telling that you're looking for someone to partner with you on the deal. right? A lot of folks start out, they got to give up 50% of the deal because of the risk, because of the overruns, because you don't really know what you're doing, you don't know how to manage a project, et cetera, et cetera. And ask someone if they will go in partners with you. If you really want to put them at ease, if you've been successful in other areas of your life and you're struggling to get someone to invest in you, if you have any other asset that they could cross collateralize, if you have maybe you've got a rental property that's free and clear, or maybe you have a ton of equity in your home, or the more security you can give someone and make them feel secure, the better you're going to be off. But I would just start the conversation, not ask, just tell, if you, the biggest thing about raising private money is you need to create the ability to have the conversation, right?
Yeah.
What do you do? Well, we help people, put inactive money to work and give them great returns. Well, what does that look like? You got to pique someone's curiosity. So you got to really, there's no magic bullet. It's really just being attentive and understanding that you have the ability to create the opportunity to have a discussion like that.
Right.
Right.
So Robbie wants to know, if you were going to start on your own wholesaling, what are some tools that you would start off with?
Yeah. The crazy thing is now, we were talking about this at CG, it's gotten so easy because of the tools that are out there. It's no longer just like a CRM. It's like CRMs with all these bolt-ons, right? You want to send mail, you click this button. You want to have virtual assistants doing dialing for you, you click that button, right? And then they've got everything behind the scenes outside of just the functions of managing your customers, right? But how to get more customers. And we've got a great guy in our organization. His name's Gary Boomershine, and he's got a CRM with everything attached to it. It's he owns realestateinvestor.com. If you were to go there, he's got again, anything you could ever need and want. But if I was going to start bare bones, didn't have any money, I would focus on what's called co-wholesaling, where go to other wholesalers in your area that are successful, right? Either offer to work for them or offer to sell their homes or bring them buyers, right?
Yeah.
Which again, in this market, they're everywhere.
They are. Well, but you mentioned, working for them, because that's something that I always preach, and it's not maybe the most popular thing, but when someone's new, I always say, just go work for somebody else. Learn on their dime.
Well, and again, we talked about buying speed earlier.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you can go study, you can go get in courses, but until you get in the streets, it's a different ballgame, right?
You can read the manual.
Yeah, you can read the manual, or you can get some real experience. And granted, you can read the manual and take 3 years to get where you're going. You can go work for somebody for a year, and it's like getting the lights turned on.
Yeah.
It's
all the context. I mean, even if you crushed it in college, right? You got this fancy degree.
Yeah.
You go work at a corporation.
Yeah.
You're coming brand new. You're as raw as can be. So
I apologize too. I feel terrible answering something. We work with typically a more experienced investor, so I feel like I'm not doing a very good job.
That's all right. No, I think that was a good answer. So Reginald Davis wants to know when or what do you think will be the next big shift in today's real estate market?
Yeah, that's the question everybody wants to know right now. And I'm going to take a stab at what big shift means, and that's with regards to when the market might change, I guess. When COVID first happened, we kind of told everybody to brace for impact, but with the reality of it, with all the stimulus and the shortage of inventory,
helicopter money was what you were calling it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you get this vision of the government, somebody from the government flying around in helicopters, just and they just keep doing it today or yesterday. No, $1.9 million, right? Trillion, I meant, yeah. T with a trillion. And so I think that we've got another several years of a good ride, man.
Yeah.
I really do. Even though at the same time I feel like things are bubbly, I think with all the liquidity that's in the marketplace and this lack of inventory, I think we've got a good ride. I think it's going to be several years, even though everybody says, oh, well, there's a lot of people that haven't been able to pay their mortgage, and, they're going to take the moratoriums off of foreclosures. And I don't think that that's a big enough number right now. to where we're going to have like this glut of inventory, right? But I think right now a lot of people are moving more so into new construction and building from the ground up instead of just rehabs because of the entry level housing. Affordable housing is, I mean, that's just like a no lose proposition.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why we prefer to flip under the median market price, because it'll always sell.
Worst case, you get stuck, you keep it.
Yeah,
But I think that right now, new construction building to rent is huge, man. The funds are coming back in the market.
a lot of money is coming into Phoenix. I know for sure.
Yeah,
and
building
John
house.
Burns that was talking about that at the last CG.
Yeah, and if a lot of the audience is newer, building to rent means basically you're literally building a home or rehabbing a home to put a renter into it, to sell it to someone, whether it's a doctor, a lawyer, a dentist, whoever, or a fund who just wants a performing asset, right?
Yeah.
And that's a huge trend right now.
It is.
Manufactured housing too is something I see really big. A lot of guys in CG buying lots and literally ordering homes and dropping them on there versus building from scratch.
Yeah, we've done really well with manufactured homes, and I think BJ was pushing that also a couple of CGs back. I want to congratulate you. I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about real estate market as being bubbly. So I've never heard it in that context before, but I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I think you could look up and very easily say it's bubble right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But
bubbly. Bubbly is just...
Oh, it's a great time. I mean, we were talking about it this week, right? Like everybody's killing it.
Everybody's crushing it.
Yeah. If you can't make money in this market, you probably better find something else to do.
Alexis wants to know, what are some of the keys to get to the next level?
Now this I got a good answer to.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the things that we're always talking about at CG is the difference between flipping houses and actually running a house flipping business, right? You got a perfect example hanging out there on the wall. We'll talk about that. And that's also when you ask about CG, we have our upper level tier and then we have a lower level tier called Premier or Select, for folks doing like 20 to 50 deals, right? They're still effectively flipping houses. So how do you go from flipping houses to running a house flipping business? And there's a lot of different things there. And that, first of all, you have to embrace that you're not going to do that, or you're not going to do it well without building a team. And building a team is for most difficult, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because in order to get to a spot where you can have a team, you've spent so many years in isolation, basically beating your brains out on the grind.
Working 70 hours a week.
Yeah. And then you get to a point where you're such a driver, such a grinder, that when you build a team and you have to start investing into your team, it's kind of like you don't really know how to do that, right? I'm just trying to do what I'm trying to do over here. Make me money and leave me alone, right? Yeah. And that doesn't work, right? You have to begin pouring and investing into other individuals so you can continue to grow your organization. So building a team is huge. How do you build a team, right? Why would someone want to come work for you? And that's when you really have to look and you got to say, I have to have something bigger than just a company that makes money, right? I've got to create an organization. I've got to put something in place here, right? A vision that's bigger than just flipping houses that people want to attach to. And that typically means that you've got to have a vision, a mission, core values that you can share. So when people are making a decision to come onto your team, you're defining what you stand for and what you stand against, and then those people are going to make a decision about whether or not they want to work for you based upon those principles, right? And what you're doing, what you're trying to accomplish, and who you're trying to help. So really getting to a point where you've got a bigger purpose than just flipping houses or buying rentals or whatever it is you do, and then getting people engaged into that bigger purpose, right? You're all on a journey together, all on a mission together. So I'd encourage you to think about what that is, and then establishing a set of core values that you're going to operate within. And if you're going to hire someone or fire someone, it's based on those core values, right? Then you can start building a team. But then once you build a team, you got to hold that team accountable.
Yeah, how do you manage and retain them?
Hire them, train them, retain them. It's a whole animal in and of itself. And holding them accountable is something a lot of entrepreneurs also struggle with, right? I've struggled with it, right? And so, then you gotta, how do you hold them accountable? Then you gotta create KPIs, right? What KPIs? The different set of KPIs for my sales team than I have for my construction manager, different set of KPIs for the person managing my social media. What are the KPIs? Oh my gosh, right?
Yeah.
Numbers. Data has to become your friend, right?
Right.
So I think those are some key things that as you transition into building an organization, right, that you've got to really put relentless focus on. And I truly believe that you're only going to go so far being selfish, right? Are you really truly, how many, I want to think I've shared with you, and I don't want to share the details of it, but there's a person on my team, he's been with me for a couple of years, and I've told you, like, one of my biggest goals is just Leon, right? Right? I want to raise that dude's roof, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody on my team, right? Like Bailey and Dan, you have to have a passion for empowering people,
Right.
you know, and seeing them grow. Same with who if you're buying houses from, right? Are you really helping people? You know, and I think as long as you get into a spirit of truly helping people, your success is going to be measurable. You know, I always say money is my result. It is not my pursuit.
Yeah. That's how you keep score.
Yeah. It's not my, it is my result, right?
It's not the destination.
No,
No.
it's not the pursuit. The pursuit is to help people. The pursuit is to help Steve Trang get more customers. And I know that if I do that, I'm going to make more money.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's I've always said from when I first started this journey, right? Zig Ziglar, you can get whatever you want in life.
Helping, yeah.
So long as you help enough other people get what they want in their lives.
And pretty soon you realize that, you know, depending upon where you live, but the majority of across the country, it takes work to spend more than $250,000.
It's hard.
Everything you think you want, houses, cars, kids, good education, go on some nice vacations, like, really, it takes work after that.
Yeah.
You know, and so once you reach that point where your needs are so well taken care of, then you really start to look like at way beyond money.
Yeah.
You know, I enjoy making money. I'm not discounting that, but you reach a point where it's not an adrenaline rush like it once was.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think that if we look at, you know, we're talking about the tools and everything earlier, how, like, you know, all these push buttons, and to answer, you know, Alexa's question, if you look at a lot of people that come on the show that have been super successful, a lot of them actually, a good number of them were actually from Collective Genius. I didn't know what Collective Genius was really at that time.
Yeah.
Right. So a lot of the guys that have come onto the show, you've interacted with. You got Eric Brewer, you got, you know, Jack Bosch, you got Doug Hopkins. A lot of guys are, you know, affiliated with you guys. But the key difference between the people that have been on the show and the ones that, you know, are still struggling is that they treat it like a business. They're not a flipper. They run a flipping business. They're not a wholesaler. They run a wholesaling business.
Yeah.
And so I think what you just answered, though, is a great segue for the next question from Daniel Nguyen is, how did Jason create such a successful mastermind that attracts individuals that are of, I'm guessing, my caliber or people ahead of me? Like, how do you create that?
Well, I would say, first of all, that was my intention, was to create, my focus is and has been for a higher level investor, right? So the biggest thing is just making that decision from the get-go, right? I don't have an organization that's going to teach someone to flip their first house, right? So I made a decision they want to focus on a higher tier investor. That's number one, right? Number two, I think the thing is once I began to really understand my ability to connect people, the results begin to show up for those people, right? I've never been one. You always tell me that you're a terrible self-promoter or a terrible promoter of even CG, right? Like, dude, you're terrible. But the results we've created have spoken for themselves.
They have.
Right?
They have.
Yeah, that's why you're here, right? You had a couple people banging your drum, right?
Yeah.
And so I think the way that I've done that is, one, I set my mind to focus on a particular caliber of investor, and number two, is that I focus on creating results for those human beings, you know,
Right.
And then to get really raw is, especially if you're trying to build something, right? Like, I can outsuffer the average human being. I'm relentless. You know?
I know.
Suffer. If you're trying to build something magnificent,
Yeah.
that creates legacy and that changes and impacts people's lives,
Yeah.
it is not going to be this just rosy walk in the park, right?
Mm-mm.
Like I get up every day and push the rock,
Right.
you know, constant, relentless pursuit of excellence,
Yeah.
you know, and I just don't deviate from that.
Well, I think that's the key though, because we're chasing, happiness, which I think is a mistake, but you're chasing this, you're chasing that. What price are you willing to pay? Right? Like I've said this before in other places, like I wish and sometimes I could be happy sitting in an apartment playing the PS5, right?
God didn't wire me that way.
No, I can't
And
do
then
it.
if you did, that's fine. If that's cool, right? Like
Right.
I'm not everybody's meant to
Yeah.
be an entrepreneur,
Yeah.
right?
So I'm not saying that's a bad thing,
No, me neither.
right?
No.
There are times where I wish I could be that guy.
Yes, I envy people that have that level of like I'd use the word peace, I guess.
Contentment.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm always dissatisfied, right? I'm happy, but I always know it could be better, and that's what keeps pushing me.
Yeah.
It's the reason why I wake up at 5 a.m. to go run sprints. I'm a 41-year-old man,
Yeah.
right? Instead of the comfort under the blanket. So I
Yeah.
think your point here is that you're willing to outsuffer is a point I just want to make sure people don't miss.
Yeah.
What price are
I
you willing
hope
to pay?
they're watching, because like the way I was, like we were connecting right there. Like I can outsuffer the average
Right.
human being, right?
Yeah, it's key.
Yeah, like, and people ask how you did this. It's like it's 11 years.
Mhm.
Right. 11 years. That's just every day, just pushing the rock, right?
Which is kind of funny because yesterday we were talking, and you're like, "I'm busy. I'm working." And I was like, "What are you working on?" In which you didn't. I don't think you liked that question because you're like, "You can't be asking me like, Steve can't be asking that question."
Yeah, if I wanted to coast at this stage in my life, I could coast.
Right, but you go crazy.
I would go crazy, right? I just enjoy progress. I enjoy building something. I enjoy navigating the different levels of progress.
Well, the joy is in the journey, which I think a lot of people miss.
Yeah, and there really is no destination,
Yeah.
right? You said something about chasing happiness, and the first thing that popped in my mind is you can't chase a choice,
No.
right? Happiness is a choice.
Mhm.
It's not something you attain. It's not something you buy. It's not some destination you reach. Happiness is a choice. You can't chase. You don't chase a choice.
Right.
You can choose right now, whether it's sitting on the couch playing Nintendo, or it's building a mastermind, or it's building a killer podcast studio that we're sitting around. You get to be happy, regardless of whatever you're right. But it is your choice,
Right.
and I know that probably sounds funny after I just said I can outsuffer you, but because you say, "Oh, you're miserable." No, I'm not. It's not about misery. It's just about being, God wired me in some way to pursue excellence in every facet of my life. And now I say that with a disclaimer, right? I got parts of my lives that I'm not happy with, or not proud of, or massive areas of improvement. So I don't say that from up on the soapbox.
Yeah.
Not in any way, shape, or form.
So Alex Barrientos wants to know. His question is, what was the biggest struggle in your first 2 years? But you've had an incredible journey where you have a lot of different things, a lot of different experiences. So what would you say were your biggest struggles in your early years in any of the facets of business?
I think the biggest struggle when I started CG was getting people to believe in my vision. Right, there was really no.
Well, you're a pioneer.
Yeah, I'm not the guy that invented masterminds, but I'm kind of one of the if you will, the pioneer of masterminds in the real estate investing space.
Yeah.
Right. And so, selling people, if you will, the idea that I'm going to put you in a room with a bunch of other smart people, and we're going to compress the amount of time it takes you to do what you want to do and accomplish what you want to accomplish, and the connections in and of itself will. I'm good, man. I'm already making $2 million. I don't need to show up there, right? No, we're gonna put you around a bunch of great people. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna help you progress. We're gonna get you results faster, right? Getting people to resonate with that when it wasn't really being done was challenging. And it's not just the having them believe in that vision, but it's a commitment.
Yeah.
Right. It's most of our members we meet 4 times a year. At CG Premier, 3 times for CG Select, but at the end of the day, even if you come if you say I'm not going to come to 1, I'm going to come to 3 of them, but not all 4 of them. At the end of the day, if you got a business, you got a wife, you got kids, you got a husband, active family, blah blah blah. 3 trips a year is a commitment. You know, I mean, COVID actually made us better because we've put together a very dynamic virtual experience. But prior to that, it was always physical and physical alone. So getting people to make that level of commitment was
it wasn't just a time. Or it wasn't just a price commitment, it's a time commitment.
Yeah, it's an investment in a multitude of ways, right?
You said, so you started around 2010.
Yeah, 2010.
Yeah, so I got into coaching around 2010, 2011, right? In my own, just on the traditional real estate side.
Yeah.
And I can say up until that moment, right, because I was a realtor. I wasn't a real estate agent business. I was just a realtor.
Yeah.
I was dealing with the buyers. I was dealing with the sellers, right? And so at that time, if someone were to say there's a room full of people that are super successful and they just share their secrets, I would say, get the hell out of here. I ain't buying your bridge.
Yeah.
Right? Or your swamp plant. Whatever it is you're trying to sell,
get
out of here.
Why would they do that?
Well, yeah,
why would they share their secrets?
Right? And so it wasn't until I got into coaching where I was in a group full of the most successful people in the country. It's like, oh, wow, there are people that actually sit together and share their secrets.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I can totally imagine how hard it would have been for you to pitch it because 2010, this guy was not believing that. That guy was not buying it.
Yeah. Most people, they just, at first they can't quite register that people will do that they will share. And, it's funny, the other thing that we tell you heard this this week, there aren't really any secrets. There's only excellent execution.
Yeah.
Right? There are times when something new comes up in our space, of course, but the reality of it is that it's really about execution, right?
Well, that's what separates you.
Well, yeah, and you look at someone, we're doing X. Well, we're doing that. Oh, but they're doing it so much better than you are, right? Yeah. So they're running circles.
Well,
so will you help me, right? We're doing this over here, right? But you are doing it 10 times better, 10 times faster than we are. Will you show me how you're doing it? That's where the magic happens.
Well, my plan for my team is we're going to take Jason Lewis's presentation and we're going to watch it once a week.
Yeah, because it's so, if you just pick that one thing, you can work on that for a quarter.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
So we can go from profitability, the 25 to 40 range to 60.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason did a presentation on he's running high 60, 70% margin.
Yeah.
Right? Because of execution.
And because of that presentation, I'm going to hire more bros.
More bros. Yeah, that's funny. More bros, right? Yeah.
We need more bros.
But yeah, that's what it is. That's the reference, right? Jason got up and did about a 90-minute presentation about how he's created almost a 70% margin in his business, and gave it, the level of detail was amazing, right? Here's who I hire. Here's how I hire them. Here's what their profile looks like. Here's their descriptions. Here's the KPIs. Here's everything.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not only that it's like he did the 90-minute presentation. You have befriended Jason, and you can now call him up at any point, at any time, and say, hey, I'm a little unclear on this piece right here.
Yeah.
Right? Can you walk me through that? Or can we get on a Zoom and hold my hand? Right?
And he will.
Yeah, or he might say, hey, let me get my integrator, my COO on the call with your COO who's responsible for executing it. Let's let them tear it up, right?
And Jason and I are both Darren Hardy super fans, so we're actually going through Hero's Journey.
Yeah,
together as well.
Yeah, that dude's Darren Hardy's a savage.
So Daniel's follow-up question, what is one piece of wisdom you would share to entrepreneurs earlier in their journey?
Ooh,
there's a lot of them, so what's one piece?
Yeah, one. Wow, one piece. That is super hard. Maybe that in and of itself, maybe what I just said, and it's not meant to be discouraging, but more so to prepare you for the journey. I said one piece, that's super hard. It's going to be super hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, that's not in any way, shape, or form to sound discouraging, but just that you're going to have to be relentless.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's the reason why you look in our room, right? I think it was Gary Harper said, like, Mavericks are like less than 5% of the population.
Yeah.
But there are a crap load of Mavericks within collective genius.
Mavericks, strategists. Yeah, there's a bunch of, like me and Frank. Frank's a strategist. There's a ton of strategists in Mavericks and CG. Yeah.
Right. And the reason, and for those of you guys that don't know what we're talking about, if you look at just a disc profile, that's D, right? Super high D.
Yeah. It's
right?
literally, yeah, it's like a diagnosis of your personality.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
If you're
kinda
super
scary.
high D, but the reason why is because there's going to be a lot of days that suck,
Yeah.
and you have to persevere.
Yeah.
You have to overcome.
Here's the crazier part, right? You do that. You're ruthless. You're relentless to get to a point where you can have this vision of life that you envision, that you think will be how you want it, right? And one of the biggest things that came up this week at CG was once you actually arrive at that spot, right, where you look up and you're like, wow, like pretty much everything I had seen, everything I had envisioned is real in my life. And the very habits, the very ruthlessness that you had embodied to get to that spot are the very same habits that must be broken in order for you to actually enjoy it.
Yeah. It's deep.
Yes.
It's
yeah. That, like, you got to let that simmer for a second.
Right.
The very habits of ruthlessness, of just dogged determination, of, every day, closing that gap between your today versus your vision of the future. Like, once you actually get to a spot where you're like, wow, 99% of what I had envisioned is now here. In order for you to be able to actually enjoy it and to be the father or the mother or the husband or the wife or to actually, you actually have to break some of those habits.
Well, it might be the reason why there are so many athletes that retire and come back.
Yeah.
Because they can't be that guy that's retired.
Yeah. And I don't even know that it's about retiring as much as it is like, I'll just give you some examples, right? I'm there when I'm running CG in the hot seats, I'm taking what your all's needs are and helping you close the gap. But I'm also taking wins and writing down my own personal things I need to change, things I need to shift, right? And the majority of them were not business-wise. They were commitments to, like, and I want to make sure as I classify this, it's like I'm a good father. I take my little girl to school. We read at night. I put her to bed several nights a week. My wife and I are a great team. But I do work every day. I do go to work every day, and I push. And I thought to myself, why is it that, you know what, my wife and I have date night every Friday night, but why don't I once a week or once every 2 weeks go to lunch with my wife? I can, but to get to the point to where I can, it's required habitual patterns that must be broken now that I can.
Yeah.
Right? Why is it that I don't once a week or once every 2 weeks go and pick up Ava at school at 2:45 in the middle of the day and don't go back to work? Not that I don't want to. It's just that those habits that got to the point where I could be able to go and pick up Ava at 2:45 in the middle of the day and not go back to work are the habits that have to be broken.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, now you're speaking to me right now.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes. Harnessing that drive when it
Yeah.
has become the whipping beast that you have to just every day, and now saying, I'm here. Not that you can't continue to grow, not that you can't continue to push, not that you can continue to strive, but maybe need to divert. I'm hitting you right now.
You are hitting me right now. You are.
Me too, bro.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. No, that's deep. Something I got to think about.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the other thing too about CG. Any other a mastermind will. The right mastermind will peel back the layers of your heart. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. We've experienced that.
Yeah.
Definitely. So is that the struggle, or would you say there's a bigger struggle for you right now?
I'm a control freak. Detail is, it's like, if you were looking at my birth certificate, it's like Jason Detail Medley. So, although earlier I'm talking about...
Which is interesting because you're a driver and you love people.
Yeah.
Usually details does not follow that.
Yeah, no, I'm a weird, I'm like a 50-50 split visionary COO, like, but I've reached a point in my life where I don't enjoy integration anymore, right? But again, it's been habitual. And so now I'm at a phase where I've got to really focus on letting go of things. And my team wants that too, right? Like,
not just want that, they want not just because they don't want you in it. They want that for you.
Well, yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's difficult to intake, right?
Right.
Because as much as you want them to grow, they're kind of like, well, we want you to too.
Yeah.
And yet there's this, like, well, if you guys are up here pushing, I need to be up here pushing. I'm going to feel guilty.
Right.
I'm going to feel guilty. And you're kind of like, you gotta come to peace with that, you know?
Right.
And so that's very much where I'm at right now, is just kind of like, and I've got a great team, right?
You do have an incredible team.
Yeah. I mean, we got some fabulous people on our team. We need a few more to really, like, you know, plug some of the holes in our business. And that's my struggle, is relinquishing, or, you know, after that, we talked about that kick in the face in 2008. Well, after that happens, once you carry around some scars.
Oh yeah.
From that, you know, and everything you begin to, instead of focusing sometimes on, well, if I hire this individual, it's going to give me more freedom. And after that first initial 6 months, it's not going to be an expense. They're going to take us to the next level, right? But sometimes your first thought, your first inclination, your first knee-jerk reaction is, oh, well, you know, that person's going to be $15,000 a month or $180,000 salary, and it's going to be 6 months before they figure out what they're doing, and then another 6 months before they catch their stride. So right, you start that little wicked beast in your brain.
Oh, because you've had the times where your expense was really high.
Yeah.
And the revenue was not.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that's a battle for me. Yeah. I hear that little beep, 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 you know, and you're like, nah, I'm not having you today.
Right. Well, that goes, I mean, we talk about me personally, you know, that we don't make the best financial decisions as far as buying rental properties. We don't believe in the leverage thing to the same degree that a lot of people preach.
Yeah.
Because we went through it and we saw who suffered and who thrived.
Yeah.
And the guys that thrived were really cash rich, and they just bought properties cash.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you know, it kind of goes back to our earlier conversation when we were talking about, if you're new in the business, a lot of that, you know, that's part of the attraction to real estate. Oh, I'm going to passive income, you know, I get some passive income, right?
Right.
Here's the reality of it. If you want to build a business, every time you get some traction, you strip money off, right? You can pay cash because you're at a different level in your life. You're making a lot of money, right? When you get started and you're building, if you want to make a career in real estate, if too soon you begin taking profitability and buying rental properties, right, you're suffocating your ability to grow the business.
The oxygen.
Yes, it is the oxygen of growing the business, right? So you're beating your brains out like, I'm killing myself. I can't hire anybody. I don't have any money to hire anybody. And you don't have any money to hire anybody because you're buying rental properties, right? You're suffocating the business. You know, and you can carry that. You can carry that noose around here for way too long. I mean, there's guys in CG. I think of one right now. He's probably worth $10 million, right? He called me. This was a few months back. I don't even know why I'm doing this. You know, we're not making any money. And we get to talking, and he added like 45 or 50 rentals to his portfolio last year. And I'm like, I'm not gonna say his name, right? I'm like, dude, you're making a fortune, but it's not showing up your P&L. You're shifting it to your balance sheet, right? And you're miserable because your team's too small. And so instead of buying 4 properties a month, why don't you buy 3 and take the money you were going to spend on the 4th,
right,
and hire some people to help you so you're not miserable.
Yeah.
Right? And he was also judging himself off of P&L that is being decimated because he's buying rentals, right? Not selling some of those houses, which show, and then at the same time using depreciation to, you know, I'm like, man, you're not looking at the whole picture here.
Yeah.
Right. So I would encourage anybody, if you get a business again where it's consistent, predictable, and reliable, and spitting off profit before you go, but you know, because even if you get to 10 rentals, I mean, average rental property is going to throw off $200 a month, $300 a month. You know, if something goes wrong and your business isn't profitable, what are you going to do with $2,000?
Yeah.
Not much.
Not a lot.
It's
not covering payroll. That's
right.
for sure.
Versus if you've got $200,000 sunk into those 10 properties.
Yeah.
If something goes wrong, you want to have the $200,000. You want to have a couple grand a month, and Yeah.
Yeah.
And it ain't, and that's all a game. It's all a joke anyway, right? Passive is not really passive until you have, a bunch of them that somebody else is managing.
Yeah, if you're like a Nathan Brooks or something like that.
Yeah.
Then it's passive.
Yeah.
Now you're hunting across the country. I was talking to him the other day, 2 days ago. He's just traveling the country just to hunt. Incredible.
Yeah.
So we're gonna. I think a lot of people here are saying that this is deep. They really like this conversation. But I want to pivot here. I am now looking to you whenever I need to travel. So we were having a conversation yesterday, the day before. I think you were saying that you're known in our group as the travel snob.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Okay. All right. So people have, I'm fairly, my wife and I, this is another great rule for people getting started out. Not even just started out, right? But even again, making money is a skill set, keeping it's a discipline. We probably live on about 20%. That might even be a stretch of what we make, right? But everybody's got stuff that they'll blow money on, and for me, it's vacations.
Yeah.
When we go to travel, we get an Airbnb. I mean, I will literally, I kid you not, spend, now this is for a multitude of reasons, but I could spend 20 hours flicking through VRBO, right?
Yeah.
Because that's something, I'm a view guy, right? Some people need drugs. I need a good view to come, just,
Right.
just, and so I will spend up, and it's not only for me, but a lot of times I like to go and take friends, and I want to see that expression when they walk in the door. That's
Right.
joy for me, right?
So
when we walk in and they go,
well, yeah, the view is what else are you gonna do if you don't have a view? What's the point?
Yeah.
So for those listening, top 2 or 3 destinations if they were to go like that. This is Jason Medley approved.
Yeah.
Travel.
Yeah. Top 2 to 3 destinations. I'm a Mexico fan. I would even go as far as aficionado. Been all over, you name it, right? Special little places. One is Zihuatanejo.
You have to spell that one.
Yeah, Zihaujeteno. Zihuatanejo. If you just type in Zihua, Zihau, I think, or Zihua, one of the two. It was actually, if you've ever, you probably got a younger audience, right? But in Shawshank Redemption, which is a legendary movie, Andy ran off to Zihuatanejo.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
and Zihuatanejo is just an epic. The beauty is staggering, and I like to fly high. I like to feel like an eagle, and a lot of the houses are up on the cliffs with infinity pools, and I just like to survey the scene. We took a bunch of folks from CG there last year. I would like to do it again later this year, and then probably my favorite spot. Maybe a few people heard of Costa Carias, but I'd almost bet you nobody's heard of Costa. Or maybe a few people have heard of Zihuatanejo, but I almost bet you nobody's heard of Costa Carias. It's a gem, southern Pacific coast of Mexico, and it's like, I don't even know how to, there's nothing there but about 150 of the most extravagant villas you've ever seen they're hard to take in, right? Yeah, like hard to take in. Nothing there. There's not a lot. This is a place you go to disconnect, right? If you need to shop, if you need to go to the disco, this is not for you.
Yeah.
Right. It's a section of the Mexican coast. All these houses are built on cliffs, 150, 200 feet in the sky, overlooking the ocean, and it's almost like 150 of these are houses I would rent but couldn't buy. These are, massively, they're probably $10 million plus homes, and they're just difficult to describe. If you want to, the place we stayed at is called Casa Ensueño. Website. This guy has 3 of these. His website's called 3casas.com. Right, he has 3.
I still have that bookmarked on my website.
Yeah,
on my
3 homes. The owner of these, and we stayed at Casa Ensueño. Go to 3casas.com. Check out Casa Ensueño. It's just, and it's a home, but it has hotel service, right? So if you're sitting at the pool and you need a drink, or there's someone there, and it's just, I think about it constantly.
Yeah.
To return, to go back,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that. And I went with Mark Delatour, his family, another CG member, and it's just. Look! I'm trying to find the word. Right? I can't.
Speechless.
Yeah.
Speechless.
Yeah. It's a little
right.
hidden gem.
So, as we wrap up, guys, if you have any more questions, now's the time to ask it. What is your superpower?
I think my superpower is connecting people, and for a dude, I'm not afraid to show emotion. And in our world,
This is very true.
yeah,
I've witnessed it multiple times.
yeah, in our world, it's not intentional. It's something I literally try to fight. I literally try to talk myself out of it. But if it happens, I can't. And in our world today, it's like, difficult to come by is what people tell me, that that as a man I'm willing to share emotion about certain things, or to get emotional about things that touch my heart.
Yeah. And
to me, when it's happening, a lot of times when I get emotional, I'm like, oh, like I'm a man. How do I? And the reality of it is, in more cases than not, if I get emotional about something or shed tears over something, people usually come up to me and say, "That's what makes you you."
Yeah.
That's why I like you.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, that I'm not, and I shouldn't even say I'm not afraid, because usually I'm fighting it, but I don't do a good job of it. But really, I think it's connecting people and wanting the best for human beings, and knowing, that's how my brain operates. When I'm talking to somebody, right, it's flipping through the files, right? How can I help?
Yeah.
How can I help this person? Who can I connect them with that can
No, you got
make their lives easier?
You got incredible. I would say Rolodex, but that's really old school. So I guess incredible CRM in there.
Yeah. Oh God, I felt so out of touch the other day. Like, two people were, instead of trading business cards, they were like saying, "Here's my IG."
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I don't even know my IG. I think I've got one.
You got one.
We just hired somebody to put stuff on it, right? But I really wouldn't know.
Yeah. When people ask me for business card, I was like, "What's your IG?"
Yeah.
I don't
I'm out
have
of touch, man.
I haven't had a business card. I don't know how many years.
Me neither. I don't carry one.
What is your favorite, best, or most interesting failure?
Most interesting failure. Interesting failure. The funny thing is my brain really has to think through that, because I don't identify what people call failures as failures. I always see them as opportunities to learn and to bridge the gap and figure out how I can get better, right? More like a lesson than a failure.
Yeah.
But gosh, I don't. I think life is full of. I fail every day. I fail every day. That's what. If you're relentless, you push past those failures, right? Like, but I don't see them as failures. I just see them as part of life. I'm a very grateful human being, and I think if you focus on too much failure, you can't be gracious.
We had an event out here on Sunday, which worked out really well. And someone asked, like, the four of us, right? Me, Ryan Pineda, Connolly, and Sam Prime, like, why don't you guys document your failures more often? And
why would you want to focus on that?
That was my answer. Was that when they were saying, like, it'll help the people, that are going along the journey and share their, and I do share my failures from time to time. But for me, I don't, like, my brain doesn't even process as a failure. Like, here was a hiccup.
Well, it's not even that you're not processing that as a failure. It's that if you are trying to create the most out of life, you grow numb to failure, because you're going to get failure. Your failure is going to show up every single day,
right,
multiple times a day.
Yeah.
And so you just get to where it's not that you don't. Yeah, I by no means am I sitting here saying I don't have failures. It's just that I have so many of them in a pursuit of growth that I just don't recognize them as failure. It's just my bump. That's just, okay, we need to correct the torpedo.
Right.
Right? A torpedo only gets where it's going through a series of failures. It's constant course correction.
It is.
Yeah.
And I read a book, like, for me, this pursuit, right? I'm trying to be the number one sales trainer. So now I'm committed to reading every single sales book I've never read before. Yeah. And one of them was Go for No. And Go for No. And the last chapter, or one of the last chapters, he says that we all die failures. And he doesn't say that in a bad way. He says that everyone has ever accomplished anything in their lives was trying to do the next thing, and they didn't succeed there.
Yeah. It's when you hit the dust, you should have still been growing.
You should have been trying something else, then you failed.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
failure is I mean, it's a core ingredient of success. It's something that should be happening in your life every single day.
Yeah.
Right? Figuring out how to get around failures and just stop seeing them as that. They're not failures, right? Failures if you quit.
Right.
Right? You failed if you quit.
One of my favorite quotes by Michael Jordan was, "I've never lost a game in my life. I just ran out of time."
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Sometimes time is what, like, you go into overtime. You get two teams that at the end of regulation are tied, right?
Yeah.
You go in overtime at some point, it's whoever is ahead at the end of that time.
All right.
Yeah, right.
So my last question is, what book have you gifted more than any other?
Yeah, the book that I would say I want to set this up. Do we have time, like a 2-minute story?
Of course.
Okay, great. I'm not in a hurry. So I've got a library at home, right? I got the bookshelves like everybody else, and I am more of a collector of books than anything. I order books like it's going out of style. The majority of them, and I flick through the table of contents. I might digest 20 pages, and 99% of them end up on the shelf unread, right? I know what I want. And if I don't see that I'm going to get it out of the book, I'm not going to read it, right? Yeah. And so I have 3 books that I keep by my nightstand, right? 99% of them end up on the shelf. A few get completely read, and 3 of them I keep on the nightstand. The one that has had a massive impact on me professionally is The One Thing by Gary Keller. Amazing book about focus.
It is.
Yeah. After 11 years of working with a lot of very high-level entrepreneurs, the ones that typically crash and burn is not from a lack of skill set. It's not from a lack of education. It's not from a lack of effort. It's not from a lack of grit. It's from a lack of focus. Right? If you need to understand what focus really looks like, go read The One Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stays on the nightstand. The next one, and open your mind here for a second, all right? It's written by the very same gentleman that wrote Think and Grow Rich, right? One of the biggest selling books of all time about being successful in business. Yeah. Napoleon Hill. And he actually revealed, if you will, or defined the mastermind concept. The most common element that all of the titans of industry shared was a mastermind. He wrote a book called Outwitting the Devil.
Yep.
Staggering. Just staggering in revealing how the world works and showing you a greater lens so that you are not inside of, you're not, I don't know, if you, The Truman Story, remember, you ever see that movie?
Truman Show?
The Truman Show.
Yeah.
He's in the little bubble, right? And then he got to kind of, when you get to look, Outwitting the Devil takes you outside of your little bubble and it takes you from actor to director, right? You're seeing what's going on and processing it versus being hypnotized by the media or all the propaganda that we're fed on a regular basis. And so I think for me, just, gosh, I mean, that book, I might as well have dipped that in highlighter. You know, might as well just dip the whole thing in there. I wasted energy. It's like there's nothing left for me. Everything's highlighted, you know. Also amazing stuff about like what you should be teaching your kids. You know, he has like 4 pages in there where I was just like, I'm a failure as a parent, you know. And then some of it, so you're like, wow, at what age will this particular item actually make sense for my child, right? Teaching them to think for themselves, teaching that helping other people comes before your selfish nature, and if you really want reward in life, they start there, like the little, like 4 pages of just epic stuff, and then again helping you see life through the lens of the director versus the actor in the movie, you know. Stellar book. Yeah, like I tell people about that all the time. And then the last one is it's the Bible, you know. And I don't care whether you're religious, not religious. I'm not religious. I'm a firm believer in God, but I'm not religious, right? I don't have a denomination. But there's so much wisdom in the Bible.
There
right?
is.
Yeah, so much wisdom in the Bible. It's staggering, right? Like how you should live your life. There's so much wisdom in there, right? Even if you don't believe in God, right? There's so much wisdom in the Bible as how you should operate as a human being.
Yeah. Even if you don't believe it.
Yeah, even if you don't believe in God.
Take him as stories.
Right? Yeah, even if God's in question, right? Jesus is not in question. He walked the earth, right? But if you don't believe in God, that's cool. But there's so much wisdom. Proverbs, Psalms, there's so much wisdom in the Bible.
What was fascinating to me was like, I went through like, it was a Total Money Makeover, one of the other ones by Dave Ramsey. It's like you would have a story. It's like, and then like, here's the, the passage from the Bible. It's like, oh, wow. Everything Dave Ramsey's teaching was in the Bible.
Well, I'm going to give one more piece of advice. I know we're getting ready to wrap.
Yeah.
Right? And this is, for some people, this is going to hit them in the gut. They're going to, the knee jerk's going to happen. I can tell you that since I began tithing, right? Mm-hmm. Since I began tithing, I give away, if I make $1, I give away $0.10, right? Not all of it goes to the church that I belong to. A lot of it goes to Generous Genius and stuff, right? It's about 5% and 5%. The moment I began giving away 10% of my income, I have done nothing but elevate year after year after year after year, right? Now, I'm not just saying you give money away magically you get rich, right? I'm not suggesting that. But I'm saying when I begin to give 10% of my income away and become a steward of that gift, right? When I became a steward of money, things change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Things change, man. At some point, you got to look up and say, I actually recommend it, whether you have money, don't have money, in between. But at some point, you wake up and you're like, life is bigger than just stacking paper and logging into your online bank account. It's like the pixels on your phone change to, there's more money in there, right? At some point, it doesn't change your life.
Right.
Right? But it can change somebody else's.
A lot of people's lives.
Yeah, helping other people can change. And since I started make $1, give away $0.10, dude, I track it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want you to think about one last thing you want to leave the listeners with while I make a couple of announcements.
Okay.
Guys, please like, subscribe, share, comment. Helps me, helps the algorithm. We can reach more people. And then next week, Wednesday, we go back to our regular Wednesday schedule. We got Philip Vincent with Mom's House. He's going to talk about how you guys might be missing out some opportunities with some assisted living facilities. And so with that, last thoughts. Another CG member. Yeah. I forgot.
I think you were just an example of some of the best advice right there. And you, in life, if you're just honest with people, right? Like if I were to go watch a video about how to elevate your podcast, right? They'd come up with some fancy way to maneuver or position around getting people to give you likes and share your podcast, right? Just be real. Mm-hmm. Just tell people what you need, right? Listen to them when they're telling you what they need. And, I'm not perfect. There's times when I'm temperamental. There's times when I'm pushing, I'm driving, I come home, I'm anxious. Like, I don't, but from being in CG that I always say, like, just love on each other. Life is short. Everybody's got different opinions, different desires, but at the end of the day, just be good to people. Life's so much easier. Life is so much easier, so much more fulfilling when you're just good to one another.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the opportunities are everywhere.
There's no shortage of opportunities.
The opportunities to not be a butthole are everywhere,
yeah.
Right? But, man, I really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I hope it was beneficial.
Oh, it's incredibly
Yeah, it was great for me. Yeah.
If someone wanted to get a hold of you, how would they do that?
If you wanted to learn, more about CG, you could go to learnmooreaboutcg.com or learn how CG works. There's some stories there about, what we do for our members and how they achieve success and that kind of stuff. I'm not a big social media guy. If you want to hit me up personally on Facebook, or I don't do a whole lot of responding. So you're welcome to hit me up there and follow me. But I'm terrible about, like I said, we just hired somebody to
and I think she's doing a great job. And, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. You've been instrumental in my life.
Thank you,
right?
sir. I appreciate that.
Connecting with you was one of the best business decisions I made. I didn't expect that, right? I had multiple people say, you need to do this. But, once Gary Harper says you have to do it, it's like, what do you do?
Yeah.
You just do it.
Yeah, Gary's a sharp dude. I suggest you listen to Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
I'm glad I did.
It's been a short ride, but it's been a great one already.
Yeah, so thank you for
everything.
everything.
Absolutely, my friend. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you guys for watching.
Thank you guys.
All right. So I think we're 14 minutes away. But yeah, I guess I got to talk to you more often about the family stuff.
Well, my friend, I didn't. You don't got to talk. We could hold each other accountable. I don't know if I'm gonna give you great advice.
But yeah, that thing about like.
Yeah, see, we real estate disruptors. Can't nobody touch us. And yeah, we about to give you game. Shout out to Steve Trang. Real estate disruptors. They cannot touch us. And yeah, we about to give you game. Shout out to Steve Trang. Jump on the Steve Trang. We about to give you game. REI's flowing through my veins. And you don't have to look no further. See right here, you gon' learn everything. Shout out to Steve Trang. Jump on the Steve Trang. We real estate disruptors.
Hey everybody, thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we have Jared J.R. Piper, fair cash offer, another Phoenix guy. And he's going to talk about how he brings home $20,000 a month passively while traveling the world. If this is your first time tuning in, I am Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. Question I get a lot is how do you become one of the 100 millionaires? Information on this podcast alone is enough to help you become a millionaire in the next 5 to 7 years. Take consistent action and you will become one. When you hear a nugget, please type it in the comments section after the show, identify your single biggest takeaway, and focus on just that for the next 7 days. If you get value today, please tag a friend below, share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And this is a live show, so please ask your questions for JR to answer. You ready?
Ready.
All right, so first question is, what got you into real estate?
First of all, thanks for having me on the show, Steve. It's good to be here,
It's
man.
good to have you
Yeah,
here.
finally. So I've actually been in real estate since 2011 or 2012, somewhere in there. And I was actually working a corporate job, and I had a buddy that was doing a lot of wholesale and fix and flips and stuff out of the trustee sale, right? Lots changed since then, but back then,
But there were a lot of those guys doing that back then.
yeah, back then that's where everybody went to get discount properties. So he was doing probably 5 or 10 deals a day out of the trustee sale auctions, just killing it. And this was 2011, so just like there's a million foreclosures every single day. And he started selling properties to another buddy of mine who had made a bunch of money and was just parking money in real estate. Okay. And these two guys approached me and they asked me if I wanted to get involved. Basically, they needed someone to manage the day-to-day of like rehabbing the properties and overseeing the property management. I knew nothing about real estate at the time, but I was actually working a night shift in a treatment facility in Mesa. And so I was working the night shift, and then during the day I was driving around checking on contractors, and I made a lot of mistakes during that time. I was like hiring contractors off of Craigslist and made a lot of mistakes on someone else's dime, but I learned a lot in that period. And so I loved it. I was fascinated by the whole process, and I started going to real estate school to get my license. So at night, I was working the night shift. I was studying in the back office in between like busy, hours, and I was studying for my real estate exam. And then I would go during the day and drive properties and check on contractors and deal with tenants and the foreclosure stuff and all the different things we were doing. And eventually, I actually got fired from that job. And
The night job.
Yeah, got fired from that job. And it forced me into real estate full time. So it's, sink or swim time. And I started working with these guys, brokering deals as their realtor once I got my license. And I worked as a realtor for a number of years with a, focus on investing. And I basically, since I started watching these guys buy a rental portfolio and build a rental portfolio out of the trustee auctions, I always had it in my mind that passive income was like the goal. And so I started saving some money and looking to invest in real estate myself. So 2013, I bought my first rental. And then I started doing some fix and flips. And I think it wasn't until 2016 or 17 that I actually stopped working as a realtor for other people and just focused full time on investing myself.
These guys are still in the business?
Yeah, the one that bought all those houses he's got other businesses, but he still owns a large rental portfolio. The other guy is involved, but he's also pretty passive at this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they made a killing in those times.
Yeah.
Don't really need to work too hard right now.
Yep.
Okay, so you made a lot of mistakes, but they weren't on your dime. So were there any challenges then getting into real estate?
I mean, learning project management when I knew nothing about construction or how to find contractors or how to manage them.
So they just threw you to the wolves. They're like, hey, we need a project manager. Go figure it out.
Yeah, it was a classic case of right place at the right time. They came to me and they said, hey, this guy wants to buy a bunch of houses and rent them out, but he doesn't want to deal with any of it. Like he just wants to put up the money and do nothing. And so we want you to do the grunt work, right? And it's, in hindsight, it's like I got paid very little to do that. But like I always tell people, if I go back and do it again, I do it for free because I learned so much in that first year of doing that it would have taken me several years to learn on my own.
So what did you get compensated for doing all that?
I think I was getting $1,000 per remodel and 5% of the gross rents per month.
Yeah. So that's not awful.
It wasn't terrible, but $700 a month was like the average rent. And so it was a few hundred bucks a month. But there was a lot of time involved in it.
For sure. The only reason why I bring this up, because there's people like, how do I get started? What do I do? And I always say, like, one of the options if you don't have money is just go work for somebody.
Yeah.
And learn on their dime, which you did. And it was expensive dime for them.
Yeah.
Right? But the experience you get far outweighs the financial compensation you're trying to get. But a lot of people can't wrap their head around that.
Yeah. It's invaluable.
Yeah. So you want to elaborate on that a little bit? Because I want some of the people that are listening to appreciate the value of that.
Yeah. Excuse me. So people who know how I started in real estate, sometimes say, man, you were so lucky. Like you had these heavy hitters that you were just attached at the hip to from day one. And it's true. I was very fortunate to be in that position. But the truth is they weren't like pulling any favors for me, right? I was friends with these guys. I've known both of them for most of my life. But we have a very clear distinction between our business relationship and our friendship, right? And this was a business relationship.
Yeah.
And so they weren't doing me any favors. They didn't take it easy on me when I made mistakes. I was in the position that I was in to do that and presented with that opportunity because of the value I brought.
Yeah.
I like I say, right place, right time. They just needed someone that they trusted who was intelligent enough to like manage it. And I just happened to be sitting in the car with them when they were having that conversation. Right. But what I tell people who are new, who want to, everybody wants to be the guy, right? Everybody wants to have a big team and run a 7-figure business. What I tell people is, if you're starting out, sometimes it makes sense to just not worry about the money or the outcome and just get attached to somebody who's doing what you want to be doing.
Right.
And the most important part about that is figure out a way to add value to their life and their business. And then by proximity, you will learn what they're doing. And as you start to save some money and create your own opportunities, you can do what they were doing.
Right. So what was your first deal then? Like JR's first deal?
My first deal, that's tricky because like I said, I was a realtor and I had bought my first rental property in 2013. It was a Maryville house, which I actually just sold last year. I bought that house for $53,500. I put $10,000 into it. I had a hard money loan at like 10 or 12% interest, and which I refinanced out of a couple years later. I just sold that last year for $205,000.
Nice.
But my first wholesale deal. So I'll tell you two stories actually. So as a realtor, I had someone come to me at one point and said, "Hey, my landlord wants to sell his house, and I'm going to put him in touch with you." Okay. And so I had this conversation with the landlord, and he, for whatever reason, he didn't want to list the property on the MLS, and he said, "I will pay you a 3% commission if you bring me a buyer." And I said, how much do you want for the house? He said, $100,000. I thought it was super realistic. I thought I could probably sell it for more than that. So I went out and I found a buyer. And I came back to him, and the buyer paid 110.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the extra 3%, the extra 10,000, 3% of 10 grand, it wasn't much, right?
Right.
But the seller made an extra 10 grand. He was thrilled about it.
Yeah.
And it occurred to me after that closed, if I had a way to just buy that property and resell it, I could have made the 10 grand.
Yeah.
And he still would have been happy because he got what he wanted. Like, it would have been truly a win-win,
Right.
And so, I that was like a missed opportunity, but something clicked that, hey, there's a better opportunity here than being a realtor, right? And so my first, I actually did a few different deals with my buddy that I mentioned in the beginning, right? And I would basically find a deal on the MLS or something, and I would lock it up, and I would call my buddy and say, hey, I think I got a deal. This is a good deal. And he would sell it, and we would split the profit 50-50. And the first time that it occurred to me that I could really do it on my own was when I locked up the deal. I partnered with him. He worked on it to find a buyer, but I actually found a buyer who wanted it, and he sold it. And then my buyer called me back after, we had sold it and said, I'll take it. And I said, it's already sold. But it occurred to me then, I can actually just do this on my own. I don't need help anymore, And so I would say the first one that really hit home was when I drew that line in the sand, and it was like 2016 or 2017, and I just made a decision because I loved investing in real estate, and I didn't love being a realtor. It was good money. It was good money, right? But I wasn't passionate about it. I wanted to focus all my time and energy on investing. I started marketing in 2016 or 17, direct mail, sent out 10,000 letters my first month of marketing, and I got a deal immediately, and I made $40,000 on. And that's when it was like, okay, there's something to this.
Yeah.
And it's time to blow it up.
It's crazy. So you became real, you're doing direct mail pieces, and that's working. At which point were you like, okay, I've got this passive income goal, this is what I'm going to do, or I got this lifestyle goal? Like, when did you have that epiphany or clarity?
Yeah. So like I said, so from day one, because I started working with guys that were buying houses at trustee sale, and the one guy anyway was just buying houses to rent them out. That was his whole focus. I kind of started with that mindset of like, I want to buy real estate, acquire as much as I can, and generate as much passive income as I can, because I observed that he had nothing to do with the properties or the construction or the business itself. And he was making, once it got scaled up and stabilized, like he was making 20, 30 grand a month,
right?
And so it was like, well, that's what I want, so that's kind of always been the focus. And as I started wholesaling and flipping houses consistently, I always have looked at the bigger picture. I love wholesaling. I enjoy flipping. I try to avoid flipping a lot of houses because I don't love managing construction, but I've always viewed flipping and wholesaling as a way to spin off a ton of cash so that I can afford to invest in assets that will pay me passively while I sleep, while I travel, do whatever I want.
So the passive income was clear from your mentors, your friends. When was the traveling thing like, oh, this is what I got to do?
Yeah.
When did you get the travel bug?
So I want to say 2015, I took my first big trip anyway, to the Philippines, and I traveled through Southeast Asia for maybe five or 6 weeks. I went to several countries, and it was just a really life-altering moment for me. Like it awoke my spirit in a way that nothing else really had, and ever since I've just tried to travel every opportunity that I get. It's a lot like having kids, I think. I don't have kids, but from what I hear, like, you're never quite ready, So I always think of booking trips, like, kind of like that. Like, there's never going to be a perfect time. You're never going to have all your ducks lined up and in a row, and it's like everything's ready. Like, you just got to, I shut my eyes and I book it, right? I watch travel deal websites, and I'll see a deal pop up, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm going to Japan next month, like I'm out.
Oh, wow. Just like that.
Just like that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I did, 2015, I took a couple big trips. I did a trip to Southeast Asia. I did a trip through South America with a couple friends. We drove from Phoenix, Arizona to Santiago, Chile.
And we're back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. So yeah, we were talking that JR was shipping his car through Panama. So talk about that.
Yeah, so the South America trip, we drove from Phoenix to Santiago, Chile, shipped the car across the Panama Canal, and at 3 months, got shaken down by a lot of border agents, got pulled over.
Well, let's explain. What does shaken down mean? Not everyone has world experience here. What does shaken down mean?
So in South America, and I'm sure many other parts of the world, when you cross a border by vehicle, you have to go through a whole process. Now, like if you cross from Mexico into the United States, it's a pretty structured, straightforward process, right?
Yeah.
It's organized. Now, crossing from like El Salvador into Honduras, not so organized. It's literally like you drive up to the border, you got to park in a line of cars, you go into a little hut, and they give you a piece of paper, you go down the block, around the corner, second house on the left, you give it to them, they give you a different piece of paper, you take that down the block and around the corner, you wake up a guy that's sleeping in a hammock and he rolls over and prints something off on a printer that's for some reason laying next to the hammock, hands that to you, you take it across the street, you get it stamped, you go back to the first place. It's like insanity.
I did not know that.
It's insanity. Okay, very disorganized. It's complete chaos. And so, in a lot of these places, one of two things will happen: either you'll meet someone who just walks up to your car as you're approaching the border, and they say, "Hey, you're going to need a guide because it's a clusterfuck in here, right?" And tip me, and I'll just expedite your process, right? And that guy inevitably is going to tell you at every stop, hey, you got to pay $20 for this, but you got to wait here. And then they come back and there's no receipt and you don't know where the $20 went. Hey, and now it's $40 at this other stop. And I need $25 for this guy. And it's like, you don't know where any of that money's actually going, but my guess is like most of it's going into his pocket, if not all of it. And then border agents, of course, in some of these countries just straight up tell you like, yeah, you're not going to be able to pass. It's going to be 4 hours. But if you give me $20, I'll let you go. Now, we'll just skip the whole process.
Front of the line pass.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. So the other thing we're talking about is we talk about 20K a month passive. So you're there now. How long or what did you have to do to get to 20K? Because I think a lot of people that get into this business, they don't get into the wholesale. Well, some people do, right? They see the checks and it's exciting. Yeah. But most people get into it for the passive income. Wholesaling is just a mechanism.
Yeah.
How long did it take for you to get to the 20K a month passive?
Yeah. So, I mean, 9 years, Yeah. But and honestly, that's like I've sold some properties that I could have kept that would have added to that, cash flow. I've sold some properties that I had in my portfolio that were producing income, and I cut them for whatever reason. But it's a slow build. And the way that I've done it, it did take a very long time because I have in my entire portfolio, like I think I have, there's like 2 or 3 hard money loans, and then I've got 5 30-year mortgages, and the rest of them are all free and clear. So it's taken some time to get there, but I bought my first rental property in 2013, and then I've just continued to acquire as I've wholesaled and been exposed to a lot of good deals. I keep anything that makes sense that I can then, pay off in cash and cross collateralize assets and go to a bank and get lines of credit, which I know is a whole different subject.
Right. So I've heard some rules of thumb, keep 1 in every 4 or 1 in every 5. I've heard someone, Leon Johnson, who's on the show, he's like, his only regret is that he never sold any of his properties. So, like, do you have a rule of thumb that you're shooting for, or is it just play by ear?
Yeah, my rule of thumb is if it fits my buy box and I can afford to keep it, I'm keeping it.
Got it.
I've kept properties that other people thought I was insane for keeping because I could have made $60,000 or $100,000 wholesale fee in a day. Yeah. But I decided to close on it and put it in my portfolio because, again, I've always been focused on the bigger picture. I think it's really easy to get, excited about that quick cash, and it's understandable. I mean, to be able to make $50,000 or $100,000 on a single transaction, that's like life-changing for most people. So, having $500 a month in cash flow instead is not quite as sexy.
I'm still looking for those rent deposits on Instagram. I never see anyone post their rent deposits.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, mine's all electronic, so I don't even get checks in the mail. But
So you mentioned the cross collateralization, right? Which is an important concept, important thing for people that are trying to have this model, right, owning properties to cash flow. So you want to just say high level what we're talking about here?
yeah, so basically what I'm referring to is I will buy properties with cash, free and clear, unencumbered, and then I'll take a package of homes to a bank and I will have them give me a commercial line of credit on those homes. So once you have enough lines of credit, then you can just continue to buy more real estate with the money that the bank's giving you. My interest rates at a couple different banks are between like 3 and 4%.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah, I think 3.75 and 4% is where I'm at right now. It's basically prime plus 0. And so, I'm constantly trying to just acquire new assets that make sense. The biggest thing is you got to buy deals that actually make sense as a rental. But my other rules of thumb is that I like to, if I do refinance it or put debt on it, I like to be at 60 or 65% loan to value or less, right? And
Why?
And be able to pull all my cash out, because then I'm safe in a recession. If the market corrects and values drop, I don't think we're going to see another 2008, but if they drop or if that did happen again, I'd be totally safe.
Right.
I wouldn't even lose a night of sleep,
Yeah, you're protected. With making the kind of income you're making now passively, why can't you keep all of them right now?
Because not all of them work. Some I don't want to keep because maybe it's not in the right area, or it has certain features that I don't want to deal with, And I will say there are deals where if the spread's big enough, I just go ahead and sell it, because I want to keep revenue coming into my business so I can fund other rentals too.
Got it. Now, talking about these kinds of numbers, you must have a giant operation.
No, not at all.
So what's your operation?
So my operation right now is me and an admin assistant. And it's been that way pretty much since I started. I have at times over the years, had a couple of other employees in acquisitions, dispositions, lead manager, but I've never felt like I enjoy simplicity in my life. So each time I've scaled it up, I've ended up scaling it back down and just keeping it simple. I've noticed that with a big organization comes a lot of payroll and a lot of headaches. And it's just not something that I personally want to manage or expose myself to. Having a small team and just doing the majority of the work myself not only allows me to have much higher profit margins, so at the end of the year I can actually net more than I might if I had a big team and did double the revenue, but it also gives me the freedom and flexibility to do whatever I want to do. I can travel, I can take off for a month or two at a time and go explore a different region of the world. I can go in the office at noon if I feel like it.
Right.
I go snowboarding every year for
I see those
at
pictures
least a couple of weeks
on Instagram. I get a little jealous. So how are you taking the inbound calls if you're in the Philippines or in South America? Like, how does that work? You got a seller, you're sending out a direct mail piece, seller calls. How are you handling those calls? Or if you're on a chairlift, right, getting ready to come down the mountain, like how are you handling those calls?
Yeah. So I just answer it and say, I'm on the chairlift. I'll call you back. No. I mean, the reality is that's the downside to having a smaller organization is it's a little bit more complex to be closing deals when I'm in the Philippines because things aren't getting paid as much attention to as they were if I was there. I can't physically be at the property and face to face with the seller and all these things. I have had trips where my admin assistant is continuing to answer the calls and then I'm just essentially sending a buyer to the property and they're closing it with the seller and paying me an assignment fee, and just like we work it out that way.
So you have to have really tight relationships.
I've got excellent relationships with my buyers. I know some really great people in the Phoenix market, but the truth is the majority of the time when I'm traveling, I'm shutting off the direct mail and I'm not actually marketing while I'm gone. I'm not actively working that much while I'm away. I still am doing things while I'm traveling. I never really stop or clock out entirely, but that's kind of the downside of being a smaller operation is, if I'm not working, things do kind of grind to a halt.
What, because with direct mail, I've always heard that you got to be consistent. So if you're shutting it off and restarting it, Are you finding that hurting you in your business?
Yes and no. So it does give me an opportunity to kind of retool and find new methods when I get back, right? And sort of re-examine what I'm doing as opposed to just being on autopilot and sending out like the same stuff and same list and like just sort of going through the motions of doing the same stuff over and over again. But at the same time, it does hurt because when, direct mail, there's always a ramp up period of 3 months or three mail cycles before you really start getting the calls. And like even today, like I haven't sent direct mail in the last 3 months, and I still get calls occasionally from people that have like just been holding my letter for 6 months, right? So as you're sending direct mail and being consistent, which I agree is key, you're going to have more and more calls from not just the people that received your letter that day, but people that have received it in the past, and then it grows, right? But when I'm on a trip and I shut it off, it stops. Those calls stop trickling in, and then when I get back, it's kind of like I have to start it all over again and go through that ramp up phase again. So that is a little bit of a downside to doing that.
Is direct mail your only avenue?
It was. I've done. I'll say that it was my predominant source of marketing. I've done Facebook marketing. I've done some cold calling, and I'm now experimenting with Google AdWords. But direct mail has been the bulk of my marketing, and where I've made like 90% of my money from marketing.
And so I've told some people, like, hey, where everyone's talking about texting and cold calling and RVMs and this and that. And I've said, like, there are people quietly, not loudly, quietly saying direct mail works. You're one of them, right? You're one of a handful of people who's like, yeah, dude, I still do direct mail. It's crushing it. But, like, yes, please keep telling people about texting.
Yeah. It's funny, when RVM came out, everyone was doing RVM and texting, like all these different, they were trying these different things. And my direct mail stats went through the roof.
Yeah.
Because like so many people stopped mailing,
Right.
and I just kept sending out my mail, and
Yeah, going against the grain definitely pays off.
Yeah, it's tried and true.
Yeah. So we're in Phoenix, and I don't know if you know this, there's a handful of gurus out here.
Yep.
So
More than a handful.
So how is your operation different than our peers?
Yeah. I mean, my operation is different for the simple fact that I'm more or less a one-man band. A lot of the guys in our market have the team and the infrastructure, and with that comes, the big overhead and the payroll and the big office and all that stuff. And I sometimes I envy that, because I say, man, I wish I had the ability to go snowboarding for a week in Park City and still have this machine that operates while I'm gone, But again, like going back to my original vision, my vision has always just been about building the passive income stream through rental properties. And so I do enough revenue with me and one assistant to be able to continue to build my portfolio and have the lifestyle that I want. And it just keeps my life really simple. I work when I want to work. I travel when I want to travel. I make plenty of money, and I don't have like the headache of managing people and having to like manage all these systems and the stress or the weight of like a really high payroll or a lot of overhead.
Yeah. If we don't close a deal this month, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're doing something right, because when we posted you were going to be on the show, we had Jamil and Pace and Brian Manley.
Nice.
I was like, oh, we love JR. So
yeah, great guys.
You're doing something right. So then I guess, doing $1 million in revenue, how much are you wholesaling right now? How much are you flipping right now?
So like I said, I try and avoid doing a lot of flips because I don't like doing big rehabs. It's just brain damage to manage for me as a one-man operation. Again, it'd be different if I hired a project manager, which I might at some point, but for now I do all of it myself, and my assistant helps. I do probably 5 or 6 flips a year, like big rehabs, and then I wholesale a decent amount. Anything that I either can't wholesale or that just doesn't need a full rehab, or the margin is worth it, I'll take it down and list it on the MLS. I'm still licensed today, so I just list it myself, so I don't have to pay a listing agent. And then I have I do maybe 50-60 wholesale deals a year.
Gotcha. It's funny. I know we've been connected for some time. We didn't really meet until you and I both showed up to a random RIA, RIA.
Yep.
So I just thought that was funny, right? Like there's all these different RIAs and this and that, and a couple of guys in town, but that's how we connect.
Yep.
So you were talking about direct mailing being your best marketing channel. The question that always comes up in every Facebook group is, what list?
Yeah, so my list is actually extremely broad. I actually have done very little marketing to distressed lists. I like to always think about where everybody else is not going. So, for example, for everybody wants a probate list or foreclosure list or whatever, right? And so I've always marketed to just more of a broad list. Anyone that's older than 55, I tend to see that elderly or older population values convenience a lot more than someone in their 30s or 40s. So I've had better luck with an older population, and anyone that's owned the property for over like 10 or 15 years, more likely to sell. And then the callback ratio on that type of list is not going to be as high as something, a pre-foreclosure list or like a high distress list. But to me, it's just been very consistent, and I've gotten a lot more leads where there's not as much competition. I'm sitting in the kitchen. I mean, nowadays it's like they've got 10 letters on the table
Right.
when you walk in, but back a couple years ago, it was like I was getting a lot of leads where I was the only guy they were talking to. And
So it's kind of like a cold calling a high equity list. Like, yeah, there's deals there. It's not as many people.
Right.
But when you find them,
Yep.
they're great deals.
Yep.
So one thing you and I were talking about offline was that your fee in Phoenix has gotten a little bit of a pressure.
Yeah. Big
So
time.
what was your fee 2-3 years ago? What's your fee today?
So my fee in 2017-18 was between $23,000 and $27,000 average wholesale fee, and today it's like half that. It's like 12-13 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, there's a few guys. Again, we can blame all those other gurus out there. So, then I guess running a lower overhead business, what is your monthly marketing? What is your monthly overhead?
So my monthly overhead is, I want to say, like between 12 and 15,000. That includes payroll and just all the systems and random subscriptions and stuff. I pay myself about 100,000 a year, so that includes my salary. And then marketing, I'm spending nothing on direct mail right now, but when I was sending, a lot of mail, I was doing maybe 20 to 25,000 a month, dollars, which is about 40 or 50,000 pieces a month that I was sending out. And then right now I'm experimenting with Google AdWords. So my marketing budget is actually very low because I'm sort of teaching myself this new skill set, and I'm actually experimenting with some virtual stuff because like the cost per deal here has gone up so much and the profit has gone down. So I'm sort of testing a virtual model and learning Google AdWords. So my market now is like 3-4 grand a month, but I'll scale that as I have proof of concept.
What is your cost per deal right now?
On direct mail? Oh, it's like 6 grand, 7 grand. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Between 5 and 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bonkers.
Wow.
Whereas opposed to a couple years ago, it was like 2 or 3 grand.
Yeah. Definitely things have changed just a little bit.
Yeah.
So what tools are you using, right? Because you're intentionally being small. What tools are you using that you could not live without?
Tools. That's a good question. I mean, everything that I do is so simple. It's like I don't have any fancy systems. I use Podio for my CRM. I use DocuSign. I couldn't live without DocuSign. I use CallRail for the phones. I really don't have anything like fancy that I use that stands out. It's all very basic stuff.
So then let me ask you this. Since you want to have a simpler model, simpler business, and you don't want to go too crazy, why are you in masterminds? I mean, I know you're not in one right now, but you've been in some. Why, if you're doing what you want to do?
Yeah. No, and it's a good question. And like I said, when we were talking before the show, I'll probably join another one this year. It's been maybe a year or two since I was in the last one. And I think it's such an important thing to continue to learn and grow. And, I have this thing, I never want to feel comfortable, right? And so as long as I'm surrounding myself with people that are better than me, smarter than me, and doing more than me, I'm going to continue to learn and grow. And I'm very competitive by nature. So it's, you never want to be the smartest guy in the room.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So, guys, please ask your question. I think Derek Schultz is your newest fan. He's going to be his number one fan. Number one member in your fan club. He's loving what you're doing. Alexis wants to know, how often are you marketing to the same list?
I marketed to that same list for a few years straight with, intermittent breaks in between, but yeah.
Like every month, every quarter?
Oh, good. Okay. So I would mail to like let's say a list of 45,000 that was going to go out in a month. I would pull about 80 or 100,000 records. I would then split that into 2 months of mailers, and I would break it up into 16 drops. So I had 2 going out each week. Mm-hmm. So in other words, it was like 8 weeks of marketing, but I was splitting each of those weeks into two drops so that I didn't have like a flood of phone calls all on Monday. They were more scattered throughout the week.
Yeah, and that's what we had. We just did our first drop, and they all came in just a handful of days. So what is your biggest struggle at the moment?
Biggest struggle at the moment? Well, so I mentioned that I'm learning this virtual model. I started, because Phoenix is, I'll always do business in Phoenix, but because the cost per deal has gone up so much and the profit margin has gone down, it's just so viciously competitive here. Mm-hmm. I'm always looking to go where other people are not. So I started venturing out and doing some virtual deals. I've done deals in a few different states now, and learning an entirely new, it's essentially like a whole different process in some of these virtual, or in some of these other virtual markets. It's like in Phoenix, it's hard to get a deal, but I can sell it in 2 seconds if it's a deal. Yeah. In Petal, Mississippi, I can get a deal pretty quickly, but selling it is it's like pulling teeth to get buyers to go to the property and call me back once they've seen it and commit and then get earnest money and get the title company to do it. People just move at a different pace in some of these different markets. So the dispositions and obviously the marketing is a new challenge for me. I'm learning AdWords for the first time and kind of experimenting with that.
It is really fascinating because we're experiencing the same thing as well. It's just people just move at a different speed. And I've never considered Phoenix to be a high-paced society. I don't look at it as like a Los Angeles or a New York.
Right.
But clearly the rest of the country is moving at a slower speed.
Much slower.
than we are.
Yep.
So D. McCall wants to know, what are some key traits you're looking for in your buy box?
I like, for rentals, I like a 3-2 or bigger. I prefer not, it doesn't have a pool, but I'll still buy it if it has a pool, if it makes sense. I like to be all in at 65% loan to value, which is tough in this market.
Yeah, very tough.
But as long as I'm 65%, of the ARV, I can package that and take it to a bank and pull 100% of my capital out in form of a line of credit and continue building those lines, and then have millions of dollars of the bank's money and just like unlimited buying power.
Those are all lines of credit.
Yeah.
They're not just sitting in your bank account.
No, I wish.
Okay.
I'm well funded. I use a lot of my own cash, but I use lines of credit and stuff too.
Yeah. What, how do you stay motivated?
I have, consistency is key. I think that doing the things that we don't want to do on a regular basis keep us sharp, and not allowing ourselves to get comfortable and complacent. Consistently doing the things that we don't want to do and forcing ourselves out of bed in the morning, forcing ourselves into the gym, everything, there's like this disconnect between what we think we want and what actually feels good most of the time.
Oh, massive disconnect.
So like going to the gym.
Ice cream always tastes great.
Ice cream tastes great, but you feel guilty immediately after, So yeah, I stay motivated by just constantly pushing myself and trying to level up.
Gotcha. Very cool. And what is your superpower?
I am extremely calculated. I would say I have just a sort of an innate ability to monetize every deal that I put my hands on, and a way of maximizing the profit on anything that I'm involved in. And I'd say that's my superpower.
What's the greatest lesson that you've learned?
Greatest lesson that I've learned. I would have to say that probably the greatest lesson that I've learned is that business is important, and it's a vital part of my life, and it's something I'm very proud of, but it's not everything. Right? I know that's kind of contradictory to like what a lot of people want to hear or thinking, but like I really believe that, you know, it's important to make a lot of money and be successful, but there's no point in doing all those things and making all this money if we don't get to enjoy it too. So taking the trips, doing the things that we want to do, enjoying our lives, and being there for our family, and having fulfilling relationships, like that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
You know, and money and business, it's a way for us to like enhance our life to a certain extent, but you know, enjoying it is the most important part.
Yeah. And I think that's often overlooked. So Dee's follow-up question is there an age of home requirement you have, single or two-story, Section 8 housing?
Nope. I'll look at any of it.
All right. And Isaac Avalos wants to know, does your admin cold call as well?
No.
What is he or she responsible for?
Right now, it's mostly just admin tasks, but when I was sending out direct mail, she was doing my leads management, she was handling some of the dispositions and transaction coordination, in addition to all the admin stuff, paying bills, paying vendors, some of my property management she takes care of for me.
Gotcha. What is your plan then with the virtual?
So I'm still kind of figuring that out, but I contradict myself by saying that, you know, I want to keep my business simplistic and small, because it's very clear to me that in order to scale the virtual model to any kind of, a large amount of revenue, like I'm going to need help. So I am in the process of kind of just like figuring it out, building out the systems and the processes, and then I'll most likely be hiring for acquisitions, dispositions, and whatever else I need. So it's funny because I'm like, my whole thing is to keep it small and be simple, but this is something that it's very clear, like I'm going to need help with. So I will probably be hiring for this.
And who do you plan on, networking, connecting with to help you build out this model?
I'll probably be joining a mastermind, like I said, this year, probably in the next few months.
Yeah.
I've got a great network of guys that are either, highly sophisticated and successful in real estate, or specifically in the virtual model. So I bounce stuff off of them all the time as I'm figuring it out. Brian Manley's one I'm like, I'll be hitting him up. Answer your phone, bro.
That's where I was leading to, right? Because we've had several guys that have actually been on the show already. We got Brian Manley, we got Nick Perry, we got Sean Terry. Corey Boatwright was coming up soon. So like there are a lot of guys doing it really well virtually. Yeah. So you're very well connected. You got the right people.
It's a very scalable model.
Yeah. Corey's saying that constantly in our Facebook groups. He keeps pushing us to do it. Yeah. So
I like the idea of acquiring assets in other markets too, because the rental numbers compared to Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix, I'm thrilled if I can buy a property for $100,000 and it rents for $1,000 a month. But in like, Indy or Alabama, like, you can buy stuff $40,000 all in and rent it for $800 or $1,000 a month. Like those numbers are just too good to be true to me. The property management's a bit of a logistical challenge that I'm not sure that I want to take on, but again, it's if I can figure that component out, that's a very scalable part of the business. I'm also looking at doing maybe some lease option or seller financing stuff as an exit strategy, so that I can remove the logistics of the management. But that's all kind of to be determined as I figure it out. But again, I'm going back to my focus of passive income, and that's for me always been the goal and will always be the goal. Wholesaling and flipping is just a means to generate the cash to acquire these assets, because for me, that's what true freedom looks like.
Right. And I've actually had conversations with Jamil about this. And he's betting, and I don't think he's wrong, he's betting that a lot of money is going to eventually flow into the Midwest because A, the numbers make ridiculous sense.
Yep.
And B, people are just finding places to park their money. You see the stock market going crazy, real estate going crazy, crypto going crazy. People are just looking for somewhere to park their money. He thinks it might just flow to the Midwest. And it's been a rental market for so long but they might actually start experiencing appreciation.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what other questions are there. Ellen was asking about marketing. We already talked about that. Alexis wants to know how often do you pull your list?
The list I was pulling every 2 months. The one that I was pulling directly out of the tax records. So I wasn't even paying for that list when I was doing it. I mean, I've paid for lists over the years, and those if I'm paying for a list, I'm probably marketing to that list, 5 times or so because I want to maximize it. But when I was pulling it directly from the tax records, I would just pull a new one every other month.
Right. And then D, follow-up question is, are you using a hold open title policy?
On anything that I'm flipping or wholesaling, yes.
And Francisco wants to know if you were on a tight budget but want to do direct mail, do you have any suggestions? That's a tough question.
Yeah, that is a tough question. Direct mail is expensive, man. I would say, I guess we'd have to define a tight budget, but, keep it super simple. Like the direct mail, I think people, any type of marketing, I think people have a tendency to overcomplicate it. I use letters, right? But I think postcards can work just as well. So I would go with a postcard. It's cheaper. I would figure out a way to pull a free list versus having to buy on list stores and go from there.
It's fascinating. I used to think direct mail was expensive, but then once you hire cold callers and you text, right? Or you do PPC or any other form of marketing, even RVM jobs. With RVM jobs, you have to drop tens of thousands of people, right? You can't just RVM drop 1,000 people and expect anything. You have to drop a lot of people. It all works out to be about the same.
Yeah. Well, so the irony is, I'll tell you a story. I remember one time I changed my mail piece. This guy sold me at a printing company. He sold me on the idea of sending out a mail piece that had this fancy text responder thing on it where they could text and get the offer. And it was he said, your response rate's going to go through the roof. And it's true. My response rate was much higher, but it was way more crap leads. And it was just more garbage to sift through to get to the deals. The number of deals were really not any different than the mail piece I was sending before, but I was just doing way more work, comping all these additional properties from people that wanted an offer. And I find that that's kind of been my experience with Facebook and with cold calling. I go through, direct mail, I'm anywhere from 12 to 15 leads per contract. Whereas cold calling, I'm 50, 60 leads per contract. Facebook, 50, 60 leads. It's a lot more legwork to just get to the good one. So you end up paying for them either way.
Yeah, I after going through all my experience, I don't think direct mail is expensive anymore.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking.
Well, and if you put a value on your time as opposed to just the money that you're spending on it, then it's a no-brainer, right? I would much rather have fewer leads that are higher quality and more likely to convert into deals than just a boatload of leads that are 90% junk.
Right.
So
I see you, posting a lot, Instagram, Facebook, kind of live vicariously through you, right? Single, traveling the world. I remember you had this ridiculous motorcycle in Vietnam. Do you have any concerns, problems, there's this thing that happens as you become more successful, and I think that's something that affects a lot of newer people getting into the business, whereas you have success and you share your success, people kind of don't like you for that. Did you have any of that experience?
I would say I really try to remain humble, and I live fairly modestly for my income and the success that I've had. I wouldn't say that I've experienced like any sort of, I mean, there are haters, right? Let's be honest. There's haters.
Yeah.
I did go through a divorce recently. I was married for a couple of years and I went through a divorce, and she came after me for a lot of money. That was a big learning lesson, you know? So anyone new or getting into relationships, I would say, you know, protect yourself. You know, if you're getting into a business partnership, protect yourself, right? Prenups and business contracts with a clearly defined exit, if it doesn't work out, I think are necessary. I lost a lot of money and I learned a lot from it. But as far as, you know, how it's like affected relationships with other people, I can't say it's had a huge impact. I'm pretty low key. I'm not single anymore. I've got a girlfriend now. She's amazing. You know, but I'm fairly low key, so I haven't had as many haters as people that are maybe in the spotlight and more publicly known.
So I've kind of gotten the reputation. I always say be careful with partnerships, right? Like, you know, don't do a partnership unless you absolutely have to. So you mentioned having a clean exit or a contract, whatever. What are some things that someone needs to look at if they're like thinking about doing a partnership, doing this wholesaling business together?
So my suggestion, I've had a couple different people approach me with, you know, the proposition of partnering, and I've considered it. I've never, you know, followed through with any of them because it just never felt right. And I like simplicity. I like what I have going on. I don't feel the need to complicate my life with a partner, but partnerships can also be like really beneficial. And my suggestion for anyone considering getting into a partnership is to partner with someone in business who, you know, offsets your qualities. Like you want a yin and yang. You want one person to complement your skill set, not, you know, the two of you are good at the exact same things. That would be my suggestion, right? But my other suggestion is to get divorced before you get married, so to speak. What does it look like if 6 months from now, a year from now, 3 years from now, this just isn't working, and, you know, for whatever reason you want to dissolve the partnership? Nobody wants to be in court battling and fighting and spending a bunch of money on attorney's fees for, you know, a year, however long it takes to sort through all that stuff. So outline it in the beginning. What is the worst case scenario, and what does that look like, and how do we make a clean break if this doesn't pan out the way we think? And then there's a lot less confusion and things to sort out if and when that day comes. You know, hopefully it doesn't, but
I love the way you put it, though. Get divorced before you get married.
Yeah.
No, it makes a lot of sense. So you've got a lot of properties. I would imagine your tax liability is not very high.
You'd be surprised. So I do enough revenue in my wholesaling and flipping business that I pay a lot in taxes. A lot more than I'd like to. Yeah,
okay.
Still.
Well, because that's one of the reasons why I'm intentionally acquiring more rental properties.
Yeah, but I will say owning real estate, it has incredible tax benefits. I got a great accountant who, you know, handles all that stuff for me. I ask a lot of questions, and I, you know, I read books on it too and educate myself. I don't just strictly rely on him, but you know, I did a few years ago, I did a cost segregation study on a bunch of my rentals. I think it saved me almost $50,000 in taxes that 1 year. So now every year I do a cost seg on anything that I've acquired that year that, you know, that makes sense to do the study on.
So let me ask you this, because cost segregation is something that comes up a lot, you know, in our masterminds and so on. And they talk about, you know, doing bonus depreciation to reduce your tax liability that year. You're basically just bringing it in earlier.
Yeah.
Are you 1031ing in that so that you can do it again, or do you just keep that property forever?
I've never done a 1031 exchange. It's probably something I should educate myself on and get familiar with, because I do think as I buy more and more real estate, or especially as I acquire larger, you know, assets, that it probably will make sense to start 1031ing and saving the tax, because I mean I've only sold a few of my rentals, so I try not to sell anything. But I'm also kicking around this idea right now, like in this market that we're in right now, the values are so high that I'm realizing, you know, if I don't sell it when it's at this value, I'm essentially buying it again at a much lower cap rate.
Right.
Because if I could move that money somewhere else, I could probably get a higher yield and, you know, put it to better use. But I don't want to pay the taxes. And so the 1031 thing it's not something that I've done, but probably something that I'll educate myself on and try at some point.
I need to talk to someone really smart about this thing, because we talk about bonus depreciation, and that's cool, right? You're reducing your tax liability. But if you 1031 it, you don't have to repay it,
Right.
and then you can depreciate the next asset.
Yeah.
So why not bonus depreciate, 1031 bonus depreciate? Because once you do your bonus depreciation, there's no more depreciation,
Yeah.
right? So the rest of the time, the lifetime
done.
of the asset. So why not 1031 and do a bonus depreciation again?
Yeah. I don't know. I think you might have to repay it. I'm not positive.
At 1031, I don't think you have to recapture.
I don't know. That's a
So,
good question.
Need to find someone really smart. Guys, if there's someone listening that's really smart
Yeah.
about accelerated depreciation and 1031s, I would love to have a conversation about this. Maybe we'll record it, post it in our podcast. So guys, if you have no more questions, we'll wrap it up here. So I want you to think about any last thoughts that you want to leave them with. I think you've had a lot of powerful messages, but come up with a last thought. Guys, if this was valuable for you today, please like, subscribe, share, comment. It's the signals we need to give to Facebook, to YouTube. Tell them that this is valuable content so we can reach more people, so we can create more millionaires. Tune in next week. We got Brian at Regpoo. He's flying in from Houston. He's going to be talking about how he was able to make 6 figures a week during COVID using creative financing, right? So if you want to make a little more revenue, you want to learn about creative financing, Brian's the guy. So, last thoughts.
Okay. A couple things. Just to reiterate, right? Enjoy the success along the way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great book that I read once called The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. And it's
That's a great book.
You know the book. It's a fantastic book. And this girl, what it is this girl she's a caregiver for people who are elderly and dying. They're terminal in most cases. So she has conversations with them about their regrets in their lifetime. And a lot of these people say, I wish I wouldn't have worked so hard. I wish I would have spent more time with family. I wish I would have done the things I wanted to do, right? And I think that is such a crucial error on the part of so many entrepreneurs who have all this success, and it's like it's ingrained in us to keep pushing and grinding and building and doing more and being more. And somehow, like, so many people, myself included, get lost in that journey, and like life will pass you by really quick. But the reality is, I don't want to be at the end of the road super rich and looking back at all the opportunities that I missed, things I should have done, or having regrets, right? And the truth is, nothing's promised. Like, I get killed in a car accident tomorrow. I could get paralyzed in a snowboarding accident next month. And I guarantee you, I wouldn't be laying in that bed thinking, I wish I would have worked harder and made more money. I'd be thinking, man, I wish I would have gone to Vietnam. I wish I would have, taken that trip to Turkey. I wish I would have done the things that I really wanted to do. I wish I would have spent more time with my family. So those things I think are so important. And success is amazing and it's important, but you got to enjoy it along the way.
Right.
And you just got to carve out time. Like, people always ask me, how do you just stop everything and take off? And I'm like, dude, I close my eyes and I book the trip. Like, I literally don't think about it. I just force myself to do it because, I don't know if I'm going to have that opportunity later on.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'll say, final thought, is, as wholesalers and real estate, investors, we're exposed to so many good deals and good properties. And, I knew a lot of people back in the days of the trustee sale that wholesaled a ton of deals and made millions of dollars and didn't keep a single one. And the truth is, this market that we're in, it's not going to last. These prices aren't going to keep going up forever, right? It's going to correct at some point. And no matter how good you are at something, your income can change. Your business can change. The market can change. So
we experienced that with COVID.
Yeah. So my advice to people is always just save some of those properties for yourself, right? Stockpile. And rentals aren't for everyone. Not everyone wants to be a landlord or have a rental portfolio.
Other ways
There's other ways to create passive income and freedom from this business. But I always, I'm biased obviously, but I always suggest to people, don't be one of those guys who wholesales a million deals and then has no portfolio. And one day, if wholesaling, the model of wholesaling changes or your income goes down, you suddenly aren't able to sustain the same lifestyle that you want, right? So that's my advice: is save some of those properties, build a portfolio, create passive income, and that's true freedom.
Yeah. I was actually reading a statistic last week. I was like, there's no way this could be accurate. Only 16% of realtors have rental properties.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
For an industry where you buy and sell real estate. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So thank you.
Yeah, man. My
This was
pleasure.
fun.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you
Steve.
guys. See you guys next week. Hey everybody, thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we've got Logan Fulmer with Assets Resolution Partners. And Logan flew in from San Antonio, Texas to talk about how his firm processes 200 plus transactions a year involving dirty deeds. If this is your first time tuning in, I am Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. Question I get all the time is how to become one of the 100 millionaires. The information on this podcast alone is enough to help you become one in the next 5 to 7 years. Take consistent action and you will become one. When you hear a nugget, please type into the comment section, and after the show, identify your single biggest takeaway and focus on just that for the next 5 to 7 days. If you get value today, please tag a friend below, share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And this is a live show, so please ask your questions for Logan to answer. You ready?
Very good.
All right, so first question is, what got you into real estate?
Well, I was working in the oil field in South Texas. And right about that time, I saw some houses that were rental type products. And I'd always heard folks that made a good income, I guess, and a real, I guess, built some wealth by the end of their lifestyle, but didn't have like the big degrees or were doctors. They did it through real estate.
Yep.
So I thought, well, let me go give that a try. So it started with a couple of rental houses, and they did pretty good, but they weren't kind of as quick as I thought. So that's when things started to spool. I say, what else is out there?
Mm-hmm. So what, you were working out in oil fields?
Right. Yeah.
When was this?
So this was starting around 2012.
2012. Okay. And then you started buying properties and
Yep.
it wasn't going the way you wanted it to go?
It was going all right. And at that point, I picked up about 5 rental properties.
Okay.
And there was some income coming in.
Pretty good.
It's good. I was happy with it.
Yeah.
But I felt like there's a little more ambition there. And I thought, well, I want this money to go further also, because at the time I was not using any debt.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, I said, man, I got to figure out how to make this go further. And I was faced with a choice to take on more debt or figure out how to do better deals that I could afford to do more of. So I had to do the second part.
And then, so at this time, I mean, the properties you're acquiring, I mean, what was the price point? Is
These
San
are like
Antonio-
$100,000 rental houses. In the town that I grew up in, they're about $100,000 rental houses.
Okay. It's actually kind of more than I thought it would be. You
Really?
know, going back 9 years ago in South Texas.
I grew up in Temple, Texas, which is
Got it.
more central, a little north of
got it.
Austin.
Okay.
So I'd say the most expensive one I had was 100. The lowest price I think I had was about 60 range.
So you were working the oil field, so the money was pretty good.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. But that wasn't enough.
No.
You want to buy rental properties.
Right.
And then you said, I need to get either debt or buy more or buy deeper.
Right.
So what'd you do?
So at that point, I recalled I'd spent some time in Houston several years before then working for a broker before I went to the oil fields. And I saw this side of town that didn't seem very valuable. And when you drive around it, but I started to see the land transactions, and I realized people were buying these and doing something more with them. So I was the closest to San Antonio. I didn't live there at the time. I was all around, basically close to the border doing pipeline stuff. I'd come up on the weekend and see the east side of San Antonio. And the only thing separating high value property from low value property was this one highway, 281. And I thought, boy, if it just bled over, I'd be there.
Mm-hmm.
So I would work 2 to 4 weeks at a time, and I'd have a weekend off. So I'd come to San Antonio and ride my bike and jog around these neighborhoods that resembled the ones that I'd seen in Houston, and specifically that one. So a couple months later, I came back and said, all right, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and started knocking on doors. In a neighborhood that was actually pretty dang scary.
So the first thing you did was knocking on doors.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do. At this time, this is 10 years ago almost. There weren't a lot of podcasts out there. There wasn't YouTube wealth of information. So I'm thinking, this is like the stupid guy. Like, well, that guy owns a lot next door. I can see it on the internet. I'm going to go knock and see if he'll sell it to me.
But I mean, you weren't even like pulling a foreclosure list. You were just door knocking.
No way. No way.
Well, that's ambitious. I love that. So how'd that go?
Mixed bag. I mean, ultimately ended up buying, I don't know, a couple dozen lots out of the deal over the course of probably 2 years, I guess. But you got anything from, oh my gosh, I'm happy to sell you this. And back then I was buying them for $2,000-$3,000 up to $10,000 a piece.
You're buying lots, not houses.
Right. Well, right. Later on I bought houses, but at that time it was vacant lots because I didn't have to fiddle with them. I could buy it. And the property taxes were $200 a year because at this point they were so undervalued. The appraisal value had them for $5,000. So I'd go to someone and say, I'll give you $5,000. And they'd say, great, I'm sick of mowing it. And oh, by the way, there's $3,000 owed in taxes, so I only get $2,000. I said, all right, fine, let's do this.
Right. Why? I mean, I get like, it's cheaper, but you couldn't do anything with it. Or I guess what was the plan in acquiring the land?
So I'll start out by saying this wasn't quite as methodical as some guys would say how they're brilliant. That wasn't this. But I did see East Austin and parts of the Heights in Houston change in a very short amount of time. And I knew that I was smart enough to know that we were in a low point in the economic cycle, 2010, 11, 12. Mm-hmm. And I realized, boy, if anything lifts and this neighborhood gets any attention, it's just across the highway from Real Value.
So you're looking at future gentrification.
I thought there would be some value increasing. Yeah, stuff changed. So
you're banking on things turning around. You're still working on the oil fields?
Still working on oil fields. At this point, I realized I can buy this land. I don't think I'm going to lose money. I think I can find someone else to buy it from me for what I paid. Mm-hmm. So there's no downside risk. But if it goes somewhere, the upside risk or the upside could be huge.
Right. Okay. So how did that go?
So it went pretty good. I didn't know what I'd stumbled upon yet. So I kept buying, and then we started getting quite a bit of pricing pressure on the barrel of oil in 2014. And at that point, I started to realize our company went from like 1,500 people down to 900, 700, mm-hmm. and I could see the writing on the wall.
Right.
So I went and flipped a couple of houses. I said, all right, I got a couple more bucks in my pocket. Let me go I paid $95,000 for the first one, put $20,000 into it, nights and weekends, working on it myself, and sold it for $150,000. So I made, I don't know, $25,000, I think, $20,000 maybe.
Gotcha.
Like, all right, this works.
Yeah.
So I started doing that a little bit more, and I got laid off, which was really a good thing.
It's a mixed blessing.
So I had some cash still saved. I said, all right, I don't have enough to live my life forever, but I got a couple bucks. Lights won't get turned off soon. Mm-hmm. And then I got a call from this realtor telling me he was going to give me $200,000 for this vacant lot that I had. And I'm like, this is a scam. No way. So I was like, all right, sure, send me an offer. I laughed it off. He sent me an offer. It wasn't 200, it was 190.
Yeah.
I'm in the thing for $10,000
right.
3 years ago. So instantly when I saw that, I said, my life has changed. So that's where the understanding of the land and the I guess the career took a different turn.
So you were over oil at this point?
Yeah, at that point, I'm like, this is oil to me. This is oil. So
you're all in on real estate. Yeah. So then what's your next thing? I mean, you get this lump sum, $190K or whatever the number is after taxes, whatever. What are you doing? What are you doing with that?
Nothing. I got that, put it in my bank account, and thought, man, all right, I'm going to flip some more houses. Because at this point, you can't replicate a 3 or 4 year process like overnight, and I recognize that.
Yeah.
But I knew that I could go generate some ordinary income by doing the house flipping. So I did some more of that, and I bumped into another guy he had owned some land around where I was at. And we started talking and said, man, let's look at some of these deals. And he said, you ever been to foreclosure auction? I'm like, no, what's that? So you mentioned the foreclosures. Yeah. There we go. All so then this was about 14, 15 range maybe. Mm-hmm. So he'd been buying foreclosures, had a rental portfolio, and he said, let's just go check this out. So we go to the auction and walk away with a couple houses for, I think we bought them for about 50 cents on the dollar, mm-hmm. the repair dollar, lipstick on a pig, $20,000, cleaned them up, made them safe, and we resold them, and we're almost doubled our money there.
Yeah.
And then I thought, all right, this is a deal.
Well, it's crazy, right? Because you mentioned there weren't podcasts and YouTube and this and that. Like, people forget how hard it was not that long ago. And they're always thinking, it's so hard today. It's so hard today.
Right.
Right. It's like, you don't know what it was like before we had data. Right. So, okay. So you go to Super Tuesday, you start buying foreclosures. Then you partner up with that guy. What was your next step in your journey?
So we flip a couple houses.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy is much older than me, super bright, very experienced business person. I'm looking to him kind of like a mentor, I guess. He's got his company. I got my company. His company's worth a lot more than mine. So I'm thinking maybe I can learn something from this guy.
Yeah.
He's got some more resources than I have too. So we walk away from the auction 1 month. We bought one house. And he said, I'm not like, all right, we're going to spend this much to paint it, this much for the roof. And he goes, wonder how much it's worth right now. I'm like, what are you talking about? Again, all this is new. And he goes, what if we put a sign in the yard right now? I'm like, let's try it. How much
mm-hmm.
can we make? And the comps didn't show much. It was in a downtown neighborhood that was changing, but I didn't know. I thought, all right, well, here's the dummy answer. We paid 40 for it. Let's put 60. That
mm-hmm.
means we'd make 20.
Mm-hmm.
For sale by owner, sign in the yard, my number, sold it to it. The trustee's deed was not even recorded when I had a contract to sell this thing.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, another light bulb went off. Game just changed again. I don't have to do construction all the time anymore, which I don't like. So that was another kind of.
Okay. So what were some of the struggles then, along that journey? Because it's not like you just boom, immediately you're doing 200 transactions a year. Like what were some of the challenges along the way?
So right around that time, it changed a lot. You start looking at this is the deal thing. I'm only as good as my next deal or my last deal, I guess. And you start to look at this and say, where's this going to go? What am I going to do with this? You look at the deals over the course of a year. I kind of did a year-end review there and started to see which ones were the better ones. And I stumbled across something that was really interesting, that a couple of the ones that had some hassles seemed to be the ones that I did better on. And that was another aha moment there. So there was a little bit of misalignment, I guess, and it was just kind of struggle because I didn't really know where it was going to go, but I'm trying to build, trying to grow. And it was just really hazy for me at that time, I guess. It wasn't clear. Today, I can tell you what I do, and there's nothing else, and it's clear.
You know exactly what you're doing today, but at that time you didn't. But I think that just something here, just kind of a point of emphasis, because not everyone does this, is you actually took the time to actually go back and look at the deals you've closed and saw which ones are the most profitable. Because that's actually one of the things we do initially when I'm consulting with somebody. It's like, well, let's look at the deals you've done. Where did they come from?
Okay.
Well, how much did you make on those, right? Which list did you pull it from? Which medium did you get for them to reach out to you? Like, okay, if we know the list and we know the medium, like let's just do more of that. And so you had the foresight, right? to do that. So that's huge. And then so at that point you're like, okay, now we're going to go harder on the hassle deals.
There's one that stands out to me that this particular deal has completely changed my life and business forever. And I remember when I was buying those properties, I was buying most of them with title insurance. And sometimes people would tell me, I don't want it. I want to go to a title company. I want money at my house. And I'm looking at my head saying, all right, I got this much saved. I own this much. This guy only wants $3,000. I'm willing to take the risk. I look in the land records and there's a deed to him. So I'm like, this dude owns it. So I go to his house with $3,000 and I call a lawyer. He gets me a deed and the dude signs it, notarizes it, and we record it, and I got a deal. Well, I didn't know how to abstract very well. And that one deed was one of 9. So I bought 1/9 of this dang thing.
Okay. So it wasn't so much that
he sold me 1/9, not the whole thing.
But what does it say? What did it say in the deed? Did it say like he was one of 9 owners, or he just said he was the only member?
No, a lot of undivided interest deeds don't say that.
Really?
Right.
So undivided interest. So if they own a percentage of it, you don't know how many other people are out there.
That's the most common way it ends up. Yeah.
Interesting.
Very. So someone deeded that to him, and I'm like, oh, there's 2 deeds. One from this guy, one to him. Boom. Turns out somebody else in their family passed away that was a sibling to that person who deeded it, and that sibling's children owned part of it. I didn't know any of this because I had no clue what I was doing. So I go to the title company, and later on, someone said you should maybe get a title report to make sure what the work you did was good. And I was like, whatever, sure. Well, so when I went through that,
we learn one way or another.
Yeah.
We can listen to advice or we can experience it.
Right. And again, my biggest role probably in our business now is risk management and strategy. And at that point, I'm measuring my risk, right? It's $3,000 relative to the business I'm doing at the point. It's not a big deal.
Yep. What could go wrong?
What can go wrong?
So you learned what could go wrong. So what did you do about that?
So I went to the title company and said, oh man, what do I do? And they're like, yeah, I call a real estate attorney. So that takes me down this different journey. I've probably worked with 20 or more, 25 real estate attorneys. And it's just like a doctor. Oh my gosh, I have a problem on my ear. I'm going to go to the doctor. Well, you're in a heart doctor's office. That doesn't work. And you go to the heart doctor, but you find out there are 10 different heart doctors. Real estate is the same way. So after sorting through a bunch of those guys, they bring out this big old brown book called the Texas Property Code. And then the other one is the trust code and the estates code and the tax code. Sorting through it. I'm just paying these guys hourly, working through this process.
Yep.
So I did that. After I learned on that specific one, this took a lot of time. I did this for about 2 years. And that's how I started to learn it. On that specific one, I'd say, well, what do we do about this? He said, well, the law says you can or can't do this. Well, how about that? Nah, that's not going to work either. He's going back to his book. And he'd call his friend and give him, an experience. And in the end, in that specific one, it turned out there were some heirship documents that needed to be completed. And I started digging up the other family members and calling them and saying, look, this was an honest mistake, big mess. Can I buy you out? They all agreed. At the time, the property wasn't real valuable. So I was able to buy each person at a time and then pay the attorney to help them do the airship work.
Right.
But at that time, I got to watch and see exactly what he did to learn it.
And this is something that, we've had, we call him Crazy Uncle Carl, right? Carl Spielvogel.
Right.
And this kind of like sounds a little bit what he does, right? I mean, he finds properties with challenging title and he kills it with those. So it sounds like that's kind of what you happened upon.
Yeah.
Right. So you did this deal. You're able to buy out. You found everybody else.
Uh-huh.
You bought out everybody else.
Bought it out.
And then you've done your first challenging deed.
Yep. That was the first tough one.
And that was the one that when you were doing the year-long review or year-end review where you see this is like, oh, this is our most profitable one.
So I hadn't sold that one yet,
Okay.
but I started getting those calls again. And I was the guy that called the neighborhood clearly way before everybody else. But then the next round of movers, I actually sold it for less than it was worth, I found out later. And somebody made money on top of me, which I'm totally happy with.
Yeah.
I started to get those calls and they started telling me they'd give me this much and that much. I got multiple calls. So in my head, that was my number at the moment. And even though I hadn't sold it, I knew that was kind of going to be one of my better deals for the year.
Okay. And then this is when you doubled down on that?
Yeah. At that point, I said, all right, I'm willing to try more of these. But the problem is, this took me several years. So at this point,
Several years on that deal?
that deal took about a year. But
Wow.
to understand this model and to really get the resources behind it and what it took to effectively do it, that took several years. So that would be about 2017 probably is when it started to become fairly effective.
Got it. Okay. So that was your first one. It was challenging. Were they all challenging? Did they get easier with experience? Like,
No, well, it was more about how to think about it and having the right resources and coming to the right solution. So there are countless amount of title problems. I can tell you probably the top 5 that I encounter.
let's hear it.
Okay. Breaking the title chain's probably one of the most common ones. Fractured interest.
Let's explain what that means.
Okay. So breaking the title chain means you buy a property, maybe in the 70s, you sell it to me. And then you don't record that deed, or I don't record it. Somebody makes a mistake, but I move in the house, it's mine. Now I sell it to Johnny. Johnny sells it to Jenny. And in 2021, the owner of the property at that time wants to sell it, but there's a gap in the title chain. There was a missing deed. So most title companies don't want to insure that because they don't know what happened there.
Right. Okay. So what'd you call it? Breaking the
Title chain.
title chain. All right. So that's the first one.
So that one's really common. Landlocked land is, I won't call it a title problem, but it's certainly a defect that's uninsurable by most title companies and you got to solve.
All right. You're talking about no ingress or egress. That's what you're talking about.
There's no valid instrument that gives unrestricted ingress egress.
Yeah. So they can't park their car at the house. They would literally have to walk across somebody's land.
Without trespassing.
Yeah.
It can't get there without trespassing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 2.
Yep. Scribers errors or invalid instruments in the title chain. There are tons of scribers errors.
Scribers?
There are tons of mistakes. Attorney's going to make your document, your deed to sell your property, and he gets his template, but he forgets to change the whole legal description, just part of it. You have the wrong legal description, and you bought your property through title or where else, but you think it's right, it's wrong. So a lot of times you have to go back and correct that. Or maybe if somebody sells a property and they're an administrator or executor in a estate, and they just sign it individually, they didn't sign it in their correct capacity. Now you have an erroneous.
Yeah, an invalid
document.
or voidable. Right.
Yep.
And then what's the 5th?
So orphaned estates or fractured ownerships, probably the toughest problem to deal with. That's like the one I told you about, the first one. There's that one.
So let me ask,
Judgments and liens are huge.
what does that mean?
Credit card liens or judgments.
But you can
your
find those
car
credit card
repoed.
companies, right? Or no?
You can, but let's say you're selling a $100,000 house. They got an $80,000 loan, so they have $20,000 equity, and the credit card bill is $30,000. Or child support in Texas. So I'm in Texas. I've got to go back and say that. All the laws are crazy different in different places.
Yeah.
But we have a ton of AG liens, Attorney General, and those are child support.
Yeah. So I'm thinking as far as like, scriber errors?
Scriber's error, yeah.
Scriber's error, landlocked. I mean, aren't these things that the title company should have figured out and title insurance would just pay out?
It doesn't really work like that. Title insurance is a thing now, but if you start to travel back in time, probably around the 50s or 60s, so many transactions happen without title insurance. So you see a lot fewer errors currently,
Got it.
like
Okay.
in recent deals. But old
So-
ones, they're everywhere.
So those are the most challenging issues.
Yeah.
So, and you were running into it repetitively. So this is the problem that you're like, okay, if I can solve this problem, I'm going to have a real like
Do all right.
business.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was the first step then in creating a business around this?
So I had to get good at it.
Mhm.
So I had to spend a lot of time figuring these out, and there were a lot of technical details, but I had to find
Did
the
you go
right.
to law school?
No, I didn't. I looked at going to it several years ago, and I found that it was going to work better for me to quarterback all the attorneys I hired
Mhm.
because I would simply lose a lot of money by becoming a lawyer, basically.
Because of the education cost?
No, that was not a big deal there. It was the time.
Got it.
Being an entrepreneur's
Opportunity cost.
life, time. The opportunity cost is huge.
Okay. So instead of going to get your JD,
Mhm.
you decided to hire a bunch of attorneys.
Yep.
So is that like a law firm?
No, not a law firm. No.
Okay.
So I'm a principal in a property, so I buy it. These folks are my representatives, my agents, my attorneys. So they're repping me to solve problems
So they're attorneys that work.
for me. They
For
represent
you.
me.
Are they all at different law firms? How
Some
does-
of them are some of them are independent guys. Some of them work for firms. One of them's our corporate counsel. That's us completely.
Gotcha.
And those, again, remember I told you about they're different attorneys all the time. One is incredible at drafting docs, incredible at case law, incredible at research. One of them is the mouthpiece. He's a wheeling, dealing son of a gun, and he's horrible at paperwork. You know,
Well, if he's wheeling and dealing, he's not going to be good at paperwork.
right.
Yeah.
So we were able to narrow it down to about 4 guys that are,
Okay. So you got 4 or 5 guys that you work with on a regular basis. Are they on retainer or how does that work?
yeah, most,
Okay.
3 of those 4 are. One of them works directly with us all the time.
Gotcha. Okay. So you sought out to solve this problem. You're quarterbacking attorneys.
Mhm.
So when did you first realize that this is something that you could capitalize on as a business?
So I guess as a technician, you know, I became good at it. So I'm still in the deals, working on them exactly, and that's exactly what I'm doing. And then I ran into this guy that I went to college with his, I've known his sister or his wife and her brothers for my whole life.
Mhm.
He says he wants to do a real estate deal. He's been looking on bigger pockets. And this guy agreed to sell him the house.
Mhm.
And he didn't know what to do. I said, all right, let's go. So I go with him. We get a contract signed. I tell him we're going to split this thing up. I'll help you. We do it. And it comes out to be a really good deal. Calls me back the next week. And after about 3 or 4 of those calls, I'm like, all right, Ryan. His name is Ryan McDonald. He's now a partner in our company. But I call him and said, you know what? There's something more here. If you think you want to do this, let's do this. So I started to support him, teach him what I built over the last several years, and let him kind of take the ball and run with that. So that's when it started to become a business with more than just me and one guy doing a couple of deals. We
Okay.
started to
So
build
when you were doing it regularly as a technician, when was that?
17 range,
17.
right around there.
And that's when you created Asset Resolution Partners?
So, you know, we've just kind of operated as most real estate operators do, you know, a couple LLCs and you're just doing deals and depends on where they go. But ARP, the formal branding is about 2 years old.
2 years old. Okay. And then you got 3, 4, 5 guys there.
Right.
All right. So walk me through a deal today, right? Like, let's say, when would I call Logan, right? I'm a real estate investor. I'm in Dallas. When am I calling Logan?
That's a really, really good question. So the way that works, most of our business now comes from wholesalers, realtors. We got folks from title companies. I get attorneys, judges in Bexar County even call me sometimes and say, here's this problem. Either I need an answer because you understand it, or we want you to help these people. Can you do that? So usually I tell people, you need to try to solve this on your own. Go do that. Here's some information. And folks have to try. Otherwise, they don't realize what we're really able to do for them.
Right.
So they got to go and get beat up, waste some money, get headaches.
They need to appreciate the value that you bring.
Completely. Otherwise,
Otherwise, they're like, "Oh, this guy's ripping me off." Is that kind of?
yeah, they just say, I've got to discount the deal because I've got to make a living. They don't understand that up front. So I encourage folks, usually the first call, if they haven't gone through this process of title company telling them it can't close and the realtor or the judge telling them it doesn't work, I usually give them as much free advice as I can and say, I encourage you to go try this because this is how you're going to do the best on it. If that doesn't work, and based on the problem, I know if they're coming back. If it doesn't work, call me back in a month or 2 and then we'll take a different look at it.
So plan A, go do this on your own.
Yeah, I'll tell them. Someone in our office is we're very open with it. We'll tell you everything you should do.
And then they're like, "Hey, this sucks."
Yeah, they're like, here's the kicker. They go find an attorney. The first attorney says, forget about it. The second attorney says, I can't promise you I can fix this, but I promise you I'm going to bill you every month. It's $300 an hour. Let's have our first meeting. And they're like, you know?
Right.
So at that point, they're really frustrated.
So they come back to you.
Yep.
And then they're like, Logan, like, do they just sell you the deal? Like, what's that process?
You know, it depends on who all's involved. I mean, we've gotten, like I said, the majority of our business does come from referrals these days. And it depends on who is. If you've got a realtor or a wholesaler, somebody involved, I'm happy to pay them their fee or whatever it is. If they want to participate, we'll let them join us and take a ride. They can learn some of that. A lot of times folks are fatigued and they say, just pay me out. I want to go. So we can pay them a fee too.
So more often, they'd rather just take a lump sum today.
I'd say about half,
So half will take a lump sum today. The other half would be like, hey, I'll
take a ride. Let's go.
Right. And then when they take a ride, like, what is the expected payouts? Like, I mean,
it is anywhere from $1 to $100,000. I don't know. It's such a huge range. It really depends on the work we've got to do.
And you don't know until it's done.
You don't know until it's done.
Gotcha.
So when folks come into our office and we say, look, this is conceptually how this might work. If they say we're interested in that, I tell them, all right, look, we're going to talk in a week. And me or one of the guys in the office need to do a little bit of prelim research, and we're able to flesh out an abstract of what we think it's going to look like. We can kind of hit the nail on the head pretty close now. We go back to them in a week and say, look, we've identified you have 37 owners to this property. You have a break in the title chain and about 15 judgments against these other owners that never pay their child support. This is what we think it looks like. Based on that and the market value, internally, we think we're going to bill this much to ourselves for our genealogist that's in-house, our attorney that's in-house.
So you got a genealogist in-house.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That guy's a game changer for us now.
He's like an Ancestry.com.
Oh, he is Ancestry.com kind of.
Okay, so
then we go back to him and we say, this is what the deal's going to look like. I'm willing to make you a partner with me, or I'm going to pay you this amount today. You give me your interest. I'm now the owner, and I'm going to go fix these problems on my own.
Gotcha.
That's probably the most common one. Folks say my family's fighting in the heirship problem. When it's the landlocked deal, they just want to sell it and walk. They're done.
Oh yeah, I would definitely for a landlocked. I'd rather just take it myself. So let's say we got a landlocked deal. How do you fix that problem?
So it's interesting. On that one, less land is locked than you would think. About half the land that folks call locked is not locked. But the problem is people that write easements are people that are fighting with their neighbors. They're selling off their cousin's portion over here. They're going to keep this one. It's never clean development deals. Docs are screwed up. And half the time or more, they have an easement. It's in the land records, but no one can find it.
Gotcha.
So the way we figured this out is we bought a great property for a fraction of the value. And one of my guys sat down and we started thinking through it. And I said, there's an easement here. I know it based on the way this is laid out. There's no way there was not an easement based on the fact pattern we know, what the neighbors have told us. So we sat down and there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tracks that adjoined it. Wrote down the legal descriptions and abstracted each one back for 100 years. Found every buyer and seller of that land for 100 years. So we had, a ton of people. We started running grantor grantee searches, and we found a partition deed that was back from the 60s or 50s, I think. And our easement was right there shown on a plat they drew.
Yeah.
Printed that out, sent it to the title company, and they said, oh, we'll insure on this, no problem.
So this sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Let's
You've got to be a glutton for punishment.
So let's say, like, all right, I'm sitting here. I said, man, like, Logan's business sounds awesome. He's doing 200 plus transactions a year. I'm going to move to Texas, and I'm going to compete against Logan.
Dude, come on.
I'll
help you.
Like, what would be involved, right? I mean, you get all these different people. Like, what would I have to do to compete against you?
I think that's a challenge because you've got to have the resources because these deals don't close quickly. They're all long and slow. So you've got to have the resources. You've got to build the knowledge. You got to have the patience. And I think it takes a special personality. Typical real estate investors want it to be fast, cheap, and easy.
Yeah, sounds great.
Right? And we're the opposite of every one of those. We're slow, hard, and expensive.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't really wish it on anybody, and you really have to build up. I mean, it's tough. Folks a lot of times will call with a deal that they don't want to work with us. They think they want to do it. Families call and they say they've been referred in. And like I told you earlier, I'm willing to give them every piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
The problem is they're going to have to spend $20,000 in legal fees over a year. They're going to be knocking on doors across Texas. And most people aren't cut out for that.
It's a slow build. I mean, this kind of reminds me back in the days when I was doing a lot of short sales. And I would get a listing and I would work with the seller, and I would work with the buyers, and this and that. And it was like 9 months of like banging my head against the wall, and then maybe I get a yes.
Yeah,
So-
that's the kicker.
So for you, I mean, someone brings a deal to you, like, are you closing 100% of them, or
100% of the deals that we commit to do, we close.
okay?
And we run into risks. Sometimes we have to wind up in the courthouse. You know, a lot of folks don't want to have to deal with that. I don't truthfully want to have to deal with it either. And I would say a very small fraction of our deals actually wind up there. But, you know, for example, you got 35 people. I sent you an airship document that we could show soon.
Yeah.
And whenever we do show that, you'll visualize all these people.
Brian, can you pull that up? Let's see if you can pull it up here. So let's talk about that. So that was it not Piccadilly? Was it Diller?
Dilly.
Dilly? Really? That's like the real street name?
No. But that's a lucky thing we have.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about this property. What prompted you to? How did this property come to you?
So we got a call from a neighbor on that one. And a neighbor knew a realtor in the neighborhood. And the neighbor said, there's something going on at this house. It's been vacant for as long as we can remember. The weeds are really tall. The city cuts it every couple weeks. The house looks like it's falling over. No one's been here in 10 years. Do you know anything about it? I said, I don't know anything, but let's have a look.
So he's got it right here. We're seeing the paternal side, and there's also a maternal side.
Yeah, that's one.
So we're looking at the paternal side. So what am I looking at on the paternal side?
So you're looking at, there were two owners, and they were married. The maternal paternal sides are more or less similar, but ultimately you're looking at multiple layers of ownership, what I would call fragmented ownership and unresolved estates, orphaned estates. So you've got a lot of different problems here. Airship work's not done. You have tons of unknown, unidentified heirs.
And
that genealogy information had to be built in our office because no one else has a record collection like that for the property.
So I'm counting all these boxes here. There's about 30 something on just the 30 plus on just the paternal side.
So there are about 60 total.
Same thing on the maternal side.
There are about 60 people. About 30 of those were dead, and about 30 were alive.
So the ones that are dead,
so when they died, their interest would divest into
their kids,
so or sometimes they don't have any kids. It's going to go to their siblings or up to their parents and their siblings.
So in each one of these boxes, you had to reach out to somebody.
Well, the deceased ones, no, but we had to collect information about them to find out who to call about them. And we
Right, so you weren't calling them, you were calling someone else.
Oh, yeah, right.
Right.
Exactly.
Each one of these boxes, there's at least one call to have like a weird conversation. It's like, hey, I'm calling you about this property on Dilly.
Right.
You know anything about that? Like, well, let's talk about that conversation. What is that conversation, right? You're calling me because someone that, one of my parents had interest in it and they passed away.
Yeah.
You're calling me, totally unexpected call. What is this conversation?
It's gone a lot of different ways, but we've gotten to the point where it's very similar now. We just say, look, we're a real estate company that gets referred in to projects like this. This is an abandoned abandoned house. It's got a ton of money owed in taxes. We're interested somewhat. This is the kind of case we deal with. If you're interested in working with us on it, we would like that. If you're not, okay. But we just it's a lot of real estate folks are real aggressive in their calls and really pushy. And we try not to be like that.
Yeah.
Because they can get you anywhere. And in this case, they may not want to work with us. And a bunch of them don't. It doesn't work.
But if you commit to it, you're closing on it. So like, how does that conversation work?
So we haven't committed yet. So these are all these calls. We may call 30 people.
Okay, so you're doing all the due diligence prior to committing to the deal.
Right.
So a lot of due diligence before you even have the deal locked up.
So sometimes what we'll do is when we see the airship chart start to fan out like this one, I'll tell the guys in the office, identify 2 or 3 people and call them. See if anybody even cares before you spend all this time. So the early conversation, it's got to set in. Folks have to think about it. They have to make sure that we're not some Algerian in a Croatian basement trying to steal money from their Bitcoin account. That's what they think.
Yeah.
Because this is like a crazy claim. Hey, you are a 7% owner in this property that you've never been to. You had never been in that city.
Never heard of.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to take a couple steps back here. You said you're really good at pulling abstract title.
Yeah.
Right. So do you have an in-house title company? Is that one of the attorneys or is that something other?
So that's us. So initially when I was working with these attorneys, they kept telling me the law. Well, I'd go back to the title company and say, this is what the attorney told me. And they say, but we won't insure that. So I'm like, well, it says in the property code right here. And they say, look, we're a risk writer. We underwrite risk. We're no different than farmers for your auto insurance. If you got a bunch of tickets and DWI, your rate, we might not want to underwrite you. We're not going to underwrite those decisions.
Mm-hmm.
So there are title underwriting manuals, tons of them. Each company has their own.
Mm-hmm.
So I start finding these, getting them, asking them, begging, paying, and start to read them. I started to see some common themes through them.
Yeah.
And I was to start to understand, how does that apply? And that's where our decisions have to start, actually.
So you're
So
probably more sophisticated than a title insurance underwriter at this point.
I believe that's how I feel.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can see something that's like, okay, that's a good one. That's insurable. That one's definitely not insurable.
What you run into is you've got the judicial system, which is made up of judges, attorneys, codified laws, and case law. And then you've got title companies who are willing to insure and underwrite this stuff. And then you have somebody who's going to make a business case out of it. So those are kind of like three big circles. And we're right there in the whole of the defensive line, very in the middle where they all overlap. Because the attorneys know the law side. Title, they know a lot of the law, but there's some parts they don't get on the business case. On the business case, people miss a lot of that. So we're kind of in the middle.
And then you also mentioned you had your person that was basically ancestry. Where does one go? Like, let's say again, hypothetical, I'm going to Dallas to compete against you, right? Where do I find a genealogist?
Google. And they're very special people. They're engineer minded.
Okay.
Typically very reclusive. They like to dig and research, and they're what you might think, kind of.
I mean, I'm kind of picturing like this is someone like, was it Julie Roberts and like, was it the Pelican Brief where she's like with the microfilm?
Right.
Okay.
That's perfect. There are a ton of different websites, tons of libraries you have to subscribe to that have vital statistics, historic data, things like that, across the United States.
Yeah.
That they're part of, so we can get a lot of that information.
So this is not a very exciting business.
Depends. If you're a nerd that likes this stuff, man, it's super exciting.
So
you would not believe the conversations we have guys running around the office saying that they found the death certificate and the adopted child is not listed on there. Like, everyone goes bananas.
Yeah, but I'm bringing this up because you're a very well-known commodity, right? Like when we posted, like, we got Logan coming on, it's like so many people came out. I was like, oh my God, Logan's the best. Logan's a great resource, this and that. So given this world that, again, I'm maybe biased, like it's not terribly exciting, right? It's not like I can't wait to do dirty deeds.
Right.
Right. Because it's like, I can't wait to do a short sale, I guess, or I can't wait to do a probate. Is like, the payoff is good, but you're not excited about that long wait. How did you come about to be?
This is what folks, if you're very curious, very interested in a person that can't live without the solve, once you get in, you have to solve it. That's the kind of person that should deal with this stuff. There are a ton of people that I think really should spend some time to learn, like at a high level, because 50% of the stuff can be solved relatively easily once you understand the process and really think through it. The other half is stuff that I would never recommend anybody do unless they're a specialist.
And, going back to Carl, I've had a couple of conversations with him. And basically what he says is like, look, you don't have to learn all this stuff. You just have to have attorneys available to answer a lot of these questions.
So it's interesting. I know Carl pretty well. He brings in the attorneys much earlier than us.
Yeah.
We're more technically oriented, and the attorneys come in when it's document drafting time, lawsuit time, settlement time. They come in at that point, but a lot of the early work we do, and he was like, let's just go to the attorney. So it's just different ideology, but I had to understand what was right or wrong and what attorney was going down the right path at. So I had to learn the process before I even knew which attorney to hire. That's how I felt.
Now, going back to what I was asking you earlier, like, you're obviously well known in Texas. What did you do to become well known in Texas for, I've got a challenging title, let's call Logan? It's like, you're like, call Saul.
A lot of that was on the internet. Folks, like we talked about now, the digital era is a game changer. And I spent a lot of time thinking, this does two things. This is good for other folks because I can help share my experiences with them, and I may have the opportunity to get some new business. And it's interesting. No one talks about the clean, easy deal. It's simple, and they made a fair margin and moved on. You don't hear about that on the internet. You hear about the train wrecks or the home runs. And it's 50-50, right? So I'm thinking, well, I like a good train wreck. So when
you love NASCAR.
Yeah. So I spent a lot of time on the internet doing that and realized a lot of folks were interested. And then I spent a lot of time just going out to events, title company events, meetups, and just talking to people.
I mean, so
once people realized they could trust us and we understood what we were doing, the word spreads really quick because not really anybody does it.
All right. Was it a lot of networking, or was it like a lot of panelist work, speaking engagements? Like what?
Only in the last couple of years I've started doing the speaking stuff because folks say it's interesting and folks want to hear about it. But before then, it was let's go to this REI meetup and shake hands and talk to you. And guys, at that time there were 3 of us. All right, guys, each person has to hand out 25 cards. Like that was the deal. We got to cover canvas. This is guerrilla marketing, like knocking on doors.
All right. Gotcha.
So that really helped spread it out. But the internet is what helped open it up beyond our town.
Well, elaborate on that.
The Facebook and other social media platforms.
Like, are you
really
intentionally posting content? Are you in Facebook groups interacting with people? Are you recording stuff on Instagram? Like, how are you leveraging internet to build
most
your
of it's
brand?
posting detail-oriented stuff. Our business perspective has a lot of common sense, risk management, good, solid business principles. So I like to talk about those along with the nasty real estate problems. And people are interested because surprisingly, the good common business principles aren't as common as you would think.
No, it's not.
Or the common sense. So
No.
we started to share that a little bit because we started to get good feedback and folks said, man, these are decent folks. They got a good head on their shoulder. They're pretty darn good technicians. Let's reach out. So that's what my inbox is full of. The phone's ringing off the hook. We got problems.
That's awesome, right?
Yeah.
To be the problem solver, kind of like I can't remember the name of the guy in Pulp Fiction, right? Was it like Tiger or whatever, like the lion?
The fixer.
The fixer.
Yeah.
Right. I was like, hey, let's get the fixer involved.
So, this is the positive side. There's also a side that's less fun because you're solving a lot of folks' problems, but every once in a while, okay, let's go this. You have 30 people, right? The chance of getting everyone in those 30 people to be normal, sane, reasonable, rational, and interested is low.
That
at
low is
times-
almost zero.
Okay. So there are going to be times where that happens and you have 25 family members that want to do something and the 26 doesn't. And that might be the reason that this thing hasn't gotten fixed in the past. So a lot of times we have to deal with that. And that's not the fun part. That's the part where they're mad, they're unhappy. But that we normally find the person that stops the problem from being solved, if it's not too crazy, they're the aggressive person, the mean person, the bad person. That's usually the kind of the last hurdle there.
How do you fix that?
There's usually a solve in the judicial system for that. Usually.
So
Always.
like you run into a situation, right? Like, this is your deal that you're doing now. Like, how do you solve that problem? Like, what is step 1, 2, and 3?
When there's a problem like that, I push it off to the end. I say, look, we're in this thing. We've already bought in. We think we want to do this. And let's just work our way through it until the outstanding problems are major problems. It's not the little ones we know how to fix. And we wind up at the end. And I'll give you an example. Like a landlocked deal, we really thought we had the thing solved. And a couple of people didn't want to sign the easement, which actually benefited them because it allowed them to traverse other property to get to theirs and allowed us to do it as well. They changed their mind. So there are several different types of easements in the Texas property code. So we had to file an easement lawsuit. And at that point, we get the easement because in Texas, you're not supposed to have land that's landlocked. So there's a solve one way or the other, several different easements.
So there's definitely ways to solve it. But let's say we got 5 heirs, 4 want to work with you, 5th one's telling you to piss off.
It's crazy, man. One guy says, I haven't paid taxes in 20 years. I never cared. Most of these are family problems too. But he says, I have a bad history with Johnny Boy over there. He beat me up when I was 13 and I still hate that SOB. That's the deal. Ultimately, we look at the whole case and say, are we looking at one guy who's really obstructing this entire thing? Okay, if that's the case, is everybody good people? Are they lying to us? Are they honest? Then we're going to buy their interest. We'll explain to them what the process is like. And in that particular case, we would file a partition lawsuit.
There you go.
Ultimately, we'd like to get the property and do something with it. Here, section 23 of the property code is partition of real property.
Yeah, and partition, we've done very well with partition sales in the past. Okay, so we talked about your journey, like how you got to here.
Yeah.
So now you're here, right? 200 plus transactions that you guys process.
Yeah.
What does it look like today? Like, it's not a firm.
Not a law firm, but
It's a company.
We are a company.
So what does that look like today?
So about a year and a half ago, I got lucky and was able to buy the Gibbs Mansion, which was an old soldier and businessman in San Antonio. He built this house in 1884. So we were able to buy that, make it our home office. Super cool, about 6,000 square foot, colonial Gothic revival mansion. Awesome. It's in a historic district right by downtown. So we bought that, redid it. That's our office now. Combined with everybody, with admins, some partners, the attorneys, we've got 15 people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what our office pretty
15.
much. Yep.
Okay. And what does your overhead look like in a business like that?
You know, it's interesting. Our overhead is, I guess, it's lower than a lot of folks for that kind of operation because we have a lot of partners. So where you might hire more employees, you have overhead for those employees. For us, we don't have that. They take owner distributions.
Gotcha.
So it's lopsided. Our overhead, we're about $25,000 a month, more or less. We own our building. We've got admin support. We got subscriptions, things like that. But our overhead's relatively low in that regard, probably. Now our legal bills, if you want to consider that overhead, which is fair, that's between $20,000 and $40,000 monthly.
A lot.
So that's more than our support staff.
Yeah. Freaking lawyers, man, let me tell you. All right, so we got a lot of people saying you're doing legitimate, love your wealth of experience. Robert Sturble wants to know, is there anyone doing this in Pennsylvania? Do you know?
You know, I don't know. I looked through the United States. I found an attorney up in Missouri who's a pretty solid guy that does it similar. Carl does some stuff like this. There's another gentleman in Dallas, older guy who does it here and there. I could probably pick out 4 or 5 people in the United States that I know that do it.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't know.
And then LS San Jose wants to know, how would one go about getting an underwriting manual?
If you get on Google right now and Google Stewart Title Underwriting Manual, Older Public Underwriting Manual, I've found that in the last several years, a lot of them are published.
Oh, that's awesome. Simple enough.
Yeah. It used to be different. You have to go to who you have a relationship with and beg.
Carl wants to know, what is the most challenging deal you have? Is it the one on Dilly Dilly or is it a different one?
Actually, we're probably in the middle of one of those.
Okay, so what?
We're working on a tract right now that's a 100-acre tract in a very good metropolitan area on a highway that's high probability for development. So far, we've identified between 150 and 200 acres. We're in that range.
So you have to be a little bit of a glutton for punishment too.
We're looking at it's got about 150 grand owed in taxes too.
Okay.
So the entry is not cheap on that one either.
No, it's not. Yeah.
But you're right. So I've got a friend that's an attorney. He doesn't practice a whole lot because he likes being a real estate guy more than he likes being a lawyer for others. Mm-hmm. So we've been working on that one for probably the last month together. And we're at the point where we've got enough information together and we say, all right, we're going to do this.
All right. And by your estimation, given 100 plus heirs, how long is this going to take?
That's tough. I would call this probably a 2 to 4 year project.
2 to 4 years.
So it would be no different than the person that might develop 100 acres. It's a 2 to 4 year project. You got to buy the land, you got to get your stuff, your entitlements approved. You got to do construction plans, get financing, do the construction. It's a 2 to 4 year project for us.
Wow. All right.
So those are less common, but we got them like that now.
Got it. Luis Garcia wants to know, and I think this is a simpler question, is, when you're flipping your property, are you flipping it under your name or under an LLC?
Oh, most of the stuff is LLC. There's some S corps in there.
Yeah. And then Raylan White wants to know, would you pay for a probate to buy a house if the heirs don't want the house, but won't cooperate for a buyout?
Well, it's a challenge. It depends on what kind of probate it is. So in Texas, you've got an independent and dependent administration. If there's a will, most of the times you can get an independent executor because it's listed in the will. But if that executor doesn't want to act, then you'll have to name one of the other heirs, or maybe a separate attorney as the executor, and he's going to be independent. He's going to be dependent. What that means is dependent on the court.
Gotcha.
So the court has to go through approvals on everything. And if he thinks he's going to get a fair shake on that and maybe want to get a good deal, if everyone agrees, he can probably get a good deal for helping him. But if it's just going to be a completely straight transaction, it's a lot tougher in a dependent administration to pay less than fair market based on an appraisal. Because that can be part of the process a lot of times.
Got it.
So it depends on the kind you have, for sure.
So Ingrid Hernandez says this guy is the ultimate integrator. So let me ask you this. You know a lot. How much are you integrating, or how much are you relying on everybody else in the company to build out ARP and do all this work?
So me and my one partner basically doing this on our own completely.
It's 100% technician.
100% technician, finance, like all the hats, right? And at that point, I said, all right, let's bring some people in. So now I spend a lot of time quarterbacking the guys' deals, helping them with their finances, helping them decide, am I going to make a distribution? Am I going to retain some earnings? What am I going to invest in? Am I going to hire another person? So I spend a lot of time building each of their businesses. So I would say there's some integration. Each one of the partners build their own business.
But you're helping them figure out how to run their.
Now I got a stake in everybody's business, so naturally it makes it worth my time.
Sure.
But yeah, I spend a better part of my time doing that in business development these days.
And Ingrid says, dirty deeds, not done, dirt cheap. Is there a professional or trade association to be a great place to be known to get situations referred? So you're getting, you said, from wholesalers, realtors, title companies, judges.
Mm-hmm.
If Ellis wanted to go, be referred these types of deals, where do you recommend he network?
Man, that's a good point. I find the REI events are probably the best. And the reason is because there's such a high volume of transaction coming through those folks. Let's just say, Joe Blow or wholesaler sending out a whole ton of texts or letters or calls this week.
Mm-hmm.
Out of hundreds of them, he's going to have problems and he doesn't really know what to do with those deals. So if you're talking to that guy, as soon as I tell people this is what we do, the first thing they say is, oh, there's this one deal.
Mm-hmm.
And the light goes off in their head. And I know that we've got something to talk about.
Gotcha.
So I'd say the REI events has been the best for us.
And then Raylan White wants to know, are you only doing this in Texas?
Man, it's funny you say that. Over the last couple of weeks, I've been thinking about other states because I'm starting to get that question more. And I realized we understand the process enough that I could probably start reaching out to other states after establishing the attorney alliance there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be interested. I think it's on the horizon, but there's not a model for that at the moment.
Gotcha.
If that person has the first deal, they should call me and it's time to talk.
There you go. And Walter wants to know, what does partition mean? We kind of just glossed right over what partition sale was.
What's Walter's last name?
It says M. He's
Walter,
in Texas.
M. Okay. Different guy than I was thinking. What the partition is it was actually not designed for houses. It was originally designed for larger tracts of land. This is a very old statute back from the 1700s. But it's to partition in kind. So let's say you have a 100-acre ranch and there are 3 kids that inherit it and they're arguing about it. You go and petition a judge for the partition to put partitions in the property, lines drawn between it. You're going to split the 100-acre ranch into 3 33 and a third acre tracts equitably to make sure they each have access. They each have fair amount of floodplain. They each have usable land and somewhat fair timber.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how it's originally designed, is to split property up. What you're probably familiar with when there's a sale involved is a single family house. How do you cut that into 3 pieces?
Mm-hmm.
You can't. So the judge says everybody has access to their equity in Texas. There will never be a time where the law changes where that's not available.
Yeah,
so the judge says,
it's not gonna be like I Love Lucy, where we're gonna cut the house down the middle. Yeah. You get the kitchen and the bedroom, and I get everything else.
You get the doghouse. Yeah. So the judge sells the property in effect.
Right. So long story short,
this is when people can't agree. It's when they can't come to terms. They can't become business partners. They can't sell together. They can't buy each other out. This is the very last resort.
Yeah. And you're forcing them to sell. Ingrid's question is, are you thinking about franchising? That's an interesting question.
It is. I almost would say our model is somewhat of a franchise in our office with the guys and the training and all. But, one of the business partners mentioned that at one point. I don't know what that looks like yet.
Yeah, man, that's got to be crazy because there's so much specialty, so much, like each one of you guys is like a surgeon.
You're right.
You guys are not like pimple face cashiers.
So you can build a McDonald's and put that same machine in there and have a same training manual and you're cooking a burger and it's not that technical. You can replicate that very easily. They've proven.
Right.
This is a little different, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of specialty in here. What are some of your ways you reverse the risk to sellers to protect your transaction?
Ultimately, the risk we're looking at is a financial risk and a time risk. So we have to make adjustments there. If I think it's an easy deal and a short deal and there's very low risk, I'm willing to pay more for their interest that I'm going to buy to enter the deal. If I think there's a much greater risk and a much longer timeline, I've got to buy my risk down. It's no different than any other business deal. I've got to buy my risk down, so I can't give you $50,000. I'm going to give you $10,000.
Right.
And I ultimately explain to them why I've got to assess a dollar value to each parts of those. And there are a lot of times where I say, look, I don't recommend you do this. This is not really a case I want. I'm willing to take it at this price, but it's not necessarily something that I want.
Right.
And when they see that you're transparent and you're not really trying to pull wool over their eyes, they look at you more seriously.
Yeah. And David Zuniga, I'm hoping I'm saying his name correctly. Huge fan for fixing these kinds of issues. Is it possible for someone like that to visit your office?
Sure. We have folks stop in all the time. We welcome visitors. That's, again, we're really open. We share a lot. So come see us, Dave.
And then Luis Garcia, if the deed is in a land trust, wrapped in an LLC, and hidden out of state under S Corp, are those easy to find?
Easy or cheap? Probably not quickly, but if there's a lawsuit involved, you can start to do a lot of stuff in discovery if it's relevant, but that's not cheap to get to that point. Once you start having a lot of those layers, it becomes a little more of a hassle, but that sounds like a sophisticated ownership model already. So I guess my question is, why are you trying to solve something that's probably ultra sophisticated anyway?
Right. Yeah, that person.
I would call a trustee, and if the trustee is not willing to talk to you, I'd forget about that.
Yeah, he probably does not want to be found.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. What is your biggest struggle right now with, you got this business, you got up and running, and you're kind of seeing, like, you're getting people sending you business on. Like, what is your biggest struggle in your business right now?
So it's becoming more of a business. So remember I told you earlier, we have guys, we have some admin help. Now we're looking at that and saying, how do we make this run smoother and become better business owners? And we started out, I was working 7 days a week for many years. And I love it, and I'm good with that. But I got 4 kids, I got a lot going on. I'd like to not work so much. Mm-hmm. So we started to hire the right people and start to train them. And it's a challenge. You've got to back off a little bit as you do that, because you realize they're not going to do exactly how you want. They're going to do, if you can get hired 70% of what you do, you do that.
Right.
And we've got a wholesaling line. A lot of folks don't know about that, but last year we did about 60 transactions. We're on pace to probably do 70 or 80, maybe 90 this year. We're really moving. Mm-hmm. And we've really started to hire more on that side to really get that process moving along. And that's been a big game changer for people's time.
Yeah.
But it's really putting the right people in there and just kind of stabilizing it. I want to work 40 hours a week one day.
So what are you doing to make that happen?
So we've been aggressively hiring and training right now. In the last 2 months, we brought on 2 people. We've spent intensive training on them. They've been home run hires.
Awesome.
And they have just, yeah. As you know, you have folks in your organization and you know how great or how bad that can be. Mm-hmm. But we're really good at risk management and really good at thinking things through, and through that interview process, I think we did a really good job of good picks. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's been a game changer.
What is your superpower?
I've probably got to go back to the risk management and the strategy, because that's the part where I think a lot of practitioners miss in this deal. A lot of real estate operators, they really want to try it, and a lot of them take a stab at it. And I've heard some of the worst horror stories that you can get of folks giving it a shot and they really botch the deal. But I think that applies to everywhere in our life, or me and my family's life, I guess. But I think that's probably what I'm best at. And I've spent a lot of time figuring out how to connect with people and make them understand, communicate well with them. So between those 3 things.
Let's take a step back. Horror stories.
Oh my God.
How can this go wrong? I mean, it seems really easy.
You got to ease your way into it. There's a guy in town a nice guy. I've talked to him a ton of times. I help him out. And he wanted to go do a deal like this. He ended up, we don't buy with title insurance at all. Even when we buy pre-foreclosure these days, we abstract ourselves. Let's just close in our office. Here's the money. The guy bought a pre-foreclosure and it was too close to the deadline. So he got an investor to pay like $150,000 for this house. And they signed over a deed to him at the investor's office for the money. So you got investor with money, investor that put the deal together. Turns out there were all kinds of title problems. There was a husband that was an owner of the property. He didn't sign that deal. God, there was one other. And they had $150,000 locked up in a $200,000 house. And they only owned half of it. Mm-hmm. So they were upside down their equity.
On day one.
From the beginning.
Yeah.
It's the quickest way to lose money.
Well, we see this in Phoenix, when people are trying to buy a foreclosure sales, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But if you can't do a good title search, you might buy second position.
Oh, yeah.
And then you literally have zero equity that you just dumped $60,000, $100,000.
And someone's about to foreclose you off.
Yeah, exactly. Right behind you. Ellis San Jose wants to know, what qualities does a home run hire look like for your company?
It's not about real estate. The last few people we hired didn't know a thing about real estate. I cared that they had a really good IQ. I cared they were very interested folks. And when I asked them questions, it wasn't the candid, boring, just response that they'd been memorizing. They would start to talk about something, and I could tell that they cared, and it was important, and it was in their heart. And when I could see that that was a special kind of person that stood out from the others, that was a big deal.
Passion is really important.
Dude. Yeah, if they could be passionate about the job that they were building for special education schools, whether it was their career field or not, they were so passionate about that. And they came in and started answering questions like that. And I thought, they're here. They want to work with us. If that passion transfer, man, we got something.
Yeah. And Ingrid Hernandez wants to know, what are some of your most important KPIs? What metrics are you tracking?
Oh my gosh. This is the one where I sound like a complete buffoon. We don't at all. In our wholesaling stuff, we do some. And it's very, very high level. We'll send out 2,000 correspondences. We'll wind up with 3 deals. That's basically what it boils down to on the wholesaling side. On our other stuff, we don't have KPIs because folks are calling us and we size it up quick and say, do I want this or not?
Yeah. Well, you kind of have a little bit of a blue ocean, right? Like there's no one to compete against you. So when they call you, like you're like the A team.
So that was one of the factors that I looked at when I was looking at this. I considered wholesaling, or I considered just flipping, and I realized not a lot of people were doing this. And I do use that somewhat to my advantage these days when folks call me and I say, this is the only way I can do the deal. Otherwise, there's not enough in it for me or it doesn't work right. And they say, okay, well, we're going to see what our options are. And I encourage them to do that. I actually encourage them to call some real estate attorneys because if they want to sell that property, they're going to come back. And I know that.
Yeah. Is there a book you've gifted more than any other or read multiple times?
Oh man, there's 2 of them. How to Win Friends and Influence People. That is just a home run. The Carnegie book.
Yep.
And then another one about a local real estate operator in our office, in our market, Mitch Stevens, My Life in 1,000 Houses. Do you know Mitch?
I've been told to get him on the show.
Dude, I
think we've corresponded, but
okay.
I'm just I'm not as good at reaching out.
Well, I'm glad you responded when I reached out. But what I liked about the first book is people do business with folks that they like. And I realized I need to figure that out. But it's made me a better husband, a better father, a better business partner, and a better business operator when I'm doing my own sales role. So that was an incredible book. I've given that to everyone in our office and more people. And then the Mitch Stevens book, it embodies the entrepreneurial, distracted, ADD American success story.
What do you mean?
He's all over the place. He's 100,000 miles an hour. He's very charismatic. He's tried all kinds of things, and he figured out how to buy and sell or finance houses and do great. And he's done it for 25 years. So 1,000 houses or whatever that comes out to be. And it's just an exciting, interesting, and very insightful book. And I think entrepreneurs should read it, specifically real estate, because they get the lingo.
Absolutely. That makes total sense.
It's fun.
So I'm going to make a couple quick announcements while you think about anything you want to leave the listeners with. Guys, if you got value today, please like, subscribe, share, comment. That helps us and the algorithms, helps us reach more people so we can create more millionaires, which I think you mentioned. We created one of the millionaires that you know.
That's right. That's right. One of my partners, when we came in, he made that point. He saw your license plate and he said, I've got to tell him because of the information I've gotten from him, that's what helped get me there.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's what we live for. So the more you share, the more people we can reach. We do have our all-day sales training. It's in 2 days. So if you guys are still interested, send me a DM. I'll send you the link. And then next week, we got my good friend, Mark Del Toro, someone I look up to a lot. He's flying in and he's in like 18, 20 different markets. It's crazy. So be sure to tune in next week. We got Mark Del Toro coming in from, I want to say Kansas City. So what message do you want to leave the listeners with?
I would encourage everyone to stay interested and cautious. Those are 2 very important things. With this, if you're interested in doing this, I think a lot of people, they want to take a stab at it. No matter what I tell them, they want to stay interested because that's what is going to get you there. But stay cautious. Don't be stupid. Just because you could doesn't mean you should. And I tell that to guys in my office all the time. You can solve that, but that's going to be your pet project for the next 4 years. You want no deals for 4 years or that one? So I think it's very important to keep that in mind here.
Absolutely. Really good advice. So if someone wants to get a hold of you, how would they go about doing that?
Facebook, internet. If you Google Logan Fulmer or Asset Resolution Partners, There's tons of contact info there. Email address is logan@arpusa.com.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Again, guys, please like, share, comment. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, Steve. Yeah, this was fun.
Thank you guys for watching. His organization is up and running in 6 states, flipped over 1,500 homes, and is going to do 300 plus transactions this year alone. If this is your first time tuning in, I am Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. One question I get all the time is, how do I become one of the 100 millionaires? And the information on this podcast alone is enough to help you become one in the next 5 to 7 years. If you'll take consistent action, you will become one. When you hear a nugget, please type it into the comment section, and after the show, identify your single biggest takeaway and focus on just that for the next 7 days. If you get value today, please tag a friend below, share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And this is a live show, so please ask your questions for Mark to answer. You ready?
Ready, mate.
All right, awesome. So first, thank you for coming out here, because I understand there was some just getting out here.
Southwest Airlines is having some challenges, so I had to jump on one of their competitors. But managed to hobnob it through Denver and get down here. So
You made it, so I appreciate that.
you bet.
Hell or high water. So first question is, what got you into real estate?
I got into real estate after reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And I know that's so clichéic because it seems like everyone answers that question. But at a young age, my father introduced me to the stock market, but it just didn't resonate with me. It felt like gambling. I felt like I had no control. It felt like, it was something that, was just kind of out there, and I couldn't touch it. I couldn't feel it. I didn't understand it. And so I guess from an early age, I knew that wasn't going to be the way that I would build wealth. So real estate spoke to me. I understood from an early age that it would be something that I would invest in. I just didn't realize it would become a vocation at the same time.
So when did you read Rich Dad Poor Dad?
In 1999.
Okay, so this is before you came here?
Yeah, it was actually right. I think I was getting it was while I was in university.
Okay.
And I was on a summer break back home, wintertime in New Zealand, of course. And my uncle and I were talking about it and just sitting up on a couch and just poured through it in about a day. Just couldn't get enough of it.
Let's take a step back then. Not born here. So how did you come here?
I actually was recruited to come play for University of Missouri and played on their tennis team. So I was an athlete through college, came over on an athletic scholarship, stayed on and got my MBA, fell in love, got married, and stuck around.
Gotcha. So athletic background, scholarship, so maybe possibly a little competitive.
You want to jump straight to my superpower, Steve? Yeah, hyper competitive. I mean, I have a storytale upbringing. My parents still married, very tight-knit family. I'm number 2 of 4 siblings, and as a classic middle child, hyper competitive and always trying to keep up with my older brother, live up to him and his standards. And my younger sister is a world-class athlete and in her own right. And we've just always been a sporty family, and so hyper competitive in athletics, also obviously transferred into business.
Right. So you came here on scholarship. I remember you shared there was a story that your dad said to you before you came here.
Yeah. So, it was one thing to, have the excitement of, I'm going to go to America, right? I'm born and raised in New Zealand. And I think at the age of 18, I'd already committed to University of Missouri, and, the ego is kind of like, yeah, I'm going to America, telling all your friends and family. But there was one time around the dinner table that I remember I think only about 2 weeks out, and suddenly reality kicks in. And I was thinking to myself at the time, well, if it doesn't work out, I can just always come back. And I remember my father saying, no, you've made a commitment and you will live into that commitment. And you will spend 4 years in America at getting a degree, and then you will come home. Yeah. And it wasn't so much, it was a kind of the harsh reality of it, so much as it was tough love. And, I've talked to him since, and it was clearly just I knew that that's what you needed to hear at the time, because, there are times in life where if I had to come over here and just had a terrible experience my first week, And for clarity, I'd never even been to Kansas City. I accepted the scholarship without even going to the
There
city.
was no traveling.
There was no tour. I mean, I've been to America with my family and done the Disney thing in California. I'd never gone to Kansas City. So if I came over, had one bad week, and said, "Oh my gosh, I'm packing my bags. I want to come home," it would have spoiled my adventure and spoiled my opportunity. And I think he understood that and wisely said, "Hey, just make the commitment." And I think it was what I needed to commit to the process.
Have you ever read the book Grit?
No.
So there was a story of Steve Young, right? Because he was playing for BYU, and he was having a miserable time, right? Because he was like, I think, the third string quarterback, and he called his dad, like, "Hey, this football thing's not for me. I want to come home." And his dad basically said, like, "Yeah, you can do whatever you want, but you're not coming home."
Like that, sometimes, part of parenting, and obviously now as a parent of a 15 and a 13-year-old, you don't get to say the sexy thing, the friendly thing all the time. Sometimes the tough love is what they need to hear.
Yeah. All right. So you're back home talking to your uncle about Rich Dad Poor Dad, but you didn't invest in New Zealand.
No.
You're investing here. You at least wait till you graduated college before you start investing?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it was a passion. It was kind of fueling a desire. I was starting to read more books about real estate. And then I stayed on and got my MBA, which was great. And came out of there. And while I was getting my MBA, worked with my future father-in-law in a small advertising venture to do with the airline industry. September 11th killed that business. And during that time period, I'd successfully bought and sold one house, made decent money that allowed me to okay, maybe this is not just a if and maybe it's a reality, and let's go see what happens.
Well, you're very fortunate to have that. Can this be real? Actually become real before everything kind of started falling apart. So then you just jumped right. You just went all in, shoved all your chips in the middle.
I paid $5,000 on a credit card at the time to go down and get trained up on buying houses, on the foreclosure process, buying houses on the courthouse steps. How do you do it? There's a guy down in Springfield, Missouri, Larry Holder. I don't even think he's around anymore, but he was teaching people how to buy on the courthouse steps and a little bit about real estate and leasing and all that kind of thing. So paid $5,000, went down there and invested in myself, make sure I do it the right way. Came back to Kansas City. I went to the courthouse steps and I realized there's no one here. It was just me and a couple of other guys.
Yeah.
And once I learned, the art of buying distressed assets, undervalued assets, it was hard to go wrong. And quite honestly, Steve, it was the glory days, right? I mean, now there's 50 people on the courthouse steps, and even the hedge funds are buying on the steps. But back then, it was a gold mine. It was fun.
Did you have to run into a good old boys network at that time?
No, not so much. I mean, there was an initial breakthrough, but once you proved that you had the capital to buy, and you proved that you had the staying power, and you were going to be there, and you weren't just hey, I'm going to see what happens and then leave. Once they knew I was there to stay, there was a good group of us, and that was, 17 years I've been on the steps, so it's only been the last 3 that I've shied away from that.
How long did it take to break into it? Because you mentioned you had to show it, but because the nightmare stories is always with the good old boys network was if you want to bid, then they're just gonna both outbid you, right? So that you couldn't do it, so you couldn't buy, so that you would be so discouraged you'd never come back again.
Unfortunately, when you do that against someone who's super competitive, all that does is, build my resolve.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was, with those, it was back in the day, it was, you had to physically go to the auctions.
Mm-hmm.
You had to drive by the house ahead of time. So sometimes the opening bid for auction would not come in until just a couple hours before. So I might be up late at night till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, researching all the things, finally find an opening bid came in of $20,000 on a $150,000 house. I'm like, man, I got to run out and check out that house. Mm-hmm. And so I would get up early, drive to the house early, and be at the auction's at 9 a.m. Mm-hmm. So you drive out there, check it out, do the due diligence, and I was first to market and hustled my way into that arena.
That's awesome. And then roughly when was this?
This is around 2002 and 3 and 4.
Okay,
yeah.
So
2002 was my first courthouse steps acquisition.
And that was the first. You started buying directly from the auction.
First deal I did was actually a referral. I just kind of said, yeah, I'm getting into real estate, and this guy kind of gifted me it was a new home builder that gifted me a house that was like, hey, I've got a trade-in. Do you want to take a look at it? And it was distressed, and I'm like, sure. And I'm in there painting it and fixing it up. The first time you do. So that was my first one. But after that, it was all courthouse steps. After that, I just saw this massive chasm of an opportunity, an opening, and I just went and jumped in.
All right. So then, did you? At this point, you're a solopreneur, young. You just did everything. Did you start building out a team? Because we've talked about entrepreneurship and talent and everything. Like, what was young Mark's experience? Inexperienced, naive Mark. Like, how was that experience?
Yeah, no, I was smart enough to know that I was never going to be the guy swinging a hammer and nail. Call it too proud or just not, or too dumb because I didn't know all about houses. I'd never owned a house before. But no, I saw my ability to go find the deals, source the deals, and then sell the deals on the back end as my main staying power. And then the rehabbers, I let them do their thing. So all about collaboration and finding the right partner on the rehab side was right from the get-go.
And then how, in your best year buying at the auction steps, what was your best year?
Just volume-wise, I've bought 134 on the courthouse steps.
In 1 year?
Yep.
All right. So, and then when did you change that model, or when did you adjust that
model? So clearly the thing for me was when auction.com came in and started offering up all of the information to people just at the click of a button. It used to be where someone would drive by a house and see that it was like abandoned and weeds and run down, or maybe not even run down, but just weeds and disheveled and vacant. And they would think, how can I get that house? But they wouldn't know. Now you just type in an address and they'll say, yeah, the auction's on Thursday in 2 weeks' time,
Right.
Because auction.com's done an amazing job of really catering to that clientele base. So that changed. And suddenly we suddenly saw going from, 3 guys on the courthouse steps to 6 to 10 to 20. And suddenly it got so ultra competitive. I would go, we were so dialed in. This is, 15 years from when I first started. So we're really dialed in. So we were still going, but we were getting outbid by $20,000, like over our max bid. I mean, I don't know even how they were making money. So at that point, you're like, okay, I got to pivot. And we did successfully.
Gotcha. All right. So before I ask you how you pivot, let me ask you, because I think we're way past the statutes of limitations. How many B&Es did you commit buying auction houses?
The great thing about HUD is that they are not too sharp. They just have one set of keys. And as soon as you get your hands on those set of keys,
just need that one, or that one lockbox code.
Or that one lockbox code. There was a few lockboxes, or that were broken into, the way I viewed it in my mind was simply, in a perfect world, we'd obviously clearly only do it on vacant properties,
right?
And if the banks had their way, they would want me to go into the house to see how much I could pay for it, to try and give them as much money for they could on the back end.
Right.
So. But yeah, no,
we're doing them a favor.
We're doing them a favor. It was a little bit of this and that, but no, in most part, I mean, I always say, if you're walking around the exterior of a home, Steve, and this is a good one for people that are getting into the market now, and a good tidbit for someone that's first starting. You can see the foundation, the roof, the windows, the siding, the AC unit, which gives you an indication of the heat on the inside. And at the end of that, we quit doing any crazy things like that, really, because we're like, look, we know we're going to do all new flooring, all new cabinets, all new countertops, appliances, granite. I mean, it's just math, right? So right. IJM is our little saying in our office. It's just math. So $17K for the inside, and everything else you can see the tragic on the outside, and you're pretty much there.
Yeah. I only bring that up just because when we were doing a lot of auctions back then, it's like, all right, who's going to go into the property? I don't want to do it, right? So who's going to go? And that was always that, kind of have to take turns kind of deal. All right. So you pivoted, you said around 2006?
No. So I was buying on the courthouse steps all the way up until 2017. And that's when
until 2017.
Yeah. We were buying all the way up.
Okay.
And then it was because auction.com really gained power in about 2015, 16. And
got it.
And so, but now just for perspective, our best year was 134 houses on the courthouse steps. And this year we will buy 0.
Yeah. Well, I know there was a time where we was like, this is no point. And it was, I want to say it was around like 2013, 2014. No, maybe it was later. It was when all the hedge funds started buying, right? Once Blackstone started buying, it was like, well, what's the point? And like for us, we would look at it like it was listed as a short sale for 140 and no one paid it. And then they would pay for 170. And it was like, I can't compete because they're willing to pay over market at the courthouse steps.
But hey, who's smiling now? Those were great buys then, right? I mean,
those were great buys.
So you got at the time you're thinking these guys are crazy. Now we're like, I would love to go back and pay those prices. So
there are homes that I've shown over here in Maryvale in West Phoenix I sold multiple homes between 40,000 and 70,000. Those things are going for over 300.
Unbelievable.
Man. Only we were smarter.
Well, and that, honestly, I mean, that is one of my big messages. I mean, obviously, as a turnkey provider, we're selling assets to investors all day long. And, some of them, that are not well trained will come in and say, well, I don't, is it really worth that? Or I feel like I'm paying market value. And I said, look, if you're buying and holding for 20 years' time, you're just going to look back and wish you had bought more. I mean, it is what it is.
Right. Absolutely. And I think that we were talking over lunch. There's a rule of thumb you like to use as far as if you buy so many properties.
Sure. So, for all those rookie investors, one of the things that I did well that changed my life, changed my family tree, truly, was for every 3 or 4 properties that I would buy, I would hold one. Mm-hmm. And it's painful because you're turning down cash. It's
turning down revenue.
It's just money in your pocket. Mm-hmm. But you've got to think of it in terms of, what do they say? Delayed gratification is a sign of maturity. And there's never more so than in real estate. Yeah. If you can just, forego that wholesale fee of 10 grand or 20 grand or whatever it is to hold on to that asset and own it for the next 10 or 20 years, it's the biggest no-brainer. You can't lose.
There's a reason why people are buying what you're selling. So, all right. So you did the pivot. So what was that pivot?
So the pivot for us was we were getting outbid on the courthouse steps, and that was drying up. Luckily, I'm a part of a real estate mastermind group, which is where I met you, obviously, Collective Genius,
right.
Which we kind of liken to an insurance policy almost, because when you're going through tough times, you want to surround yourself with people that have been there, done that, or have the answers. And clearly, I was one of the few that were really buying on the courthouse steps. There's probably only maybe 10 of us in CG that had any great experience buying on the courthouse steps. Most of them were just sending out mail. And I'm like, mail? Like, you mean people actually answer postcards to say, call me? This can't work.
Right.
But we pivoted to that. Obviously now we've blown it up and we have just we are committed to multiple channels for acquisition. Mm-hmm. So we currently get 50% of our deal flow from wholesalers. We love wholesalers bringing us deal flow. In fact, one of our a great thing we're very, very proud of at the office, in fact, I think we even got T-shirts, I should have worn it today, made of it, is that in 2020, we paid out over $1 million in wholesale fees. And we love that. Like, I don't resent that. I love that, right? Yeah. Like, I want to pay out $2 million next year. So we get a lot of deal flow from wholesalers, but also realtors, those soft referrals. But we are advertising on television, billboard, and then advertising through letters and postcards and flyers and yard signs. I mean, you name it. We try and do it all at a very professional standard. The one thing we don't do is we try not to do the ugly postcards and the signs on the corner and the things that are just, I feel, take it down a notch. We are a professional organization. And I think that's one of the things that real estate investors can get thrown into that little slimy bucket because they kind of do things and cut corners and B&E, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But, we have 4 core values. One of them, and the first and foremost, is professionalism. And I try to say to our group, look, our clients, our high income, high net worth individuals are looking to diversify out of the stock market into real estate, have options. One of the options is to invest with Edward Jones or Merrill Lynch or UBS and Payne Weber, right? They can go put their money there, or they can choose SPD through mistake-free real estate and invest in us. So let's think of ourselves as real estate financial advisors, not real estate investors.
Yeah, and the positioning there is so crucial, right? Because it goes with your image, your branding. So when people are looking at you, they're like, okay, this is professional organization. I think the branding is absolutely important. So you mentioned $1 million in fees, and you're hoping to pay $2 million this year. So probably we should discuss what markets you're in if people wanted to send you deals.
Oh, I would love to. Thank you. So currently, obviously, we are based in Missouri, in Kansas City. So that's Kansas and Missouri. We're in the Quad Cities up in Iowa, Illinois area. And then we're actively in Montgomery, Birmingham, Huntsville, in Alabama. And now growing into, soon to be rolling out at the end of this year, we'll be into the kind of the midsection, the central region, we're calling it, which is the Northwest Arkansas. So Fayetteville, Rogers, Springdale, and then Northwest Arkansas, and then Tulsa and Springfield, Missouri.
I don't think I ever heard anyone say they're in Arkansas.
Dude, love this area. So Walmart has actually poured so much money and time in. If that's one of the ones that's like everyone else is kind of looking at I'm like, no, we're going here because it's hot. California, not physically, but Californians are flocking to Northwest Arkansas. Obviously, it's the home for Walmart, so that's where most of the corporate exec jobs
is that what
go.
it is?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So Rogers, Arkansas is where Walmart is headquartered. So they've poured tons of money into the parks and rec, really high outdoor, almost feels like Colorado, like tons of outdoor activities and things. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so you mentioned Tulsa because it was you and I were having a conversation, right? Like we both are working with 1-800-SELL now, and Darren just kind of is like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you don't have Tulsa." Like, what do you mean? No, when we started this conversation, I was in Oklahoma. He's like, "No, you don't have Tulsa." I was like, what happened?
You knew.
And then I was like, oh wait, it's probably Mark and Chris. All right, fine, whatever. But
Yeah,
I think
so
that's awesome.
Yeah, 1-800-SELL now is a big. That was a pivot for us as well. You know, it's hard to go to once we knew, and we were going to put our foot on the accelerator, and we can talk about that because that's not something to take lightly. Like right now, we're putting our foot heavily on the accelerator pedal, and that was not something I would do on my own. But once we knew we were going to these markets, it's not an if, it's a when. And so we have secured 12 markets around the Midwest that we're going to go attack with the 1-800-SELL Now brand. So we're excited.
Definitely putting your foot to the metal. So before we go into the expansion part, let's take a step back because you're talking about collective genius and you're mentioning like you had to make a pivot, so you had to be in this room with these other guys. And one question I've been getting recently is like, what are you going to do when the market shifts? Because everyone's kind of anticipating this market shift. I'm not really anticipating this market shift, but they're asking these questions and they're like, you know, I've been doing this since 2007. You've been doing it since 2001, right? And they're like, what experience are you bringing here? And I said, honestly, what we're going through right now is absolutely unprecedented. And so I don't know anyone that has the answers, but I'm very grateful. I'm going to be in a room full of other really smart guys that we're going to figure out the answers together.
Yeah, so an analogy there, Steve, would be March of 2020. There was like, COVID is happening. They're shutting down offices. We may not be able to work. Tenants may not pay rent. Landlords will be mad at us. We won't be able to buy anymore. We won't be able to go into living rooms to buy deals. What are we going to do? You remember those first like on deck calls at CG?
There was a lot
all
of stress.
Hands on deck. I think we broke Zoom, right? Like so many people on there, but we gained clarity. We had a plan. We put it together, and we all won together. And it was. I think the same thing will happen. I have zero stress about the market. I think we've got tons of runway, but B, I know that. I mean, for us in particular, you know, we have a business that transcends any market cycles. Because we provide a value add service. We're not trading paper or doing anything, but we are buying, rehabbing, renting out, property managing, and selling those assets to our end user investors. So I think that's something that will stand the test of time.
So direct mail was the first pivot, and you're committed to more marketing channels. Were there any other pivots?
Well, there was a huge mental pivot. Okay, so so the one thing you've stepped over, which, you know, I certainly don't need to dwell on, but I will say that, it wasn't all roses, right? I want to be clear that no one has that rosy, perfect business cycle. From 2001 through 2007 and 8, I had 2 silent business partners that were, kind of bankrolling the operation, and that ended in a business divorce. The only ship that never sails is a partnership. Very true for my tent there. So I got voted off the island, 2-1, which was a hard pill to swallow. But then that was my biggest pivot ever, right? It's like, okay, I'm back to nothing. Everything's been taken away from me. We had 120 rentals at the time that were just gone.
You got forced out.
With
Hostile nothing to show for it.
Nothing to show for it. Other than they finally, after not paying my mortgages for 3 months, right? They finally paid down those mortgages, and we walked away. So yeah, that was a massive time in my life where it was okay, because then you have those conversations with your wife and family and friends, like, oh, real estate didn't work out. I'm like, no, it's been going fine. I just got absolutely dealt a tough one. And so that's when I pivoted and said, no, I got this. I mean, it was my operation. I was 100% the operations guy. So I already had my rehab crews. So all I did was pivot. And that's really when the turnkey model, before I knew what turnkey was when I pivoted to start using other people's money to do the transactions. Only I was just a service provider. So
what warranted in their mind voting you off the island?
Mate, that is honestly a whole nother podcast.
It
is
can we just
greed.
Okay.
Is that fair?
I think it's totally fair. So
greed.
They were totally short-sighted.
One of them lost their job and panicked. They were best friends. and said, "Hey, let's just park it right now and get them out."
Yeah.
It was bad.
Okay. So very malicious.
Very.
Okay. So that was what gave you the ability to jump out on your own.
So now I'm on my. I mean, I was on my own operationally. Now on my own financially and running it, and obviously, have transformed the way I would do business now, never giving up ownership of my assets. Happy to rev share, but it's not ownership, right? Big difference. So now I'm going down that path, and slowly and surely, I think a little, once bitten, twice shy. I probably didn't put my foot on the accelerator pedal as quickly as most CG guys do. I think the visionary maverick, like just hard charging. There's a lot of guys, like I've been doing it 20 years, and there's guys that are doing the same volume as us that have been in like 5 years, but they're rocky. They have their own issues. We slowly and organically grew this thing back up. Excuse me. And it was just this progression of, first buying for other people. And then when I'd make some money from that, I would, turn around and buy one for myself, and then go make some more money and buy one for myself. I was, my wife and I, bless her heart, we've always lived well below our means. And so we just poured our money into real estate from 2008 onwards. In fact, a little bit before that. And so we now have a, pool of rental property that's substantial. And that's been a good blanket of security to kind of fall back on.
So I want to talk about this mental pivot, because we did kind of gloss over it, but there is massive adversity, all industries, but we get to witness it all the time in real estate, right? Whether it's, like a deal that you're going to close, you've been working for 6 months, and it's like, finally get this big payday for your first deal, and then something came up and you don't close your first deal. So there's a lot of things, or you're trying to quit your job and you're expecting all this to work and it didn't go the way you're supposed to go. So there's a lot of adversity in this business. What did you do? Because it sounds like you got dealt a huge, tremendous blow. How did you overcome that adversity?
I mean, I burned the boats. I was I didn't have any other option. I knew I had a proven track record of success. So that's kind of the thing. It wasn't like the business failed. It was a hostile takeover. So my business model was sound. They weren't even in the market anymore. It's not like they came in and started doing what I was doing. They didn't know how to. They just took the assets. And so I was able to go and just keep doing what I was doing, use some other people's money, because that obviously, cut me off at the knees. And then I was able to just rebuild.
And you being the operator, you already had the reputation. So
100%. So
you could resume.
Honestly, a lot of people didn't even know. Like, it was just an internal, you cry in private and smile in public, right?
Yeah.
So it was, I shed some tears for sure.
Yeah. All right. So then down the road, you're growing. So, a lot of people that listen to the show, they go from never having done a deal, hoping to do their first deal, to doing maybe a couple deals a month, to some of these guys doing double digits a month. This part where you went from being a solopreneur to being in multiple states, like, what is that journey like?
Yeah, that is where a massive pivot, right? And I would not do it without the right team around me. And so I made a big decision in 2018 to hire an integrator. As a solopreneur, I think you have to just start with the end in mind. You've got to think, where do I really want to go? Am I happy just doing, 40, 50, 60 deals a year, maybe even 100? It seemed like at 100, have a little bit of stress and the speed wobbles. But,
I picture like 100 on your own. You're like the Prius with a donut wheel.
Yeah. So you have to decide, where do I want to get to? And I'm just a guy I see other people, that's the other thing about being in the room in CG, right? You see other people doing it. It's like, well, that guy's doing it. Let me talk to him. He seems like a normal guy. I could probably go do that. So it does give you a little bit of confidence, but I saw how he did it. And so, Dan Lane and Jeremy Fish were a pretty big inspiration to me, just seeing, wow, they just have it dialed in. They just focus on their business. They practice what they preach, and they're very calculated, they're very calm, they have a steady pace, they just follow up, and they have process and systems and procedures. And so I knew that I needed, and then honestly, a big thing for me, when EOS came around, it gave us an overlay of structure, but I saw quickly I didn't have the exact right team in place. And specifically missing, after I read the book Rocket Fuel by Gino Wickman, that's when I'm like, oh my God, I am 100% visionary, and I suck at holding people accountable. I don't have systems. I don't have procedures. I don't have any manuals or things written down. Everyone's just like, it's a genius with 1,000 helpers model, right? And so I was struggling with that.
I don't think I've heard that before. it makes total sense.
It's just
It resonates very.
What does
thoroughly.
Mark want to do? We better go ask Mark. And you can't scale when every decision has to come through Mark. So now, I mean, I don't really get consulted. I hired Chris Johns, my COO, and he and I form a very good partnership. We're very much aligned on vision. We know where we want to go. Our BHAG is 1,000 homes a year, and we know we can get there because there's already one company in the country doing it. But we want to get to 1,000 homes a year, and that's why we're going after 12 markets.
Yeah. And Chris is a really sharp dude. So when you were talking about hiring the integrator, you read Rocky Fuel, and you're going to hire an integrator. Chris is the guy we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. So Chris is not a slouch. Chris is not someone you're going to find on Craigslist. So what did you have to do to get someone of Chris's caliber? I guess before we answer that question, just let the listeners know, what was Chris doing before you got him?
Sure. So Chris was a highly paid sales director for healthcare industry, right? So corporate America, climbing the corporate ladder. I think he wouldn't mind me saying that he didn't love his job. He had to travel a lot, was on the road a ton. Because when you climb that corporate ladder, you suddenly get a region, right? It's not, you're not just in Kansas City, it's a region. Oh, you're so good, you're gonna own this region. And then it's like,
more
oh, that sounds great. More responsibility, but suddenly, I think there was one year where he spent an equal number of, or maybe more nights in a hotel room than he did in his own bed. And that's where it's kind of like, man, with young kids. So he and I were golfing buddies while he was in Kansas City. He had moved down to Phoenix, still remained friends. Had never even considered him for that role because you figure he's enjoying what he's doing. But as I would, tell him more about a business, and he actually was an investor in our business as a turnkey, as an investor, buying our turnkey assets. So he knew our business model a little bit, and so we were able to come on board. But it was so what happened? You ask what happened. What happened was I had to change my mindset. And I think a massive mistake that small business entrepreneurs make, or solopreneurs, is that when they go to hire, they pick a number, let's call it 40,000 of what they're willing to pay somebody, and they go get the best person at that rate. You got to flip the script. You say, clearly you have a budget, but you got to think, if I got to go get the most talented person that I can get, and then pay them whatever they want to get them on board within reason. So you go hire the most talented individual for that. You have a pay range rather than an amount. Right. And I think that was the thing. I mean, I was, clearly had to, open up the checkbook to get a guy of Chris's caliber on board, right?
Right.
So that was something that was uncomfortable, but, after wise counsel and talking to people and understanding what other big time COOs were making, found that it was the right thing to do. And clearly, it'll be 10X, right?
Right.
So
you were very fortunate that you guys were golfing buddies and a client. So if I were to say, hey, or not myself, but a friend of yours says, hey, I'm trying to hire and scale. I'm trying to get to 6 states, trying to do all these transactions. Where do I go find someone like Chris?
No, fair question. And I think the answer, again, for a professional organization is probably LinkedIn or Indeed, first of all. The second thing is you've got to look outside real estate. He didn't have any real estate experience. He'd owned a house. And he'd owned a couple of rental property, but he didn't know the business. But you don't need to know the business.
Right.
You need to know how to manage people and process and systems and overlay some level of accountability and company culture. It's building that up that really matters. And so just finding someone that has the right DISC or PI or CI index, whatever you want to call it, that would allow them to come in and be the right kind of operator. I think there's enough research around that concept now that someone could, that you could actually find the right personality type. Even just read the book Rocket Fuel. If you read the book Rocket Fuel, it has that little test in there, and if you just answer if that guy answers all those answers all those questions and says, I'm like off the charts integrator, there's a pretty good start. And then it's like making sure that you can work with them. I mean, make no mistake about it, Chris runs our business. You have to be ready. So the next thing is, are you ready to elevate out of the business and think strategically? And, we wouldn't be in 12 states without Chris, but we wouldn't be in 12 states without me being able to elevate out of my day-to-day so I can go focus and think. One of the realizations that I had was, Randy Lawrence loves to say, it's easier to do than to think. And I suddenly gave myself permission to think. I needed to give myself permission because sometimes you just have a relaxing moment. And it's kind of the same thing with prayer or meditation. It kind of feels a little awkward sometimes. You're just sitting there and it's like, am I thinking about the right thing? you've got to give yourself time, whether it be on the golf course or fishing or running or walking or spending time with your spouse or relaxing. As soon as your body gets away from the day to day and you can start thinking strategically, all of these ideas pop up and you have clarity. But the whirlwind and tornado of the day to day operations of a business is not where you find strategy and vision.
Absolutely.
And I think, the thing that Chris has done well, and my whole team, I have to praise my team because they know, there are some businesses, I'm sure, where if, the boss is not in the office, they think, oh, he's on the golf course or he's doing this or that or he's shirking. They know that if I'm in the office, they're not getting the most out of me. And they have freed me up to relax, spend time, and just think, which has been a blessing.
So, Chris's side, right? I think your competitive advantage is you've got amazing people. And something that you and I were talking about even before we started, you were mentioning to me, it's like, wow, you've got really talented people here. What are you doing to attract talent?
Wow. Never a more pertinent time to ask that question, because that is something we are extremely committed to. In fact, 2019, our mantra was hire talent. And that was all through 2019 was just hire talent, hire talent. We haven't taken our foot off that accelerator. In fact, we've even doubled down. Just recently, we even hired a director of talent acquisition and retention, with the idea that you not only have to hire talented people, but train them and coach them, because every person wants to bring out the best in themselves. And we have amazing people in the office, but they don't get much time with me. Right. They don't get much time with Chris. And you got to realize they can sometimes be in a silo. So you have to come together. You have to spend time coaching them, training them, making sure the best version of themselves. And so we now have a full-time person doing that. Secondarily, obviously in each silo, whether it be property management, give them education and further education. And acquisitions, a quick shout out. I mean, the Steve Trang training that you've done for our team has been instrumental in helping our people, become better in the living room and better at, sales over the phone, sales training. So you invest in the people and then provide a great atmosphere of fun. And it's hard to do, but I think it comes together when you have people of like mind that are competitive, that want to win, and you celebrate winning together.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
I think, in the 4 dysfunctions of a team, Chris McChesney says it really well. He says, you give your employees a winnable game and then keep score, and you'll have success. And I like that one a lot.
I love that. Got to reread that. So you mentioned that you're not available necessarily, and Chris is not available because he's got an operation to run. And so this person, the recruiting and retention, is kind of their coach as well.
She is becoming that. I will say, Chris, it's been with me elevating out, it has been a lot on him.
I imagine.
Yeah. So no, to say Chris is not available, he has been extremely available. So, I mean, again, we're only 1 month into our hire of this person, but the idea is that she will live into what Chris has been doing extremely well.
Gotcha.
But, so he has been very one-on-one. Spending time with each individual employee. How are you doing? Where can we help you? What can we do better? Where are we winning? Where are you struggling? What can we, he's been that, but that can't be the role of the COO. So now we have a full-time person that will be living into that role. And again, with, hand in hand with Chris. So now we have a male and a female in that role of both coaching. And I think it's a healthy place to be for the org.
Yeah. I think that's great because that's something that I was talking to Jason Lewis about, he signed up for our sales training, which is, incredibly grateful. And he also has a one-on-one coach for each acquisition guy, right? Like he's hired a third party outside the organization to coach each person. Like, man, that's so awesome. Like that's the ultimate investing in your team. I think Ren's Bartlett does the same thing too.
They are great practitioners as well. Yeah, they're putting their foot on the accelerator too. It's kind of fun to see them.
Yeah. So let's talk about this, putting the foot on the accelerator. So what does putting on the foot accelerator mean, and what would it look like when you're done?
So what it means to us is recreating our business model in other markets. Really it's not, we're not, it's probably a bad analogy in the sense that it sounds like you're getting out of control. I would not be comfortable. Let me say it this way. We've built the car. If you want the car analogy, we have built the car now where we can go fast and we don't get the speed wobbles anymore. It's enough to hey, quick, the check engine lights come on, boom, we fix it and we move on. Velocity of capital is a big deal in our business, meaning we have to turn houses quickly. When you're doing 300 a year, and we're not wholesaling. We don't wholesale at all. We buy from wholesalers. We're rehabbing 300 houses this year, Steve.
That's crazy.
So I mean, it's a big job, right? So
just for context, how many houses is that at a time?
There's
always some cycle.
Yeah, at any given month, so we average around just over 5.5 months of, so it's around 104 houses at a time. So,
all right, so go back to your
yeah. So we've got the analogy of the car, and so yeah, putting your foot on the accelerator to me means that we are now willing to expand and grow without stressing out the organization.
Yeah.
And so what that looks like is taking our operating procedures, our processes, and overlaying them in other markets where we know it's going to be a success. I'm one of those guys, I don't take risk, which sounds crazy because, we're in this game of like, you buy low, you try and sell high, you hope you make money. It's like, no, we buy already knowing that it's sold on the back end. We don't really take risks. We know our investors are going to love these other markets. We have although we're going to flip, a couple of hundred full turnkeys this year, which are our rental properties. If we had 600, we could sell them with the demand for our product right now. And so really it's just living into the demand that's already there for our product. So it's kind of just ramping up production, knowing that the demand is already there, and knowing that the team will not be stressed by it. They'll be challenged, don't get me wrong. And we'll have to grow and hire, which is again why we hired the talent acquisition person, because we'll probably hire maybe 30 or 40 full-time employees in the next 24 to 30 months.
So how many employees?
We will grow, probably double our full-time headcount in the next 12 to 24.
Wow. And so kind of what you're talking about, it sounds like, a principle we heard a long time ago, which is reverse wholesaling. Find out what buyers are willing to buy.
Bingo.
And then go source that from wholesalers or the market.
Chris, Steve, that's exactly what we do. Chris and I sit down, we say, okay, if our investors are willing to buy at, say, a 7 cap, right, and in this market, well, you just go, it's IJM. It's just math. So then we come in and say, okay, we need to buy it for this because we know we're going to rehab it for that. And we can sell it for this. And it's, your margins are there.
And you got your buy box.
Yeah. And keep in mind, I mean, you don't get these massive rips, right? Like, a wise man once told me, a good friend of mine who has multiple businesses and plays golf nearly every day, quite literally, great business owner of multiple different like a boot company, a smoothie store. He's got a trash company, true business owner. He says, Delator, I'm playing golf, just hitting singles all day while you're out there trying to hit home runs. He said this about 5 years ago, and it kind of sat with me, and I'm like, he's right. It's if you just go out and get base hit. In fact, I think Tim Bratz even commented something like that on Facebook a while back. Yeah. He said, just go get the base hits. You don't need to swing for the fences on every deal. And as you scale, it's all about just getting singles and as many singles as you can.
And every once in a while, those singles turn into a home run.
Well, and clearly right now in this market, they're turning into home runs.
A lot of people are looking really smart right now.
Yes.
All right, so let's go to some of these questions. So Michael Frank says you're a solid dude. Thank you, Mike, for that. Michael York, so he lived in Rogers, Arkansas for a short while, and they were building everywhere. So,
yep.
So Gavin Guglielmi, I'm hoping I'm reading this correctly. Can you live on Burr income? So could you build a lifestyle around Burr?
If I am taking his question as, obviously that Burr, it's tough right now in this marketplace. Back in the day, 100%, right? Easy. I mean, in fact, that was one of the business models I had was simply, using other people's money. I'd say, look, you're silly not to. We would, buy them a house, rehab it for them, get it rented out. They'd cash out refi. So use cash, but then cash out refi, pull out sometimes, all, if not maybe a little bit more of everything they had in it and just keep going. I think to address that question, I'm going to say this. I think one of the biggest, as a guy who sells turnkey real estate for a living, I will say that we coach all of our investors not to get swayed on passive income that is fully leveraged. I think one of the dirty little secrets in real estate is that leveraged assets at 80% leverage don't cash flow. I mean, who's going to live off $200 a month?
Right.
It's just not going to happen. You have to have so much scale to get to that point. And most people that are, trying to live off the cash flow don't have that kind of cash. It's only once they're paid off. So our investors are coached to buy, just 4 or 5 houses a year and, just put 20% down, get 80% leverage, so scale with leverage and then start to aggressively pay down debt. I think the ideal model for a turnkey buyer would be you have your active income, you pour whatever you can into those passive assets to build up your asset column, then start aggressively paying down your debt. Because only when it's paid off or it's, majority of it is paid off is it really life-changing to where you could actually live off the cash flow.
Right. So I'm going to ask a question. This might sound totally ignorant, right? coming from Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
We look over here, California, particularly. These guys are doing 40K assignment fees, 100K flips on a regular basis, and that looks sexy, right? No one knows how much it costs to do all that, but it looks sexy. And I look at all our friends in the Midwest, like these guys are building real wealth through Burr. They're finding these properties, pulling out cash out refis. They don't even need an income because they're living off the cash out refis. These guys are building real wealth and have almost no taxable income because everything's depreciating.
Bingo.
So would you agree or disagree that it's easier to create wealth in the Midwest?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, easier to make bigger chunks of active income potentially in real estate in the bigger markets, just because you have, if you're talking percentages, your value of land and the sales price on the back end is just way, way bigger. But in the I think real estate is a crockpot business, not a microwave business. You're in the business of getting wealthy slowly over time, not getting rich quick. Because every time that you click over and accept some cash for a transaction, you're going to be chinked 30% for tax right off the bat.
Right.
And then you have nothing to show for it. It's just transactional. I'm trying to build wealth for our investor base. That's just following the strategy that I did, just buy and hold assets. And 20 years later, everyone will be like, how did you do that overnight? It's like, no, this thing's been sitting in the crock pot for 20 years.
So if I were young and single, actually, because I actually made this a suggestion to someone that was in my sales training on Friday. He's like, I'm really frustrated in San Diego. I was like, how old are you? He's like, I'm 23, I think was what it was. Like, yeah, are you married? He's like, no. Kids? And I was like, then move out of San Diego, move in the Midwest, do a bunch of burrs, find properties, do cash out refis. And if you want to live in San Diego later on, go back.
Well, and in fairness, stay in San Diego. I'm a big believer in collaboration, right? I believe collaboration over isolation is one of the keys to my success. I mean, inside CG, I've partnered with so many different avenues, from the direct mail to the training to television advertising to our name of our company now. And it's always been about collaboration. Why can the guy that not, hammer it out in San Diego making big reps, but just invest in the Midwest? We have investors from Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, China, the UK, all over the world, and they're investing in the Midwest.
Really?
Yeah. That was the biggest thing that turned us around in 2008, 9, and 10. The irony was that American investors that I knew were like, oh my God, I would never invest in real estate. Terrible. Have you not seen the crash that's happened, Mark? I'm like, why is it that when Walmart has a sale of 50% off, everyone goes rushing to the door?
Yeah.
But when real estate has a sale of 50% off, everyone's like, I would never touch real estate. And I was just wise enough to say, that's an opportunity.
It's interesting because when, as a realtor in that time, I had a lot of Australian money buying real estate in the Phoenix market.
Mm-hmm.
They knew something we didn't know. All right. So Raylan says he loves the family tree line comment. Let's see what else is. If Benjamin Beck wants to know if you could have coffee with someone dead or alive, who would it be?
That's a good question. Have coffee with someone dead or alive, who would it be? Simon Sinek comes to mind. Tiger Woods. Obviously he's had his transgressions, but I just think he's such a mental giant. The things that he was able to do in his profession transcended sport. But yeah, Simon Sinek is someone I kind of look up to and will always consume his media. He is extremely wise.
He is.
And has great, it's for where I'm at in my life, right? Trying to lead people, it's hard. Like, that's one of the greatest challenges I have, is leading an organization of people that are just growing. Now we have 25 people in the office that are having to be led, and that's something that I wear with great respect.
Well, I think that's the hardest thing, and that's every person. Well, I take that back. Everyone initially has problems with marketing. Where do I find leads? Where do I find leads? Once you solve that, because it's really not that hard to solve that. Once you solve it, everyone struggles with people. It is the hardest.
Yep.
It's the last frontier. Leo Aguirre wants to know, what is your why? What is pushing?
I kind of see myself at the pearly gates with a tablet that, I'll be sitting there with Jesus, and he'll say something along the lines of, Mark, here's what you did, and here's what I created you for. I just want to try and live up to getting those as closely aligned as possible. it's not a fear I have, but I just want to try and be the best version of myself. And so I put my heart and soul into being the best dad I can be, the best husband I can be, the best friend I can be. I'm a guy that does do those random acts of kindness. I try and, do everything I can to reach out to people. I want to be, dude, at my funeral, I hope they just pack the rafters because everyone just wants to come and say goodbye, and just have that last memory. Like I enjoy life. I love what I do. I love, where I live. I'm not going to call it a regret, but the only challenge I have that I struggle with, Steve, is just I have a very tight-knit family in New Zealand, and it is hard being away from them for so long. And with COVID now shutting down the borders effectively, you have to go sit in a hotel for 2 weeks if you want to get in. It's been tough.
So you mentioned best father you can be, best husband. So what are you doing to be the best husband you can be, father you can be?
Time, right? Just got to spend time. And creating opportunities. When my daughter was young, I was the dad that, said, she wasn't an athlete. Jack and I have always had a great bond because he's a sporty kid. Throw the baseball, throw the football, go play golf, kick the soccer ball around. Obviously easy for a dad. But I was the dad that actually put on a costume and went and danced with my daughter on stage, because she loved dancing. I love taking her out on date days and just spending time. One of the things I do, to try and be the best husband I can be is just celebrate the wins. We recently celebrated our 20-year wedding anniversary and did it in style. Rented a lovely Jason Medley style house on the Pacific Ocean down in Puerto Vallarta, and had our best friends that were actually in our wedding come with us, and that was really special to us. So
that's also to have them in your wedding also.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, so it's like, you have those moments. I mean, life is just a journey, but I love to celebrate along the way. And so I try to, obviously discipline and encourage my children, but just get them to love life, because life is not given. We had two people this year at our golf club, at the country club, passed away in their 50s. Life is not given. Tomorrow is not given. And so I do try to celebrate today as much as possible.
Louis Cartouche wants to know, what are your thoughts on college?
Wow, that's a loaded question. That is such a great question for me, because it's one I struggle with. I value college, but for different reasons. Like, I think in the real estate industry, you could go, come to Steve Trang's training and get, go straight into the real estate industry. But I think at an age of 18 and 19, you're not fully matured. I think it gives you good social skills. I think it gives you a more worldly perspective. I think it allows you to kind of relax. I think you've just gone through, 12 years of schooling, kind of a grind. And then you're like, okay, I'm not really ready to go be a man or a woman. I don't really know what I want to do yet. I think college is that time period where you can let it out, have some fun, surround yourself with some really fun, loving people, while at the same time bettering yourself, learning about a specified field or craft that you want to get into, because there are real estate universities as well, as you know. So it's a time to mature. And I would say I will never discourage my children from, going to college. However, it's not the be all and end all. It is certainly not something that is, that's a must have for everybody. I was blessed. My parents, sacrificed a lot and actually, paid for us to go to private high school in New Zealand, the number one high school in New Zealand called King's College. And so that's where I learned, how lucky I was coming out of that experience, coming over to America, not really knowing if my high school grades would transcend or not, but I was certainly ahead of the field compared to the American students that came in, or at least not lagging. And so I think that's been great in us that, education is there to, it just has to be an all-around education. It has to be, in the arts. I love Broadway. I'm a huge Broadway fan.
Really?
Yeah. Like just theater. My brother is a world famous actor in New Zealand, is on number one show in New Zealand, and
That's awesome.
so he's doing his thing. We've always had a fascination of the arts and the theater in our family. My dad's a great musician, so I think you can be more well-rounded if you allow yourself to be educated, all through life.
And Vincent asked, "Did you see your operation moving towards fund? Do you see your operation moving towards fund management in the future?"
No, but I do believe that he that controls the capital controls the market. And so we are not narrow-minded to think that we're only doing single-family homes. So currently we have a tranche of new home construction, build to rent, that we'll be offering our clients. We have our single-family portfolio that's just rehabbed properties. We have our multifamily portfolio and some syndication deals as well. So at the end of the day, what we are trying to do is cater to high-income, high-net-worth individuals that are really kind of saying, hey, we want to invest in real estate, but no one's taking our money. No one's doing it professionally. They have to go do it themselves. And there's a massive void in the market to just click on a button, to make real estate as easy as clicking on a button and saying buy. And that's not there right now. And so we are trying to fill that massive void. And I think that's where we've found success, is that there are people that are willing to, pay for our service, gold star service, that will allow them to invest safely and securely and with good returns in whatever medium we choose.
Mistake-free
real estate.
Michael Santiago wants to know, who helped you create your mindset?
I'm a massive book reader. So, for those that don't, I think I'm going to trail behind it. My goal this year was to just read a book a week. But yeah, I've always read, and that's really where it started. But I think it also, there's a bit of upbringing. I think I don't want to shy away from giving my parents a massive tip of the cap, because my mother and father were so positive. They always just had that, yeah, you can do whatever you want. Hey, Mom, there's this guy that's going to play tennis in America on a scholarship. I think I might want to do that. Oh, great. Like, can you imagine your kid just flying across to Australia right now and living there forever? Like most parents in America, they're like, I would never do that. And my parents, yeah, if you want to do that, I support you. Mm-hmm. My sister, I want to go try and be a world-class triathlete. Okay, I support you. I'll get you up at 5 a.m. in the morning and then, take you to school and then take you biking in the afternoon and then go for your evening run. My younger brother, hey, I want to be a world-class actor and I want to go to acting school in New York. No problem, go do that. My older brother, he's like, hey, I want to go over to Camp America, do a summer camp. They just encourage us to explore the world, and you can do anything you want to do. So I think parenting is a massive responsibility.
It is.
Like, I take that on very seriously. Like, I want my kids to get the most out of life. And I think with the media and their cell phone usage and everything that comes along today, there's a bigger responsibility on parenting now, because you have a babysitter and an electronic device, and yet you don't get to tell the babysitter what you can tell your kids.
Right.
And so if you hit the easy button and just let them sit on that all day, watch out.
Yeah, who knows what's corrupting their brains. So Raylan Weiss wants to know, do you ever sell turnkey via owner financing?
Currently, no.
And then let's see. Andrew wants to know, if you were to start all over again, let's just say it's in 2021,
mm-hmm.
You're brand new.
Andrew's giving me a heartache right now. I couldn't do it.
What would be the first thing you do?
Wholesaling is kind of click that easy button to get in, right? If you don't have any money, wholesaling is a good way to do it. Surround yourself with people that, I would surround myself in a mini mastermind. People that are in a community that are doing the same kind of things. Whether it's a meetup, meetups are fine. Don't necessarily spend much time in them myself. But I think actually more just getting 4 or 5 people that are aligned in mindset, and they meet and hold each other accountable and check each other's goals and KPIs. I think I would just start there and then just hustle and grind, man. Whenever way, I'd pick a niche and hammer it to death. That's, I think, one thing that I did well. I wasn't distracted. I just was like, hey, I'm a courthouse steps guy. That's all I buy is courthouse steps. And until that went away, 17 years, I'm just crushing it on the courthouse steps, because that's all I knew how to do. But that's okay. You don't need to be all things to all people. You can pivot a little bit or cater here and there, but keep the blinders on and just do one thing really, really well.
Keeping the blinders on is really hard when you're an entrepreneur.
Yes, sir.
How do you keep your blinders on?
How do you keep the blinders on? I would go back to accountability. I think you have to tell people, hey, help me keep the blinders. I need to focus on this. Don't let me go down this path. Mm-hmm. Whether that's a COO or as a solopreneur. That's why a solopreneur, it's hard to do, because sometimes they think that they're on an island. And I felt that way, right? I felt that I could never open up to anybody in Kansas City because they were either a competitor or they didn't know my business.
Mm-hmm.
And now with a group like Collective Genius, or just a group of like-minded individuals, you can go in and say, hey, I want to be held accountable. Please make sure that I stay on task.
Right.
Once you're an adult, if you can't do it yourself, ask for help. And that, I think that would be the answer to that question, is simply just, if you feel like you're getting offline, be smart enough to, and the other one is write down. Like, I think too many people just have it up here, and so then their brain, they don't know. But if you write down your goals and push towards your goals on a daily, weekly, or monthly, or quarterly basis, that certainly gives clarity of purpose as well.
Absolutely. And I love what you said, finding 4 or 5 people trying to do what you're trying to do. Because we know your frame of reference is the single biggest predictor of success.
Collaboration over isolation. Don't live with your head in the sand trying to, it's not you versus the world. It's the world is here to help you.
Right. I haven't heard it put that way before. I think that's awesome. So we already talked about your superpower. Well, elaborate on it.
Yeah, I think, as a golfer, I enjoy, I hate making bogeys more than I enjoy making birdies. In fact, there's a joke at the club that I'm the best par putter at the club, right? Because they know I hate to make a bogey, but I'm not aggressively chasing the birdies. I think a little too conservative by nature, perhaps, but I hate to lose. And in business, I certainly can't stand it. And, that would be my superpower, is just an extreme competitive nature.
Got it. So, and I'm asking this question because the next question is, how do you stay motivated? Or is that not even?
Honestly, the business now is kind of running out without me. And so the motivation has changed. The motivation for me is more fun when I'm not in the whirlwind. I'm not in the day-to-day. I think the motivation for me is, how do I find more people? And that's fun, getting to meet new people and bring them on board and change lives. The motivation to me is kind of, looking at the numbers and trying to grow and impact more people. The great thing with our operation is that at the end of the day, we're rehabbing ugly houses and providing quality rental properties to tenants, and then selling those full turnkey assets to investors. Like, win-win-win, right? Like, we're really trying to, in every stage along the way, unless we drop the ball, we should be enriching lives and changing neighborhoods. And so, the motivation for me is just there. It's like, hey guys, how many more of these can we do?
But then what is your biggest struggle?
Talent, which is why we hired someone specifically for that. I think in any small business, and maybe in any business, people, as you said, it always comes back to people. And making sure that you have central alignment of vision, commonalities of goals and strengths, and just getting the most talented individuals, knowing that when you train them and do things right, they're going to leave one day.
Right.
And that's okay. Yeah. And I think the stressor, back to our earlier point about, what a solopreneur maybe does poorly, is they hope that person they want to pay someone maybe of lesser talent, thinking that other talent will come in and steal their business idea and go do it themselves. Hey, go get that person for 2 years and help. They will double but just make sure you account for and write down everything they do.
Right.
And that's what Chris has really done well, and all our staff has done well, is documenting our core processes and procedures and putting videos together so that if there's someone elevating or leaving to go do something else, there'll always be someone that can come in and kind of get a quick start or head start based on the training that is already in place. But Chris said it best when he came on board. He said, Mark, I want to build a bench. Every NBA team, every NFL team, any good team has a bench that can come in at any good time. And it's our goal right now to not only have our core staff, but to build a bench of potential hires, or just networking in the industry, to know that you could potentially bring someone on board as you grow and scale, like we are, to bring more people on into the fold. So that's something we're excited about.
I think that's something that we all kind of forget, because we want to hire, and when we need to hire, you got to start anew. Having a bench helped that a lot. Eric Salgado wants to know, what is your favorite book? Or what are your favorite books?
There's one, actually, the book that I have given away the most to people is called The Legend of the Monk and the Merchant. Have you heard that one before?
I have not heard that one.
So Terry Faber wrote a book called The Legend of the Monk and the Merchant. One of my favorite, I'm a fable guy, right? So that's why I love Patrick Lencioni's books, because they're always told in a story, and then they have kind of like 2/3 story and then 1/3 principles. I love the way he writes his books. The Legend of the Monk and the Merchant kind of talks about faith-based living and Christianity and capitalism, and how they don't have to be competing elements, that they work together. And that was something that at a time, it spoke to me at a time in my life when, I was starting to make some money and not feeling guilty, but just like, like what does that look like? And when we tithe and give back, and how much, and what do we do with money that we're making? It just freed me up to know that, money is not bad. Money is not the root of all evil. The love of money is the root of all evil. But it really goes deeper in talking about how these two can actually help each other. And there's so much philanthropic efforts out there. I mean, gosh, Jason Medley's an amazing example of that, right? With collective genius and generous genius, that's kind of the blending of the two. This book is a wonderful fable of capitalism and philanthropy coming together. So yeah, that's a really good book.
Yeah, that's awesome. I remember when I was going through, I think it was the Total Money Makeover. It was one of those Dave Ramsey books. And I was surprised at how many of his chapters would include a verse from the Bible that was relevant. It's like, wow, there was so much wisdom.
Yeah.
There is so much wisdom.
The Bible talks about money quite a lot.
It does. It does not shy away from that. Okay, so Gavin's follow-up question, can you burr and keep everything as well? This way you have upfront cash for acquisition, and if you get a steady flow and schedule it going, could be a machine.
Let me just say, in this market, it's going to be challenging to, do in the old ways where, you'd have these appraisals that came in so high and you'd only be in for 70%. You can maybe pull some cash out. I'm not saying those deals don't exist. In fact, your core group, or I guess your audience maybe of, wholesalers and bird dogs and guys that are just hustling, grinding in the real estate game. If they come across a home run deal, hey, more power to you. But it's not a consistent, scalable business of just always pulling out 10 grand every time to put down on the next deal.
Well, I mean, I've heard this over and over again, is that wholesaling is a young man's game, right? No one starts in wholesales.
We love wholesalers, Steve. We work with a lot of them.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, no one starts there and stays there.
Yeah.
A lot of people start there.
Yeah.
For a reason. Quick cash to buy real estate.
Yep. But hey, quick cash, don't be that guy that goes buy the fancy cars.
Yeah.
Like, just until you've got $1 million in the bank, don't drive that car, right?
Yeah. Michael Santiago wants to know, do you use social media in your business for selling and advertising?
No, we don't. So we're blessed to have just literally a line. We're sold out of our inventory through Q3 already, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So we have 104 houses in the pipeline,
and they're all accounted for.
All accounted for, and we know when they're going to come out of rehab, so they're already pre-sold.
Wow.
So we don't need to do that. However, it's a very valid question, because as we're growing and scaling, the acquisition side really needs, now that we have the brand, the reason we'd kind of been pausing is that we had this brand of Best Offer KC, which is obviously Kansas City specific. And now we're going 1-800-SELL-NOW. Mm-hmm. Now we will be really able to kind of build and bang the drum. In fact, one of our hires that we have built out for, in the next 12 months, one of those full-time staff will be someone just for social media, because, as my podcast grows, as our acquisition team gets more out there, I think you've got to tell people what you're doing. You've got to advertise what you're doing. Otherwise, you're never going to get any referrals.
Well, that's why you're asking, like, was I bringing the whole media team down to Tampa? Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I am. What is the greatest lesson you have learned?
Be kind. I think I would just go back to treat people with kindness, because it comes around. It's a very small world. Very small world.
I feel like there's a reason why that's a valuable lesson. Something that prompted that lesson? Was it a mistake that you made, or someone crossed you?
Yeah, certainly my business partnership crossed me in a bad way, and that's burned bridges. No, I don't think I've misstepped in that way myself. All I know is that it is a small world and small communities that we live in. I recently just got back from a baseball trip, and my son had transitioned to a new baseball team. And every single person, it was like a 1 degree of separation from someone we knew. It was like everyone knew somebody that I already knew, you know? And so, just be kind to people. Gosh, we live in one of the greatest countries in the world, and I'm blessed to live here. I love, America, love New Zealand, but also love America. And I think that too many children are now growing up in this sphere of political, hypercharged conflict, where there has to be a right or a wrong. There's so much gray area, Steve, in everything that you do. So just be kind to people. Yeah. I think if the world was a little kinder, it would be a better place to live.
It's interesting. You're mentioning the burning the bridges. So there's a public relations person I was working with for a short period of time, and he had promised some things, and I paid for it, and he didn't deliver it. I said, all right, well, I'm not paying for these other services. And he went not to like, hey, how can we solve this problem? Or let's have an adult conversation about it. He sent me straight to collections, right? And here's the problem. I have literally referred him tens of thousands of dollars in business. Like, I don't know what was going through his mind, but that be kind was not going through his thought process.
Let me also say this, because that was a question that caught me off guard. I'm trying to scramble, but I also know that I was on an island for a long time, and I truly believe that collaboration over isolation, which I've mentioned before, is a huge lesson that people should embrace working with other people, and embrace, specializing in an area and being okay with that, and paying someone a fair price to go, buy your media for you, or paying someone a fair price to do training for your staff. You don't need to train them all yourself. There's only a finite number of hours in the day. Pay the experts to do what they do. They always say it about an attorney and an accountant, right? You've got to pay to get the talent. It's the same in everything. Get the most talented people. You surround yourself with talent. I would love to wake up in our business, and I know we'll get there, where I walk into the room and I'll be the dumbest guy in the room. I'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah.
The more the business relies on you, the less valuable your business.
Well, I mean, you're the bottleneck.
Genius with 1,000 helpers, and I am no longer the bottleneck, Steve. So I'm excited
awesome
for that.
Well, I showed you that accountability chart.
Yes, sir.
I was most certainly the bottleneck. And then along those same lines, is there a favorite, best, or most interesting failure?
The best failure. I've bought some bad houses over the years that have turned out just fantastic on the back end. I once bought a house that was absolutely a tear down that probably shouldn't have bought. Probably one of those instances where I, wanted to outbid the guy on the courthouse steps, so overpaid for it. But then
competitive spirit might have gotten away.
Got away from it, yeah. But then the government came in and just 3 months later, eminent domained the house and paid me like way more than what it was worth.
Well, that's awesome.
So that was an epic failure that was like super cool on the back end.
Yeah.
I will also encourage people, real estate is a vehicle where it lets you get away with really, really bad decisions through time. So you can just go buy, and time will take care of it will heal all wounds. So I think there should be less consternation about what and where and exactly how we're holding on to these assets. Don't wait to buy real estate, go buy real estate, right? Don't wait to buy real estate and wait.
Yeah.
Just wait it out. Real estate is an amazingly safe vehicle.
And Andrew has this question here is, are you hiring?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, we are hiring in, actually, I think even if we have a corporate website, if you go to apply@sbd.com, it goes through all of our open positions currently. And I think there's 6 or 7 of them.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So I want you to think about what you want to leave the listeners with while I make just a quick couple of announcements. Guys, we got our sales training coming up next month. If you guys are interested, send me a DM. And if you guys are getting value today, please like, subscribe, share, comment. It really helps us, helps the algorithms. We can create more millionaires. So what are your last thoughts?
I think if I'm speaking to your audience, Steve, as I understand it, a lot of them, could be kind of getting into real estate or certainly been in just a few years. You guys are blessed, right? I mean, real estate, I feel so passionately about that it's such a great vehicle. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The most heavily marketed investment strategy out there is the stock market. Just invest money. The accumulate and then deplete and hope you don't run out. Real estate is that asset class where you buy assets They spit off passive income, and you never need to sell them. And if you buy enough of it, you got enough to live on where you never need to sell the assets. Life-changing prosperity through real estate. So don't lose sight of the fact that you're just trading and transacting and making a lot of money now to make yourself look really good. Just put some away and not cash in the bank. Leave it in the house. Hold houses, hold real estate, and then send me a thank you card 20 years from now.
Why do you think, this is just a follow-up question, don't normally do this, but why do you believe the stock market is marketed so much more real estate?
Has to be. You're gambling, right? I mean, so... No, why do I think that? You got to do something with your money. It's obviously there for a reason. I'm all about diversification. I mean, when I sit down with a wealthy individual, I don't tell them pull all your money out of the market. I say if you have liquid assets that you're looking to diversify or get into something else, then would be happy to cater to that need. But yeah, it's just a hyper-competitive market. And it's something that needs to be done through someone else because it is extremely confusing. If you try and do that on your own, good luck, right? Day trading, I mean, good luck. So... Yeah. Hyper competitive, very challenging. And so it has to be done through a professional. But yeah, it's gambling, mate.
What it feels like, it definitely feels like legal gambling. So if someone wanted to get a hold of you, how would they do that?
So our website is mistakefreerealestate.com. My book is on there, the podcast. And then if we have any wholesalers out there that are in any of those markets that I mentioned, Steve, that we're growing into, obviously not in all of those just yet, but would love to start working with more wholesalers. Like I say, I mean, we've paid out $1 million last year in wholesale fees, and we want to double that. So we want to help your millionaires that are going to become millionaires. So yeah, go to info@mistakefreerealestate.com, and we'll be ready to take some emails through there.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve.
Absolute blast. Thank you guys for watching. Hey everybody, thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we got Chris Craddock with REI Revive, and he flew in from Fairfax, Virginia to talk about how to make $60,000 a month selling old seller dead leads. If this is your first time tuning in, I'm Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I am on a mission to create 100 millionaires. A question I get all the time is, how do I become one of the 100 millionaires? The information on this podcast alone really is enough for you to become a millionaire in the next 5 to 7 years. All you need to do is just take consistent action and you will become one. When you hear a nugget, please type it in the comment section, and after the show, identify your single biggest takeaway and focus on just that for the next 7 days. If you get value out of the show, please tag a friend below, share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And this is a live show, so please ask your questions for Chris to answer. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right. So the first question is, what got you into real estate?
Well, I'll tell you, man, I was on staff with an organization called Young Life. I loved it, changed my life, but I made $20,000 a year when I got married. And when my wife got pregnant, you cannot live in the DC area on $20,000 a year. Yeah, I know. It's shocking, right? And so I went to the library, and because it was before Google was the fountain of all knowledge and information, right? I went to the library, checked out every book I could find on real estate investing, and read them like a fiend, just nonstop. And then literally I look back at how little I knew and how much I could have gotten myself in trouble. But I always say massive imperfect action, right? Yeah. And so I just started knocking on doors of distressed properties and asking people if they'd sell their property. And when people said, I got somebody say yes, and I was like, oh crap, now what do I do? And so like that far ahead of the curve. But yeah, got it. I made 12 times what I made in a year in the next 4 months. And that was kind of I continue to do ministry stuff. It kind of supported my life, but as I've got 6 kids, and when the money started running out again, I started flipping houses again, and this was after the crash. So lots of short sales. And so I ended up getting licensed just so I could flip my own short sales because the bank was paying a commission on that. And during that time, I'd gone back to school. I have a doctorate in leadership. So I'd always loved leading large groups of people, leading teams. And December 2014, we launched a retail team and started really growing that up. And then a couple of years later, I realized that there was this mesh between investors lived in one side of the world and agents lived in the other. Mm-hmm. And there was so much money that could be made together if you could actually figure it out. And so that was kind of what brought us to where we are now. Probably more of an answer than you were asking for. So.
No, that's all right. We can dive deep into all of it. So let's just say you were working, was Young Life.
Yeah.
So 20,000 a year, not working when you got a kid.
No.
On the way.
Not at all.
When was this?
This was, so I graduated in college 2000. So I graduated 2000, was on staff, and then it was 2003 when my wife got pregnant.
Okay, so this is before the crazy run up.
Right.
And you jumped right into real estate, or you're just reading books like How Do I Make More Money?
No, so it's interesting. So my dad's side of the family was very blue collar. My grandfather was a road worker, made like $3 an hour, but he ended up dying a wealthy man because every time he cobbled together any dollars, he bought real estate in North Arlington, which ended up becoming a very expensive part of that area, the DC area. And my mom's side of the family, very white collar, and they had, I mean, just always invested in real estate. So for me, real estate was just something I kind of understood because I saw that, you know, people make a lot of money in real estate, whether you're, you know, educated and, you know, and like a banker, or whether you're just kind of a guy on the road that just says, okay, I know that real estate makes money. And it makes sense, right? You're never going to see your grandfather that looks back and says, oh man, I'm glad I sold that house 40 years ago. Like, you know, like real estate makes sense.
So you got to witness it growing up on both sides of the family, but you initially decided not to pursue real estate.
Right.
Why?
Well, man, I was such a mess in high school, and for so many reasons, you know, like we all got our baggage, right? We've all got our crazy. You know, I had just an older guy that came and started spending time with me with Young Life, kind of taught me what it was to be a man and how to just mentored me. And
Got it.
It was just so powerful that I wanted to give back and do that for other people. And so I was so excited to go back on staff with Young Life and help other people that, were in a similar situation that I was in. And so I loved it. But then at some point, you know, you also got to take care of your family.
Absolutely. So you got, again, both sides of the family experience in real estate. Well, I guess your grandfather, but you didn't really get to learn from him. It was just timing wise. But you obviously have the situation, the resources available to you. So why go to the library to learn about real estate when you had that readily available?
Well, here's the funny thing. I'll never forget this. So the first book, I checked out every book that I could find. There was a little shelving area on investing and real estate. And one of the books was Rich Dad, Poor Dad on there, which is not technically a real estate investment book, but it's, you know, it kind of is. And
it's a gateway book.
Right. So I still remember reading that, and my mom's side of the family was going out to dinner. My uncle is a commercial loan officer. And I know he just hangs out with like wealthy people all the time. And I had just always thought of him as like hanging with wealthy people. And I remember reading that afternoon that he says in there that all wealthy people have their own LLC or their own corporation. And so I thought that was so interesting. So I remember sitting at dinner in this little like hole in the wall in Centerville and said to my uncle, I'm like, Larry, so I know you hang with wealthy people all the time. And I mean, I'm like 22 or 23 at the time. So I'm like, I know you hang out with wealthy people all the time. Like, do all your friends have their own LLCs? They run like, so they can have tax advantages and all this. He's like, I've got an LLC. I lose like 60 grand a year on it. He's like, I run everything through it. And I was like, so that's like a thing. And the interesting thing to me was, at that point, I started asking him a lot of questions about it, because you realize money has a language, you know, and that if you don't use the language right, it's like, I know you teach sales, right? Sales has a language as well. And I feel like a lot of times when people get into it, it's like my 4-year-old, she uses the wrong words, but she doesn't know she's using the wrong words. She just doesn't know any better. Everybody else that actually knows the right words knows she's using the wrong words. And I think that's kind of what happens with us and money, is that we get into things and the people that understand, they understand. But if we don't ask questions, then we're going to just have to figure out on our own. And, that's the key of like shortening the learning curve. So I started to ask my uncle. There was another guy that I really respected that I started asking him a ton of questions. And that was one of the things that as I look back at my adult life, every leveling up came with me finding somebody that was further ahead in that area and just asking them so many questions so that I could kind of, Tony Robbins says, compress those decades into days, you know? So that's
you did have a mentor in the family.
Yeah.
So you started with the books, but you were still, it kind of, I look at like, there's the good gyms, right? And then there's the gyms that we all have to work out at until we can work our way up into the good gym.
Right.
And so, you were reading the books to get comfortable to ask the questions of your uncle, to ask better formulated questions, I guess.
Well, yeah. So the interesting thing was I didn't really even think about, I just knew he hung out with wealthy people, but I didn't really understand that what he knew about money at the time until I asked that question, and then it clicked. I'm like, man, he knows a lot of stuff. And so literally after that, it was him and then this other guy who we went to church with. Every time I made any financial decision, I would just call them, or anytime I was thinking about stuff, I would call them and just say, hey, what do you think about this? And it's interesting, through my life now, I kind of joke that I've got my own personal board of directors, people that are good at being dads, good at being husbands, good at being, good with their money, all these different things that I'll call and ask questions to. Even now, I still have that. But that was one of those really, really big keys was, when I realized that Larry had all that information, I just kept calling. Like, tell me about it.
But it was fortunate, right? And it's a blessing that you had that opportunity.
Oh yeah.
So you pick up the book. You're talking to your uncle. You were saying you were knocking the door so fast you didn't even know what to say when they said yes. So let's talk about the decision from your wife is pregnant to you were knocking on doors.
Yeah.
How long was that?
Oh, bro, I'm a quick mover. There's, what is it? Ready, fire, aim. I think I'm like, fire, ready, aim. So I don't know, the total opposite. So as soon as I realized that we weren't, because we wanted her to stay home with the kids. We always decided that from the very get-go. We wanted to, to just kind of help shape and guide and mold the kids like as much as we could. And so I was just like, okay, we can't live on this. I need to find a way to make ends meet. And so, almost immediately, I was like, okay, I know it's going to be in real estate. Now I got to find a plan. And I was reading one of the books and it said, go find people in distress. So what I did was I was like, you know what? I think in the backs of newspapers, again, newspapers are talking early 2000s.
It was a thing.
So like literally our library had all these newspapers. In the backs of newspapers, it had trustee sales. And so I literally went to the library and just wrote down all of the people that were up for trustee sales. And then just started going to their houses and just saying, hey, will you sell me your house?
So you weren't looking at people that says, I need to sell. You're going straight to the public foreclosure notices in the newspaper.
Yes,
on those doors.
Exactly.
I love it.
Exactly.
All right. So again, how soon from?
Immediately. Like
2 months?
Oh, bro. She got pregnant. We're like, we're not going to be able to make ends meet if we don't have your salary here. And so like that night I went to the library. Again, massive imperfect action, like move right away. Went to the library, checked out, I think it was like 21 books, like every book they could. And I'm slightly neurotic in the fact that like when I'm like a horse with blinders on, all of a sudden I see it and I'm just all in. And so that's all I did for the next like probably week was read these books. And then as I was reading them, all of a sudden it came, I was like, okay, I'll who's likely to sell? Well, somebody that needs to sell obviously is somebody that's got a foreclosure. And if they need to sell, I'll figure out how to solve their problem. I didn't know how I'd solve it, but I'd figure it out, right? And so I just was like, okay, how can I find that? And then, in one of the books it said a lot of times in the backs of newspapers, it says that. So I was like, all right. So I went to the library, found some newspapers because I didn't get a newspaper at the time. And then I just, made a list of, back, I don't know if you remember MapQuest, but I made a list of MapQuest, like a driving list, and just went around and started just driving to houses, knocking on doors. I still remember that first guy that said yes. It was so funny because he's like, I do want to, but I've got a girlfriend in here and I don't want to talk about this in front of her. So here's my phone number. Can we talk in like 2 hours? And I was like, yeah, I'll give you a call in 2 hours. And then we made the deal work.
That's awesome. And the reason why I'm asking this question is because there are a lot of people that are learning, right? We put this information on YouTube, on iTunes, and so on, so that we can, help people learn the information. But at the end of the day, information doesn't make you money. The action that makes the money.
Right.
Right. And so that's the reason I'm asking, like, how fast you did it. And a week from, hey, we're pregnant to knocking on doors. That's fast. I'm a pretty fast mover. I am not that fast. So that's awesome. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, so you knock on that guy's door. Did you buy that guy's house?
I did.
So let's talk about that. So this is your first deal.
Yep.
So a week later, you're knocking on doors, and this guy's, yes, I'll sell my house. Call me in 2 hours. And you still didn't know what the heck you were doing.
Didn't know what I was doing. So here's the funny thing. Like I go home to my wife and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. So first thing I do, I call my uncle and I said, hey, Larry, how do I get money to buy a house? And he says to me, and at the time you could get a commercial loan for 5% down because it was before the 2008 crash. And he's like, well, you need 5% down. And I was like, well, I don't know that I'm going to have 5%. And he's like, well, find somebody that you can give money, you can borrow money from if it's a good deal and just pay them some extra. Like, I mean, literally I knew nothing. Right. So he's like explaining, there's hard money and then there's private money is what he's basically explaining. He's like, pay private money rates and to get the down payment for it, which is a little cheaper than hard money. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, I would probably do it. Your grandmother would probably do it. As long as the deal is right, you can just go to the right person and they would do it. And so I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I'm like, now how do I get the deal? And so I didn't know. So Catherine and I were like, well, we had a real estate agent who was a friend of ours. And we're like, let's just go to him and ask him to do all the paperwork for us and make it happen. And we'll split the deal with him. Cause I just didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have a contract. I didn't have any paperwork. And so we're literally figuring it out on the time. And one of the things that I heard Tony Robbins say one time, again, I'm a big Tony Robbins fan, is it's never a lack of resources. It's always a lack of resourcefulness, right? Mm-hmm. So it's always just, how do you figure it out? And so, I mean, I'm on the fly figuring this out. And so I go to John. I just said to him, I'm like, hey, I've got a deal. Will you look at it? And if you think it's as good of a deal as I think it looks like it is, can we just split the deal and you do all the paperwork and make sure that like we're not in trouble here? And he's like, yeah, sure. So we split it up. We did it. And here's the crazy thing. We were going to fix and flip it. But the market was just starting to heat up in 2003. So it was before I even knew what the term wholesale was. Mm-hmm. And so we ended up, I kept knocking on doors. I got another deal that was like a massive one. And so, but I needed the money. I didn't have money. So he's like, well, why don't we just put that one further out and let's just put this on the market for a little bit less than what we could get and do it. So we basically did a wholesale on that first one. We made something like 36 grand or something like that we split in half and then moved right into the next one. And oh man, I'll tell you, the next one, it was a husband and wife that were divorcing. And I'll tell you, I'll never forget sitting there at the table. We won't need to I'll just say this real quick. We were sitting there and she was like, I've been given the right to make the decision on selling the house. How much could I sell at break even? And I was like, looked at their number and I'm like, well, here's your number. So probably right there. Plus, I guess we'll pay your stuff. And the real estate agent guy was with me as well. And so he did all that. And she's like, I hate him and I want him to make zero money. And he's agreed with me that we'll sell for whatever I want. So we're going to sell at break even. And I was like, okay, like inside, I'm like, be cool, Chris, be cool. But on the outside, I'm like, calm. But on the inside, I'm screaming. And so, yeah, that was our number 2 deal. And yeah, the rest is history.
And what did you clear on that one?
About $76,000.
Okay. Your half or total?
Total on that one.
Okay. So, you split in 76.
Which is more than I made in a year by a lot.
Almost 80, almost 40. So, I mean, your first 2 deals, you were making 3 times your annual salary.
Yeah.
So that's incredible. But you also didn't quit that. So you're doing this, things are humming along. You're still door knocking.
Right.
And you're still doing the young life thing. So what was the schedule like? Because one of the, I don't want to say excuses. One of the reasons why people have challenges is that they've got a job. Mm-hmm. So what was your schedule like between young life and door knocking?
Well, here's the funny thing. The question I ask you is one of my favorite questions I ask people is, what do you do for fun? And you're like, I love to work. I love this. This is fun, figuring out problems and stuff. And so for me, it just became my hobby is what I did. You're figuring out puzzles, right? Mm-hmm. You're solving problems. You're figuring out puzzles. You're making things work and building things. And that's like one of the things that like makes me come alive. Mm-hmm. There's the old movie Chariots of Fire. Have you ever seen that movie?
Long time ago.
Oh, there's a scene in that movie where, he was going to go be a missionary but he was running in the Olympics and his sister's like, why are you doing the Olympic thing? You're supposed to go to China and be a missionary with me. And he's like, listen, God made me for China, but he also made me fast. And when I run, I feel his pleasure. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, when I'm building things, man, bro, I come alive and I love it. And it makes me so excited. And so for me, that was more fun than just about anything else I could be doing. So I had my job, but then that was my fun time too.
So this is your side hobby.
Yeah.
So, I kind of liken this to this, and maybe I can ask my team to help me create this. I that there's that Lego movie, right? And they're master builders.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so like, I kind of picture myself as like, jumping off the cliff and like building a Lego plane on the way down. Right. And it sounds like you're kind of that situation. And as an entrepreneur, kind of run into that.
Right.
So, all right. So you're doing this on the side. It's pleasure. It's not pain.
Right.
And so I think maybe for some other people, it's hard to do the two things. So you didn't necessarily need the time block because you were like looking forward to it.
Right.
All right.
Right. And I think the way we're built physiologically, right? We get when we get a win, we get this dopamine hit that is so exciting. And so, I think that that's one of the reasons why it's so hard is because people don't push hard enough to get the win, right? In math, there's a math algorithm, rate times time equals distance, right? Well, if you put in enough time, or enough rate, your time is your time, right? But you raise the rate, you're going to get to that distance, which is your first deal faster. And when you get that first deal, everybody knows the joy of that first deal, right? That dopamine hit, they're like, yes, it's
real, it's happening.
And it gives you drive to do the next one.
Well, and if it affirms, right, that dream you've got, that vision you have, because you got people telling you, like, you can't do it. This doesn't work. It's a scam. And, we've referred to in the past as shut up money.
Right.
Like, once you get it, now you can tell them to shut up because I know this works. All right. So you got the deal going. You're doing really well. What was the journey like after that? I mean, did you continue with this partnership with this realtor? And what was that journey like until the crash?
Well, here was the crazy thing. I think everything happens for a reason. So the agent was making a lot of money and basically just filling out paperwork to make a lot of money. And I look back and I'm like, dang, he had the best deal ever. But the nutty thing was I've always been a delayed gratification guy, right? Mm-hmm. Like, so every time we made money, I said to him, I'm like, let's put the money aside and put it aside for our next deal, right? Let's invest in the business. Let's do the next deal so that we're not borrowing money from everybody. And he's like, yeah, totally good. So the first one we do, we make like 18 grand each, and we're all going to put it aside. I go to his house and he's got a new minivan. And I was like, what? The second one, I go over to his house and his windows throughout the whole house. And then when the third one comes around, like basically he's
spending it as fast as he's making
it. And then he was asking if I could just spot him for his half but keep everything the same. And then he started asking for a bigger, like it just got weird. And
he was asking for more than half.
Oh yeah. Well, he was asking to get the 3% commission on it as well.
That was generous of him.
Oh man, he was, so half plus the 3% commission. So it got a little rough. He was a friend and everything else. So it just made it hard. And so for me, I had made enough money at that point that I was like, you know what? I can live for a long time. I love ministry. I'm just, I do think everything happens for a reason. So it pushed me back. And I continued to do ministry stuff for a long time. And then as we had more and more kids, I just would do some side gigs here and there, and just to make money. And one of my like really, really close friends, he's it's so funny. He owns a carpet business. He's Persian, owns a carpet business. I tell him he's a walking stereotype, but so he would just call me all the time. Every time he was having problems, like getting stuff out, and I would do side hustle stuff, and I was just working my butt off. And I'm like, why am I doing all this work? Like this like manual labor, getting out like a wet carpet in a basement and making almost no money for it when I could go back into real estate. And so then in 2011, that's when I started, like all these people were asking me, they're like, hey, I know you did real estate. Can you help me with it? And so I was helping other people get into it. And then they were making a fortune. And I'm like, you guys are all making a fortune. And I'm like making, $300 to spend a day cleaning out a wet basement. Yeah. And so, so that's when I started to get back into that. And
so you had this great early start. It sounds like maybe you kind of stopped doing the door knocking thing.
Yeah, I did, because like, it was just interesting because when, like I'm, I don't know if you're a disc profile guy. I'm like massively high D, massively high I on the disc profile. And so
that was immediately obvious after like 3 minutes.
Yeah. And so like I'm just massively driven, but I'm also so interpersonal. Like I love my relationships with people. And so for me, when that relationship went a little sour, I was like, you know what? I made a lot of money. I love doing ministry. I love helping people. Like I'm just gonna keep doing this for a while.
So you put the business on pause because you didn't want to upset the other guy.
Yeah, there was just so much relational stuff involved in that.
Okay. So then how many deals did you do with him? You partnered up on?
I think it's like 4 or 5, something like that. Yeah.
And then right after that, nothing. You went through the recession.
Yeah, which actually is probably a good thing, because if I know myself, I would have just kept going big and big, and then all of a sudden I would have had. So honestly, it was probably the biggest blessing ever. Kept me from bankruptcy, my guess is.
Well, that's good. So then you had this great run, and then you went back to $20,000 a year, and then you were doing $300
at that point,
side
I was
hustle.
making a little bit more money. I was making like $65,000 a year at that point. So, which because just time went by and I made more money. But yeah,
Gotcha.
Then as I had more kids, with kids, it's like having a bathtub full of money that somebody pulls the drain and it's just gone.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So then 2011, people are asking you for help.
Mm-hmm.
Is this when you became licensed?
So the first, I didn't get licensed till 2012. I started helping some people, and then I started doing some short sales myself, because I saw that the path that I was going, the distressed like trustee sales, they were all short sales at this point. And so then one of my buddies is like, hey, and I didn't even know what a short sale was. And my buddy was like, hey, did you know that you could call the bank and say, I'll buy it, will you sell it for less than what they owe? And I was like, what? So I still remember we called the bank on the first short sale I did. We called the bank, and they had a first trust of whatever it was. The second trust, when we called, they said, yeah, he owes $125,000 as a second mortgage, but if you give us $12,000, we'll $12,500, 10 cents on the dollar, we'll call it. And I was like, oh, that's a deal now. It's a deal.
Yeah.
So it was the first one we did. We actually, the crazy thing is, this was another buddy of mine that I met who I actually played indoor soccer with, and he taught me about subject to. So essentially we took his first trust and did that as a subject to, and then got the other one as 10 cents on the dollar, basically flipped up this like high-end condo in Reston, and then sold it. And I don't know, I think I'm a little fuzzy on, I think we made like 40 grand or something like that, but it's pretty sweet, because it was like all we had to pay was the 12.5 out of pocket, and then take over his payments. And it was done. It was great.
So, all right. So you get back into it, and now you start doing short sales.
Yeah.
You were doing the short sale negotiation, or you had someone else doing the short sale negotiation?
No, I brought somebody else in to do the negotiation.
Right. So you're acquiring short sales, get licensed, so you can also get compensated on the short sales. At which point were you starting to help people invest? Or, because I know you got this giant real estate team. So like, what was that evolution?
Yeah. So we were doing the flips for a while, and I still remember, it was just so crazy, because I'd gone back to school and I'd gotten a doctorate in leadership, because like in ministry, I just led large numbers of volunteers and large numbers of teams. And so right around the same time, somebody gave me Gary Keller's book, The Millionaire Real Estate Agent. And I was reading it, and I'm like, dang, I see a path. Like immediately I'm like, I see a path to netting 7 figures with this. And so, because that's the name of the book, right? Shocker. And so it started to make sense. But I was like, but I really like the investing. And so we started making a lot of money in investing. And actually, here's one of the big keys is I ended up borrowing tons and tons of money to keep going. And we ended up having like 26 properties. And one morning I realized like we owed like $10 million to friends, family, banks, everything else. And we did not have enough money in the bank to pay our overhead after like 3 more months. And so it was a combo of seeing that book. I started not being able to flip short sales as much anymore, because the banks changed their algorithms. And so we realized we could make money by selling them to just random people on the market. And then all of a sudden I'm like, dang, we got ourselves into trouble, because we found lots of good deals that we couldn't turn them around fast enough to get them on the market. And so I got as creative as I've ever been in my life. I mean, I was doing subject to with other people, which I would never recommend. Don't ever be the bank. But I was doing that with other people because I didn't have the money to work on the projects. And so we ended up fighting like crazy right around that 2014 time when I was reading the Gary Keller book. And so we started building this retail like team as fast as we could. And I mean, I ended up getting out of all those properties. It took me 2 years. It cost me personally $660,000, which I paid off in 2 years. But it also forced me to grow my retail team really, really fast.
Wow.
So that, because it was December 2016 that I paid off the last of that 660. And then, I'll tell you, one of the fun things is a mentor of mine said this: never trust somebody that doesn't walk with a limp. I've got a massive limp and I am massively fearful about going too big on things because I'm a big thinker. Like I want to think big always, but I'm always like, okay, there are things that can go wrong. Like, it used to be like, just go, you'll figure it out. But now you realize, okay, figure it out, but also mitigate any downside as well.
So there's a couple things I want to add here. Gary Keller is a genius, right?
Yeah.
Someone I respect tremendously. I actually got a chance to watch him speak when he was touring to talk about the one thing. There are a lot of people that hate our industry as far as the education side, right?
Yeah.
They're like, you should give it away for free, or, if you're really successful, why are you teaching it?
Yeah.
And I look at the Millionaire Real Estate Agent that is probably one of the most successful information marketing pieces ever.
Yeah.
He sells it for $20. You read it, and after you read it, like, oh my God, I should be a Keller Williams agent. And every team leader at Keller Williams offers to give it to you.
Right.
Like, why don't you read this and make it easier for them to recruit you to Keller Williams? And I know this because
I
was given that book to go work for Keller Williams. So I hit on that. That's one of the best information marketing successful case studies I can ever think of. But nothing disrespectful, nothing but crazy respect for Gary Keller. Second thing is you got 26 properties, 10 million in debt. One of the things that we kind of start off with is we always struggle, like how to get that first deal, how to get the first deal. You didn't run into that, but most people do, right? The flip side of being able to do your first deal really fast is that you can get in trouble really fast. And something I read a long time ago is that more people fail due to indigestion.
Delivering happiness, right? From the Zappos book, right?
Than starvation, right?
Yeah.
You're more businesses fail because they got too big too fast.
Yeah.
Versus not being able to get enough business.
Right.
So how did you get into that situation, and what were the lessons you learned from it?
Yeah. Well, I'll say that book, Delivering Happiness,
is an amazing book.
So good. So good. And I read that and I thought about myself immediately. And I was like, that was it. So my wife was just like, the promise I made to her was like, our house won't be at risk. And I'll tell you, our house was at risk, and I was losing my hair, grinding my teeth at night. Like thankfully my hair grew back, but
so literally your hair.
Oh, literally, I was waking up in the morning and like losing clumps of hair. I was that stressed, and it was nutty. But here was the thing: what I learned was, if you work hard, what you focus on expands, right? There's a reticular activating system. We've heard about that, which is the things you focus on. Your brain is always filtering out information. So what you focus on, everything that you bring in, as long as you're educating yourself, as long as you're learning, which is also a big key. Like there's not a day that goes by that I don't consume at least an hour of content of something. But as long as you're learning, you're going to be able to figure out. And if your reticular activating system is telling you, you need to figure out how to find more deals, you will find more deals as long as you take action on it. And so the sad thing is, what I like to focus on is finding more deals. The thing I didn't like to do, like, it's like if I'm a hunter, I like to go hunt, but I don't want to clean it, I don't want, and that goes back to the rocket fuel book, right? Like I'm a visionary. I want to big, massive, imperfect action, but I don't want to do the smaller, implement,
mundane,
get it done. Yeah.
Other important things.
Yes. And actually that's probably one of the reasons our team grew as fast as we did, is because I've learned to hire well for people that are good at what they're good. And also one of the things I think visionaries don't do is they don't respect the role of the people that do that well, which I didn't early on before I matured into.
Didn't appreciate it.
Yeah. But so that was the big thing, was I just was always focusing on finding more deals. And as we did, the deals kept coming, but we didn't focus on how to get the deals out. Right.
Yeah. So good at acquiring, not so good at moving the properties.
Right.
Got it. Okay. And so what were the big lessons from that?
Well, the first lesson was that anything you focus on will happen, right? Like if you focus on it, it'll expand, right? Like we wanted deals, we could find deals. The second thing is, you've got to find people that are great in gift sets that you're not great in. And that was that was probably one of the biggest keys there, is that I was just thinking about acquiring more deals. And so as I've built out my businesses now, we've got 9 businesses now. As we built those out now, all of those have to have somebody that is working on them. And actually, again, this goes back to Gary Keller. He was like a mentor to me for many years. He said, you can have as many businesses as you want, as long as they've all got a folder, like a manila folder that contains that business, and it's got a face on that folder, and that face is not your face, right? And so at the time, I was just so involved in everything. And then the things that I wasn't good at just fell through the cracks.
Right. All right. So at some point you realize, because you're good at finding deals and you're a realtor at this point,
right?
You saw this kind of opportunity to marry the two worlds.
Yeah.
What was that you discovered?
So our retail business grew pretty quickly, to about 40 million in volume. And then the next year we grew to like 43 million in volume, which was the smallest amount of growth, but I was working so much harder. And so what I did was I started listening to a lot of podcasts, and anybody I liked their vibe and I felt like I could learn from, I just reached out to them and said, hey, will you talk to me? And they did. I was shocked at how many people they're making so much money, and they just were willing to take calls from me. And so one of the guys said this. He said, Chris, I was in exactly the same situation. I went from 40 to 42 million one year. And I was like, I'm working so much harder and just clawing for a little bit more. And he said, a mentor of mine taught me this. Stop looking for where you're going to find that one next deal. And because you're the leader of the organization, you're, quote, the rainmaker. You need to make it rain. One deal is not making it rain. That's going to make it drizzle, right? Like you need to figure out where can you go to find one relationship that'll bring in 5 deals, 10 deals, 50 deals. And so I started thinking about it. I'm like, okay, as a retail guy, I could go to builders, or I could go to all of these investors, right? And I came from the investor world and I understand the investor world. And so these investors, I think about it and I'm like, okay, if I get 20 people that call, and I'm a wholesaler or a fix and flip guy, and 20 people that call and raise their hand and say, I want to sell, of those 20, maybe 4 will say, I want to sell in your buy box. And maybe one of them you're going to get wrapped up out of 20, right? And so I'm like, well, what about the other 19? Somebody's monetizing those. So I just thought, I'm going to call the biggest wholesaler in our area, and actually one of the bigger wholesalers, out there. And so I just called him and I said, hey, will you give me your retail leads? I'll close them. And they're like, no, we've tried this. And in fact, we've got a top agent, one of the top agents in the country working them. We've given them 1,000 leads in the last 6 months, and they've closed 6. It's just not worth our time. They said, we've tried opening a brokerage. We tried opening all of these different things. It's just not worth our time. And I'm like, come on, let me just close these. And one of the things I've learned over time is persistence breaks resistance. So I just kept calling over and over and over again. And they liked me, I liked them, but man, they were like talk to the hand kind of stuff. And eventually they gave me 150 leads. They're like, okay, we'll send you over 150 leads. They gave me 150 leads. I called all of them, like 70.
You called?
I personally called them because the way I see it is I want to build out the system, right? And then I want to teach other people how to do it. And so I personally called all of them, and 70 of them already sold to an investor or an agent or somebody. The other 80 that were left, like 30 of them were out of area deals. And so there were like 50 deals. And so I'm like, okay, if there's 50 here, she got 6 with 1,000. I've got to get 6 with 50, right? A reticular activating system. I got my goal. I ended up getting exactly 6. I wonder if I would have hoped for 10, whether I would have gotten 10, but I got 6. So I called them and I said, hey guys, I got six deals. I'm going to send you a referral fee on these 6. They're like, you got 6? Out of what we sent you? And I was like, yeah, why don't you come in next week? So I came in, met with them, and they're like, Chris, we think you're a nice guy. We don't want to be a jerk or whatever and just say, go pound sand. They're like, but we wanted you to stop calling us. So we said, let's pick like 150 leads from like 5 years ago and give them 150. And you actually closed 6 of them from 5-year-old leads. And they're like, okay, let's start working together. And so we started working together, started building out the system. And actually, it's crazy. I mean, we were routinely sending that group alone over $60,000 a month in referral fees, which like $750,000 in a year for leads that were like literally sitting in their database dying.
Trash leads.
Oh yeah, trash, like trash to cash, right? Yeah. Like that was the main thing. And so that actually, the start of that relationship really propelled our retail team pretty big, and it also helped them. Yeah, exactly. And it helped them as well. And so then just started building this out, and it's just been incredible. It's been incredible.
Well, I love this story. So one thing that we always have this challenge, right, is like, how do we do this legally, morally, ethically? The more successful we are, the more eyes we have on us.
Right.
Especially now you're growing your reach. And I mean, I'm looking at the comments here. I mean, you're well known. So how do we pay on dead leads?
Right. Well, here's the first thing. One, success leaves clues, right? Like, so you look at almost all of the massive wholesalers in the country, and almost every single one of them is either licensed themselves. I mean, they're either licensed themselves or they've got somebody in their organization that's licensed. Why do they do that? There's obviously a reason there. Plus, I think a lot of states are requiring wholesalers to be licensed now.
They're moving that direction.
Yeah, so might as well get ahead of the curve there. So there's that. Number 2, and I teach this in my program, like, because that's a big piece. Number 2 is 25% of all real estate agents in any MLS do 0 deals. 0 deals. So 25% do 1 to 3 deals, and it's usually their mom, their brother, their best friend, right? Mm-hmm. And 25% do 0 deals. So there's only 50% of agents that are actually doing business. So you can very easily go to these agents that are doing 0 deals and say, hey, how would you like to run your license through our LLC? And you handle our referral business. We'll pay you something on each of the deals, and you basically bring them in-house. So you've got an agent to bring in-house. So either get licensed, get somebody on your team licensed, bring somebody in-house. I know that there's there's different states are different about this. And so I don't want to make a big point on this because I don't want anybody to get in trouble.
So we're not licensed attorneys. We're not real estate commissioners, right? Run this by someone else as a legal authority.
Right. 100%. Thank you. Disclaimer. Boom. Yeah. So a lot of people, there are people that open up marketing LLCs and they sell their leads. So that's another way that people do it. And there's a lot of ways to do that. And I don't want to necessarily jump into all the different ways that you can do that.
Well, so I mean, the 2 main ones, right? There's the getting paid referral fee. Yeah. And then there's just paying or selling leads. Like there are the 2 legal ways. I don't want to get into any other ways, but the 2 main legal ways is selling by lead, right? So like a certain dollar figure per lead or a certain percentage.
Right.
Do you have any figures that you recommend as far as a percentage per closed transaction and a dollar figure per lead?
Yeah. Well, the dollar figure per lead, that every market's so different. I don't want to get into that just because a $5,000 property in Baltimore is going to be different from a $5 million property in LA. Right. So, but as far as the leads go, and I think you should be setting appointments. That's what I teach, is setting appointments, not just giving a lead, because everybody knows it's so hard to get a seller on the phone as it is. You need to set that appointment. But you also have to phrase it right. You have to work it right, because
set the expectations.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you, if you set appointments and you're doing a lot of them, then you should be at about 35%. If you're just doing a handful, maybe a couple a month, then 25% is fair.
All right, so 35% for booking the appointment.
Right.
Which I think is probably even more generous to the realtor's favor than it is for the wholesaler. So that's great. So then people that are listening, then the number 1 recommendation is go get a license.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, success leaves clues. Like name almost every big wholesaler, and I'll tell you, there's going to be like a couple of them that are not licensed, but almost all of them are either licensed or somebody in their organization is licensed.
Yeah. So I'm going to just do a really cheap plug for myself over here, right? So I'm licensed, right? I got a brokerage. Brent Daniels, who you know.
Yeah.
Jesse Burrell, Ivo Dragunov. These guys are all licensed with Stunning Homes Realty. There's a reason why we want to monetize these leads. So, all right. A moment ago, you were talking about how you're addicted to growing businesses, and you've got 9.
Right.
What are those 9 businesses?
Well, our retail business is one. We got a business called, have you heard of Legal Shield?
Mm-hmm.
I love Legal Shield. A lot of people, they need to put together their entities. $150, they'll put together an LLC for you and give you 90 days of free legal advice. You can call an attorney for, like, I think in the investor world, Legal Shield is one of the greatest things ever, because you literally can call an attorney for like, I think it's like $35 a month, as much as you want. So Legal Shield, I've got a title business. I own a property and casualty insurance business. I have a rental portfolio. I have a fix and flip business. My wife runs a branch for lending. I have a coaching business, and oh my gosh, I've got one more that I can't remember. It's ghosting me right now, but I've got one more as well. Construction, a construction business. Yeah.
So you're not counting the downline.
For EXP? No, I'm not. So we'll call it 10. Okay, let's make it.
I mean, I would count that as 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to Gary's comment earlier, as long as each business is in the manila folder and it's got a face on it, I mean, it's something that is so powerful to hear. But I never thought about that with all these different businesses, right? I don't have 9 or 10 businesses, but I have a handful.
Right.
And man, that piece of information was so helpful. So I think, one of the biggest takeaways I think for anyone listening to this is that one bit of advice. You can have all these different businesses, but it's got to be a different face, and it's not yours. And we originally connected, I think, through Tom Kroll.
Right.
Right? Am I mistaken?
It was either Tom or Darren, one of the two. But yeah. I mean, you're in Family Mastermind as well. Is
I'm
that right?
Family Mastermind as well.
Yeah.
So talk about that. I've had a couple of conversations. I mean, Tom has been very generous with his time with me. If I'll post something and he's like, reach out to me. So I'll call him. And he's been incredibly generous, again, with his time with me. Can you talk about like what it is like working with him?
Yeah, Tom is the man. I love Tom. He's so funny, and I don't know. My family calls, like, everybody just makes fun of me, like rolls their eyes that I'm cheesy and love the cheesy jokes and everything else. And Tom's a bit goofy too, so I love his humor style. And but yeah, one of the other things with Tom is like, it's just like, hey, go get it done, even if it's not perfect, just do it, right? Mm-hmm. Just do it and make it happen. And so I just the whole style, plus culturally, as he's, just very open as like a Christian guy who says, he wants to serve people and help people and love people. And I love that personally, because that's kind of what I feel like part of my mission here on earth is as well. And so there's just all these things about that I just love. So yeah, no, I mean, I'd heard Tom's name so many times from so many people that I respect. And then when we got to be buds, it was just great. So yeah, no, I'm really thankful that I can call him a friend.
Yeah. So you got a flipping company and a construction company.
Right.
Right. So let's talk about your flipping company right now.
Okay.
What kind of volume? What are you guys doing?
I don't do tons and tons. I'll probably do like 1 or 2 a month, flip wise, just because it's not like my main thing. It was interesting. A number of years ago, I love Shark Tank, and I remember hearing Chris Sacca talk about, he's like, I just don't like cash intensive businesses. And I started thinking about it a lot, and flipping is so cash intensive that
it's massively cash intensive, and it's really easy to just overextend yourself without even knowing.
Oh, yeah.
Without even realizing it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, and that also reminds me, I do a little bit of hard money lending as well. So I guess that's 11, right? All right. So I'm finding orphan businesses. All right. So it's just so cash intensive that I just don't like being in it that much. So I'll do a couple here and there. And since I do most of it in cash in the DC area, I mean, almost everything you're buying like minimum $300,000, so it's like like the average one I'm doing, like it's anywhere from 300,000 to 600,000. So if you have a couple of those out with cash, it ends up being it's just a lot of cash out plus rehab and all the other fees and everything else. So yeah, that's my thought on fix and flip.
And then what about the construction business?
Construction business. So that one, the DC area, we do tons of condo conversions. So we're buying a place for like somewhere between 600,000 and 900,000. We're putting in like 400,000 to make one row home into 2 or 3 condos. And then we're reselling each of those for like 9 to 1.1 million. So like it's a really, really cash intensive deal. And so we do a couple of those ourselves, and we do, and at the same time we work for investors just doing cash, like a cost plus thing. So it usually looking at 14 to 16 months to do a condo conversion. They're very profitable, but they're just cash intensive and long. So we'll usually do a cost plus where we'll do the cost of the transaction plus. I think it's usually we charge for a full condo conversion. It's like 110,000.
Wow. Gotcha. For a 14-month project, you charge 110,000.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That seems nice.
It's good. I mean, if you've ever dealt with the DC government, you'd probably think it was less nice.
Well, I mean, no, I'm saying like I would have expected more. I would have expected to charge more for a 14-month project, dealing with bureaucracy, dealing with the contractors, dealing with subs.
Yeah.
I thought it would have been higher.
Right. Yeah.
So you got obviously some fans here. Ryan Zimmerman says, "You're the man, go giver, makes time for people." Jeff Nadiger and Kevin Hansen says, "You're real good dude."
Kevin.
So Kristen Myers wants to know, what is it that you're saying when you're door knocking? I mean, you're not doing it so much right now, but if you were, what would you be saying?
Yeah. If I went back, if I had to go back and do it today, I'd just say, like I know a lot of people said, don't bring up the foreclosure. Don't whatever, it's the elephant in the room. I just said, hey, I came across your house. It's selling on the 15th. Do you have a plan? And everybody's like, yeah, I got a plan, and some people would say, that I can, stick my head somewhere, like all this other stuff. But I say, do you have a plan? And then they most people would say, yeah, I got a plan. And then I say, well, what happens? What's your plan B if it doesn't work out? And that's when you'd usually have a great conversation.
Yeah.
So that was literally my script is, do you have a plan? It says it's selling on the 15th. Do you have a plan for it? And then they would be caught off guard because they're shocked that I know their stuff. And what is it? How do you know my personal information? Like all the other stuff. And literally if I had a picture of it or I brought the newspaper or whatever and I show them, and then they would, and again, that was a long time ago. So probably show on my phone now. Right.
Yeah.
But then when they see that it's public information that's out there, then they would say, okay. And then you ask what their plan B is. And then that's when they're like, well, I don't really have one. And then that's when they open it up. And I know you teach sales, right? Like if you ask the right questions, everybody will tell you how to sell them. Right. And so you're just asking the question, get them to open up because they have a plan. Everybody thinks they have a plan, right? Just like Mike Tyson, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, right? So they think they've got a plan. But what happens if that doesn't work out? And then if you're giving them a safety net, then all of a sudden they're like, well, actually, your plan might sound a little bit better than mine.
Yeah, I love that. And I wish I had that, when I was door knocking back in 2008. I mean, I would show them hey, I'm knocking on this door because your house is going for foreclosure this date. And they're like, that's not happening. That's not my house. That's not me. And it's like, okay, that's weird. But they'll lie to you to your face.
Right.
Because I was a lousy salesperson. I was just like, what do you mean you're not going for it? It's right here. So it was very uncomfortable. And so let's see. Guys, please ask your questions for to answer. Chris is obviously totally a huge go-giver, so please ask away. Option B, that's Scott, wants to know, what was the book about happiness?
Delivering Happiness by, what's his name? He just passed away. The Zappos guy.
Yeah, I can't think of it at the moment.
Tony
Shea.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
man,
and it was
so good.
It was just reading that book. It was kind of funny. I felt like I was reading a biography, talking about what he was doing as a kid to hustle. As he was an entrepreneur before you even knew it. And that was definitely me. I mean, it's going back to some of the days selling candy and getting in trouble with school.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So then what's your next business?
Well, I mean, the main thing that I'm really enjoying right now is helping people with REI Revive, helping people monetize their leads. So that's really where I'm spending most of my time thinking about everything right now, just because, man, I love helping people win. Like it's like one of the greatest things ever. I'm at a point in my life where, I'm very close to kind of paying off most of my life. And so at that point I can live the rest of my life, just, live and create the legacy you want to leave. Right. And so if my legacy is I've helped people succeed, help people accomplish their goals, help people, become the man or woman they want to become. I mean, what's better than that? Right.
Right. So just going back to that just a moment, like let's say I'm this wholesaler, right? And I've been doing this for 8 months. I'm frustrated and I got all these dead leads.
Right.
What's the first? So getting licensed was the first thing.
Yeah.
What do I do after I get licensed?
Yeah. So either get licensed or get somebody in your organization that's licensed, and it's really not that hard to do. And then, so there's a handful of things. So one is once you have that person, you can send a text to all your dead leads. Here's my favorite text. Hey, Steve, whoever it is, like put it in your CRM, send the mass text. Hey, are you still looking to sell your property if you got the right price for it? I'll tell you what, there was a wholesaler that sent us a ton of leads. We sent a mass text to 800 leads, set 29 appointments from that text. Yeah. It's the easiest text ever. Everybody overthinks it. Don't overthink it, but do it right. Are you still thinking about selling your property if you got the right price for it?
Right. Okay. So they're like, yes. Someone in your organization calls them, books the appointment, tells the realtor, hey, be here at this time.
Right.
And
right.
it's that simple.
Yeah. Or, and once you're working with the agent, you set up the whole system for the agent to come in and where it's on, you're booking on their calendar, everything else. The other key things, like you don't want to tell people that you don't want to say it's a realtor, right? Like second you say it's a realtor, everybody's brother's uncle is a realtor, right? You say agent, realtor, they're like, nope. About 50% of the deals that we close would never have gotten in the door if we said realtor. But you got to make sure that you're not baiting and switching, right? Mm-hmm. Because if you go in, you need to be able to offer the cash offer as an agent, right? And if any wholesaler sends an agent, they should be able to give a cash offer, right? They already have pre-qualified that they're not likely to take that cash offer, but it's not a bait and switch. You're not going and then breaking open a listing presentation. That's the other thing, is we got to understand that everybody that calls an investor called an investor, because usually I'm sure somebody's going to tell me at some point, one of the others other than the 5, but usually people don't want to pay a commission, right? They think their house is too jacked up to sell in the MLS. They maybe they're a hoarder and they don't want their neighbors to see. They have to sell fast because a job move or a foreclosure is coming, or they don't want people coming through their house at all different times. So if you have, and that's the scripting, right? The script and dialogues, so the agents can walk in and answer those questions. And if they can go in and answer those questions right, then they can close. I mean, you literally are a tiger playing with hamsters, right? Like that is it. If you know that these are the questions that they have, these are the things, and you can answer it. They all think they need to sell to an investor, but if you can answer their questions in a way that solves their problems, then that is how you win, and that's how you close massive amounts of deals. And that's why most people everybody's tried it. Anybody that's generated many leads has tried doing this, but I'll tell you, my guess is they probably don't make very much money on it.
No, they don't.
But when you understand that every single person came in a certain way, you're looking for a specific type of agent. The agent needs to know their scripting. You need to actually just follow the process, and everybody could figure it out. But heck, I spend over six figures a year on coaching and mentorship because I believe that in this business, speed is everything. I can figure just about anything out if you give me enough time, but I'll tell you what, I'll pay to learn how to do it in a couple days, because I'm going to make so much more money than I ever paid for anything.
Absolutely. The ROI on personal investment and investing in your personal development is a number that you can't top that anywhere else. Absolutely. So Ryan wants to know, in that growth mode, when you were stressed out, what was the turning point, and how did you know when you had built something that had the potential for sustainability?
And which part? Are we talking the time when I had that massive debt, or is this?
I'm gonna guess. I mean, that's probably when you were the most stressed out.
Yeah. When I had that massive debt. Oh, well, I'll tell you, there is an old cheesy YouTube video. I'll tell you, everybody should go check this out. It's Art Williams, Just Do It. It's 18 minutes from the 80s. It is so cheesy, but I'll tell you what, I literally did not know what I was going to do. And a friend of mine sent me that.
Oh, at that time?
Yeah, told me about that video because I was like, I literally did, like, it was, my back was against the wall. And I still remember watching it and I was like, holy crap. But like, there's one side of it where it's like, he's like, just do it. Just do it. Just do it. He's like, but I need to sell my house, but houses aren't selling, Art. And he's like, do it anyway. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm just going to do it. And I remember watching it. And then I called my wife over and watched it. And I was like, Catherine, like, we're either going to go bankrupt or we're going to do it. And literally we got down on our knees, we prayed and just said, God, help us accomplish this. And I literally got up a new man and I just said, okay, I'm going to make money. And literally that was like, I mean, with the retail business, I'm just like, I got to make money fast. I got to figure out how to get these properties off my, like, so that was it. But that video literally was life-changing for me. And it just fits. Like, everybody wants to think about it. And, they use like, research as procrastination, right? But just go do it. That's it.
Yeah, it's Art Williams, right?
Art Williams.
Yeah, it was one of the best videos I saw a long time ago. They're studying successful insurance salespeople. Right. I think that's all it was. Like, what was the difference between the most successful insurance salespeople and everybody else? They just do it.
Yeah, exactly. They just do it.
Yeah. So I think one challenge I see a lot is, I started off on the realtor side. Well, started off, Rich Dad Poor Dad. I started off on the investor side, and then it's like, oh, I should just go on the realtor side. And then we got into the flipping side, and then we got the wholesaling. How much time, when you were going through this, right, knowing how much you made as a flipper and going through all this, how much patience did you have working with regular buyers and sellers?
So buyers were really tough as a high D. Like, I have the I personality, so I can be empathetic. But as a high D, when you walk into a house and you're like, this fits all your boxes, and they're like, I'm not sure, and I'm like, it fits all your boxes. Are you kidding me? Let's do this. Let's write an offer. I'll call my assistant and we'll have the offer ready before we leave the house. And so that was really tough. But and that was so the first thing that I did was hire an assistant to take care of paperwork because, oh man, lawsuits waiting to happen if I didn't, because there's no way that I'm dotting I's and crossing T's, right? The second thing I did was hire somebody to work with buyers because, like, the high I personality that are so good with buyers, just relating with people, and a little less of the D, like, in your face, like, do it, kind of thing. And so that was one of the next things that I did. And it was interesting. As I started scaling my business, I had these 5 books, but then I've added a 6 that like became my Bible. And one of the great, and again, another thing from Gary Keller, he says your business earns the right to build out its org chart, right? And lead with revenue. And so I started studying these books and looking at it, and I'm like, okay, what are the things that I can get other people to do and probably do better than I can? So like with listings, I'll tell you, I'm a pretty good salesperson. Like, I will probably outperform just about any other listing agent on the first go round, but I'm not going to follow up well. Like, I'm just not going to follow. So they're actually going to close more than I will because they're going to follow up better than I do. And so I was just like, let's teach other people to do this, and people that will actually follow up and actually do what they need to do.
Follow a process. Yeah, I totally can sympathize with this because that was definitely me. And, transitioning, I was an engineer right before I got into real estate. Okay. And it was the same thing. It's like, you told me you wanted A, B, C, D, and E. This house has A, B, C, D, and E. What is it you need to think about? And it was just not a good conversation.
Yeah, bro, I get it.
So Victor Reeves wants to know, what is your response then? Owner says we don't own that house, or we're fine, it's been taken care of. We're just overall in denial. How are you dealing with that, knowing that they've got their public foreclosure coming up?
Right. So what I've learned is great salespeople ask great questions, right? So I just ask, if they say, oh, we got it taken care of, it's kind of a pushy question. It's just first I say, well, what's your plan B? And if they say, oh, we got it taken care of, well, do you mind if I ask real quick what, if we're role playing here, I'd say, do you mind if I ask real quick, what's the plan? Because I've helped a lot of people and I'd be happy to give you a couple thoughts that's worked for some other people. And then oftentimes people will listen. It's like if a lawyer says, I'll give you free advice, then people are like, well, I'm not going to pay $250. Okay, I'll take it. Right. So you're just offering, again, I think that everything, if you lead with value, that you tend to win. So if you're offering some sort of value to them where you're not asking for them to sign with you, just say, hey, well, can I give you some value here? Then people are willing to listen. If they say it's not my house, I would, I just, what is it? You go 3 deep. Like, why do you think it says this in the newspaper? Like this, that's crazy. Could it be possible that the bank is going to be moving like foreclosure stuff on you without you knowing about it? And like, so I just start asking questions to get them to respond. Cause at first, I mean, just think about yourself. There was I went to a wedding and, we went to the wedding and I ended up, like busting the back of the jacket, and we were so far from our house. So I'm like, well, where can I get a jacket? I got to get a jacket. So I went into a mall, like the closest mall. And I'll never forget. I walked into, it was like a JCPenney or Macy's or something like that, whatever the department store was that was right there. And the person came up and said, hey, can I help you? And I was like, no, I'm just looking. I wasn't just looking. I was going to buy a jacket. Right. But that's the whole thing. Everybody is always like, they just put you off. I'm just looking. And until they said, well, is there, and actually the salesperson was great. And I stuck this in some of my training stuff. They're like, well, can I point you to the right direction? What are you looking for? I'd be happy to point you in the right direction. And I'm like, well, I need to get a suit jacket. Are you looking to buy one? I was like, I mean, I literally was going to a wedding, right? I had to get a jacket. So I was a distressed seller or distressed buyer.
You're motivated.
Yeah, I was motivated.
Yeah. And I think that's a great point. And I think the disarming component is something that is great. Yeah. You disarm by asking the questions that shows like you're not pushing, right?
Right.
And so I love like, does the bank know like the foreclosing on the right person? Like that's a huge deal. Especially, I mean, not then, but later on, right? When the foreclosure crisis got way worse. As an REO agent, you're seeing like the banks are changing locks on the wrong houses because like the contractor they hired to rekey the house is rekeying the wrong house. But as part of rekeying the wrong house, they're trashing out the wrong house. Oh man. Like you read these things like, so at that point, then that's a real question. Like, does the bank know they're foreclosing on the wrong house? Like, we got to stop this. We got to work together.
I love that.
All right. So Kevin Hansen wants to know, how are you balancing your drive for success in real estate and your desire to lead a home and have your marriage and family be a top priority?
No, that's a great question. I'll tell you. So again, I had a mentor of mine who had sold a bunch of businesses, and I went and met with him. He was an elder in our church and just serial entrepreneur. And I remember I'm always wanting to move, and this was one of the biggest shifts, like tectonic shift in my mind. I asked him, like, there's a verse in the Bible that says godliness plus contentment is great gain. And I'm like, I just feel like my butt's always burning. Like I'm not like the contentment piece isn't there. And I said, Tom, tell me, how do you handle being an entrepreneur and a very successful one? Because I know that you're just always burning, right? You're always like wanting to grow. How do you handle that? And he's like, well, Chris, here was the biggest thing that I learned. It used to be that the grass was always greener on the other side. He's like, I came to a place of maturity where I realized that you can be content if you know that you haven't yet arrived. You've just got to be at a place where you can enjoy the journey, right? And so that to me was one of the biggest shifts in my life, was to understand that you can enjoy the journey. And so when you back off from that, when you're saying, okay, I need to enjoy the journey. When you start enjoying the journey, then some of the blinders come off a little bit so that you can kind of open up your goals to a bigger area, right? Like my family, my kids, my friends, all of that, as well as work. And you can enjoy that journey together, because the way that I'm built, it's hard for me to take the blinders off of like that one goal, like build this bigger, make it better, all the other stuff. And so when I'm like, man, we're doing it, it's not perfect, but I'm really enjoying this. There's a little bit of an edge that comes off, that we're able to kind of enjoy the other things that are also just as, more important. Let's be honest, not just more important than making a few extra bucks or building something out there.
Well, and I think that's a great point. More important, because a lot of people, if you ask them what's your why, they're like, it's my family. It's like, is it really though? Because we'll spend more time working on our business, but we don't spend that much time working on our family. So I think that's a great point, is that slowing down and thinking about what's actually more important.
Right.
And I think we're all guilty of it as entrepreneurs. Very few actually get into the business and spend more time with their family, or have more free time so they can spend with their family, and then use that for more free time.
Right.
To spend time.
Well, yeah, one of my buddies, that was exactly what I said, because he always talks about, like, he has a coaching business for real estate teams, and he's like, I spend no time on my business so that I can have all the other stuff. And then we were hanging out, and he's like, yeah, but my problem is that I'm always like just taking that time and spending it on building a new business. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I remember one time my wife was saying, like, and this was like in October, one year, she's like, we were talking about something, and she's like, I need you to make me a promise. Like, what? She said, just promise between now and end of the year you won't start any more businesses. What is your superpower?
It's interesting. I've got a big sign in my office that says, "Are you in your genius zone?" And every time I'm doing anything, I try to think to myself, "Is this my genius zone?" And I boiled it down to 4, but there's one that I think stands out. So 1, creative problem solving. I think it's funny. My brother and my dad loved puzzles, but I always hated puzzles as a kid. Now I realize, like, all I do all day is solve puzzles, right? Mm-hmm. So creative problem solving, strategic relationships. I think that I'm, as a high I love hanging with people, high level thinkers. And the more high level thinkers you're hanging with, the bigger you can build your life. There's a quote that I really love, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Mediocrity knows nothing greater than itself, but talent instantly recognizes genius. And so when you hang with people that have that level of genius, like, it's just awesome. So strategic relationships, pitching vision to people. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why my organizations grow, is because I think I'm really good at helping people see the vision, see that they could be so much more than they even think they themselves could be. Mm-hmm. And so, like, pitching vision and helping people understand how to build a legacy. And then the last one, and this one I think is the one that stands out above all else. I just was born with, like, extra energy, which I'm sure you probably can't tell.
I've noticed. I think you, Brent Daniels, Cody Hoffine, you guys are just, your energy is just another level. You got another gear. Luis Garcia wants to know, what other real estate channel do you listen to besides, obviously, Real Estate Disruptors?
Oh yeah, no, this is a great one. So I listen to a bunch of different ones. So actually, when I was trying to scale back a lot of the stuff that I was doing, one of my, some of you, do you know a guy named Gary Boomershine by any chance?
Of course.
Yeah, Gary's a good buddy of mine. And I just remember hearing his story about going from working 110 hours a week, 50 pounds overweight, to being able to, like, really learn how to push that off. So I even though he's a good buddy of mine and we talked a lot, I started listening to a lot of his podcasts, just because, for me, learning how to scale, I think learning how to leverage at a high level is really, really huge. Dang, my phone's in my other room. I got so many different ones that I listen to. So Craig Groeschel's leadership podcast is probably my favorite leadership podcast. Andy Stanley leadership podcast, love that. Real estate wise, dang, I just jump around on all the different real estate ones.
You gotta plug yourself though.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, Uncommon Real Estate. Yes. The average podcast listener listens to 7 podcasts. I would love to be one. So mine is for the agent investor. Like, that's the whole thing. So we talk about retail and we talk investor. So the agent investor, Uncommon Real Estate. Thanks. Thanks for the plug.
Yeah. And then on Instagram, Pat wants to know, you said you got these handful of books. So what are the list of those books?
Oh yeah. So the E-Myth, which is huge. I love the E-Myth. Traction, EOS Traction. Make sure it's EOS Traction. I heard so many people talk about Traction. I got the wrong one on Audible, and I'm like, this book isn't great. What the heck? And then I got EOS Traction. I was like, now I see it. Yeah. The 12-week year, Clockwork, which was written by the same guy that wrote Profit First. And I'll give one little piece on Clockwork because this was life-changing for me. He said, buy a sticky pad, write down everything you do for 2 weeks and put it on a wall. And then at the end of 2 weeks, start looking at the things that are not at your pay grade, way below your pay grade, put them somewhere else, and then hire somebody to take that over. Mm-hmm. So EOS Traction, Who Not How, and the book Scrum, How to Do Twice as Much in Half the Time.
Yeah. So I just did a video. I don't think it's been published yet. So I want to have a debate.
All right, let's do it.
First one you said was E-Myth.
Yes.
So I have made the argument. It was Lauren Hardy and I, because she was just talked about how much she loved it. I was like, I don't feel the same. So remember in school when we were like in first and second grade, and we talked about how Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean wide,
Blue.
right?
Yeah.
Sailed the ocean wide, discovered America, and all these great things. And then we had holidays about Christopher Columbus, right?
Yeah.
And then we go to high school and college, like this guy was a massacrist, like he was a murderer, and they were raping and pillaging. Not the same color that we got in first and second grade. And so the E-Myth, we read it initially, it's like, oh yeah, so if we could just build a business based off systems and processes, we can just put anybody in there, right? I mean, that's kind of the premise of it. And then as you build these small businesses, you realize you can't just hire anybody and everybody to fulfill systems and procedures. We need rock stars. We need guys that are high level that can solve problems, right? We have to pay them more.
Right.
But we're not hiring pimple-faced teenagers. We're hiring superstars that are self-sufficient, are resourceful, and can solve problems on their own, which is not what he talks about in the E-Myth. E-Myth is like a system and process that is independent of the people that you hire. So what are your thoughts on that?
So I've got a couple thoughts. You mentioned pimple-faced teenagers because you probably think I'll go right to the McDonald's thing, right? Build $1 billion business with 16-year-olds that don't have a high school degree, right? And if they were all to, each one of them were to figure out how to make the best number one, like you couldn't go to Japan and get a number one and also one in California. So I do think that there is something there to the fact that if the system is right, you can plug people in. The other piece that cocomes from who, not how, right,
which is where I'm arguing is more relevant in our business.
Right. Well, I do believe that, as you know, and again, another book that's great is top grading, where it's like, if you're in a runner's group, if you get somebody that's 51% better, then the group just speeds up, and the slower people have to drop off or speed up. Right. So I do believe that hiring rock stars is the key. But I don't know that it's a both and. And actually, again, man, I feel like I'm giving like Gary so much love right now. But this is one of the things it talks about in that book in The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, is that there's cul-de-sac talent and there's capacity talent.
Right.
And I think that there's a need for both. And for most, I think for a lot of systems and processes, you can put in cul-de-sac talent, which is they can do their job, right? And a lot of us will
highly competent, not superstars.
Right. And I've got a number of VAs in the Philippines that do that, and then a couple that stand out, and then we put them in, we give them much better roles. But a lot of times it's harder when English isn't their first language. They're overseas, their internet doesn't work as well. And so we put them in, and some of them will just get their job done, but then some of them will stand out, and we give them much bigger roles because they're just awesome. And then I've also had some folks here that they're in and they don't do their job well. But so anyway, I'm probably arguing out of both sides of my mouth right now.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I just wanted to put that out there, right? As just the E-Myth is, I think is, when I first read it, I was like, oh my God, this thing is amazing, and I need to change my business to build around it. And I just think it's kind of like it's a stepping stone along the way to who, not how. And
right. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way to phrase it, a good way to put it, because I mean, without the systems and processes, which, let's be honest, not many entrepreneurs, you were an engineer, so you probably naturally think a little bit more in those lines than the average, entrepreneur that probably, I mean, their underwear drawer is not color coded. Let's just put it that way. And so, being able to relook at it and say, okay, I don't need to be just, and again, like when I got into trouble, because I was good at finding deals, good at making it rain. I was not good at making the other stuff happen. And so being able to get those systems and processes are there. But I think 100%, you're only going to grow to a certain level if you don't have some rock stars in your team.
Yeah. All right. So I want you to think about what you want to leave the listeners with. While we make a couple of quick announcements. Guys, if you get value today, please like, subscribe, share, comment. It helps us. It helps us reach more people, and it helps us achieve our goal of creating 100 millionaires. We do have our 2-day workshop coming up. If you guys are interested, send me a DM on Instagram, and we'll point you in the right direction. And next week, we've got Javier Hinojo. So be sure to tune in next week, same time. What last thoughts would you like to leave the listeners with?
invest in yourself, right? To win, it's activity and skill, right? Do enough. Even if you're really not good at talking to people, even if your skill is so low, if you talk to 1,000 people a day, I promise you're going to outperform the people that are really good and only talk to a couple people a day, right? Activity and then skill. My wife asked me this, and this was one of the biggest leveling ups in my business. She's like, Chris, I've never seen anybody. She's like, I mean, she was Oxford educated, right? Like, she's like, I've never seen anybody spend as much time in personal development as you spend in personal development. She's like, you're always teaching your team, but do they understand what you do to get there, right? And at that point, that's when I started sharing the books I'm reading. That's when I started sharing how much time I spend in personal development, on my morning routine, all the other stuff. And I started seeing my team emulating that, started investing in themselves rather than just taking, at meetings or on like whatever. They were getting on their own podcasts. They were listening to, YouTube channels. They were doing all this other stuff. And then they started leveling up, not just what I was giving them. And so that was a massive change in my business. So I'll tell you guys, activity and skill is like the two huge things. Talk to enough people and then get good at what you're saying.
Yeah, I love it. If someone wants to get a hold of you, how would they go about doing that?
So a couple things. One, my Instagram at Cradrock, CRADDROCK. I've been, people were so generous with me, like I said before. So if you DM me, I try to respond to every DM. It may not happen like in 24 hours, but I've worked really hard to do that because people did that to me. So again, I want to give back. So that's one place. If you are a real estate agent or thought about being an agent and you are interested in the agent investor world, definitely my podcast, the Uncommon Real Estate podcast. And then I'm with Wholesaling Inc., the REI Revive. If you want to monetize your dead leads, it's wholesalinginc.com/revive. Either me or somebody on the team will chat with you about your business and see if there's a way that you can just monetize and make just crazy amounts of money with the leads that you're bringing in and are doing nothing with.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we have Brian Regby with Wonder US Property Group. Brian's going to share how his team did 90 deals during COVID, including 1 week where he did 6 figures, working only 20 hours per week. Crazy, crazy numbers. If this is your first time tuning in, I'm Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. One question I get a lot is, how do I become one of the 100 millionaires? The information on this podcast alone is enough to help you become a millionaire in the next 5 to 7 years. Take consistent action, and you will become one. When you hear a nugget, type it in the comment section. After the show, identify your single biggest takeaway and focus on just that for the next 7 days. If you get value today, please tag your friend below or share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And don't forget, this is a live show, so please ask your questions for Brian to answer. You ready?
Man, I'm ready, Steve.
All right, cool. So, what got you into real estate?
What got me into real estate? So, first things first, I actually didn't come from an entrepreneur background. I actually came from the mantra, go to college, get a good job. Life would be great, they said. And if you want life to be even better, get more degrees. Yeah. So I actually came out of college and I actually started teaching. I was a high school science teacher for 4 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Taught high school science for 4 years. And after that, I actually got, it was stressful. I actually liked it, but I just wanted more money and really something a little bit more fulfilling. So I actually got into the oil and gas industry. And I was working shift work, 50 to 70 hours a week, night shifts and day shifts. And on the night shifts, my coworkers were about 25 years older than me. They would go to sleep and everything. And I would hear them say, Bob, in another 7 years, I'll retire and I'll be able to go fishing or go camping. And it just didn't really sit well with me. So while they were sleeping, I would be on the internet trying to find out ways to make more money. A lot of things seemed gimmicky or scammy, but I kept coming back to real estate, and I was like, man, I think this is real. There's too many examples. So that's what got me into it. I actually told my wife, it's my fiance at the time, I said, I want to try this. At the time, I didn't really have much money. I didn't really have great credit. She supported. We went on our honeymoon to Bahamas. As soon as we came back, I invested a large little portion of what I had into some education, and the rest is history. So,
which education got you started?
So it was like a freedom some sort of freedom course, and also I had a guy locally that was doing some deals, and he allowed me to kind of split profit on really I was kind of like a what's it called, a bird dog, right? And he tossed me me a couple coins.
But
so
you got to start.
Yeah.
So one thing that I heard you say just a moment ago, high school science teacher.
Yeah.
So you went to school to become a teacher?
Yeah, I had a biology major, chemistry minor. Yeah.
And I asked that question because I actually, in my mind, was thinking I want to be a school teacher, and I saw how much teachers made, and I said, all right, that's not happening. But I also said, like, when I retire one day, I think I want to go back to be like a science teacher in high school. So that was actually what was in my mind. But now I get to teach and make money doing it. But it's cool to hear that, because that's what I wanted to do initially. Now, you went to go work for this oil and gas company,
Right.
and then you went also did the side hustle thing. And I actually wrote that down to talk about later on, so we're going to talk about side hustle. But the other thing is you found someone to mentor you, and you gave them a percentage of the profits.
Right.
Was it 50-50?
So it was 50-50. That very like that the first deal, it wasn't actually my deal. I wasn't solo. That actually was just kind of like a little fee, so I just got paid a little fee. But the actual deals that I was like really a part of, and it wasn't just handing over a lead. Yeah, it was 50-50.
And I asked this question because a lot of guys are like, how do I get started? I don't have money and this and that. And I say this, and I don't think anyone cares for the answer, but I say, like, there's nothing wrong with working for somebody.
Bro.
And learning.
Biggest cheat code ever.
Yeah, learning from their experience. Yeah, you don't make as much money per deal, but you save so much time, money, and energy, and how not to screw up.
Right. You want? I'm proud. Some gurus are gonna get mad at me, right? Course sales. Everybody's course sales is probably gonna go down, but I think one of the biggest cheat codes is somebody that's new. Say, how do I get started? I see everybody posting all these checks on Facebook. Go get a great deal, bring it to somebody that is proven and are actually doing deals, and split the profit, because you can invest thousands of dollars into somebody's mentorship or course and still not have their phone number.
Right.
Now, a lot of these, real estate investors, yes, you might say, I got a deal, and they might, toss it in their system. Hey, call this person. It's my blank manager, right? But a lot of them, they'll actually help you work that deal. Now you have the personal contact to that person, and you actually have like one-on-one mentorship off the record, right?
Right.
So that's like a cheat code for somebody to.
So I love that you did it.
Yeah.
And you still believe in that model.
That model is gold.
I love it. All right, so let's talk about your very first deal. What was your very first deal?
Bro, so this was 2014. It was, the lead actually came from a company called Z Buyer. I don't know if you ever heard of them.
I have.
But they actually was like a subscription-based service that sold PPC leads at the time. Leads aren't the same anymore. I think they do email marketing now. But they were selling PPC leads, so he was really great leads. And so I found the guy. His name was Will Hancock. I remember it to this day. And I called him. I did my little, my little formula, and I actually offered him $100,000. I said, I didn't know what to. Hey, I'll give you $100,000 cash. And guess what? The scariest thing happened. He accepted it.
Right.
I was like, where am I going to get $100,000 from? I remember at the time I was in an apartment. I was pacing back and forth. My palms were sweating and everything like that. But that was my, so that was the first offer. He accepted it. And so when I first started, I learned more advanced creative techniques. So I didn't do the normal go find a cash buyer. I actually tried to dispo the deal through the MLS to get a maximum spread. So I went to a realtor, Keller Williams at the time, and I said, hey, I got this contract and I want to go ahead and put it on the market so I can find a buyer. She said, you can't do that. You're not on title. And I said, yeah, you can. My coach said I can, And she said, wait up, let me call, my escrow agent. Escrow agent came down to the office, sat beside me, looked at my contract, said, yeah, he told the realtor, yeah, he can do that. Put it on the market. It took about, the buyer was like a FHA buyer, so it took about 3-4 months. And of course, the buyer had to go under contract with my actual seller, right? Because they were getting a loan. The guy gave me a few extensions. When it came to closing, Steve, I went to the closing table to pick up my check, and the escrow officer said, who are you? And I said, well, I'm the guy that the wholesaler that did the deal. They said, well, you're not on the HUD.
Right.
Because I was cut out the
weren't.
transaction. I didn't do everything right. So the guy, just admiring the hustle, he actually cut me a check in the title company's lobby for $4,800 and gave it to me.
Who cut you the check?
The seller.
The seller cut you.
So he just respected the hustle. He basically told me what I was going to make. He said, you said you was going to close on this day. You didn't close. Then it was another month, and it was another month, I think $4,800. And he cut me a check for $4,800.
That's awesome.
And that was my first deal.
That's good, because that could have been a really expensive lesson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. And that's something like, we talk about novations, right? Like substituting and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
But you just went ahead and did a contract between the buyer and the seller.
Yeah, no paperwork.
No one owed you anything.
Nothing.
Right? At least legally, no one owed you anything.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm glad that you got paid on that one. So that was back in 2014?
2014, yeah.
Okay. Because I still remember, before I met you, there was a great video of you getting blasted by Max and Scott.
By quitting my job.
Yeah, you want to talk about that?
Absolutely, man. I love those guys, man, and I like where they was coming from. But yeah, so that was We Live right before We Live 19 in Dallas, and we were just kind of hanging out, and it was putting the pressure on me because at this time I did have the 6-figure job. I was working at ExxonMobil, Fortune 3 company, making about anywhere from 115 to 120 on my W-2. And I was by myself with just like a VA, and I was making about 105 on the side. So I was making a little bit over $200,000 as a solopreneur, right? And it was like, yo, if you're doing this much, right, working part-time, then this job that you're working 50 to 70 hours a week, why not go full-time? And
You're working 50, 70 hours a week?
yeah, it was shift work. We worked 12-hour shifts.
Okay. Wow.
It was a great job, though.
Yeah.
But anyway, and my philosophy, the reason, it was two things. One was a little bit of fear, but another is I just had a different plan. I read the book Rich Dad Poor Dad, and I was really big on the passive income thing. And so I didn't want to leave my job until I had enough rentals to take care of all of my expenses.
So you had a plan.
I had a plan. I didn't, and I was actually kind of bitter a little bit towards the wholesaling and kind of how realtors feel. I kind of felt like, man, I'm buying rentals creatively, right? And because I didn't want to go wholesaling and just be a job. What I wanted to do when I left my job, I had the luxury of doing a deal if I wanted to do a deal, and if I didn't want to do a deal, I don't have to do any more deals.
Yeah.
So that was the conversation. They were pushing me to leave. I knew that I wasn't ready yet because if I left then, I still had to do deals, and I just wanted the rentals to be able. So I stayed a little bit longer until I reached that goal.
So you still stuck to your vision.
My vision, yeah.
Which is powerful because you got two monsters
Oh,
crushing it.
Right. That I respect and admire, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Telling you to go change directions and pivot, and you're like, nah, I got my vision. I'm going to execute my vision.
I'm so glad, Steve, that I did it that way.
Yeah.
Because what I find is a lot of people do it the opposite way. They build a big wholesale operation that's generating 6 figures plus, but because of payroll, because of marketing expenses, it doesn't make sense for them to take down a rental and get a few $100 a month when they could get a $10,000, $15,000 check.
Yeah.
You kind of get stuck in that.
Right.
And, so I went my route originally kind of for fear and safety, but it worked out in my favor.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what were some of your early struggles? I mean, we talked about this deal where you could have been completely screwed.
Right.
What were some other early struggles?
Man, stopping marketing. And it took me so long before I realized what the problem was, right? But stopping marketing, maybe if I'm feeling a little low, on funds, I would just kind of slow up on marketing, right? And then it'd just be kind of like a ghost town, right? Tumbleweeds with the pipeline, and I never really put two and two together. But later on, it's one of
those things that's really
yeah.
obvious when you think about it.
Yeah.
But it's not in your face.
I think Henry Ford has a quote that says the person that stops advertising to save money is like taking the battery out of a watch to stop time, right? And so that was my earliest struggle, man. Just stopping marketing and wondering why I'm not doing deals.
Right.
Yeah.
So then you came to your own realization. Someone helped you out.
I kind of came to my on realization, and what I would do, I would throttle. I would just keep a steady stream, kind of like a drip. I wouldn't cut it off completely. So that's what I started to do. And of course, when I met my partner, then I really got it, because he's an integrator. He's a numbers guy, and he really introduced me heavy into KPIs.
Gotcha.
And then when I started looking at KPIs, then it got exciting. It was like, oh, well, you could kind of forecast everything with like a crystal ball.
Exactly.
When you see the numbers.
Exactly. And so we met at We Live 19. So that was fun. And it was kind of funny because even back then I was like, dude, when are you going to come on the show? You're like, I don't deserve it. You're still acting kind of like, I'm no big deal. It's like, but you're making 6 figures a year part-time.
Yeah. So, and that's crazy. And I think that's one of those biggest things, like judging success based on the comparison thing, judging success on what you see. And I felt like 6 figures a year part-time. At first I felt confident about it because in my little market, that was a big deal. But then when I started to see, look that, I'm not the only one crushing it. Because where I was, I was that guy, right? But then I started, meeting other people. I was like, oh, man, everybody's doing 6 figures a month. That's the new standard, right? And so I was just kind of waiting till I, hit that 6 figures.
Well, I think maybe that humility is maybe what.
Maybe so,
is what attracts people to you. So I went on I would say a rant, but I made some strong statements about anti-side hustle.
Anti-side hustle.
Right.
Okay.
Because everyone's talking about it, at least on social media, right? Side hustle, right? You got to do your side hustle, whether it's flipping cars or, drop shipping or whatever it is. It's always like the side hustle. And I hate the term side hustle because it implies that you're doing it part-time.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like a full-time gig. Like side hustle to me is like 5-10 hours a week. Like if you're going to give yourself a shot, you got to be doing 20 hours a week. Like you're not doing anything fun. Right? Any leftover time has got to be towards your other business so that you can quit your existing job. Anything you want to add to that? Or I guess how many hours were you working when you're trying to quit your job? On your side hustle.
That's funny because people call it, they say, man, you're a part-time, so you're a part-time real estate investor. But in my eyes, I'm like, man, I'm full-time at both. Because I felt like I was, at that time, I was investing, like you said, everything I had left. So it really didn't feel like part-time. But at that time, I'm going to tell you exactly what I used to do, Steve. I used to work, I used to go to work with the Exxon Mobil uniform on, right? Work a 12-hour shift. I would leave out of the gate and I would go I would line up my appointments, right? And I would leave out of the gate from work and go directly to at least 2 seller appointments. I would have my boots on and everything, and I would meet people. I wouldn't have a We Buy Houses shirt. I would have an Exxon uniform on. The crazy thing about it, it worked in my advantage.
Yeah.
People put their guards down. He was a normal working guy. And I just felt like, is this a cheat code, right?
Yeah.
Just being a normal guy. So what I would do is I would do that, and then my wife would get the last couple of hours, and she understood the vision. And I did that until reached that goal. So that's how I kind of approached it.
So how many hours a week do you think you were putting in?
At that time?
In your real estate career?
In real estate, probably about 30 hours a week.
Yeah.
Because I was going to appointments. I was the one calling, right? Doing dispo, doing all of that.
And so everyone that's listening that's got a job, that's trying to figure out how to exit it, I just want to impart how important it is. It's not just like, don't look at this as a side hustle, because side hustle is, in my mind, 5-10 hours a week.
Yeah.
Like you got to look at this like it's another baby. Yeah. You got to be treating it, all your extra time and energy's got to be going towards that if you're going to ever exit your W-2 job.
Basically, if you're looking to replace it, you need to be almost trying to work many hours a week on that as you work on your job, as actually physically possible. It's only 24 hours in a day, but you give it all you got until, your brain has to cut off or your eyes have to shut.
Yeah, basically until it turns off.
I did.
For sure. One thing I want to say, when we were in Dallas or We Live, you lied to me. You told me.
What'd I tell you?
Whataburger's the best burger. And you're like, you gotta go. And I went there at 3 a.m. It was not the best burger I ever had. I don't know if we want to talk about it here. What we want to do.
What type of burger did you have, Steve? You didn't have the right burger, man.
I don't know. It was some breakfast thing. I don't know.
Ah, see, yeah, you remember? And I told you, I said, man, it's not known for breakfast. It's known for
It
the
was
burger.
3 a.m. in the morning. What else am I going to eat?
A double cheeseburger, man.
Man, I didn't know. You weren't there. You weren't there to support me. I went there with somebody else, and it was not the best burger I ever had. You promised me it was going to be the best. It
Next
wasn't.
time you come to Texas, man, I'm going to point you to the right thing on the menu.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, so you mentioned you partnered up with Byron.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me about that evolution, because you already had a business,
Yeah,
and Byron already had a business.
right.
Why did you guys partner up?
Oh, man, I love this question. So, it's funny. Keith Everett, right? Real good friend of mine. We actually, I think it was 2019. We actually went to, me and a couple other guys, Armani, his partner in Dallas. We actually went to Alabama just to kick it. It was really just to hang out, right, in Alabama. And while we were there, we kind of talked about, some systems and things like that. And, I kind of had a little chip on my shoulder, kind of like, some realtors do, right, about wholesaling, right? Not that I felt like I was bigger than it, but I was just kind of like, now that I left my job, or I'm leaving my job, like as soon as I leave my job, I'm not really into that. And I voiced that to Keith, how I felt about the wholesaling part, right? And Keith was like, bro, it sounds like you just need a partner. Man, he said, man, it's like you just need a partner. You just need that integrator. And I was like,
I mean, that's the head motion he would make.
yeah. And I said, man, but who? And he said, man, and he threw out a couple names. And the first one, I was like, no, he's in a different state. And then he actually tossed out Byron, because, I was like, I never thought about that, right? And he broke it down as far as what Lenny brings to him, and because a lot of people see one side of the business, but they don't know. People know the Warren Buffetts, but they don't know the Charlie Mungers, right? And so I thought about it, and a light bulb went off. I went back to Texas, and I reached out to Byron, because we would talk, and it's crazy because he would tell me his struggles in his business, and he would ask me questions, and I would give him advice, and I'm just thinking, like, why is he stressing out trying to build this wholesale operation? I'm just like, man, just buy more rentals, creatively, right? And when I came back, I actually proposed it to him. He was down for the idea, and man, it was the best decision I ever made.
Yeah.
Because Byron is really good on the systems, the numbers, the leadership, like that side of the business. And so it was just kind of like a perfect, I needed an integrator.
Yeah.
And when we put those two together, man, it's just, I couldn't wait. He was like, hey, man, checking hers. I'm like, man, let me send them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when everything really started to kind of take off, when Byron came aboard. So that was the reason for the partnership. And then it really kind of made me feel a lot better about, continuing to build like a wholesale operation.
When was this?
We partnered, it's been about a little over 2 years now.
I'm wondering, I remember there was a post, I think Keith made it. I think it was about you. And I'm wondering if that was the post, like we had like a talk or something.
I don't know.
It was a while back. Anyway.
Good decision, though.
So Byron wasn't even with you. It was just...
Yeah, it was just me going hang out. It wasn't a mastermind. We were just going just kick it, because a lot of times you get real close with people over the internet, but you don't know them personally, right? And that's what we were just going kick it in Alabama. And of course, real estate came up. We talking real estate.
Of course, real estate comes up.
I had a few bitter words about like the wholesale. I'm like, it's cool, but I mean, I'm just wholesaling, so just so I could get a lead to give him multiple offers, just so I could get the property long term, right?
Yep.
And yeah, he gave me that advice, and that was really good advice.
So you said took off. So what were you doing, and what have you done since?
Right. So around then, man, I got to the point where I was probably averaging about $20,000 to maybe $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Often sometimes I would have months where I do $10,000. Every once in a while I have a month where I don't do any deals, right? But still had the rentals, the foundation. So when me and Byron got together, I'm not sure how long it took, but I know our first six-figure month was February of 2020. We did 124.6. July of 2020 did about 130,000 in a week. I forgot the week, but it was in July. And matter of fact, I made a YouTube video and kind of posted all the receipts and stuff. So that's the difference, 20 to 30,000 by myself. Had a 6-figure week, I thought that was impressive.
Oh no, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's a huge jump. One thing I think we talked about this before was that you've got this big social media following.
Mm-hmm.
You've got this brand, but you were like, how do I think we're talking about maybe like being continuous or being consistent with it.
Yeah.
Because you feel like, I don't know.
Lost touch.
Yeah, you just don't feel like posting content all the time
Right.
is what you need to do. And I think I was telling you, like, no, that's exactly what you need to do because there are other people with jobs. They're trying to quit their jobs.
Yeah. And that was some great advice, man. I really appreciate you, Steve.
Yeah.
I mean, because you kind of caught me at a point where I was having this, I don't know what you call it, but like identity crisis. Because when I quit my job, it's kind of, man, that's the biggest goal. But the following was built because I was kind of doing the Gary Vee thing, but by accident, right? I would be in my uniform and I would be going on seller appointments and I would videotape me shaking the seller's hand, and then 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, they would see me cashing the check. And it was all just me being like transparent and open. And a lot of people, you know, they look at this, they see all the checks, but they like, man, but how? And I was taking people in seller appointments with me. And I really kind of feel like I pioneered that, you know, because it was way back in 18.
Yeah.
And that's what had all of the, the engagement going crazy and everything. But once I quit my job, Steve, that was my goal. But once I quit my job and I got a team, I'm at home most of the day with my wife. And so I kind of felt bad about posting content because I'm like, I'm not doing all that anymore. But I am. The company is, so I couldn't, it was hard to make the switch. Like, do I just make a video from my house, in my room, my office, or my kitchen? So I'm glad that you kind of pointed that out. I still haven't really got there. It doesn't feel comfortable as it did, you know?
Yeah.
Just pulling out my phone and just showing you what I'm doing because I'm in it.
Yeah, I know, but still, I go back and arguing that it's showing what's possible, right? Like when people are taking pictures of checks, they're showing what's possible if you hustle, if you wholesale, and we're showing like it's possible to quit your job if you chase this, right? So it's just kind of showing what's possible. And then we had some technical difficulties at the beginning of the show, and while the mic was off, we were talking about favorite episodes.
Yeah.
And you asked me, and I shared with you like one of my favorite episodes. My favorite episode is Heim, right? And I said, and you asked me why of all of them. We've done so many. Like why Heim? And I said because Heim's the only one that started for time and financial freedom, and still is doing this business for time and financial freedom. Because we get caught in the comparison contest. I got to beat this guy. I got to beat that guy. Like how many did you do last month, right? And so you want to talk about that? Like what your thoughts were on that?
Yeah, so I mean, that was kind of a little guilt trip I had as well, because my whole goal was because when I was working 50 to 70 hours a week, exceptional company. However, I shift work, and it's almost like a hospital where there is no off days, right? If you're on the schedule for Christmas, you work on Christmas. Thanksgiving, you work on Thanksgiving.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's how it was, right? But it's kind of like, I'm working for one of the top 3 companies in the world, right? Since the last 10 decades, right? I mean, the last decade, right? So what happened was I was getting to the point where, man, I would miss Thanksgivings, Christmases. They would have wedding receptions where my wife would be dressed up and go alone, and it would say, "Where's Brian? He's at work, right? He's working nights tonight, right?" All type of event, baby showers, and that was one of the when it really turned up the conviction in me to really replace a job. But what I wanted to do, like you said, is I just wanted the freedom. And now I kind of, like you said, kind of like Heim, I kind of got what I want, right? And so I kind of you're right, I kind of throttle it. So I don't work 40 plus hours a week. I wouldn't say we're still building and growing, but yeah. So I mean, I think it's whatever you want,
Well, I think, and that's the last part, right? It was whatever you want.
Yeah.
And so, remember why you started, time freedom, financial freedom, whatever, is that, we all get caught in this comparison game and we forget what we wanted.
Steve, I think that we get brainwashed by someone else's views of success. And I think that if you can reflect and think about the times you feel the most joy, not pleasure, joy. There's a difference between love and lust, right? Joy, that real joy, that's success.
Yeah.
Try to get more of that.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, that's a great point, though. I think everyone needs to remember that. So, what's your business looking like today?
I think it's about 11 of us. Have a dispositions manager, have 2 acquisition managers, 8 cold callers. We also have an admin. She basically handles everything like payroll and all that stuff. And also she does all the data pulling and everything like that. And then we have like we call it our data analyst. He basically handles the integration between Podio and Power BI and all of our metrics. And then Byron and myself. So
Power BI?
Yeah, Power BI is Microsoft. It's kind of like you ever heard of Plecto?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of like Plecto. However, it doesn't have a fancy UI. It's like you could build it however you want. It's like a Podio version of Plecto.
Got it.
Yeah.
Cool. So what was that like when you guys married, right? Like you and Byron, like you had a business, he had a business, and you guys merged it. For those people that are thinking about partnering up, what was that process like?
Perfect question. So as far as on my end, it was just me and 2 lead managers, right? My mother was part of my business. She's a hustler. She's crazy. She's actually TC, transaction coordinator. She's really good at it. But then I had another lead manager. So that's all that I had. And I came over. Of course, I have my personal rentals. But that's all I had. So when we partnered, I brought them 2 over and connected with what he already had. And I think he probably had like 5 people on the team at that time, 4 or 5, right? As far as the legality, we went ahead and amended the operating agreement, everything, the LLC, bank accounts, and everything like that. We split it down the middle, and that's what it's been.
Did you call him Woody?
No, I said that's what it's been.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, and since then, we've hired together, we fired together, and and now it's just a normal partnership.
So during the crisis, everyone kind of responded a little bit differently. Some people kind of put their head in their turtle shell. Some people went harder. What did you guys do?
We didn't do neither. We kept doing what we was doing. And we did notice for probably about 45 days, we did notice the sellers pull back a little bit. I just want to wait till this. I want to wait till we see what's going on with this, right? And then it seemed like people noticed that this ain't going away. This is new world, right? And then it got back to normal. So that's what happened. We didn't scale up marketing. We didn't slow down marketing, but we did notice kind of like a drop in activity and sellers willing to kind of move forward with the sale. But like I said, after probably about 45, 60 days, people started acting normal.
So did your business go up or did it stay even?
No, during like 30 days, we definitely had a dip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think, I'm trying to think, when was COVID? I think, bro, we had a bad month. We had a month that we did like $30,000. And I think, that was like right when, that the COVID just shook everybody up and nobody could think of anything except this, this thing that's going around. So.
All right. So Byron is the mad genius, it sounds like. Right? The genius behind the computer.
A different type of mad genius.
But he's the genius behind the computer.
For sure.
You're out in the field?
Neither one of us in the field. Acquisition managers in the field.
Okay. So then what are you responsible for?
Yeah, so of course, just the creative finance piece, putting together, making sure that leads that come through our pipeline, we fully assess it and make sure that we're not leaving anything on the table. Can we structure this a different way? Can we offer this seller something different so we can monetize this lead? So that's one thing, bringing that to the table, right? Because a lot of people miss out on a fortune because they can't evaluate a deal other than assign it to a cash buyer. That's one thing. Training and coaching. I'm the teacher. I'm still the teacher by heart, right? So acquisition managers, I'm teaching them. Every when it comes to teaching, motivation, culture, ideas, that's kind of where I kind of shine at.
Got it.
And marketing. I handle marketing too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you just described as far as a creative guy, squeezing the juice out of every single deal, because who knows how much money we're throwing away. I want to hire that guy to work for us. how do I find a guy that's like that, that's sharp, that would want to work for somebody?
That's a good question. I think you have to have already you train that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't even want to. I don't know the answer to that.
So why had you come out here? Come on.
I don't know the answer to that. You know, so I'm gonna tell you what we've done, right? Our top acquisition manager, man, he's a killer, and he's an older guy. He's like 52, you know. But you know, we taught he's just a closer. He's a real kind of got like narcissistic personality, but man, he's a closer. He's a closer. He rubs people, but he's a closer. And we just put a few more tools in his tool belt. And it just made him that more dangerous.
Got it.
And then our other acquisition manager, which also is a realtor, you know, he kind of had a blurry vision of it, you know, looking at YouTube or whatever, and we just crystallized that vision so he could really understand it. Now they're equipped. Now they go to talk to sellers, and they can make more than one offer when cash isn't a fit.
So they're ready. They have the tools. So your job is to make sure that they didn't miss anything.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you've got the app. What's the app?
Man, the app is any deal. So, like I said, when I was working 50 to 70 hours a week, you know, I'm like, man, they got full-time investors out here, man. How I'm going to keep up and grab the deals when I'm stuck at work all day and they're out there in the streets? And how I originally learned this real estate and how I was originally taught wasn't wholesaling. I was taught, when I came into the game in 2014, I wasn't taught wholesaling. I was taught, hey, your goal as an investor is to find motivated sellers. These are all different ways you could complete a transaction. When the lead comes in, based on what the seller needs, you put it in that box. And that's how I learned. You know, everybody comes up under a different type of philosophy.
Yeah.
And so that way of doing it was so effective for me because it just allowed me, okay, if they won't accept a deep discount and willing to give their property away for pennies on the dollar, I have a way that I can offer them more, right, that they're happy with, and also it's gonna make me money and, you know, set me up financially in the future. So based on that multiple offer strategy, we created Any Deal. And Any Deal is just a mobile app that allows you to analyze and make multiple offers to a seller. So you could ask from your cell phone, you can actually send a seller a letterhead template that has, you know, 1 to 3 offers. And what I found, Steve, is that, because, you know, I admire the hardcore closers. What I admire is you don't even have to do all of that. You don't have to convince a seller of nothing. You talk to them, you make a friend, you build rapport, right? Just like a doctor, does it hurt here? When does it hurt? Okay, and how long you been noticing this, right? I get all the symptoms, and then I give you a prescription.
Yeah.
But it's not my idea. I just put it in the air. What if? And they usually grab it. People want to feel like they made their own decision. So when I send this to you via text, email, right, or over the counter, the tabletop, you know, Mr. Seller, based on what you shared with me, blah blah blah, this and that, you know, recapping, you know, here's what I can do, right? You let me know which one is a better fit.
Yeah.
And now they feel like, whoa, I got options. This is not this investor that's coming to my house, jumping on my floors, like looking at my roof and, you know, trying to make me feel bad about my property, man.
Right.
He cares and he gives me options. And before I give those options of how I could purchase the property, I'm already going to give you your other options that doesn't even involve me. Right?
Right.
Listening with the realtor, renting it, keeping it, right, etc.
Right.
And it just works like really well.
And then, do you track what your average fee is?
Average deal size? Assignment fee? Yeah. So we're at like 8,500 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to get that up, but yeah, that's our average assignment fee.
And then, to do the kind of deals you guys are doing right now, what are you guys spending every month on marketing?
Guess what, man? We don't even actually spend a fortune on marketing. I think last month we only spent like $3,000.
Dang.
The most we've ever spent in a month was 11,000. Yeah, but we average about $6,000 a month on. That's not like the average, about 6,000.
And how about total overhead, including office space, everybody?
We work from home. That's a number that I don't know. Like just off top. Let me see some numbers I know off the top of my head. I know cost per lead for RVM, where we're at right now. We're at $38 cost per lead. Cold calling, we're like $41 cost per lead. So those some other We were trying Facebook, but our cost per lead was pretty high. So our average cost per lead, but we just shut that off, is like $68. But we just shut Facebook off for now.
Gotcha. Corey Guzman wants to know who mentored you.
Who?
Like how did you learn who did you learn the creative game from?
A couple of guys, man. Ron LeGrand, Phil Puskiowski, and just the internet, and some local guys that just some old guys nobody would know that's in my market that just kicking up dust.
It's crazy how much those older guys know.
Oh man, and they don't tell anybody.
No, they're quiet. Like
no brand or nothing.
That's the one thing. Is like some of these old school guys, I would never want to negotiate against them. Like
They got some people that nobody would know that's just doing such crazy things, and they've been doing it for decades, right? So many creative strategies, go and pay people's taxes and find out a way to eventually get the possession of the property. So
yeah, there's some crazy ideas out there.
Yeah.
So Toby Ema wants to know, what's your take on being in a saturated market and still trying to do deals?
Man, I don't think there's no such thing. So when you talk saturation, I think, competition. So of course, the thing that's normally affected when there's a lot of people is highly competitive is usually your cost per lead goes up. That's been my experience, right? However, I think a better approach is to find a niche or an angle that everybody else, because people are lazy. People are just going to go for the path of least resistance, right? So find that area, that niche that you really can just be the best at, and whatever your perceived competition is, it just goes away.
Right. That's a great point. And Francisco Jassa wants to know, what are the rule of thumbs for seller finance terms?
Seller finance terms. Number one, the property has to pay for itself, right? Property has to pay for itself. Another thing with creative finance, one of my rules of thumb, aside that the property needs to pay for itself, don't go through the entrance unless you already know the exits. And this is for safety anyway, in this crazy world that we live in, right? If I go in the movie theater, I already want to know the exits, right? So be in a position where you have a plan B, C, etc. So that's two. So make sure you have multiple exits before you go through the front door. Make sure the property can pay for itself. Also, the best of the best creative finance guys knows this. Just like a wholesale deal, where your buyer, you don't close the transaction. The buyer's funds closes the transaction on a wholesale deal.
Right.
Same thing with creative finance. When you contract a creative finance deal, whether it's subject to, wholesale, wraparound mortgage, lease option, ideally before you close escrow, right? You're marketing to find that buyer, whether it's an owner finance buyer, a tenant buyer, right? So that's another tip, is get your buyer lined up, right, before you close. Like I'm not gonna close naked if I don't have to. Closing naked means that I close the deal and now I'm gonna do whatever I need and then market it. It's kind of, because you got holding costs.
Right.
So that's another rule of thumb. That's just a few off the top of the head.
What's your favorite tool as far as creative finance?
Actually, owner finance is number one, right? It's not subject to.
Yeah.
It's number one, even though the majority of my portfolio is subject to, right? Because people are usually more motivated when they don't have many options, right? Usually when somebody has a house free and clear, it's kind of like, oh, I got all this equity. So, but owner finance, of course, over subject to, because of course, all of these things that people are scared about, which you can also mitigate, right? Like an underlying mortgage in somebody else's name and all that. You ain't got to worry about none of that. Owner finance. It's just me and you.
Sleep real good with owner finance.
Sleep real good with owner finance. And also, guess what? You could do on owner finance that you can't do on subject to. That I do a lot.
What's that?
You can negotiate 0% interest,
right.
And you can't even do that if you got excellent credit. Principal only payments.
Yeah.
So, owner finance number one.
Got it. And then Nelson wants to know, can you talk about you selling wholesale deals using the MLS?
Ooh, spicy. Okay. So what happens in this? I mean, how deep did you want to go? So
let's go. We got time.
Okay. So basically, on a strategy like this, what we do is we get a deal under contract at the deepest discount possible with the seller, right? And then we market our equitable interest on the MLS. In the agent-to-agent remarks, of course, we disclose that the seller is a principal in the transaction, marketing equitable interest. Now, here's the tricky part that people don't know. And I'm telling you, some of the top gurus, I've seen it. They say you can't do this. I'm like, no, we do it. So when your buyer comes, right? Because you can't wholesale a deal. If you do that, you got to say cash only. When your buyer comes, let's say conventional loan, FHA loan. Of course, with the underwriter, they're going to want the actual person on title to be on the contract. So what we do is rapport has to be built, and there's a way that we kind of explain this to the seller, right? Our buyer goes under contract with our seller, and of course, yes, they see that that's not the price that you agreed on. But there's, we have how we kind of talk to them and, where they're okay with it, right? And at that point, it's a normal transaction. There's no title seasoning involved, right? Because we haven't changed title yet. And instead of an assignment fee, we get paid from a memo release. So we reverse engineer and calculate, the agent, because we do calculate the 3% to the buyer's agent, and we try to get a flat fee listing on the seller's side to get it on the MLS to get this maximum exposure.
Right.
And then at closing, we get paid from a memo release. That's how we pull that off.
There you go.
Yeah. So.
And then let's see. A lot of people tell us what we should be doing to be successful in this. What are the top 3 things that we shouldn't do? Great question by Don Rich. 3 things people should not do in this business.
Be an info junkie. And because when you get too many types of ideas and inputs, you usually just freeze up. Kind of like with sellers, a confused mind says no. When I'm talking to a seller, until we get to like the final thing, I'm not talking subject to. They don't know what that is. It's gonna scare them, right? You don't want to know. You don't want the easiest way to get the let me talk to my attorney objection. Start saying words that the seller don't understand.
Right.
So I would say not getting too many inputs, because a confused mind says no. And also, is somebody trying to get traction, if they're confused because they have too many, this person says do this person says that, they end up doing nothing until in their mind they figure it out.
Right.
And it's just kind of like a bad place to be. You just kind of like just don't do anything.
Yeah, that's one.
Another
2 more.
Yeah, so another one is consistency. I know it sounds so cliche, but if you're consistent, you actually don't have to just exert so much effort. I know you know about the old fable, like the tortoise and the hare, but it's a parable that is so true.
Yeah.
This person is a Ferrari. Phew, then he stops. Phew, then he stops. And this person is just, you're going to get there.
Yeah.
So just don't stop. Keep going. The third one probably should have been number 1. Surround yourself with the best of the best.
Yeah. So then I guess the don't do is just to stay away from toxic people.
Don't do. Yeah, don't do. So don't try to avoid people with limiting beliefs, people that make you that question if you can do it. If you're around somebody and the energy and the vibe you get when you leave that person's presence, you feel if you feel discouraged, less confident, discouraged, that's not the right energy you need to be around.
Yeah.
So,
and I think that's a great point. Justin Henry wants to know, so you're sending multiple offers at a time?
Yeah. And it works like magic. Yeah.
And Frederick Gagel wants to know, how do you get that app?
TheAnyDealApp.com. It's on iOS. It's on Android.
CJ Wilson wants to know, are you opening up your course again?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Man, we've been focused on the business, man. We really, investors, man.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you use a different strategy to find owner finance buyers?
Yeah, slightly. What we found is that owner finance buyers, we found the best thing that works is Facebook Marketplace and bandit signs. They work really, really, really well for that. For cash buyers, we kind of do reverse lookups, data, close comps, skip trace them, reverse list source hack, things like that. But Facebook and bandit signs for owner finance lease option buyers works
cool.
well.
And Alexis Adams wants to know, what list are you pulling for creative finance?
pulling a lot, of course. Absentee owners. I mean, it's the one of the bread and butters. Matter of fact, on my very last YouTube video, I dropped a list that we've been pulling. You could just fast forward to the end of the video. I do a little quick training. A list that we've been pulling that's been hot, right? And it's a prop stream list, and I walk everybody through the filters we pull. So that's one of the lists that's been really hot. Another list is expired listings, right? So people that have raised their hand to sell, but they were unsuccessful. High days on market, right? So people that have, and what's high to me is at least like 5 months, or you could stick with 6 months, 180 days.
Yep.
So people that their property has been on the market a while.
And then Ben wants to know, what are the 3 offers that you usually send?
Cash is going to be first. The next, if the property has a mortgage, is going to be subject to, and so I might do 2 variations of subject to, right? One might be like long term, and one might have a balloon on it, right? If they don't have if they own it free and clear, it's going to be something like cash. Owner finance with maybe like a little down payment, a really small down payment, and the third is going to be owner finance, but it's going to be like no down payment, but it's going to be like longer term. So they kind of like. Looks like as you go down, you get more money, but I give you less up front.
Yeah.
So
Jory Alston says that he loves those 0% interest deals. I think everyone does, Jory.
What's going on, Jory?
All right, so let's just
Like
pretend, you're at the house. Right? I mean, you talk about presenting the offers, but you also have to explain it.
Absolutely.
And one of the things that I think a lot of people screw up, you already talked about, the best way to get the attorney involved is say sub to and use all these other big words. Yeah. So let's pretend I'm a homeowner and I have no idea what's going on.
Right.
How are you going to pitch this to me? It's creative finance.
Creative finance.
Let's just say I got a mortgage on it.
Got you. So Mr. Seller, if I was going to pay cash for your property, I'm gonna, need to be somewhere between, $60,000 to $70,000. I'm gonna shut up.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. It's like, so, and it depends as far as the pre-conversation if I'm even saying that right, because there's a bunch of other stuff we didn't talked about. So then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play. See, instead of talking too much, I'm gonna play dumb, right? I'm gonna play dumb. So when I get that emotion from you, just kind of like, like, God, you're defeated. Man, he's Kemba. I'm gonna mimic that. And almost like I'm trying to figure it out too, but I don't know what I already got. Mr. Seller, what if there's a way that I can take over on your mortgage payments and get you cashed out down the road? Does that sound like something we should talk about? Or probably not.
No, that's what does that look like?
Yeah, great question. So Steve, how that will work is actually we would actually take over on the mortgage payments. All right, so we'll be making payments directly to the bank on your behalf. So all this stuff, taxes, insurance, maintenance, all of that stuff will be off for you. Of course, the loan will remain in your name, and when the market allows, we'll get that cashed out.
What happens if you miss a payment?
That's a great question. So what happens if I miss a payment? All right. So of course, that's going to affect your credit.
I don't want you to mess up my credit.
Yeah. So, Mr. Seller, actually, we're in the business to make money. This is an investment for us. So, of course, that makes no sense for us. But there's we can actually structure this in a way that if we become 30 days past due, you actually get the property back, and all the improvements we've made, the down payment we've given you, the debt pay down, all that goes to you. So we actually get to shorten the stick. So.
All right.
Yeah. So that's kind of like where we go with that. Really, the basis is that's the subject to, but also even with subject to and seller finance, this is how simple I make it for a third grader, Steve. Steve, what if there's a way that I could give you more money? Steve, there's a way that I can work with you. I can come closer to your asking price. I think I can help you out. What if there's a way I can give you more money? Is that something we should talk about? Or probably not. So what I'm doing is getting micro commitments because you don't want to say too much because it's too much for them to digest. I just want them to agree to one little concept, right? Go a step further, right? And then, basically the premise is I can give you more money if you're willing to give me more time. Does that sound fair?
It's very fair. So One thing I'm working on for our sales training is just a list of words that we're no longer allowed to say.
Yeah.
Right?
What are some of those?
Sub 2.
Sub 2, yeah.
Terms, retail, ARV, right? You got a list of words that are no-nos?
I got a couple, not that many. Contract is definitely one.
Yeah.
Subject to is one. Wraparound mortgages.
Wraparound.
Wraparound mortgages. One.
Man, I can't even imagine the seller's face when you say wraparound mortgage.
And you know what's crazy? That's actually, I think that's actually one of the safest terms offers. I mean,
well, it probably is, but you try to say wraparound, like what?
Oh, like man,
what?
Bank fraud, right?
Yeah.
So I don't really have that many. What I tell my people is just, first of all, don't talk too much. You need to be active listening, right?
Yeah.
And don't try to make yourself sound smart.
All right.
You know, make it simple as a third grader. And another thing, if you don't know the answer, don't try to make it up because they're going to catch you.
Oh.
And people are going to respect if you do something like this, you know. So what happens if something, you know, actually, Mr. Sell, that's a great question. Let me speak with my attorney and I can get you that answer in an hour. How does that sound? And they respect that because they see you leverage experts. You know, let me actually get with my title company about that and I can have you an answer by the end of the day.
Right.
And people think that if someone asks you a question that you don't know the answer to, it discredits you. But I'm telling you, if you be confident in what you know and what you don't know, you just say, let me leverage my expert.
Yeah.
They like it. So
let me go YouTube that for you.
Let me go YouTube. Yeah. Don't say that.
David Galan wants to know, have you tried doing anything as creative as far as using Bitcoin?
No. No. I'm mad I missed the wave, though.
Yeah. Max Maxwell, during Closers Olympics, he's like, Steve, why didn't you offer that guy Bitcoin? I was like, what? There's this guy he wanted me to give him 80,000 gold, right? And I was actually totally open to doing it, but he's like, man, why'd you offer that guy Bitcoin? I was like, I've never thought to offer a person Bitcoin. But
what was he trying to avoid, taxes or something?
Yeah, an IRS judgment. Didn't want to get paid at closing.
That is creative.
Right? It's like, I want to get paid outside escrow. I was like, well, what does that look like? He's like, I want 80,000 gold. Like,
bring him a gold bar.
I mean, for the number he wanted, it made sense, but I couldn't commit to that. In front of 1,000 people. It was like me and you in the living room. I was like,
got you.
I can do that. Like, yeah, like, let's go to the gold medal place right now. Yeah. So, guys, ask any more questions. We got Brian here. He's doing deals creatively. Oh, you know what we didn't talk about? So one thing we talked about was you're feeling a little guilty
about
working 20 hours a week.
Yeah, but you made me feel so much better when you told me about your favorite interview.
Right.
Yeah.
So right now, for most people, they're so busy working, hustling, and grinding. If they can get it done under 60 hours a week, they're feeling pretty good. It's like even 40 is tough.
Yeah.
What are you doing
to make that happen?
To get it to 20?
Bro, I'm going to tell you one of the biggest things that I had, and this is just based on my experience. I don't know if this is the secret sauce, but a great team.
Mm-hmm.
Man, having the right people work for your team and with you does it all, it does everything. So when you can close your eyes, when you can leave and you know that you have real hustlers that's going to put up buckets, right? When you know that on that court, right, when you sprain your ankle, the score, guys are not going to get behind by 30, 40 points. You can actually take a breather. Mm-hmm. I think that's the secret. So the secret for us being able to do that is being able to let the power players do what they do and then just offer support and guidance. Yeah.
So then how do you get those players?
I think the people you attract are going to be a reflection of you. Because naturally, Steve, if I don't respect you, mm-hmm. if I don't believe in you, I'm probably not going to work for you. I'm going to feel uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. Because for somebody to come work for you and feel like there's security in, because most people, they got families. To feel security that, I'm just as safe as a normal job. I'm going to continue to have, get paid or whatever. Like, they got to believe in you. So I think working on yourself, just probably not what you expected to hear, but I think working on yourself and being the person that you want to attract is probably the best way to get those people.
So how do you work on yourself?
Personal development, man. Personal development, that's a whole rabbit hole. And I went through that rabbit hole around 2013. I deleted all my social media. Jim Rohn is one of my favorites. And
Jim Rohn's amazing.
Man, I feel like that guy is probably my mentor, you know. And that started the whole rabbit hole of the Bob Proctors, the Earl Nightingales, all these people, Napoleon Hills. But, you know, when you start the personal development kind of little rabbit hole, you'll know what I'm talking about. So that's how you do it.
So I think
learn the secrets of success.
The key here, though, is you were doing that when you started a job.
Yeah.
See, when I had a job, I was uncoachable. When I had a job, they're like, Steve, you should go to this thing we're doing is 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I was like, I don't need that. What do I need that for? Right?
Yeah.
But at that time, I was like, I'm working, my job at Intel. Like, why do I need to be more effective? Like, I'm good.
Yeah.
But you were doing that while you had your job, and that kind of opened.
Yeah, and the reason why is because I wanted more, and I was just like, man, this ain't working, right?
Yeah.
I started searching for the secrets, and what I learned is, the phrase, asking you, if you go searching, right? This is not a word, but everything is figure outable, right? Mm-hmm. So if you go searching and looking, instead of just sitting, I wish it could be better, you're gonna find what you need.
Right.
And what I found was this area called personal development, and I fell in love with it. And once that personal development kind of met real estate, it was a nice chemistry. And
so Max Jimenez, you saw him when you walked in. That's his guy, Jim Rohn. Right. Jim Rohn's his guy. So,
who's guy?
Max.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's his guy. Like all the stuff we've learned, all the stuff we've listened, all the personal development we've gone through, Jim Rohn's still his guy.
See, I knew I like Max.
Yeah.
man, there's so many things from Jim Rohn that I can like quote word for word in his voice, in his tonality. Yeah. Like he was like one of the best.
He was the
best.
He's
the Jordan of that. Yeah.
One of my favorite lines is still is like, how do you stay so good? It's like, man, I go to these seminars. I can't wait to listen to the guy. All right, so Dominic Baca wants to know, just starting out 2 months in, he's got 2 deals in escrow, so great job. Another contract signed minutes ago.
Great job.
Advice on next steps.
Invest a portion of that back into marketing. Don't make the mistake I made. And do it again, and do it again, and do it again.
Yeah.
And also document what it took for you to do those deals.
Yeah. I think that's big. And you're talking about documenting on social media.
No, I'm
talking about documenting on Word doc.
No, I'm talking about the KPIs.
Yeah.
Like, to do those, how much did you spend? How long did it take? How many people you talked to? That.
Yeah. I would say also do document on social media. Nelson Del Castillo wants to know, are you guys 100% commission, or are they salary, or what?
We got different roles. So acquisitions, dispositions, 100% commission. Our admin, our KPI. Admin that does payroll, the KPI that does analytics, and our cold callers are all salary hourly. But acquisitions, dispositions, commissions.
Cool.
Only.
And Johnny Macon wants to know, how many rentals did you have before you quit your job?
Probably about 12. Yeah.
Cool. And then Ron Ward wants to know, what are some of the KPIs you focus on in your business on a daily basis?
Leads, number 1. Cost per lead, probably number 2. Those are the top 2, but we track a lot of stuff. We track, call dials, right, for the cold callers, the dials, the contact rate. We track cost per deal, cost per contract. Of course, deals sold, a lot of stuff, marketing attempts. But the main 2 things, is leads and cost per leads is our top 2.
All right. So as a business owner, what KPI is Brian responsible for?
Leads, cost per leads.
So the marketing KPIs.
Contracts, yeah. Acquisitions, contracts.
All right. So if the cost per lead is going a little high, Byron can have a sit down with Brian.
Yeah.
All right. Just want to make sure. And then Justin Henry wants to know, what's your process when certain strategies are not working?
R&D, research and development. We break it down depending on where the problem is, right? Mm-hmm. If it's a departmental thing, in that meeting, Because how we do, we have meetings during the week for every department. We have a sit down, and during that meeting that come up in the issues component, and we'll just break it down like that.
And that's the key, is to having a time every week to talk about issues. And then Shard Bennett wants to know, do you still pay for trainings or mastermind groups with other seasoned investors?
Oh, I don't know. Is this TV? Can I curse? I'm like,
You do whatever you want.
Hell yeah. Look, man, we practice we preach, and I'm pretty sure you, Steve, still invest, in these. Matter of fact, I was just going to, it didn't really align with my schedule. I was actually going to go, I think, to Cancun to a mastermind not too long ago. Thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
I know Carlos and Sal, I invested in Momentum in 2019. Mm-hmm. Still to this day, I invest my money into more training and mentorship. And it's funny because you kind of see people online just kind of like this and like they don't want to pay for course. I'm like, yo, y'all don't know the secret sauce is getting more education.
Well, I mean, maybe they'll live long enough
to find out the cheat code,
or to learn it the hard way to catch us.
Yeah.
Because it's time or money. Please give us some gym. I don't know what that is. Do you have Jim? Give us some Jim Rohn. Got it. Do you have VAs available for hires?
Oh no, I don't have a VA company, if that's what they're asking.
Yeah. Let's see, what else is there. What do you think got you from averaging $50K a month to $100K a month?
A team and systems, and of course KPIs. Just knowing what's working and what's not, and being able to make that tweak in the right direction. Because if you're not tracking, you don't know what way you need to go. A
real system. And Alexis wants to know, how often do you market to the same list until you update the list?
Great question. So it depends on like the list. Usually we update our list like something like pre-foreclosures, right? We're probably pulling that like weekly, but like absentee owners, like a 90-day stretch before we update it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, tax delinquents, we'll market to those for up to 6 months before we update those.
And then Nelson Del Castillo wants to know, how many cold call leads do you need to close one contract to close in today's market?
That depends on your market.
What about you?
Leads per contract. Off the top of my head, I don't know the number.
And then House Buying Diddy says, what's up?
Yo.
All right, so what is your why? Why are you doing what you're doing?
Fulfillment. I knew when I was teaching, I knew when I was working in the oil and gas field, there was something in my gut, right? I don't have to get off philosophical. You just feel like this isn't it. So my why is just to feel that alignment, to do something that actually feels like this is why I'm here. Mm-hmm. Freedom is a part of that, but also impact. And so that's the reason I'm doing it. When I got into real estate, of course, it was for freedom and for financials. But I noticed something, Steve. I noticed when I got into real estate, because something about me, I love talking to strangers. I love meeting new people. Mm-hmm. I'm just genuinely curious about how people think, what they're going through, why they did that, their life experience. When I got into real estate, I was like, yo, this is what this business is. Mm-hmm. This is the business for me. So that's my why, man. It's just fulfillment. I like it.
Yeah.
So that my why is, impacting people, being free, and doing what I want, with my time. Doing something
awesome.
to make me feel good,
Love it. And Chris Jefferson says hi as well.
CJ.
Guys, please, if you guys are getting value today, please tag somebody. Let them know. All right, and then Johnny Forte wants to know, are you using PPC?
Not right now. We did rock with PPC for quite a while. I actually did PPC for about 4 or 5 years. Did we do any in 2020?
So you got it when it was good.
Yeah. Cost per lead kind of drove up.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, and how here's I'm gonna tell you one of the biggest issues we had with PPC is that how our company is structured and how we set up, because we don't do the office thing. We really want that freedom and mobility. So response time. PPC leads is not a type of lead that you could kind of wait, because if they go to the top of the search engine, they click this, and they call you, and you don't respond, guess where they're going? To the next one, right? So it's almost like it's like a game show. You gotta. That's another reason, because I set up it was kind of, we was missing.
Yeah.
Opportunities.
What is your biggest struggle right now? Sounds like everything's pretty good.
Biggest struggle. I don't know. Honestly, man, trying to figure out what to focus most time on. I mean, I'm still kind of, unknowing. Is it more into the business and trying to scale it even bigger? Is it content and branding and just kind of putting more stuff out there? Should I be trying to do more coaching? All of that. Just finding what should deserve the most amount of time. Just kind of, really still trying to deep dive and figure out where you want to invest all that extra free time.
What have you done to figure out the answer?
Obviously not the right thing. Just thinking, going in circles.
Yeah, I love it. All right, so Mason Aiken wants to know, what percentage of your deals are you doing are traditional cash offer wholesale deals?
So we're about 30%. 30% creative finance, 70%. Cash, because I kind of talk that noise about it, but it's the foundation. It's the wholesale is the foundation. So everything we set up is a wholesale operation, but we have the systems to put it in the bucket that it needs to be in.
Right.
So the majority is still wholesale.
So Keith Everett wants to know then, how do you determine whether to wholesale or keep it?
Right. To wholesale it, or it to be like terms?
No, to keep it.
To keep it?
As a rental.
To keep it as a rental. I'm not going to wholesale it at all if I could keep it. I mean, because wholesale it for what? You're going to wholesale it to, yeah. So
if it's up to you, you would keep everyone as a rental.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah. I would try, so.
All right.
Another thing, though, Steve, is the seller, right? So if a cash offer doesn't work for the seller, right, then I'm trying to find out how I can give them more money, and of course that's usually gonna come up with me owning the property long term.
Right. And then Shard, I don't know if Shard or Charday, Bennett wants to know, what separates you from other investors? Why should she buy your course versus anybody else's course?
What course? You get me? I mean, I'm pretty sure most investors.
Charday, dang it.
Yeah, most investors, you're not getting their time anymore. Personally,
yeah.
The majority of them, right? It's
tough.
It's actually a course, and right now I don't have a course, right? So I actually, it's like more so group mentorship. So it's not kind of like, hey, go watch these videos. You're on your own, right? You actually talk to me.
Right. Gotcha. And then Johnny Forte wants to know, are you using novation agreements to list the properties on MLS without buying it?
I'm not, but I heard Pace Morby talk about it. I think Pace Morby's the man for that.
Yeah.
I know nothing about novation agreements.
Oh, you and I can talk offline about that.
Yeah.
Why not do net listings in Texas?
That's a great question. I don't know. It's just not super popular.
Because net listings are illegal in most states.
Let me.
But it's legal in Texas.
Let me back it up, because I mean, it's been rusty. I let my real estate license expire the same year I got it. I'm just playing, like the next year. So is net listings basically when it's kind of like anything over this is mine? That's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, like,
God, you might have put me on a gold mine, man. Maybe I need to reactivate it and.
I think so, because novations are kind of tough in Texas because they want the exclusive listing agreement and the purchase contract signed by the sellers. Like, the titles won't do it. You can't do power of attorney or anything like that in Texas, but you can do a net listing.
So school me real quick. What is a novation agreement?
Novation is when you substitute. So let's say you contract with the seller,
okay,
right? And then you got this agreement, like the very first deal you did where you substitute, or you're talking about release a memorandum, right? You got paid a release a memo fee.
Right.
That's a novation. It's just substituting you as the buyer with the buyer you found from the MLS, and you got paid something to do it. So what you're doing is a release of memorandum. Other people would use a novation methodology where you just substitute the contract and you're getting paid the difference.
Oh.
Same exact concept that you talked about.
So basically what I did.
What you do,
But
you do it with a power of attorney. However, Texas title companies don't like using a power of attorney. So people in our program, instead of using a novation, we just tell them go get your license and just do net listing.
Texas is a different beast, man. A lot of stuff I see other people do in other markets.
If they ever become their own country, I will go support you.
Come move to
I'm coming.
Texas?
I'm coming. This country's going crazy.
So, a lot of people like to maybe take something down on their finance or subject to it and sell it on a lease option.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, that would be my favorite combination or hybrid, right?
Yeah.
But, because of, how much things you have to go through, it's easier. And most real estate attorneys just give them the deed, right? Because Texas has one of the fastest foreclosure states. I just got a property back last month, right? And I got one property back, had to go through, attorney, right? And I got another property where the buyer just did the right thing. He was in there about a year and like 4 months. He couldn't afford it anymore. Him and his wife split, and he just said, "Mr. Brown, I don't want to hold up your property. I can't afford it." Man, older guy, I said, "Look, Mr. Carey, it actually," and I agreed to actually give him some money and deed the property back to me, but it's better off in Texas, man. If you want to do something like that, just give them the deed. If they default, it's pretty simple to get the property back.
Right.
Versus like those other states.
And then a follow-up question from Johnny Forte is, are you using forced appreciation on your rentals and creative deals to save on taxes?
We mean forced appreciation, like improving the property?
I think they're probably saying like a really high price on well, I guess you're not selling it, so I'm not really sure. What is your superpower?
That's a good one. I think I'm still figuring it out. All the people around me, friends, business partners, they all tell me about my superpowers, but I can't articulate it. I mean, that it's, but I don't know what it is. I think it's people, man. I don't know. It's the ability to attract people and put their guards down. I don't know.
I mean, I was gonna say you're like really damn likable, so maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I can't put something. I can't really put it in words, but man, I just thank God for whatever it is, and I know it's something.
So if I asked Byron this question, what would he say is your superpower?
Probably getting attention. I don't know, and having an eye, having an idea for creative solutions, creative ideas, being able to peep and just how my brain works. It really works really different than most how I conceptualize things. So I don't know, something along those lines.
And if I asked Max, what would he say?
He's gonna say likable.
Likable.
Yeah, because me and Max talked about that. Man. Max, I give Max a lot of credit for a lot of over these last few years, just kind of like the friendship, and he basically said that he was like, bro, like we're kind of like this is he spelled it out. It's like the same thing, likable, being able to talk and people listen.
Yeah, the ability to connect.
Say, yeah.
All right, and then we'll wrap up with what is the greatest lesson that you have learned?
The greatest lesson that I've learned. I'm gonna keep it real estate, so the question would be easier for me to come up with an answer. Man, don't count your eggs before they hatch. Real estate, bro. There's always another document that's needed, right? It's always something that could, like in the hallway, I was just telling you, was asking me about my pipes, and I said, yeah, I had a couple pipes bust on a few properties I own, and then one that is in escrow that was supposed to close last Friday, right? The sellers, a pipe busted and they got to pull up all the floors or whatever. So in real estate, man, do not get ahead of yourself counting chickens that haven't hatched, because what law? I'm telling you. is it Murphy?
Murphy's Law. Yeah. What can go wrong will go wrong.
Yeah. So that's my biggest lesson, man. Just going ahead and counting the chicken. Oh, I got 30,000 coming.
Don't spend that money yet.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So just think about a thought you want to leave the listeners with. Guys, if you guys like this show, please like, comment, subscribe, share. It really helps us out, really helps us with our mission to create 100 millionaires. And we do have our workshop coming up on the 5th, so 9 days from today. So if you guys are interested, let me know. We can still send you up an invite. And then next week we got Jerry Green and Josh Culler flying out here talk about what they're doing in Ohio. So last thoughts.
Yeah, so I would say don't get hypnotized by society's view of what success looks like, right? Run your own journey, run your own race, enjoy the present moment right now, because as entrepreneurs, people that have high ambitions, we always want to push back success or happiness till you achieve a certain thing, and it doesn't work like that, right? When I'll get this, then I'll be happy. When I achieve this, then I'll truly be happy. When I get here, then it's there. And it's just it's a race, and you actually never, it's like chasing the rainbow. So find a way to enjoy life, this moment, and don't get hypnotized by other people's version of success. Run your race.
You know what's crazy? This hit me when I learned this. I read this. I've multiple times you hear it, right?
All right.
So I had my dream car on my list, right? An Audi S4. Like this is like, I know at some point in my life I'm gonna buy this and I'm gonna love it, right? So it was on my list, so I buy it. I was not any happier. I was not. I was like, oh, this is it. It's crazy.
Why do we do that? Why do you think we do that?
I don't know. We keep telling ourselves that. So you have to learn, you have to mature to realize, oh, you gotta enjoy the journey, like you said, right? Every day.
So I mean, because it's tough, because by having goals, that is what makes you move forward, something to work towards, right? Mm-hmm. So I do feel like you should always work towards something, but it's not healthy to attach your feeling of happiness with that goal.
Right.
So, I mean, what was your advice on how to have goals that push you to move forward, but not having it where it's like, how do you feel about this whole thing?
It just can't be material goals. I think is what it is. It can't be material goals. So like, it's the maturity in that, right? So now I realize like that's not it. But there's also something, the fire in me, right? So like I preach like don't chase. But truth be told, I'm also chasing Grant Cardone. I'm trying to catch him to be the number one sales trainer in the country, right? But I'm not willing to sacrifice time with family, right? Like time with family is time with family. So that's just non-negotiable. So I think there's a healthier balance now, but it can't be financial. It can't be material. Like those things are not the goals. They feel like the goals. They feel like targets. Those are just nice to haves. They're not. They cannot be.
I got an interesting question.
Yeah.
'Cause I like your perception on some things. Look, so you said something about balance, right? Mm-hmm. I heard something not too long ago that kind of blew my mind, right? It was on Clubhouse. I forgot who said it. But balance. Said something about balance doesn't really exist, right?
Yeah, it's garbage.
As far as entrepreneurship and really go, because look at this. I was like, whoa, that was nice. He said, because when you're in balance, you're out of focus. Mm-hmm. And when you're focused, you're out of balance. And I was like, wow, that's major. How do you feel about balance? Do you feel, if you're really trying to achieve something, because everybody wants balance. Like, mm-hmm. Do you feel like balance is a thing, or do you feel like people 100%. Should be trying to chase balance when they're trying to chase a goal?
I think they absolutely should be chasing balance while they're chasing the goal. I think that everyone says you should sacrifice a little bit to chase your goals. And that was me, right? Hustle, grind. Don't pay yourself. Put all the money back into the business. Like I was that guy, right? Working to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for many, many years to chase your dream. And I still preach that, right? In the beginning, you got to, when you're trying to get the well going. You got to pump. You got to prime the pump. You get the well going. Yeah. You got to grind. You got to hustle, right? But eventually, you can absolutely achieve balance if that's your desire.
Gotcha.
If that's your intention. And you can't say, I want balance. You got to say, this is what balance looks like, and I'm going to be disciplined enough to create this. So, for example, I won't work on Saturdays no matter what. I got time blocks for family, all in the calendar. And it's kind of weird to treat your family like a business where you got a time block and schedule and this and that. Mm-hmm. But if you don't do that, That's what's getting sacrificed first. So on my calendar, family is first, and I fit the business where it can fit. That's
funny because most people do it the other way around. Like
Everyone
I'm
does
a
it.
grind. If I have some free time, then I'm a hang with
Was
my-
it? The family gets the rest of me, not the best of me, right?
It's funny. You said, going towards a goal and sacrifice and stuff. Jim Rohn made me think of a Jim Rohn thing. He said, some things in life, it cost me. He said, I think you should go out and get it. I think you should go and chase your goals. But some things just cost me too much.
Mm-hmm. Right. Absolutely.
Like that time with family. And so some things aren't even worth it.
Yeah, you can't get back that time with family. That time cannot be received back. And you might think, I'll spend time with my kids when they're older. I'm going to sacrifice right now for my business. But when I'm older, I'll spend more time with my kids. Man, when you're older, they don't even want to spend time with you. And in their minds, like, you didn't even have time for me then.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
so it's deep down in there, and
it's programmed.
Solves a relationship.
You're second place. Business is first. Family is second. They've been programmed their whole lives. Like, oh, now that your business is better, you got time for me.
And guess what you just instilled to them?
Yeah.
That you're second place, Dad. Now that you want to hang out.
Right. And then why would they want to hang out with you when they can hang out with their friends?
Yeah.
Yeah. And all that stuff with your kids is the foundation. Like, all that programming is done when they're young. You can't do anything. Once they're teenagers, you can't program anymore. It's whatever's in there is in there.
Yeah. You need something real powerful to change those.
Yeah. It's a lot. You can either pay for it now with time, or you can pay for it later on with therapy.
That made me think of another. See, Jim Rohn is just programming my head, and he said, we all got to suffer from one or two things: the pain of regret, right? Mm-hmm. Like not spending time with your family, or the pain of discipline, like time blocking. Right. And then he said, "Here's the thing: success." He said, "Discipline weighs ounces, regret weighs tons."
Exactly.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah. It's true. You got to be focused. You got to do it. Otherwise, you can pay for therapy later on.
That's some good conversation. That's off air, though, right?
Yeah. No. We're still going.
Oh, really?
So last thing is, if someone wants to get a hold of you, how do they get a hold of you?
Clubhouse. I'm just joking. Yeah, I'm addicted to it, man. But Instagram, House Buying Brian. Shoot me a DM. Actually, in my Instagram, like in my profile, you actually got my phone number. You could text me. I do respond and text back more than DMs, because DMs kind of get lost, and versus the text is easier. So Instagram, I'm the most active and the most responsive on Instagram. So
yeah, and guys, stay up at Clubhouse. So see you guys later. Thank you guys for watching.
Man, thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Oh man, I love that. I was a guest on someone's show, and like, what are your thoughts on Clubhouse? And I just jumped on it. Like, Clubhouse is trash.
That's what everybody did.
Hey everybody, thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we have my friends Gary and Susan Harper with Sharper Solutions, and they flew in from Crown Point, Indiana to talk about how they went from consulting Fortune 500 companies to consulting the top investors in the country while building an empire along the way. If this is your first time tuning in, I'm Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. A question I get all the time is, how do I become one of the 100 millionaires? The information on this podcast alone is enough to help you become a millionaire in the next 5 to 7 years. Just take consistent action and you will become one. When you hear a nugget, please type it in the comment section after the show. Identify your single biggest takeaway and focus on just that for the next 7 days. If you get value today, please tag it from below. Share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And this is a live show, so please ask your questions for Gary and Susan to answer. You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, so first question is, what got you into real estate?
What got us into real estate? So the job of being in the world, right, like every day, and chasing after that elusive freedom, right, and wanting to get away from that job. My brother-in-law actually in 97 got me started in real estate, and he was reading I don't know if people are going to know this name, but Carlton Sheets.
Some people on the show.
Yeah. So we had Carlton Sheets cassette tapes. That's what we had, right? That's when we first started in real estate. So that's where it kind of started for me, is just working with my brother-in-law. He actually I was a laborer for him for a long time. And then probably by 2004, I really wanted to take a deeper dive into it. And so that's what got me going, is just wanting to get out of that job, wanting to create some freedom for Susan and I. Mm-hmm. And honestly, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Carlton Sheets, like the OGers of this in the 90s inspired me.
So you started reading it in 97.
Yeah.
But you were still working the job until 2004?
No, I worked a job till 2010, 2011, in that time frame. But I got into real estate really full time, or tried to be an active investor by 2004.
Okay.
I was passively working with my brother-in-law, on the side.
Wayne?
Yeah, Wayne, yeah. And he was rehabbing houses and getting rentals and, chasing that rich dad, poor dad mindset of getting a bunch of rentals. And so we did that. And I just helped him clean them out and get them ready and things like that to make some supplemental income. And by 2004, I'm like, why am I doing this? Mm-hmm. I need to start building my own, right?
Right.
And didn't do it quite right in 2004, but learned a lot of life lessons along the journey for sure.
And then you guys were married all prior to this.
Yeah, we got married
So
in
you were
97, so
involved, whether you liked it or not, you were.
pretty much, yeah. So I was a school teacher for 17 years.
Okay.
And so my day ended at 3:00 every day. So I was the fun school teacher. I didn't have homework or tests or anything like that. So I didn't have really an after school job. So that became my job. We got into property management right away. I did all the collections for property management.
Property management.
Yeah.
The funnest part in real estate.
It was kind of fun for me. I didn't mind it. And then, yeah.
Oh, man, that sounds like a nightmare.
Horrible.
Yeah.
She would do our collections.
Collections.
Yeah, I went and knocked on the doors at the time, and then we opened it up and expanded with me and my brother-in-law. We had a company called Calumet North Properties, and we were managing a couple hundred doors at the time, and then I just started burning out trying to do that and do my job full time in Chicago. And being honest with you, I started to take a step back from real estate because I had won Executive of the Year like 8 out of 10 years, and so my career was really taking off in corporate America. And so I was putting less effort in real estate and more effort in growing that career.
Was it the accolades or was it the money?
I just probably both. I mean, by the 2010, I was pretty ego driven. Like I was very egotistical. Actually, just being transparent. I mean, I became a leader in a Fortune 500 company by the time I was 22 years old.
Oh,
so by that time, I was like. I needed to be humbled. Let me tell you, I hadn't been humbled yet. And life started humbling me. I ate a lot of humble pie from 2006, about 2011. So.
Okay, what was that?
So, I mean, I bought wrong. I bought too deep in real estate in regards to the loan to value. And so when the market crashed, a lot of these properties, we started struggling with them. We started struggling collecting rents. We started struggling. We also had reassessed on taxes in where we lived in Northwest Indiana. And so they were 2 years in arrear on collecting taxes. When they reassessed, it dropped our escrows, like plummeted. Or we didn't have enough money to cover.
Oh, because you guys bought it too deep? The escrow was lower?
Well, no, because two things. We bought too deep. And then on top of that, the city or the county didn't accrue enough money for escrow because they were so far in the rear. So when they reassessed, they were like, we've been under accruing.
So they went ahead and went back.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like,
kind of like a clawback.
So now we got to charge you more, right? And you got to escrow more to make up the shortage and for future.
Yeah.
So it was ridiculous. It like tripled my mortgage payments on all my stuff, all the stuff I had loans on.
Can you elaborate on buying too deep?
Yeah. So when the market dropped, and the property values dropped, I mean, they dropped so low in my area that we dropped in some cases 50% of ARV. Mm-hmm. And so I'm sitting at 65 to 85%. And the ones I was higher on, like I couldn't get out of the house. Yeah. I was stuck. And so we bought too deep, and now this property is my problem.
So you had too many properties and you bought too deep.
Yeah, well, I mean, any one of them would have been a problem, right? Because I bought them too deep, I couldn't get rid of them. And then when you compound that with how many we had, now we're in trouble.
I guess I just want to clarify, because I think like you bought them too high?
We paid too much.
Paid too much?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I paid too much.
Didn't buy them deep enough.
Got it.
That's
Oh
the
yeah,
right
so
way.
I think it a little different. Like I'm getting too close to ARV, right?
Yeah.
When I'm paying too much. So that was my mindset. So yeah, so I was just I gotten paid way too much for the properties, bought wrong basically, and when they dropped in value, I was stuck.
Yeah, a lot of people got stuck in that situation. So that was 2007, 2008.
So it was about that time too. I carried it. So we had a lot of money in savings. I wouldn't met with the bank. A lot of people were just like keeping the rents and not paying their banks or lenders. I wouldn't do that. I refused to do it. So lady's name was Monique. I met with her every week. I gave her every dime I had. And we even gave her all our savings up to that point because my name meant a lot to me.
Right.
And then I still had a job in corporate America. So it wasn't my only stream of income either. Right.
Right.
So I had that luxury of being able to fall back on my job.
So you're doing all this and you're still working your other job, which you're doing really well at.
Yeah.
So you're working hard, you're paying a lot of money, you're making a lot of money.
Yeah.
And you're
Spend a lot on
and then you put it right back into those mortgages.
Yeah,
Trying
and
to
I was
keep
like,
those.
what am I doing? Like, this was supposed to be my freedom plan. It's taking every extra dollar I have now to keep it going. And then when the taxes reassessed and it put us even farther, the mortgages were higher. It was just it was like the perfect storm. It was insane what happened. So
when was that exactly?
So we kept it going for about 3 years, so about 2010. 2010, yeah. And by that time, even the lady that at the bank, she was just like, you need to file bankruptcy. So she's like, I'm like, well, I don't really want to do that, but let's figure out another way around this. So we figured out a way. She ended up being very kind to us, and we worked really hard with her to try to keep it going. But unfortunately, by 2010, I ended up filing bankruptcy. I ended up losing it all that year. And it wasn't just that year I lost financially. I lost health that year. I got Lyme's disease, almost passed away, and went back to like a 5-year-old mental state for 6 months.
Do you think the stress you received or endured from between working crazy, because you weren't working 20, 30 hours a week, you were working crazy hours on the road.
Yeah.
Plus another job.
Yeah. Do you think that contributed to the health situation?
Yeah, I'm sure it did. I mean, I think obviously it lowers your immune system when you have that much stress, right, on your body. And so being an executive, I had over 50 mid-level management that reported to me. I had 2 of our largest accounts going out to RFP that year, request for pricing. So they were looking at competitors of coaching. And so, there was all that, the stress of corporate America, the stress of like, I got to be able to get out of this hole. All that just kind of came together, and then it was kind of the perfect storm. I remember that year I turned to Susan. I said 2 things. I was a lot heavier. And I said, I want to lose weight. My goals this year, New Year's resolutions, lose weight and increase my faith with God. That's the 2 things I wanted to do. And it was
an opportunity to increase your faith.
In both areas. I dropped to like 130 pounds with the disease, and my faith really got increased that year in a really big way. But humble pie is something I ate a lot of that year, and realized, just talking to a guy yesterday, and I said, the more success I've had, the more I find myself on my knees.
Yeah.
Because I know how quickly it can be gone tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing that's always kind of in the back of your mind, something kind of scary to think about. So let's talk about what kind of consulting you did, because I'm interested to hear how much your consulting in the past is in line with the consulting you do today. So what were you consulting on?
Business process outsourcing. It's called BPO.
Yeah.
And I work for Canon Business Process Outsourcing is the division of them. Part of that.
Canon, the printer company, or
yeah.
I guess camera
printers. They had a little bit of everything. They had multiple divisions, and one of them was Canon Business Process Outsourcing,
which had nothing to do with what they're known for.
The cameras are
not really.
Okay, interesting. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a consultant, you would travel to other corporations,
Fortune 500 companies,
and you would consult them on businesses. Which, are you meeting like C-level executives? Are you meeting like management? Like, who are you talking to?
Yeah, no, Rotary International was Ed Fuda at the time. He was the general secretary, and he's usually executive level people, Fortune 500 companies that we met with. And we would go in. It would be particular to a certain niche or a certain part of the business. It wasn't as a whole operating system, like similar to what we do now. But we did the Kaizen events and Six Sigma process mapping, leaning out their process, trying to streamline processes for the organization.
Yeah.
We focus directly on like their media and mail and distribution of materials and things like that, records management, all that kind of stuff.
Gotcha.
We did that. We did it for law firms. We did it for all kinds of niches.
Okay. So you're having this success, you're traveling, and then you end up upside down in a lot of properties. Yeah. and then you get Lyme disease. Yeah. So for people that don't know what it is, you want to elaborate on what Lyme disease is?
So Lyme disease is a spirochete. It's one of the.
It's what?
Spirochete. It's a parasite.
Okay.
And it invades the body through mainly ticks. I believe there's other ways that it invades the body, but ticks is what it's most known for. And it creates a disruption in the body, just like any parasite does. Gone unnoticed or uncontrolled, it can create long life effects on the body. And for me, it bit me in a really weird spot. It bit me right on my back of my neck, where my C5, my C6 is, and it went straight into my spine. The injection of the spirochete and the disease went straight in. And so it got in my nervous system, got in my brain. Like, I was in pretty bad shape within weeks instead of months.
Was it because like your brain was swelling?
Yeah. So I had it was like meningitis. My brain had an infection, and they couldn't figure out what it was, right? They didn't even know I had it for a long time. Matter of fact, I was losing weight, and everybody's like, you're in great shape, you know? Like, I don't feel good. I was having about 26 panic attacks a day because of the nervous system infection that I got, and it was
not really good with the job you had.
Yeah. Couldn't drive anymore, which was really hard. I would leave every Monday and fly and come back on Thursdays, and had to stop doing that. Like, it was really affecting my job to the point one day I was meeting with 3 executives. I had to pick up the senior vice president of the company at the airport, and Susan had to drive.
Yeah.
He was like, what is going on? Like, why is your wife in the car?
Right.
He's like, you need to take FMLA and figure this out, right? So I had to. I didn't have a choice.
Right.
And it just went downhill after that from a health perspective. But I was able to pull out, thankful to God that He allowed us to regain our strength and mental capacity.
So I just want to put this in perspective, because a lot of people run into adversity, but, I think it's all relative. Yeah. Right? So, I mean, when you were at the bottom, what was your situation? What were the circumstances?
Well, I make it as simple as this. We couldn't afford a 50-cent cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's where it got to. I remember driving her to Dunkin'. She gets massive headaches. And driving her there, and as we go up to the Dunkin', I'm like, we're looking for change in the car. I mean, I was making $200,000 plus a year, and now I can't afford a cup of coffee. So if that puts it in perspective of where we fell to.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because I had investments in different things, 401ks, things like that. But my job didn't want to let me go. They actually held on to my job for over 6 months or more, right? They wanted me back. And I had been very successful for them, made them a lot of money. So that's why they wanted me back. But I couldn't tap into any of that because it was all locked up, So we were at a point that, we just had to figure it out. I mean, we were cleaning out houses on the side. She was doing 3 jobs, answering telemarketing calls at night at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, we were doing everything we had to do to survive. And you go from highly successful. I was an executive by the time I was 22 years old to now 35 years old, and and not being able to walk up and down an aisle in a store without her holding my hand.
Yeah.
It's a little humbling. Right?
For sure. So, I mean, what was your experience in all this?
Yeah, just watching him go through that was painful, but it's like we're not giving up. We don't believe in that word. So we'll figure it out. So like you said, I did 3 jobs.
So a school teacher?
Still a school teacher. Then I would, we knew so many people in real estate. So it was like, hey, what work can we do? I've got 2 teenage kids. We can clean out properties. We can paint. I seriously believe I can do anything. So it's like, hey, well, let's do drywall today. I can do that. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
We do some fix and flip properties. We do the labor part of it for people. We clean them. We paint for them. Our son did a lawn mowing business. Started that a couple of years ago. So every summer, I was the driver for the lawn mowing business. And
awesome.
Like, hey, we're just all going to pitch in, and we did a cleaning job so the kids' schooling could get paid for because they were in a private Christian school. And the things that we held important is, we got to keep and
How
got
old
to
were the
do.
kids?
Our daughter was in 8th grade and our son was in 6th. They were about 14 and 12.
Okay, so then what turned things around?
So, I mean, I was relentless in trying to figure out how to get better. And to the point people was like, just let it go. Like, I was spending a ton of money. Every extra dime we had at that point in savings.
Went to a new doctor,
and everybody kept saying there was nothing wrong with me. Kept getting this little blue pill telling me I had anxiety, and that was all that was wrong with me. But I knew. I left home at 16 years old, right? I dropped out of school in 10th grade. I got my GED, went to college. I've never had it in me not to push hard. And when I knew that was broke, something was broke. And I was like, this isn't me. And so, I knew that, and I believed in myself enough to know that I had to figure it out, and I owed my family that. So we finally found a doctor that was willing to sit there and listen for 4 hours. He just listened, ran all these tests, did all this different stuff. And he's like, and we talked about, I won a trip to Jamaica that year, and I cut my toe open on the coral reef, and he's like, maybe you got a parasite, this. And then they started going down that path of parasites. He's like, were you ever bit by anything? And I was like, well, I was bit by a tick in May. He's like, where? Back of my neck. He was like, have you ever been tested for Lyme disease? I don't even know what Lyme disease is.
Yeah.
He's like, I think we should get tested. It was weird because it came back like with a false positive. And then I did a Western blot test because the infection was out of my blood at that point. It hadn't made its way into my organs and with the parasite. So we did this Western blot, and that came back positive, and it was like, okay, now we have an answer.
Yeah.
And so, and at that point, it may have been, we thought it was too late. He actually told Susan I had about 6 months left. And he told her to start planning for me not to be here anymore. The infection was in my heart, my brain. It was a little everywhere. And so we actually found another doctor out of Washington, Seattle, which is where we're going tomorrow. And he took a call for me, which I'm surprised still today he did. And he was able to give me some treatments and tell me some different antibiotics that we needed to try and different professionals we needed to go see. Yeah. And it took about 2 weeks from that call that I woke up and finally had like the aura was gone. This feeling of euphoria around my head, like I couldn't see peripherally anymore, was back. And it was like I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Like I woke up and I knew I was back.
Yeah.
I knew I was healing. And it took me a good year from that point on to heal. And I remember, my job was open and I called them. I'm like, I think I'm coming back, and they're like, wow, oh, cool, let's do this. And then my brother-in-law, Wayne, I called him, who's was a mentor to me most of my life. And he goes, hey, my mom and dad loved me, supported me through this whole time. And they paid our bills. They did certain things for us that people, parents do. I mean, you don't expect it, but they do it when they have to. But Wayne, he's like, hey, Gary, do you think God took you out of that, just put you right back in it? And I'm like, man, don't say that. Like, that's horrible. Like, I need money right now. Like, he's like, why don't you come and join me, man? I mean, it's time you go full time with me in real estate. Yeah. And what a blessing it was. I think he did about 40-some deals that year before me, and then I was able to join the team, and we built it over 30, along with, it wasn't just me, but our team was able to grow. And now I look around the country and see the people came off that team, like Dave Richter was in that team, and Josh Culler was on our team. And, like, it's crazy because they're out doing so many great things now. But we built it to do 300 deals a year out of Northwest Indiana.
So did you, along this time, I know that your Canada was holding out hope for you to come back.
Yeah.
So they were there for you the whole time.
Yeah, they were.
So they never cut you.
No.
Okay. So
the position. He was actually getting a
executive raise and a growth plan to move to Houston. And
you told them like, hey, this isn't going to work.
Yeah, I've been I got cussed out pretty good on that call.
Not a great call.
Like, what do you mean you're not coming back? I'm like, I'm going to do this. And they're like,
because your health wasn't 100%.
Yeah.
So putting that more stress on it, we didn't really think that'd be a great idea either.
Yeah.
So just for perspective for everyone else, like, what was the pay that you were walking away from to go chase your dreams in real estate?
So at the time, I mean, base was close to 120, and then out in corporate America, you have a potential with more to that to gross out at 150 to 200, depending on what a year I look like and how many clients I had and things like that.
120 to 150 to 200 goes pretty far in Indiana.
Oh yeah.
So
very far.
So when we
cost of living there is really cheap.
We set 3 marks for ourselves when we started real estate. One was our freedom mark, one was our healthy mark, one was our abundant mark. And so freedom for us has always been $5,312 a month. That's what we needed in cash flow to be free. And that means, to pay our bills. And honestly, we haven't changed much of that. Like, we still live in the same house. Most people would be surprised I still live in like a 2,000 square foot buy level. I mean, it's nice to put a lot of money in fixing it up, but I don't want to change that freedom mark for myself. Because as soon as I change it, like, and if I lost it all, if something happened, some of these things we don't control. Like, you don't control getting bit by a tick. And it's not a fear thing. It's just a respect thing.
It's reality.
Yeah. And so I don't need it. I don't live abundantly. I don't have a lot of fancy stuff. And I enjoy what we have, enjoy my time. I think at some point you stop valuing money and you start valuing time. Mm-hmm. I can tell you this, Steve. One of the things when I teach customers, I talk about purpose. And I know your purpose, and I love your purpose. We were talking about it out there today. And I love it because it's about investing in other people. Mm-hmm. So purpose is a big driver for me. Right. And so when we know our purpose and we drive after our purpose, here's the thing. When I came to the end of my life or perceived in my life, the doctor says you have 6 months left. When somebody says that to you, you have to give an account of what you've done with your time. Mm-hmm. Right. I always say that you better be a good steward of the time God's given you, because at some point you're going to answer to it. Right. And when you get an opportunity to answer to it and actually come out of it again, like I have, you value time.
Yeah.
You value it in a really big way. because there's not too many people get looked at 35, and I know there's a lot of people, maybe people on here that are facing types of situation that may be taking their life. But when you get that question, you don't know, and you can't honestly answer, you were a good steward of the time you were given.
Mm-hmm.
You start really valuing what you do with it from that point on.
Yeah. So there's no amount of cussing on their end that was going to bring you back.
No, not at that point.
It took him away from everything. It took him away from us. It took him away from being able to help people. He was just a corporate rat stuck in a wheel.
Yeah. So freedom, 5,312.
Yeah, that was it.
What's the next number? What's the
12 was my healthy mark.
healthy?
12,000.
Yeah, that'd
What's
be nice
healthy?
dinners. That would be like vacations, getting away, doing some stuff together as a family throughout the year, things like that. And then also, still giving, but just not abundantly, right? Like we're still going to be givers. We're going to be givers at 5,000 a year, 5,000 a month. We're going to be givers at 12 as well. But 22,000 was the abundant mark for us, and that was us being able to abundantly give back, right?
What does abundantly give back mean?
So I have a goal of giving $2.6 million in 1 year to the Lord's work. That's my goal. I mean, this year we're trying to build a church in the Philippines. We just talked last night on the way here. There's a lady that's going to work in an orphanage, and she reached out to us, and she's like right around $5,000, and she's like, well, let's do it. Like, let's help her.
So is it like anything over 22,000 is just going to charity?
So no, I mean anything up to 22,000, we're still going to charity. It's just now it's going to be 100% abundant at that point. And what I mean by abundance is it's at least 50% of what we bring in, right? Is what's going to go in to the Lord's work or other things that we determined. But yeah, the goal of 2.6 million in 1 year is what we want to achieve by 2026. Yeah. Hopefully, we achieve it well before 2026.
So you partnered up, or you worked with Wayne.
Yeah.
What were you doing for Wayne?
So when I started off, I bought and sold houses in Michigan. That's what I did.
I don't know if they call them acquisition guys back then.
Yeah, we sales. We did acquisitions and dispositions at there. But no, I mean, it's not like I walked in and he handed the keys to me or anything, right? Like he's like, he's my older brother, basically. You got to earn it, And so I came in, started building systems and processes for him, like I did corporate America, and started structuring the company. And the only way so I was doing that, but I was doing it more free. And if I got paid, is I had to buy and sell a house. Everybody there had to buy and sell a house if you wanted to be there, basically, is the mindset.
So you're an integrator and a salesperson.
Yeah, pretty much. And
but you only got paid for the sales.
Right.
That's good.
That's what it was.
If you want to work for me, let me know.
Yeah. But, and then I had to figure it out because he's like, hey, this area down here where we are, I already got people here. If you're going to buy and sell and make extra money, you got to do it up in Michigan, which is like 2 hours from my house.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I can't drive yet. I was still recovering. So I had to figure out, this is back before nobody was talking about virtual wholesaling. Mm-hmm. And I had to figure it out. It's 2011, 2012. I had to figure out how to, I virtually wholesaled over 150 houses in Michigan. Yeah. Just trying to figure it out, And so and through that, me and Wayne were able to grow the business. And then I had a couple of people that worked there with us, Tom Olson and some other gentlemen, Dave Richter, Josh Kohler, and those guys started joining and more. There's so many more. But got to a point where Wayne and I partnered in another company called Good Success together. And we were part owners of that together. And the whole idea behind that was helping other companies as well. Because I had this passion of helping people and not
like
just
the basis for Sharper?
It's similar. I mean, it was more around teaching real estate.
It's really more of a mastermind too.
Yeah, than actually teaching people how to run a business.
Got it. And then at this point, you were still teaching, or did you?
Me? Yeah, I didn't stop teaching until like 2016. So.
Okay.
I stayed a teacher even while we started Sharper. Actually, no, it was 2018 before I quit. Yeah. I did it. I did 2 jobs because why not?
All right.
So we would actually leave on the weekends, go work with a client, and come back so she could be back in time to
for school on Monday.
And it
morning.
wasn't crazy to me because she loved her job.
I did love my job.
And it was crazy to me though because she didn't make a ton.
No.
It was under $30,000 a year.
Plus not the money.
It wasn't the money.
It wasn't the money.
Yeah.
It was the school our kids went to. It was mom went to school with the kids every single day, so it was nice.
So you initially partnered up or worked with Wayne. It was not a partnership. You worked for him.
I worked for Wayne. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then moved into a partnership with him throughout the time there.
Okay, so what was his business like when you started with him? What was his business like when you left?
I think he was doing about 43, I think 47 deals that first year before I started, and then when I left, we were doing 300 a year.
Okay, so you helped scale that business.
Oh yeah,
and then you left.
Yeah, 2016, and then I transitioned over. Me and him transitioned over to Good Success for about a year, and then 2017 I started to move into Sharper.
Why leave that business? Because it was a good business. It was profitable.
Yeah.
Why part ways?
You know, I never loved real estate. I still can't tell you I love real estate. It's just not my thing. And to a degree, you know, it feels a little selfish just to pour into making money, right, all the time. And you can make a lot of money in real estate, but then I want to make an impact. It's not just about money for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when you almost lose it all, money just doesn't bring you value anymore, right?
Yeah.
So like what brought me value, and then more importantly, there was a promise I had to fulfill. And the promise I had to fulfill is I promised God that if he gave me my life back in 2011, I would give it back to helping other people. And so that's where I went. I went to try to help. And it actually fell upon me. It wasn't really something that I really stressed out. I had a gentleman, Max Keller, actually reach out to me, and he's like, hey, would you help me like you're doing there? And I said, sure.
What are you doing for Wayne?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I started, you know, doing it. And he started paying me a little bit. And then at some point I had to form a name because I had to, you know, and actually make it a company.
Mm-hmm.
And so I named it after Susan. So Sharper is S. Harper. And it's named after her. And it was kind of my way of thanking her for never leaving my side and never giving up on me and never stopped believing.
It would have been easy enough.
Yeah.
When you were a 5-year-old.
Yeah. No, it was. She like get me up every day, help me get dressed, like get me ready for, you know, that kind of thing. She just never quit on me. She kept believing. Even when everybody's like, there's nothing wrong with him. Right. She believed. And that's my number one core value is belief.
So you started 2017, 2018, when was it?
2017.
2017. So you start Sharper in 2017. You got Max Keller as your first client. And then like that was just word of mouth you were growing. Like what was
100% it.
Absolutely how it started.
Yeah. So it was just word of mouth and trying to help people and go from one client to the next and just trying to bring them value and it, not really a plan to like grow it into anything bigger than just trying to help as many people that wanted to be helped.
Mm-hmm.
And I was charging like really nominal fees at the time. And
like every new budding business owner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
undercharged.
Yeah. I kept getting ridiculed and like, you're not charging enough. Even my customers were telling me I wasn't charging enough. And so one day I was like, all right, I've helped enough people now. What's the average profit per deal?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then I based it off the average profit per deal. And I'm like, man, if I can't help one person get another deal based on what I'm doing to help them, I don't really deserve to be paid. Right.
Right.
And then on top of that, I really wanted to protect it. So now, and it's still this way today, like when people hire us, they put a deposit down, but they don't pay us in full until we're done, like with the implementation. And that's to protect the integrity of the product and make sure that we don't ever get labeled as a guru. Like I don't want to take your money if I haven't brought you value.
Yeah.
That's just what it is, right? At the end of the day. And so if I don't deliver value, then don't pay me. That's okay. I'm okay with that, right?
Right.
But that was the concept behind it.
So you're growing word of mouth. And at this point, Sharper is your only business.
No. So what's kind of funny is he started Good Success, more of a mastermind type field group type setting. And that's when Sharper began because they wanted more one-on-one attention.
Yeah.
And so Good Success basically said, we can't do that. We don't have time and, you know, not able to do that. The guy's like, well, I'll do it. We'll do clients, you know, do the one-on-ones with them, which started the whole thing. Yeah. And then I don't think we made Sharper its own company, but that's the only thing we did. I don't even know the timeline on that.
Yeah,
was it
just
2018, about a year later?
Over, probably about a year later, maybe. Yeah. But it was just naturally migrated. And then now Sharper's 9 businesses.
Yeah. So when did you guys go from helping these businesses to constantly traveling?
So
I don't think everyone knows how much you guys travel. I was surprised when I found out how much you guys travel.
Probably at the end of beginning of 2018, end of it.
Probably not till I quit working school.
Yeah, that was probably it. Because here's the thing: I made a decision. I wasn't going to go on the road and travel without her.
Yeah.
Right. Not because I couldn't do it. It was because I did it in corporate America for years. It's because I wanted to protect our relationship. There's a lot of temptations out there. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things that you fall prey to. And if I was going to do this, I was going to put myself on the road and I was going to spend time with other people. I wasn't going to sacrifice this again. Mm-hmm. I wasn't going to sacrifice my kids. I wasn't going to sacrifice my family. They are more important to me than any amount of money you could ever put in front of me. So if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it with my family, and I'm not going to sacrifice it. And so there was a line in the sand on there for me. Like I am not crossing that line. And so I took as much as I could take with her being able to go when we could do it together. And then finally I looked at her one time. I'm like, hey, you really need to stop working. And she was like, why? I'm like, because you're costing me over $1 million a year. She's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, yes, you are. And so she decided to stop. And then that's about the time we took off. And I think last year we flew over 160 times. And
160. Well, I guess you don't have round trips because you're making everything's a circuit.
Right. We don't ever do a round trip.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's in the last 2 weeks we went from Florida to I don't even know where we've gone from. It was Florida. Back.
In Florida, we were with 3 different people. So.
Yeah, and then last week we were in Tampa last Thursday and Friday, and then came home for a couple of days, and then here, and then Seattle, Washington, and then I don't even know where we go after that. But
so how many days on the road in a year?
Well, I think we average about 7 to 8 days at home a month.
Okay, because I was going to ask you, like, what's the point of even having a home?
Yeah, we're
considering that right
we're
now.
Actually going to sell because we're selling over $250,000 in equity right now.
We just made it like perfect the way we wanted it, and now he's like, we should sell it.
Yeah, so I think good question. I like that you asked that question. Helps me persuade her a little bit.
All right, so you start Sharper, and then you're in multiple masterminds.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So talk about that.
Yeah.
Like, why are you in masterminds? What are you doing in them?
So, joining a mastermind was that ability to help, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in the mastermind, you're helping people. The other thing is just industry knowledge, industry benchmarking, things like that. One of the things I think we've done a really good job of is being able to understand the benchmarks of the industry. Mm-hmm. I know really quickly what the industry averages are and every one of the metrics and KPIs. I mean, because we get to see it. And then the other thing is each mastermind has a different flavor, has a different feel, has a different culture, right? And so those are the other things that I like to be a part of, is being part of those different cultures. And the really crazy thing about with real estate is you can have pockets in real estate. Like yours, for example, like you've got this culture that following over here that these people in the East Coast never heard of, right?
Yeah.
Like, and then the same thing with each one of them. So like each pocket like has its own its own culture and its own people, its own following. And I just think it's awesome to build those relationships and be a part of that with people.
And I'm really lucky. Like, when there was an opening in Collective Genius, Leon reached out to you and you're like, oh, just call Steve.
Yeah.
And so,
exactly.
I mean, that was a big pivot, for my career. It made a big change in my business and my family's outcome. So, still thank you very much for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you got 9 businesses now?
Yeah.
Okay, so before we go into those 9, I just want to share, because you came and consulted here back in December. So, 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And people
should
didn't
we
know.
review your rocks right now in front of everybody?
We should. I think we should. People were kind of surprised because, how well, we've connected and so on, that I actually never got consulted by you. So when I said, like, that's the first time you came out, they're like, really?
Yeah.
But on top of that, when you came out, what I said to other people on other podcasts, like, Gary didn't teach me anything I didn't know, right? Like, I'm well read. I've gone through all this stuff.
Yeah.
But what Gary and Susan were really good at was like a surgeon excising and identifying all the problems in the business, right? Like, you didn't know about this. Like, I had no idea this was a problem. That was a problem. And it was that you guys put up the accountability chart.
Yeah.
And like, wow, Steve's seats.
Made it very painfully obvious, I think.
Very painfully obvious. But I think that was the value is like, you can know this stuff. You can know this business, but you still need a professional third-party consultant to come out and just kind of like poke where it hurts.
Yeah.
Like find out, like a doctor, like, okay, this is hurting. Okay, this part's fine, but that part that's robbing.
Yeah.
But the other thing that was a big takeaway for me, which I don't think anyone else in the office enjoyed, was that Steve's allowed to start as many businesses as he wants, so long as he has the right integrator in place.
Yeah, as long as you're not a resource to the business.
Right. And so I'm asking that, or I'm bringing that up because you've got 9 businesses. So talk about starting at one and maybe kind of break down like the ones you started and what they do and like how this makes sense in this ecosphere.
So it's an ecosystem, right? So we have a curriculum we've been using the last couple of years and where we're actually trademarking and putting out right now with Eddie Wilson. Eddie Wilson's a partner of mine. Brandon, Austin McCurdy, these partners of Stephanie Betters we talked about. And she was on your show just not too long ago, right? And so these are different people that are partners actually in Sharper, actually have some equity stake in the business. And I love that. I love bringing people in and being part of things. But it's an ecosystem. And as a company grows, it grows in from organizational structure to what we call the matrix, right? Into an ecosystem, if you will. And the program that we have and we teach and help customers with is what we call Empire. And Empire helps you through all 5 stages of business, from startup all the way through succession. If you want to sell it, like if you want to exit. How many people know how to exit their business, right?
A lot of people think about it.
Right, they do. They think about it.
Yeah,
but like, what is the steps to actually get there, right? So knowing what each one of those stages are, then identifying what stage you're in, right? And then knowing how to properly navigate to the next stage without crushing the business. Really important. It's a big part of this. All that to say is we had to form an ecosystem around it in order to support each one of those businesses in each one of those stages. So we have things like Sharper Consulting, which is what me and you work together on. We have Sharper Personnel. That actually helps people hire employees. I think we're hiring over 80, I would guess right now. I don't know. I'm not active in that business. She's not the integrator. I'm not even the visionary of that business. So, but I get a nice check every quarter, which is really nice. So, but we're hiring a lot of people around the country. My daughter works for that company, and so she's there. But we have, you're going to have to help me too. So we have Sharper Marketing, which is a company that helps with things. We have Sharper Education. Sharper Marketing Story Brand. Sharper Education is a company that we have like training videos online for like $49 a month. You can get COO training, CEO training. You can get Brian
business training,
business acumen training. Right. We got different speakers and leadership and things like that on there. We have Sharper Events, probably one of my favorite companies. Brandon McCurdy is the visionary of that company. Rachel is our integrator, and we have a workshop. Actually, we have one coming up here in Vegas. Or I'm sorry, in July in Salt Lake City. And so that one focuses on leadership and how to lead your business and how to implement systems and how to leverage the knowledge you have. It's a 3-day workshop. It's a really great workshop. And we've had 3 or 4 of them this year. We have the couples retreat. And you hear me talk a lot about Susan and I and how much I love her, and she's the love of my life. And, we take time every year to do an annual planning session for our business. And we don't do it for marriage, right? We don't do it for our family. And so I told Susan, I am not this isn't my area of expertise, right? But I bring in people that are experts in this area.
Yeah.
So I can learn, right? And so it's like the old saying, if you ever want to be good at something, start a podcast and interview experts, right?
That's what I did.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's what I'm doing with the couples retreat, right? I want to bring in people that I can learn with you, Steve. Let's do this together.
Yeah.
Right. And now I get an opportunity to stand up and speak and things like that. Well, we speak more on how to have a system within your family, but the actual coaching of how to keep it healthy. We bring in other people for that, right? And so we do that in the Sharper event. So these are different companies we have that they're out there to support each other. We have Sharper Speakers, which is a platform that helps people book speaking engagements and build their clout online, right?
Yeah.
We have that. We have
Publishing.
We have Sharper Publishing that helps you publish your books. I have a book that came out this past year, Sharper Publishing. It will help you actually write the book. We have a ghostwriter that actually help you write the book and get it published online.
Yeah.
We have Sharper Ministries, which is one of my favorite companies. And that is doing the business consulting, but for churches.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the ones that I get really excited about.
And then
as well.
Sharper Ventures.
Yep. Sharper Ventures is our newest company. I'm a 50-50 owner in that. Oh, I'm sorry. We just added another owner. But it's me, Eddie Wilson, and Brandon McCurdy. And that's the LLC that owns Empire.
Gotcha.
Right, that owns that curriculum. We have a toolbox coming out, a software coming out for operating systems. That's going to be part of that as well. And
so can you elaborate on the 5 phases? Again, because I think there are a lot of people that are trying to get their first deal or two, but then there's people that start growing and then they get frustrated. You want to talk about that evolution?
Yeah. So startup is the first stage, right? Startup is predetermined amount of time, money, and resources. Every single time we start a company, we have to answer those 3 questions. What time frame am I putting on this? What money am I going to put out? How much do I need to make? And what are the resources I need in order to make this successul? Every business I ever start, and learn this lesson the hard way, I don't start a new business without hiring the integrator first. That position, for you, those of you entrepreneurs are out there right now, that's quicksand. You get into that seat, you're going to stay there a little while.
Yeah.
Right? It's really hard to pull back out. Okay? Because you're the one that's building it. You get emotionally invested. You start, time, money, all that. You start pouring into it. And a business needs you to pour into it if you're going to sit in that seat. I prefer to hire somebody else that can pour into it. Now, I also don't live on fear in business. If it doesn't work, shut it down. That's where that time comes in. I'm getting 6 months. What's the money? I better make a break even in that 6 months, right? Or at least get some of my money back. But I need those things to protect me, because if I don't do it, I'm not going to let a business bleed my other businesses or bleed me. So then the thing is now resources. I need an integrator. Integrators got to hire. They got to hire the people that's needed to run this company, okay, and be able to get us to profit in that time frame.
Yeah.
Or we got to shut it down. That's startup. Stage 2 is perseverance. That's where a lot of our audience lives. right? They live in that grind stage. That's that persevering. You're working 40, 80 hours a week or more, right? You're maybe sitting in multiple seats in your own business, right?
A lot of seats.
Yeah. You might be sitting in 30, right? In your own business. But knowing that about yourself, you know that you're in that grinding stage, you're at perseverance, and you can have success in that stage. You can do a couple hundred deals a year in that stage until what? Until you lose your family.
Yeah.
You lose your health, right? You start to destroy relationships around you. You're grinding so much all the time that you just don't come up for air. And so we got to be careful of that stage. That stage people stay in that stage way too long. And they tend to live there and they think that's business. That's not. It's not business.
Yeah.
Getting your systems, processes documented, hitting the right people in the right seats, helping those people grow, building a succession plan, right? Helping invest in not just in real estate, but in people to help you let go without losing control. That's stage 2. Stage 3 is where we get in that viability stage. The business is sustainable, right? It's making money. It's a healthy business now. You're not in every seat in their company anymore. And if you are, you're being paid for the seat you're sitting in.
Yeah.
Right? That's the biggest mistake I see guys make.
Yeah, that's a big
They
one.
think they're in profit, but I'm like, wait a minute, are you paying yourself for each seat you're sitting in? I'm like, well, no, business can't afford that.
Well, then
Then
you're not really
in profit. Right? So you can't say you're here if you're not. You're still in perseverance. So at least accruing and budgeting for that seat if you're sitting in it, right?
Yeah.
I'll do an implementation tomorrow. Chose to do it. Chose to work with this client. I don't do them all. We have 7 coaches. I don't have to. Stop tomorrow. I do it because I want to. There's a big difference doing it because you have to and doing it because you want to. Big
Absolutely.
difference. So that's what I do. I said, these are the ones I want to work with, right? And so sitting in that, I'll pay myself as an implementer tomorrow. I get a salary, a CEO salary of all the ecosystem. I get, profit share of each one of the companies. But I'm paying myself if I'm sitting in that seat.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm legitimately going to take the money. Right? There's no problem with me on that.
Right.
Because I'd pay it to somebody else if they did it. Right? So that is viability. Viability is you've gotten your initial investment back. You're making money. You're not sitting in every seat. And if you are, the business is accruing for the cost or paying you for it. Right? And you're healthy. Your business is profitable. Now, once you get there, where most people get there and they're like, hey, listen, I'm good. I don't need more than this. Right? I've got balance. I'm time with my kids. I'm enjoying life. We're making money. Got a healthy team. Business is viable. And a lot of people get there. I'd say almost 90% of people get there and go, I'm staying here. Right? And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. You don't have to have a big team to be in that stage. You can have 3 to 5, maybe 10 employees if you want. I don't care.
Right.
Right? It's just about meeting those criteria and being a healthy business. Now, some people, however, choose to go from stage 3, viability, to expansion.
Yeah, and I think the confusion there for a lot of people is they feel like you have to go to stage 4.
No.
And that's just something that like when people tell me they want to do this, it's just like, why?
Why? Yeah.
Right. And if you know why, then go for it.
Yeah.
But if you don't know why, like this is not a natural progression. I mean, I know like for me on the realtor side, like everyone's like, oh, you just become a broker and you start a broker. Like, no, don't do that.
That sounds like a headache.
Right. So people have these ideas like this is the next logical step. So you want to talk about the questions someone should be asking themselves before they go from stage 3 to stage 4?
Yeah. So here, let me say this though. It's peer pressure too, by the way. We get in masterminds. It's, am I keeping up with the Joneses? Am I keeping up with the?
I'm 100% doing
yeah.
that.
Am I trying to be like so and so? Can I be like this guy that's so great? I was actually asked this question. I was in board of advisors, which is a great mastermind. It's a bit more of a business mastermind. And this person in the crowd's like, why would I ever go to stage 4 from stage 3 if I'm making good money there? And I said, the only reason you go from stage 3 to stage 4 is purpose. Right? That's it. That's the question you should ask. What's my purpose? Does my business support, and not every business should be 10X, by the way. Just shouldn't. It's not healthy enough to do it. Or it's not built properly, or it's just not the type of business that should go 10X.
And not the right industry.
Right.
Yeah.
The product's not available, right? Or something that's locking it down from going 10X. Now, if you have product availability and you have the ability to scale the systems and process support scale, and you make that jump, you better make the jump with purpose in mind. You make the jump without purpose in mind because you're taking profits to reinvest R&D, research and development, to scale. And so you're going to make less money originally in stage 4 than you would in stage 3.
Yeah.
And we can see people in masterminds all the time and get them like, I tried scaling and I'm making less money now than I was, when I had 5 employees. I'm just going to go back to 5 employees. Well, it's because you didn't scale for purpose. The other reason why we find that people go backwards is because they go from stage 2 straight to stage 4. They don't ever stress test the business. They don't ever, like, they paid themselves. They're not paying themselves for all these seats are sitting in.
Mm-hmm.
So they think we could 10X this. And then they never really stress tested to make sure it was a viable business, right?
Yeah.
And so they get into stage 4. They're not making as much money as they thought. It's not moving as fast, whatever. And then they go backwards. But stage 4 is all about purpose. You want a 10X for purpose, right? Now, when you make it through it, and listen, there's no guarantee that you're going to 10X. And there's no guarantee that because you had a viable business, it's going to scale, right? I think I saw the other day on the SBA, like 4% of the businesses make it 10 years. That's a shocking statistic, right? That's crazy if you think about it. Well, if that's what happens, right? Not everybody's going 10X. So just know that you take that risk when you make that jump, right? And so then the next stage 5 is succession, right?
What is succession?
Succession is whatever you want it to be, whether it's retirement, maybe it's when your head hits your pillow for the final time, right? It could be selling your company off. It could be appointing a new, Brian Snyder and Brett Snodgrass. Brett moved into the owner's box. He brought up a visionary. He lives in owners. That's his succession plan. It's whatever you want it to be. It's like that next stage for you and your business. And so that's what we're looking for, is like how to build to that. Right? How to position to sell. How many people are thinking about selling their business, right? How many people are positioning their business to be sold if they wanted to? So we can't sell a wholesale business. Yeah, you can, right? There's things about it you can sell.
Yeah.
What makes a business sellable? Product, right? What else makes a business sellable? Process, right? You can sell your process. I mean, Rafael Vargas actually sold all his processes after we came in and worked with him, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the things he did. He made me sign an NDA, so after I helped him build his process, he could go out and sell the process, right? And he made a lot of money that way.
Yeah.
So there's people that do it, right?
Certainly did.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see, we got here a lot of love. A lot of people think you're amazing people, so that's awesome. That's great. Warner says you helped him discover his purpose. All right,
He has a pretty incredible one, so.
I love to hear it. I know when I first met with him, it had to do with his mom retiring her. Is that still the same one, or is it more? All right, so
it's a little bigger now.
All right. So Roger Atkins wants to know, who are the people that inspire you?
Who are the people that inspire me? Well, I've got that's a long list. I think there's the people right around you, right? And that's your friends, you, right? I talk about you a lot, and I think, Jason Medley, Mike Hambright, there are people out there, Wayne Schaefer, my brother-in-law, that inspire me. I don't think there's any more people, though, that inspire me more than my dad, my mom, and my wife, and my father-in-law, and immediate family members. It's not a success thing or money thing that inspires me. It's the quality of people that they are. It's the heart for others that they have that inspire me. We connected pretty quickly. Yeah. When what we connected on was helping people. Right. It wasn't about money. I don't even think we talked about money. Right. It was like, how do we help each other? How do we help others? Her mom was somebody that inspired me in an amazing way. I met her mom prior to ever meeting my wife, and I was a janitor, made $600 a month. I didn't have a lot of clothes. She brought me clothes. She believed in me. And then I met her daughter. I'm like, wow, this is that lady's daughter. Like I love this. I mean, I'm going to marry her. Right. Like, it was pretty clear. But my father-in-law, just being consistent, driving a truck 35 years, consistency. My dad, 21 years in the military, fought in Vietnam. He had a lot of time he just gave to Vietnam and his life and things. And it was, for me, it was amazing to me because my dad like cared about the people. He was treated almost as a ministry to help people. And so, and even now, it's just, those are the people who inspire me is my relatives, or a lot of them,
So you dropped out of high school.
Yeah, I did.
And a lot of people that listen to this, or some of my followers, they're trying to figure out, like, should I go to college and not go to college? And like, there's like questions about like, parental support. Mm-hmm. So you dropped out of high school. Like, how did that affect things at home?
It didn't really affect much at home. I mean, I was a pretty bad kid. So, like, most people don't realize I didn't, I got kicked out of a couple of different schools and lied to my parents and just did a couple things I shouldn't have done as a high schooler. And so, like, leaving home at 16, so my dad always say, it's like, one day I woke up and you were gone, right?
Oh, so you made the decision to just leave.
Yeah. So I actually moved up to Northwest Indiana with Wayne, and, I needed to get away from friends. Right, I had a lot of real bad influences, and honestly, I was known as a troublemaker. So it was like they expected me to keep up this hype, right? So I needed to like reinvent myself somewhere else. So going to Northwest Indiana from Virginia is what I did, and honestly, it took me down the right path. I was smoking, drinking. Like I didn't live pure in any way, shape, or form, and so moving up to Northwest Indiana kind of gave me a fresh start.
So maybe a maverick and not a great environment.
Yeah,
yeah. Some things can happen.
Yeah, for sure.
What about you? Who inspires you?
Oh yeah, it's definitely relative. So just have a very close family knit, So I always say it's my mom, my dad, and my grandpa, and I can pinpoint the attributes that they helped shape and mold who I am. So my dad and mom, they're just people who don't quit. They literally taught me the belief that I can do anything I want to. And I have a grandpa who is the most jovial, happiest person I've ever met. He was a childlike, saint, I guess is the better word. So his positive perspective is something that absolutely, I totally attribute to what I learned from him. So, yeah.
When you guys were out here, we also talked about the predictive index and how we're both individualists.
Yeah.
And how we can get in trouble in masterminds.
Yes.
Because we'll speak exactly what's on our mind.
And tell the truth. But ask the question where we're genuinely curious, but it comes across as, how are you this stupid? Yeah. Yeah, I get that a lot, especially. So I do enjoy process mapping. I like helping people clearly lay out what it is they do, and the steps that they take. But they'll get to a point in the process, and I'm like, wait a minute, why? Why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
I know, and he goes, what she really means is, I'm like, no, I really mean, why would you do that? It makes no sense to me.
What was the thought process? How did you come to this conclusion?
Right.
Yeah. I took a picture the other day when she asked this question. This guy does one of these. So I took a picture of him. Like, this is a perfect why moment. Like when Susan goes, why would you do that? And he goes, I don't know.
Yeah. But the look that comes across my face is kind of like, why are you stupid? And I don't mean to be that way.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I had a couple people like pull me aside. Like, you need to like lighten up on these people in the mastermind.
Smile when you do it.
And I was like, I'm genuinely curious, like how they came to that conclusion.
Yeah.
But the way you asked the question,
it's all body language.
Yeah.
So Benjamin wants to know if you can have coffee with someone dead or alive, who would it be, and why? I'll start with you.
That's a tough question.
Yeah, that is a tough question.
Yeah.
I have too many. Yeah. I have a couple relatives in heaven, and I lost my brother when he was 28. So to sit any amount of time with him would be amazing, and stay with my mom.
Yeah, it's a really tough question for her. Jeff passed away on a motorcycle at 28 years old, and her mom, we lost her to a drunk driver last year. So for those 4 days before Christmas. So those are really, really hard questions. And honestly, I think they'd be very similar answers for me. Just amazing people. Amazing people. There's a lot of names out there, but it's the people that just get up every day and show up for me that I want to talk to.
Yeah.
Those are the people that I want to invest my time with. And her mom and dad are definitely those people. And Jeff was a great man as well.
Well, I think that kind of leads to the next question. You're saying the people that, wake up every day and do what they do.
Yeah.
Roger wants to know what drives you every day.
Drives me every day. Roger is my nephew, or my cousin's son. He's my personal assistant, so it's funny he's asking me this question. Love you, Roger. What drives me every day? So what drives me every day is the joy of helping people. And I know we've talked a lot about that, but seeing people grow up. One of my favorite statements is, "We rise by lifting others." Right. And so I want to win. There's no doubt. I'm probably one of the most competitive people you'll ever meet. And I drive hard. Susan said to me just today, not everybody can work as hard as you. Right. Like, and they're like, you want to work that hard? Yeah, I actually do. Like when I hire people, I go, I want a half a day's worth of work out of you. That's it. Just a half a day. And they're like, really? I thought it was full time. I'm like, yeah, 12 hours. You do whatever you want with the other 12. Right?
Pick whatever 12 hours you want.
Yeah, like you can do whatever. All right, but I want a half a day. So like just that constant chase of winning, as long as it doesn't come at the expense of other people, right? If I can win with others, that really does inspire me. But I'll be honest with you, the biggest thing that drives me is probably more than anything is seeing my loved ones' faces when I'm able to give back and help them. And then probably more importantly than that is, we've been able to give a lot of money to our church and schools and things like that, and give to people that would otherwise not be able to have, right? And that probably brings me the biggest goosebumps. We had a friend that's a couple months ago that needed a van and they need a car, and we were able to help them buy a car and things like that. That's what pushes me.
Yeah. I know, like, for people that knew me before, not to say I was ever, a bad person, but I mean, I was motivated by money. I think a lot of us, when we first started in entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
And so for me, it wasn't until I opened my brokerage in 2013 that it kind of changed, because I opened the brokerage just to keep more of my commission. Right. And as I'm training agents and coaching people, which not for profit, because running a brokerage is not for profit.
Right.
That was when I learned the fulfillment of helping other people, lifting other people. And that's way more rewarding than any amount of money. So I love that you're talking about the helping people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always tell people giving is so selfish. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
So one of the statements I heard a long time ago is you can give of your life. Life is labor, influence, finances, or experience. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to give of my life. My labor, influence, finance, or experience. And I find that so rewarding, it feels selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, it really does. The most selfish thing I do is help people. Because it makes me feel good. You know, it makes me feel good about what I'm able to do. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's, to a degree, there's an ego behind it all, because it makes me feel so good that I'm able to do it.
Yeah.
So people think it's a sacrifice, and it is, but it's still very self-rewarding to help other people.
Incredibly fulfilling.
Yeah. So
what drives you?
So it just doesn't occur to me to do nothing less than what we already do.
Yeah.
Like, I want to get up every day and spend it with him, and this is what he's doing, so we do it together.
Yeah.
I do too get and see fulfillment in other people succeeding. And when I know what we can do to help their business, it then alters the way that they have their families' lives. It alters the employees that work there. It alters more than just making that other person some more money.
Yeah, it's a huge impact. And it trickles down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Being able to see that and see it fulfilled. It's pretty awesome.
So let's see what else. So Jason G was, how did you mentally power through a setback of that scale? This was earlier part of the podcast. So I imagine he's talking about, Lyme disease and losing everything. So was there anything that you did to mentally power through a setback of that scale?
So in my book, Is Your Business Sick?, I talk about chapter 1. I talk about that whole time and how we overcame it. But first of all, I don't think one person alone could just come through that by themselves. So, the fact that my family was there for me, my wife was there, she never left my side. I don't think I could have personally just pulled through it by myself. Mm-hmm. So from a mental perspective, when you have people around you that love you, believe in you, and they're helping you pull out of it, and they're literally reaching down in the sand to pull you out, then it can, it gives you hope. I saw a thing the other day where the scientists took a mouse and dropped it in a glass of water, and did you hear this? Mm-hmm. So it's like, how long did he stay afloat before he gave up? Well, he stayed afloat. I think it was like, 15 minutes or something, mm-hmm. similar or something like that. And then the next one was, it's like they pulled him out as he was drowning, and then they let him sit there and rest, and they dropped him right back in. So inhumane. They dropped him right back in, and it was like, well, how long did he make it the second time? And most people say 1 minute, like he just gave up right away. And I think the answer was like 60 hours. Like it was
like 4 days.
It's ridiculous. Like how long he didn't give up.
Yeah.
It's hope.
Yeah.
Right. It's the potential. And when you get people around you that are giving you hope, hope is something very important to me. So a couple things is I prayed every day for hope. I didn't pray God. I didn't say, God, get me out of the storm. I said, God, get me through the storm. Yeah. Right. It was a different mindset. I stopped praying for healing and start praying for like what I could do with it. Right. I heard Mom looked at me one time and said, Gary, maybe this is just a new normal. Right. And so you come through accepting that. But then like, how can I take and capitalize on it? How can I make myself better through this, right? And so I didn't want to come out of the storm. I wanted to get through it so I could learn the lessons of what it was teaching me.
Yeah.
And so when you switch that mindset, because now you got hope, you have potential, I can do something with this. Hope is a dangerous thing when we lose it.
Yeah.
Right? And so sometimes we got to quit asking to come out of a situation and asking for hope through the situation. Yeah. 2020 was one of those years that people had a lot of good results in real estate. Why did we have so many results? I've taught vision planning for 20 years, right? And so in 2020, year of clear vision, right? I had a book coming out on that, which I threw away because it wasn't a clear vision year at all. Was we had all these results because we focused on 0 to 90 days.
Mm-hmm. The immediate. And 90 days or less gives you, what does it give you? It gives you results.
Hope, clarity.
90 days into 1 year, 5 years gives us potential results. It's about hope.
Yeah.
What it could be like.
At the end of the year last year, I was like, man, why in the world do we even teach this anymore? Like, I was rocked a little at my core. I'm like, why should I teach long-term vision planning anymore? People had their best year, 0 to 90 days focus. And then I see people even now or before a 13-week year, things like that going, I'm just focusing 0 to 90 days. And they burn out and they get frustrated and they give up, but they had the results. Why? 0 to 90 days, short-term vision gives us results.
It gives us grind.
Yeah.
But 90 to days and beyond gives us hope.
Yeah.
And here's the thing I tell people, leaders, visionaries get inspired by the potential. They've already saw the results. It's already been there. Even if they haven't achieved it, they already saw it.
Right.
Employees get inspired by the result, or by the 0 to 90 days, which is the results.
Yeah. And I think one thing that one of the big lessons I took from Darren Hardy was, as a leader, our responsibility within an organization is to be a hope dealer.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm playing on words, but you're out there dealing hope.
Yeah.
If you inspire, then people will work. If you're not inspiring,
Yep.
and there's nothing
Yeah.
for them to work for.
Right. And it's just money.
And so Chandler and Gino want to know, when is the right time? When do you know it is the right time to start another business?
So if you're in a business, when you're no longer the resources to that business, right? When you have stepped out of being a resource, what is resources? Time, money, people, energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we're not a resource to that company anymore, we have the right and ability to go start another, right? Which is one of the reasons why I don't like starting a business and setting an integrator seat.
Yeah.
I want to be able to eliminate myself as a resource almost right away.
Yeah.
Right? That gives me the freedom to go start more and do more things. But as soon as I get called in and get stepped down from integrator below, then I forfeit my right to be in charge of any other company.
It's interesting. Someone was asking me about, my partnership with Max.
Yeah.
And when I hired him initially as a caller, right, just following up with leads. And my vision for him was to eventually just run the investment arm of my business. And then he left, quit, right? And it's like, okay, well then, clearly he was not that guy. But as we talked, we stayed in touch, and 2 years later, I was like, okay, I think I can bring him back in and he can run this organization. So I can start a whole business where I'll fund it, but someone else is running it. Because I didn't want to step in and run that. I have too many other things going on. So I knew wholesaling was profitable. I knew I wanted to grow and scale that business, but I was not going to be the one that was going to grow and scale that business. I think that was a disaster waiting to happen.
Well, the other thing I think that people have to give themselves the permission for is to not be the visionary. Right? Like, you don't have to be the visionary of a company. I don't know why so many people, Steve, aspire to be in the visionary seat. It makes no sense to me. I
think it's because the people that we attract in this industry, or any business really, are drivers. I think drivers tend to be visionaries.
Well, true. And and by the way, I think there's a difference between an innovator and a visionary. There are innovators in this business and there are visionaries in this business.
Yeah.
Where an innovator creates it. A visionary can see where it's going to go, but needs somebody to create it sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have both, where there's innovators and visionaries.
Jason Lewis and Casey Ryan.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't aspire to be in the visionary seat. It's a seat in the business, right?
Still has a job.
It still has a job.
Yeah.
I want to sit in the owner's box. I mean, that's where I like to be, right? Like, that's where I aspire to be. I have no ego about sitting in the visionary seat of a business, right? And so I'm the CEO of the whole ecosystem, but each one of my businesses have their own visionary.
So I was talking to somebody, because you see these guys, you mentioned guru earlier, and gurus have taken a very negative connotation these days. No one really looking up to gurus anymore.
Right.
And I make the argument that gurus are just visionaries without the right integrator. They haven't been able to execute.
Sure. That could be very true.
What are your thoughts on that?
No, I think it'd be very true. And I think they see it, they aspire to it, they want to get there, and they can't execute on it.
They're a great coach.
Yep.
They just can't do.
Right. They get labeled. And so I don't think they set out with the mindset of like trying to not deliver value to people. I think they truly think they can. And then they get there and they're in the mix of it and it doesn't work.
Well, they don't have the answers because they're not doing it.
Yeah. And so then they get to a point where, so I can totally see that. It's a good perspective.
Yeah.
For sure.
Let's see what else here. Dan Bro says, working with you guys and your team, one of the best business decisions you ever made. Stephen Collar says, do not start a new venture without an integrator. So Dan Bro's follow-up question is, what is your ultimate vision? That's for you.
Dan Bros asks my ultimate vision. My ultimate vision is to build this ecosystem up enough to ultimately hand it off to succession to my kids. Possibly maybe sell it one day. I don't know. It depends on what my family wants with it, right? If my kids decide this, my whole family works for me, right? My whole family, like literally my whole family works for us. And so we got her family working in there, my family working in there. So like it comes down to like what they want to do with it at some point. But I mean, if the opportunity presents itself and we could sell it, I don't know, we maybe consider something like that. But the goal right now, my vision for it right now, is to continue to build the ecosystem up to where it's be able to sustain itself in every category, and then ultimately let somebody else take it over. I don't want to be the visionary or the CEO of Sharper Business Solutions.
But there's going to be, I don't know if you can help yourself here.
Yeah.
We're at 9 and counting.
Yeah.
I don't think it stops at 9.
No,
It won't.
I already have 5 in the back of my mind right now. I just don't want to tell you because she's going to get a little freaked out when I start to tell you. And honestly, if I find an integrator, I'll start a business just because I found an integrator.
And I've got that same.
I don't have any problems with that. Like, I'll literally go start a business tomorrow if I find the right integrator. So
I remember I can't remember what year this was. I remember I was driving home. We're on the freeway. We're going home, and I was mentioning an idea to my wife, and she said, and I think it was October, like, I want you to look at me. Like, I'm driving, right? I was like, I need you to promise me, and now in the rest of the year, you will not start another business.
she said those to you?
She said those exact words to me.
That's
Nice.
really funny.
Long term, though, I think there's a bigger play here. There's the Empire program that we're bringing in with Eddie, and us partnering on that with Brandon. And I see us in the next year, so short term to long term vision, that we're going to train trainers. Yeah. So we have a phenomenal opportunity right now to launch this curriculum and start teaching other people how to help other people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's ultimately my goal. Is I feel limited about how many people we can help.
There's only so many days on the calendar.
Right. So we have 7 implementers today, or trainers right now, coaches. And my goal, we're in the process of looking at buying a 72,000 square foot church that's actually in Mokina, Illinois. Has 42 acres of undeveloped land. We're going to develop about 243 townhomes on it, and then with a developer, and then refinance out, use the money. It'll pay the building off. We'll own that building free and clear. And it has 2 big auditoriums. One's a 2,000 square foot auditorium. The other one's about a 500 square foot auditorium. In the 500 square foot auditorium, we're going to train the trainer. We're going to have a weekly session in there on training coaches. The other, we're going to hold events and stuff at, not just for Sharper, but we're going to rent it out for that. Co-op space. It's going to have a gym. It's got a coffee shop. It's got a GNC. Daycare. We're going to bring Eddie Wilson's Because Coffee in there. We have a daycare for the co-op people that want to rent out the space. And so we're probably about 75% of the way through that right now. And that's where you're going to see me and Susan start to live in the next 12 months.
I don't see us ever slowing down or stopping, just shifting how and what we do.
Yeah.
So,
ZS wants to know, how can he or she learn more from you guys if they're in a startup phase?
Well, I mean, startup phase is a very short-lived phase. It's usually 6 months or less. And so learning from us would be very typical type session. I would say that the best people that are in startups should, one of the best resources for that would be come to our workshop. Our workshop is every quarter, and it's next one, like I said, is in Salt Lake. The fee is about $1,500 to be in the room, but you get 3 days, and it's not just from me. It's Susan, Brandon, Austin, and Eddie, and Brian Snyder, and Stephanie Betters, and we have all these people in different rooms teaching, and so no better way to learn how to build a business than from people that have done it really successfully.
That are actually really doing it.
Yeah.
Casey Smith wants to know, what's the best advice you give to a new entrepreneur who's just starting out building their systems and processes?
I love Casey. So love you, Casey. So great question. Best advice is you have to make sure that before you start hiring people, that you start to document the process and the procedure. The process is not the procedure, by the way. So many people intertwine them and they're not. The process is what you do, the steps in what you do. Procedure is how you do it. Mm-hmm. And so often we bring in people, and even the right people, and we put them in the wrong seat, or we bring the right people and put them in the right seat and don't give them a process to follow, and they fail. I don't know how many times I've gotten a call, Steven. Somebody's like, I hired the right people. I thought core values. I put them in the right seat. I thought PI, and they didn't work out at all. Mm-hmm. I go, well, what process did you put them into? Let's look at the process. I go, well, I haven't documented the process yet. Okay, well, how did you expect them to be consistent and succeed if they didn't have a process for them to follow? At least, very minimum, the process and the procedure of how to do it. Mm-hmm. Well, I just thought they'd figure it out. Okay, well, the problem isn't the people. The problem is you as a leader, right? I don't know how many times I looked at somebody and said, you don't have bad people. You just have bad leaders. And you're one of the leaders. So,
Yeah.
remember, everything rises and falls on leadership. The other thing, too, is I would say this. Before you start hiring people, investing in people, building out your process, building your business, you better check yourself. Steve, I can get people to pay us $15,000 coming with them one-on-one for a business, and I tell them that they're the problem, crickets. I can't even pay $100 to come to learn how to be a better leader.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody wants to hear how to work on themselves, or the answer is them working on themselves. But we have a lot of businesses I've seen out there that would have a lot more success if the leader learned that they need to be a better leader.
Yeah. And it's tough because I've seen this over and over again, that if you're not a great leader, you can have great people, right? And those people will just leave you.
Yeah, or you diminish them and their greatness of what they can become.
Yeah. So there's no point in having good people if you're a lousy leader.
Yeah. One of the best books right now one of my favorite books right now is called Multipliers.
Mm-hmm.
And that book talks about diminishing others and not being a good leader and not empowering people and multiplying yourself through others. And ultimately what it says is don't be a genius, be a genius maker.
Yeah.
And so we don't learn that art. And a lot of entrepreneurs don't go through school and don't go to corporate America and get the training that I had the luxury of getting. So they don't learn how to be a good leader. And sometimes we get entrepreneurs that learn how to be a good leader and not a good manager. And they're two different things. Managers love process, leaders love people.
Yeah.
Right? And so we need management and leadership together in order to grow a business. So hopefully I answered Casey's question. It's a great question, by the way.
Yeah. And I focus on leadership. Man, managing people, that will always suck. AB is, who was your original mentor or someone you learned from for real estate investing?
So Wayne, that was it. Wayne was my guy. I mean, he taught me everything I know and still till today. I mean, I was calling him the other day, learning some stuff from him. But cryptocurrency is what he's into now. So that's I'm actually starting to pick that up from him as well.
It's interesting. So we're going to Hawaii next month, and this company, they have a certain fee, but if you pay in Bitcoin, it's half off.
What?
Huh?
So I was like, okay, let's do that, because I dabble a little bit. So if I can save a few $100, let's do that.
It's been a tough week for people investing in crypto, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Gotta be in for a long play, I'm sure.
I actually bought when it went down, so I was like, because there's so many times where, man, I wish I bought it, and now it crashed again. I was like, okay, now I'll just buy it.
Yeah,
which will make it go back up. So good.
Yeah, well now we gotta wait for the other part. Warner wants to know, what's your biggest struggle right now?
Biggest struggle right now, wanting to do more. Being literally not having enough people around me that I want to run farther and faster, and I just need more leaders. I need more people that want to run as hard as me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a limit to where we could go. I think there's a limit to desire of people that want to go there.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's the biggest thing I see right now is there's not enough people that want to desire it enough to get there.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, it's not a bragging moment or anything, but Susan will tell you, I don't think there's too many people that want to work as hard as I do to get there. Right.
Well, that's one of your core values, right?
Yeah.
Hard work. Everybody's like, really? You want to work hard, not smart? Like, I got to be honest with you. I like working hard. Like, I don't have a problem with it.
There was someone I looked up to a lot when I was a kid. I was like 6, 7, 8 years old, and there's a guy that my parents looked up to, and we went out to get dim sum, and I remember I said to him as a kid, I was like, oh, I don't want to work hard, I just want to work smart. And he sat down, and he's like, and he got down like on his knee, and he looked at me now, he's like, no, like you want to work hard and work smart.
Yeah.
And he actually built up the largest hard money lender in town.
Oh, wow.
Right. So I mean, he did some big things along the way. So that was someone that I got to look up to when I was a kid.
See, I have a mindset of working hard and then leaning and getting more productive, be able to work more harder again.
Yeah.
Well, see, I don't want to do it at the expense of my wife, my family, everything. So I bring them all in, right? Like my son right now, he left. He's 20 years old. He left and went to Indianapolis yesterday and worked with a client. And then today he's in North Carolina. Tonight he flies to Philadelphia tomorrow. And then he's in St. Louis on Friday. He's 20.
Yeah.
He wants to work as hard as I do, right? My daughter is right out in the lobby. She's a hard worker. My son-in-law is a hard worker. My wife matches and rivals me in hard work. But we like it. I mean, Susan's core value is definitely hard work.
Yeah.
So that and the other reason is I don't want to lose her because if I ever get lazy, I think she'd get rid of me. So probably be the other reason.
What is your biggest struggle right now? Besides Gary?
Slowing down. No, I'm kidding. Keeping up with him. Yeah, that's probably a biggest struggle for me. Because Monday was a holiday and he's like, so? I'm like, so I need the day off.
Yeah.
I did get the day off. But biggest struggle. Yeah, I think for Gary it is some patience. We know things are coming, things are happening. I am definitely more patient than Gary, so it's like, hey, I'm going to put things in place so that when we are able to, the gun goes off and we can charge the race, we're ready to go, and we're not going to trip and fall on the stones in the middle of the path. So it's just maybe a little patience on letting us figure things out and put things down perfectly for him, and because
So
it'll
our
run
struggle
better.
is me moving her quicker
I can see that.
and her slowing me down. That's our struggle.
That's our struggle.
Absolutely. And it makes total sense. And I think a lot of great partnerships are actually built that way.
Yeah.
So let's see. Gino Paloma wants to know, what do you think about a specialist being a TC? So I guess a specialist and the predictive index profile.
Totally loaded question. Specialist A could be low or high, right? So the higher it is, the better. They're going to help you overcome problems, and it really all depends on your process, what you're doing in TC. I mean, TC,
I think Gino's really good at processes.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, I'm really surprised some of his processes.
So again, she's done over almost 10,000 real estate processes, so she can probably speak to this more. But a TC process can change from company to company depending on a couple things. So we talk about the SIPOC of a business: supply, input, process, output, customer, right? Supply is a house. The input of that is how we bring it in, lead, acquisitions. Process is what we're doing with it once we get it. The output is dispositions, customers, your buyer, consumer. And so looking at that process in full and what you're doing with it, whether it's fix and flip, buy and hold, turnkey, wholesale, hotel, like whatever it is, your TC process, because it's the middle of it, changes. And so depending on how it changes, the profile changes.
Yeah.
So rule of thumb, if I'm going to answer that question, here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a somewhat higher A, someone that can oversee problems and overcome them without needing a lot of guidance. I typically don't want a really high B in that situation. B is somewhat indifferent for me, but somewhere around middle or maybe left of center line. I do like to see lower. I like somebody that's going to push hard. They're gonna push to get it closed, right? Have a sense of urgency there. And then I want the D to hook back. I want to do it right. I want to come across the line, come back across. So a specialist, that's more of a strategist profile.
That sounds like a strategist.
Yeah, it's more of a strategist. But that's more or less what I'm looking for. Also, a scholar would be a profile I'm looking for. If I'm painted in a corner, and try to figure out everybody's process, what would be best for everybody, that would be it. Now, depending on how it changes, it change, right?
Yep.
Casey Deal's a maverick. Right?
Is she?
She's great at TC. So again, but she's leading a big, growing TC company, right? A visionary.
Let's see. What else is there?
Did you say Casey Smith?
Casey Deli Smith, yeah. So biggest, we already talked about that. Biggest challenge. So obviously you led a lot of big investors, right? You've done the 2-day, 3-day sessions. What is someone who is doing business right now? They're doing 2, 3, 4 deals a month. If someone wanted to learn, but without going through 2 or 3 day intensive, what is 1 or 2 things you want to share with them? So
thank you for asking that.
To prepare.
Well, I mean, I think read, right? There's a lot of books out there you can read in order to prepare. Gino Wickman's had a good book traction. We implemented that for years and helped a lot of entrepreneurs with it. There's Scaling Up, Make Big Happen. There's The Advantage by Patrick Lencioni, which is one of my favorite books. My book, Is Your Business Sick, is a book that talks to some degree about having a healthy business, not just a smart business. But, if I was an entrepreneur out there today and I was looking at what could I do? I don't have the initial money to bring you in, things like that. Then you got to look at the different categories. And number 1 is document your vision, right? The Bible says there's no vision, the people perish, right? And so does a business. A business will not make it without vision. And we have to have both. We have to have long-term vision. We have to have short-term vision. Long-term vision to give hope, give us purpose, to drive us, get us going every day. That short-term vision is about driving results, okay? Next thing is I would tell you, know your numbers. I had a call this morning with a guy. I said, do you know your numbers? And he was trying to give me his numbers. And I said, listen, I don't know you yet. You're going to hate me because I'm going to be really – guys, listen, I am brutally honest.
Yes, you are.
And so I looked at him. I said, well, do you know your numbers? And, well, I think it's this and this. I said, let me ask you a question. You like sports? And he says, yeah. I said, what's your favorite sport? He said, football. Or he said, baseball. And then I said, who's your favorite player? He told me the player's name. And I said, how much is he batting? What's his batting average? And he told me. I said, do you know his slugging percentage? And he's like, well, I think it's this. And then he started getting a little unclear with some of the numbers after that, right? So I said, do you think he knows his numbers? He's like, yeah, I'm sure he does. Do you think he knows his on-base percentage? Yeah. Do you think he knows his fielding percentage? Yeah. Do you think he knows his slugging percentage? Yeah. I said, do you think people become great not know their numbers? Like, listen, you guys are never going to get dialed in without knowing your metrics. And there are 2 metrics that I want to know. Everybody talks about that scorecard and that weekly metrics. And honestly, man, people try to track way too much. A scorecard is lag results. It's called a key performance indicator. Okay, let's take away all these fancy terms that everybody puts in the books. It's a key performance indicator. There's not very many of them, by the way. There is how many leads did you get? How many qualified leads did you get? How many contracts did you get? How many disposition contracts did you get? And how many closings? That's about it. Those are lag. The key process indicators, and we measure the key performance indicators on a weekly basis. The key process indicators are the daily numbers. They tell us whether or not the process is working. How many offers did you make? How many appointments did you go on? I don't want to know that weekly. I want to know that daily.
Yeah.
Right? So if I'm telling somebody who's getting going and starting this business up, know your numbers and know them daily. It's not a weekly thing. It's a daily thing. Because if your process breaks, I don't want to fix it. Steve, what is the level of motivation a seller has to have in order to sell a house? How many levels do we look for? How many? It's 3, right?
I was going to say at least 2 or 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3. So when we look and we list stack right now, right, we're looking for 2 or 3 levels of motivation, right? That's important to know. Why? Because motivation creates change. And they're going to want to change their situation.
Yeah.
Same thing with numbers. If you track your process numbers weekly, it'll be 3 weeks of pain before you ever create change. You won't look at them until every week, so you won't feel the pain of 3 levels till week 3. But if you look at your process measurements every day, it's Wednesday, and we're going to create change.
Yeah.
Because every day you brought to my attention, we haven't had enough appointments. We haven't made enough offers. But if I don't look at that about every week, I'm not going to feel the pain of it till week 3.
Yeah.
And processes we have to change all the time to stay up. I always tell people that somebody misses their number first time, day 1, it's an anomaly. Could be. Day 2 could be an exception. Day 3 now is a trend. So you either have to change the behavior or change the metric.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe put the wrong metric down. But either way, we're changing this process or behavior, or we're changing the metric by day 3.
Yeah.
So I want them tracking their numbers daily, process indicators, how much money they spend on marketing, what were the marketing channels, how many leads came in, that kind of stuff. At the end of the week, though, I want to know how many leads we got, how many qualified leads we got, how many contracts we got, how many sell contracts we had, how many closings we had. But in between that, every day I want to know what my process indicators are, okay? And the only way you're going to get process indicators is the process map. How many times have you seen somebody, even in the Real Estate Disruptors group, where someone says, hey, can you give me your KPIs? What do you track? And it drives me insane because here's the problem. Nobody's processes are the same. And if you're tracking somebody else's process indicators, they're not going to tell you if yours is broke.
Right.
So documenting your process, anytime we have one of those little diamond shapes, that's a key process indicator, because that means the process is going one way or the other. So every time we're making a decision in a process, we have to track that daily, right? And then assign somebody one of those numbers every single day and ask them about it. Every day, I want to know how many offers you make. I want to know how many closings we have with issues. I want to know how many people we showed a house to. Like, I want to know those numbers every single day.
Yeah.
Because as an integrator of a company, if I'm sitting in that seat, then I'm going to come talk to you if we don't hit our numbers. Right? Because if you know real estate as well as anybody, if you hit your daily numbers, you're going to hit your weekly numbers.
Everything else takes care of itself.
Yeah. So that's number 2. Number 3 is you got to communicate. Build a communication tool. When we go from 1 employee to 4 employees, we grow in 500% complexity. 500% communication complexity. Have a system like Asana or something that helps you have a category of communication.
Centralized.
Right. I think we got a vision. We got to have process. We got to have communication. And we got to have the right people. Right? One of the exercises we did here was that core values exercise. Making sure we know who we are first so that we align with the right people. And then create the right culture. Culture comes from core values. It comes from purpose. And it comes from your BHAG goal, your 5 to 30-year goal. Those 3 triangle things, those 3 to thrive is what drives culture.
Yeah.
If you don't know it, you're going to struggle building a right culture. And then the opposite side of that is put them in the right seat. like seriously, why would you put somebody in a seat they're going to fail in? It's not healthy for you. It's not healthy for them. So know what that seat looks like. Make sure they have the experience. They have the desire. They have the emotional capacity. You know how many people we put in leadership seats that had experience before doing that job? They had the desire to do acquisitions, and then we make them acquisitions manager or leader, and they don't have the emotional capacity to lead people.
Right.
At what we call emotional intelligence.
Well, it's a whole different skill.
It is a whole different skill, right? And so right people, right seats, communicating properly. And then last is making sure you're solving your issues. right? Making sure that you're identifying those issues on a daily, weekly basis and working the plan to overcome them.
Yeah.
You know, if you just start with that as a new business and you're starting to scale, go through that perseverance stage. Those are the things I would tell every single person on your podcast to work on. But there's nothing more important. Everybody would think I'd say people or vision. There's nothing more important than numbers.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that I love that you brought up the sports analogy.
Yeah.
Because we're also obsessed with, someone's field goal percentage, how many threes they made, and, how many touchdowns they scored. But we don't know our own metrics. And something that I've heard before is that if you're not obsessed with your numbers, then you're never going to achieve anything great.
Right. Right.
So what book have you gifted more than any other?
Go Giver.
5 love languages.
I love it. Awesome. I want you guys to think about something you want to leave the listeners with while I make just a couple of quick announcements. Guys, we're 9 days away from our next all-day sales training. We do it here locally in our office, in our classroom, where you can see our operation. We also offer a remote option as well on Zoom. If you guys are interested, send me a DM. And next week, we got Logan Fulmer. He's going to be coming in and talking about how to fix dirty deeds for big spreads. So, last thoughts.
My last thoughts is take life with purpose, right? Go at it with a purpose. Don't wake up every day and take everything for granted. I can tell you this. We read a book called Broken Windows, Broken Business, and Susan and I read between 3 and 5 books a week. We get a chance to,
Wow.
we travel. So you're on a plane, you can turn on Audible, you can get through a whole book. I listened to a whole book last night coming here for 3.5 hours. So all that to say is this. The Broken Windows, Broken Theory book theory talks about the little things. Focus on those little things. Keep those little things important. But the number one thing I see that people fail at in business that creates a compound effect of problems in their company, the number one thing is gratitude. You want to know why I see more businesses fail than any other reason? It's gratitude. They stop being grateful. They stop being grateful for the success they've been given. They start becoming entitled. They're not grateful for their spouse who sacrifices for them. They're not grateful for their kids that sacrifice for them. They're not grateful for the people that invested in them. They're not grateful for the employees that go above and beyond. They're not grateful for the Lord that gave them the success and the ability to do what they do. They stop being grateful. And what happens when we stop being grateful is ingratitude shows up. And when we get ingrateful or ingratitude shows up, bitterness comes in. Bitterness creates silos, creates communication problems, and then the compound effect happens from there. And everybody writes books about communication and silos and stuff. But the real first broken window that you need to protect every day in your business, in your mind, is be grateful. Wake up every day being grateful for what you were given the day before. And plan like you're succeeding, but never, ever, ever give up on gratitude. I mean, that's my thought. I mean, I could give you guys a lot of different wisdom on a lot of different things, but I'm telling you, if there's one thing I'll never stop, is being grateful for what I was given yesterday.
That's incredible. And actually, I just started doing a gratitude journal every single morning on Instagram. So
Nice.
I'm glad you said that.
I would just challenge your listeners to treat it like a business. Stop acting like this is a hobby. Businesses we show up every day for. We are consistent in what we do. We, like he said, make an importance about the numbers and the metrics and how we lead people. And it's just, again, hobbies are, we'll do it when we feel like doing it. Or I finished one great project, so now I don't have to do work right now. If it's a business we want it to grow, we've got to be consistent. And if we're not, then it's not going to become something that we can leave in succession at some point. So.
Right.
Treat it like a business.
Yeah. And that's like one of my biggest pet peeves when people say side hustles.
Yeah.
Kills me with side hustles. So if someone wants to get a hold of you, how would they do that?
Me? My email is sharper@sharperprocess.com.
Simple enough.
Yeah. Our website is sharperprocess.
Yep. Sharperprocess.com. That's probably the best way. They can find us on Instagram. They can find us on Facebook. It's probably one of our biggest platforms, Sharper Process or Sharper Business Solutions. Sharper Process is our website. And if they are thinking about, if you're a startup or an entrepreneur wanting to get started, you can check out sharperevent.com. And that's where we'll have our next event. But that's probably the best way, Sharper Process, or G Harper at Sharper Process. That's our 2 emails.
Awesome. All right. Thank you.
Buddy. Appreciate
it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for watching.
Awesome.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us for today's episode of Real Estate Disruptors. Today we have Javier Hinojo with billion-dollar boardroom mastermind. He flew in from Raleigh, North Carolina, to talk about how he went from 32 cents in his bank account to over 690 doors. If this is your first time tuning in, I'm Steve Trang, sales trainer for some of the top wholesalers in the country, and I'm on a mission to create 100 millionaires. One question I do get all the time is, how do I become one of the 100 millionaires? The information on this podcast alone is enough for you to become a millionaire in the next 5 to 7 years. All you need to do is just take consistent action, and you will become one. When you hear a nugget, please type it into the comment section, and after the show, identify your single biggest takeaway. And if you can just focus on that for the next 7 days, I promise you, you will become a millionaire. If you get value out of the show, please tag a friend below or share this episode right now. That way we can all grow together. And this is a live show, so please ask your questions for Javier to answer. You ready?
I am ready.
All right, awesome. So first question is, what got you into real estate?
All right, what got me into real estate? I have a really good friend of mine. He's a chiropractor. And he called me up one time and said, hey, I have this event I want to take you to. And I said, sure. And it was one of those 3-day kind of seminars. You come in for free, and then you pay for the upsell. And I think we ended up paying like $35K, like super hard sell. And we split it, and that's how we started.
Back to the room?
Yeah, like, come on, everybody get up, go sign, sign the back. And like for me, I don't really need all that motivation, right? I'm like, I didn't want to do it, to be honest with you. But he's like, hey, I'm going to do it without you. And I said, well, if you're going to get ripped off, I'll just get ripped off with you. That was my thought process. We'll split it 50-50.
Good friend.
Yeah. And that's pretty much it. That's how I got started. But I knew that at some point I wanted to do real estate, right? And I'm just glad that he dragged me out there.
All right. So this is a good friend of yours?
Yes.
Is he still in real estate, or is he a chiropractor?
Yeah, he's, so he actually has stage 4 cancer right before we did this. And the doctor told him, hey, you got 2 weeks to live, get your stuff in order. And, I don't know, it's been like 8 years later, he's been cancer-free, but him and I started out together, and now he's doing his chiropractic, and he's writing books, and he's doing, we started together in real estate, and he's doing a little bit, but he's focusing on his practice.
So 8 years ago, so this is back in 2013.
2014.
2014.
About 7 years ago.
So you get dragged, so you didn't pay anything to go to the seminar?
No, he actually paid the $300, whatever it was, to go.
And then you get, he got upsold, you joined him.
Yep.
Split it. It was $35K.
Yep.
And then you're immediately doing deals?
Yeah. So you had like a online course. You can do it live or online. And like, I just want to do it online. I want to do it quickly. So halfway through like our beginner's course, we found a property on the MLS that the lady dropped it a good amount. Then we came even lower, and we got our first property under contract even before we were done with our first module. Right. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
How did you find that deal?
On the MLS.
Okay. So you're just combing the MLS.
Yep. It was 2014. So
you're combing the MLS. You guys call the agent directly? You have an agent helping you?
Yeah, we had an agent. So we saw the price drop, and then we called the agent. We told the agent, hey, call the agent, let him know what's going on, ask some questions. And we came in like 20 grand less than whatever she dropped the price.
Closed on it?
Yep.
Regular financing, cash? How did you close on it?
Yeah, so for me, it's been 6-7 years, so it's still fresh in my mind. I didn't know anything. Like, where do I get insurance? What's a HUD? What's inspection? Like, I didn't know anything. Like, attorney, I didn't know anything. Where do I find money, right? So first thing I do, I Google money for real estate. Man, I got all these scammers. Like, oh my gosh, like send me $1,000 and we'll give you a term sheet. And like, we spend so much money just like trying to figure out.
You were buying term sheets.
Well, yeah, I mean, or they wanted money up front, right? We didn't know any better.
Right.
And long story short, we ended up getting a hard money loan. And then we didn't have enough money. So he'd swipe his credit card on my machine and I swipe mine on his at the same location, at the same time, the same amount. Don't do that. With the same processor. Don't do that because that'll put a red flag. So long story short, those accounts got closed. But we got enough money for the down payment for the hard money loan.
So you got your business, he's got his business.
Yeah.
And then you guys are buying from each other.
Yeah.
What was your business?
I have a service company. It's a locksmith company. That's what I've done since I was a kid.
So he bought some amount. How much?
We had to come up with like $35,000.
Okay, so you guys swiped.
40,000, yeah.
35,000. So 17,000 worth of locksmith services. Yeah. And he swiped. And you swiped 17,000 of chiropractic services.
Yes, right.
I love it.
It was legit. Like, we just going to be paid, at some point.
Right.
I pay it. And he paid at some point. It was legit, but don't do that.
All right. So you guys do that. So you close on that deal.
Yep.
And then it was a flip, wholesale. What did you do?
Yeah, it was a flip. And, just brand new flip. Like, hey, 20 grand rehab turned to like, 40, right? Doubled. Hey, 8-week rehab turned to like 3 months, 4 months. But we made money, right? We didn't make a lot, but it was good. We went in there, we rehabbed it, over rehabbed, right? We didn't need to. We could have just probably done paint, carpet, and maybe some new countertops, something super simple. But we pretty much spent $40,000 in a pretty nice house, actually, already.
Okay, so you made like 20?
Yeah, a little bit under 20, yeah.
All right, and then you sold it to someone?
Yeah, so when I went to the closing table, there was this really pretty girl there.
Yeah.
And then her husband was not very good looking, like twice her age, just not very good looking. I'm like, wow, he must be a really nice guy because this is not an expensive house.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have money. Anyway, so kind of find out later on, she was an adult film actress. Mm-hmm. So I can tell you the story if you like.
I mean, I think that will keep the people paying attention.
All right, cool. All right, so we sold the house, and when I was reading the contract, it said refrigerator conveys. I'm like, what the hell does convey mean? I was in the Army, so convoy, it means like get the hell out, like move, let's go. So I thought it meant take it with me, right? So I took the fridge with me. And then when they close, of course, the agent's like, hey, where's my fridge? It conveys. Conveys, by the way, for you guys out there, it means stays, like it stays with the property. So we had to take the fridge back. So I was taking my boy with me. He was like 19 at the time. He's adopted. He's from Belarus. He's Russian. His English is not, it's pretty good now. So we take the fridge back, we put it in. She's talking to a carpet person because she didn't like the carpet. And the guy
that
leaves.
You rehabbed with.
Yeah, she didn't like that carpet. She was just a plain, tan color. She wanted a different color.
Okay.
So when the guy leaves, she gets a cigarette, starts smoking, and
in the house.
Yeah, in the house. I'm like, that's weird. But anyways,
yeah,
super pretty. She's wearing a sundress. Don't tell me what color it was. Flowers and yellow. And if my wife's watching this, I'm in trouble. All right. Anyways, so she smoking a cigarette, and she looks at me. She says, "He wants to charge me $5,000 to replace the carpet downstairs. You think that's a lot?" I said, yeah, that's a lot. And then she smokes a cigarette, and she goes, "That's a lot of dick I have to suck." That's what she said. Like literally. I was like, did she just say that to me? And then my boy was behind her, and his English is not the best, so he does like a double take. Like, did he just hear that right? And I'm sitting there, and I didn't know any better. Like, I didn't know what to say. I always have this thing I always say, like, doesn't matter what you tell me. I always say, oh, I'm so happy. We deal with that situation quite often, right? Build rapport, right? Or I'm sorry to hear that we deal with that situation so often. That's like the only time I've never been able to use that line, right? And I said, what do you guys do for your retirement? I was trying to raise money. I didn't know what to say. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so she kind of went into the details of what she did. Yeah. And so that's how I find out she was a porn star.
Got it. All right. So you close that deal. Yep. You make a good amount of money. What was your next deal like?
All right. The next deal, so we started doing the MLS. At the same time, we started going to the auction. 2014, so there's still a lot of good, there's some deals now, but there was a lot of good deals in the auction. Mm-hmm. So we started going to auction, and we started going to MLS. Like, I really never started any kind of marketing until maybe like 2 years into it, into real estate, give or take. But it was just auction or MLS. So we set up like a radius search, and every time a property would drop at a certain point, like a big price drop, we go ahead and make an offer. Or if we knew that area sold for $200,000 was the selling price, and if we saw anything that was like under like 140 listed in that little circle, we'd get an alert. Mm-hmm. We basically knowing like, hey, that might be a deal. Like, it's so antiquated, but it worked very well.
Right.
That's how we did it.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah.
So, all right. So you're doing these deals. Your partner still with your friend?
Yeah. We did a few deals together. Yeah.
So you guys doing everything 50-50. Did you guys shut down your businesses?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like after like my first flip, I'm going full time.
So, I mean, burn the ships.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm all in.
Yeah.
All right. So you're doing this full time.
Yeah.
So then, what was it like the next 12 months then?
Yeah. So it was great. I mean, I really enjoyed it, finding all these properties, and it gave me more freedom to go, and I had to raise money from people, right? Telling everybody, hey, I'm buying real estate, and be able to raise some money. So after my first year, I was like, man, if I want to make a lot of money, I got to do a lot. Like, I really need to do a lot of flips, because just transactional, right? Mm-hmm. So after the first year, I say, hey, look, I told my partner, hey, I want to do like a whole bunch. And he just survived stage 4 cancer. Like, nah, like, it's not like what I want to do.
Right. That's not his thing.
Yeah. And, which is fine. It was not, we went our separate routes just fine.
So you guys parted ways. You continue doing it.
Yep.
at this point, because you had signed up for some expensive education.
Yeah.
How much did that education help?
You
along
know,
the way?
I'm going to say that, some education is better than others, right? But at the end of the day, the foundation is usually the same, right? Like you got to take some action, right? Somebody can tell you exactly what to do, but if you never do it, even if half of it is correct, right? You're never going to get there. Right. So it's crazy how people pay for something and then never actually take action, right? And then they blame whoever that teacher was or that company was for their lack of success, right? So in my opinion, it was decent, right? It wasn't like, I wouldn't say, man, it was amazing, but it was enough for me to be dangerous and go out there and learn on my own and be able to get some deals.
Got it. All right. So what was then, like, you shut down your business, you're doing this, it sounds like you were having success.
Yeah.
Your business was good at this point.
Yeah.
But then something changed.
Yeah. So, cash is king, right? Cash flow. It was all about cash flow. Getting a lot of properties under contract, going longer on rehabs. Some properties even closed or fell out of contract, right? So everything started, shrinking down, like, over leverage, put it that way, right? I started getting over leverage, started getting cash poor around year two and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of the scary things that, flipping versus wholesale, right? Flipping, there's definitely more money in flipping.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more cash intensive as well.
Yeah.
And if you're not managing it, it wouldn't be hard to overextend.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think Chris actually was on the show last week, and he ran into that. He had 10 properties. I think he was saying something like $6 million, outstanding or something along those lines. And now he's stuck. That's the situation you were in?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about how you got into that situation, and then we'll talk about how you got out of that situation.
Yeah. So just not really managing my cash flow. That's what it came down to, right? And saying, hey, not really adding enough of a contingency on my rehabs, or even a contingency not just on money, but on time, right? Because I just had a couple that contractors didn't come back on time or something happened, and they started pushing all of them back, right? Especially since I was using kind of the same ones. One guy disappeared, and it holds everybody else back.
Yeah.
Right? The electrician can't come to fix whatever, and the sheetrock guy can't do anything.
Yeah.
So we had that situation. So he just got, I was still buying properties, and then I was like running out of money to rehab them, right? Because I was doing so many, and none of them were getting finished. I was just putting money in 5-6 different slots, but nothing was giving me any money back. So,
how many properties were you working on at that time?
I would say I was probably working on 4 or 5 at a time.
Okay. And so at that time you had 5 properties that you were working on, that you had owned, and they're not under contract. They weren't like listed on MLS. You were actively working on them.
Yeah, I actually had bought them and rehabbing. Yeah.
So you got the down payment, earnest money, utilities,
everything,
labor, materials.
Yeah.
Money's going out.
And paying that monthly mortgage at
the hard money,
12% interest. Stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. So what was the bottom of that?
Yeah. So it was around 2016, around the Christmas time, and one property didn't close. One went out of contract, and I'm like, holy crap! Like, I got bills to pay, and we're coming back from Texas. It was New Year's 2017, and I look at my account. I had 32 cents in there. I'm looking at like, I got to pay my rent, So I looked at my kids to where we're driving home, and I said, hey, I need your Christmas money. I took their Christmas money and I put it in the ATM so I could pay my rent. And that I've never cried in real estate. I almost cried that night.
You didn't cry that night?
No, I wanted to cry. Like, I want to cry. It's just nothing would come out. And it was a sleepless night. I beat myself up. I kept thinking to myself, did I fail? I let people down. I'm gonna owe a lot of people money. It was like, I felt like, just felt like I was falling apart. And that lasted for a couple hours. And I'm like, okay, man, like, I'm not the kind of person. I said, come on, get yourself up, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Let's go. Right.
Yeah. But I think it's also good kind of a tale of caution, right? Like how important it is to manage your finances.
Yeah.
So how many properties? You said 5 properties. Like how much were you out? How much did you owe? Not hard money, but did you owe private money too?
Yeah, private money. Yeah, pretty much all of it.
So how much did you owe on all
So
that?
usually it was like 20% down, right? So it was like 250K, give or take, right? If each house was around $200,000, had 4 or 5, I had about 200K out. Like 200K out.
200K out, outstanding. And you got monthly expenses as
Yeah,
well.
still at monthly expenses. Yeah.
And then you had 2 kids?
Yeah, at home I had 3 kids. Yeah.
3 kids. How many kids do you have to ask for Christmas money?
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them.
Yeah.
And then what was your wife saying?
She was sitting on the side. She was just quiet. She was pretty supportive all the time. I mean, she didn't say anything.
It tested her resolve, though.
Well, for sure, yeah. I mean, she's put up with me for a lot of things. 23 years, Steve. 23 years. So she was quiet. She was like, she knew that, like, she wasn't gonna punch me below the belt, right? I was already down, and she was such a good, support at that time.
That's awesome.
She didn't mention nothing. She just business as usual.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, what were the lessons you learned from that?
Oh, manage the cash, right? Partner, right? Maybe don't try to do everything on your own. Because I could have partnered with somebody else, like, hey guys, I don't have enough cash, like, or I don't want to be strapped. How about we do this deal together, right? Maybe somebody else does it, I get a small piece. Or that's when I actually started to wholesale to make some quick money. Like I don't know if I started backwards, but I started flipping, and then I started wholesaling, right?
Yeah.
And then I was buying off the MLS and at auction, so maybe I was paying a little bit more as well. So I hadn't started doing anything off market yet.
Right. And then how did you get yourself out of it?
So like 2 days later, right? Somebody calls one of the properties, hey, we got an offer. We're going to close it. We can close in 2 weeks. Like somebody else is buying another property, like a buyer, and something happened. They didn't close on it, and they were moving, and they had to buy something quick, and they had cash, and they closed on the property like in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. Mm-hmm. One of the properties that I had for sale. So I was like, oh my gosh, that was like I can still feel it right now. Like it was just like all this pressure lifted off my shoulders.
Clouds parting.
Yeah, it was just
Sun's
like
coming
that
through.
just gave me enough breathing room to kind of just continue the rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you change anything after that?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm not buying nothing. I'm fixing one. I said, I'm taking this money and I'm fixing the easiest one that I can sell. Like that was it. And I got the money. I fixed that one. I didn't care about the other ones. I'm still paying money out. It's okay. But I just finished this one, put it for sale, continue with the other one, and got some money. That's the way I got myself out of it that way.
Okay, so you didn't buy any more to flip.
Well, I didn't say I didn't buy any more, but yeah, I put some under contract for sure. I just gave myself a little bit more time.
Got it.
Like, hey, I'm going to buy these, and I made sure that I had enough time to where I wouldn't close on them until I knew these few were closed. Right? You still have to have that pipeline. Mm-hmm. I still had that pipeline, but I didn't actually buy anymore. But I put some under contract for sure.
Got it. All right. So then, at some point, you were talking about scaling your business even further. So this wasn't enough. Trauma.
Yeah, enough trauma, enough brain damage.
That was not enough brain damage. You decided to go even bigger.
Yeah.
How big did you get?
So I tell people that I'm 24 years old, but I look like I'm 42 because I used to flip houses. No, the wrong way. I did it the wrong way. So let me add that, right? Mm-hmm. I just grinded it out. Didn't really have any process or system, right? I just did it by myself. A solopreneur, right? So I just said I want to scale, so I need to bring some help. Be like a project manager, and I wanted to get better deals. So I started doing some marketing, just direct mail. Right, doing direct mail, leads would come in, and I call and close them, and then we get a lot of. Then I would start picking and choosing the ones that I wanted. Like, oh, this is a nice deal. Mm-hmm. This is a nice deal, and I started wholesaling the rest.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of scaled my business.
Okay.
It was a lot safer and a lot smoother.
All right, and then you did that until at some point, though, you made the decision to pivot.
Yeah.
What was your business like when you decided to pivot, and what caused you to pivot?
Yeah, so it was 2019, September. And I was flipping about 50 properties a year. I was wholesaling a whole bunch. And I really wanted to scale. Right? I mean, I was flipping in Dallas, wholesaling in Dallas, Austin, Tampa, and Raleigh, where I'm from, right?
National flipper.
Yeah, so, and I'm like, man, I want to really take it. I want to really, and I'm sitting there at his mastermind. That's actually when I met you. Mm-hmm. And I had some guys from Charlotte flipping 200 properties a year. And I'm seeing everybody talking about their business. And I'm sitting there. And I felt like I was in a scale to unhappiness. I don't know if that, maybe I just didn't enjoy flipping that much, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe I didn't have the right systems. I was doing well at that time. But I said, okay, you know what? I don't think I'm going to enjoy this, number one. And number two, they were talking about their teams. And I said, everybody in my team is a nice person. They've helped me to do a lot. But I have to even upgrade my team. Mm-hmm. So I'm probably going to start all over again. And I said, that's the night that I read my first book ever, that night. Yeah, that night I read my first book. And that book that I read changed the way I thought. I said, you know what? Screw this. I'm not going to do single family. I'm going to just sell all my properties. I'm going to let my staff go. I'm going to bring in new staff, and I'm going to buy apartments.
What was that book?
It was Mikey and the Dragons by Joko Willix. I forget the guy's name. The Navy SEAL.
Jocko Willink?
Yeah, that guy.
Mm-hmm. Mikey and the Dragons.
Yeah. It's my kind of book. It's about 20-minute read.
Mm-hmm.
It has a lot of pictures and big, thick letters, right? It takes about 20 minutes. Now, it's on YouTube. If I would have known it would have been on YouTube, I would have listened to it. I would have never read it. But I read that book, and it was just big story. I mean, just big pictures. The king dies, and the son, 10 years old, needs to fight the dragons. And the king tells, and the little kid is scared because he thinks the dragons are big. And he finds a letter from his dad saying, hey, the dragons aren't as big as you think they are. But he's still scared. He still goes fights them, right? And when he actually goes to fight the dragons, he's really scared. The dragons were this big. They weren't really that big. They were just big in your mind. So that, for me, that was like pivoting, right? Like to buying mobile home park or buying an apartment building. That was the dragon to me, right? Like it is to a lot of single family guys. They see like a dragon. Like I talked to a whole bunch of them. They're like, I want to do it at some point, but they don't know they see it as a dragon, and they're not as big as you think they are. But what really got me from that book is on the way back, everybody from the town was cheering him on because he defeated the dragons. And he's telling everybody, hey, from the mountaintop, right? The dragons are this small. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Nobody paid attention, right? Like you're sitting here right now, you can tell 1,000 people, hey, you can do this. You can do it. And I just heard you on your intro, consistency, like super simple steps.
Yeah.
It just, most people are just it's gonna blow their mind. Like, right? You have the really small few, right? A really small few that are actually gonna feel that and actually fulfill it, right? And do those actual steps. Anyway, so that's the story of me pivoting from single family to multifamily.
So the inspiration or the lesson from there was the apartments is not going to be as difficult.
Correct.
Just go for it.
Yep.
So, and I'm asking this question because when you first mentioned that, I was thinking maybe upgrading the team won't be as challenging as you think it might be.
You know what? I thought about that, but I said, one thing that I changed a lot in here the last couple of years is I'm not afraid to hire anybody who's smarter than me, who has better education, who speaks better than me, who looks better than me. It's not very hard to do that, Steve. It's not very hard, right? So I say, I said, I'm okay with that, right? My ego, I don't, we all have an ego, but I say, I'm okay with that. I'd rather have somebody a lot better than me to help me. If I'm the best guy in my company, I know how to do everything. I don't want that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I get that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it wasn't that much of my staff. It was more, conquering the next real estate goals that I had.
Okay. So when was this exactly?
That was September of 2019.
Okay. So end of 19, towards the end of 19, you went back and told everyone,
yep,
we're shifting, you've got to go. Like, did you retain anybody?
Not really. We just